The girl has undeniably committed no wrongdoing. Yet I have borne the greatest malice of the world in solitude. They strike me and berate me. My younger siblings also harbor a disdain for me. They seize my hair and hurl me into a heap of refuse. Just a brief stroll outside. You have rescued a pitiable young girl from the clutches of traffickers. At the moment of parting, the young girl gently grasped the hem of your garment. With tears glistening in her eyes, she implored, May I accompany you home? In the night, you and the young girl completed your statements at the police station. She is dressed rather lightly, and her calves bear frostbite. It would be best to first escort her to a place where she can rest. After having given your instructions, you slowly rise to your feet. Just as you are about to depart, you cannot help but cast one last glance at the young girl, her timid demeanor trembling with fear. Like a building ant hiding and seeking refuge in a bustling city, it is difficult to fathom the unimaginable torment she has endured. You let out a soft sigh, gently caressing the girl's head. I am leaving now. Take good care of yourself. Yet, after only a few steps, you feel something tugging at the hem of your garment. You turn to look back, only to find a young girl, her lips bitten and her body trembling slightly, earnestly pleading, I am very obedient and shall not provoke your anger. I can still venture outside to forage for food. Would you kindly take me back home? In the city following the rain, a sweet and earthy fragrance mingles in the air. With your hands tucked into your pockets, you quietly proceed beneath the flickering neon signs. Unlike before, a young girl in a hooded sweatshirt is following behind you, cradling a cup of hot tea. Before long, you enter the quaint old neighborhood, inserted the key into the lock, and gently pushed open the door. The entire room is quite spacious and also exceedingly vacant. Please take a moment to find a seat. I shall go fetch the medication. The young girl cautiously observed her surroundings. Subsequently, she crept along the wall to the corner and delicately seated herself on the ground. As you returned to the living room, clutching the ointment for treating frostbite, you beheld the young girl seated upon the frigid floor. You hurriedly pulled him up, your eyes brimming with compassion. What are you doing sitting on the ground? Are you foolish? The young girl bowed her head, her eyes reflecting waves of despondency. I am sorry for causing you distress. You moved your lips, yet found yourself at a loss for words. What is your name? I am called by Yue, with skin as fair as porcelain, and a demeanor marked by humility. It is less a name and more an epithet. You grasp a towel, gently wiping away the rainwater from his head. Gurgling sounds emerge as by Yue's stomach emits an indelicate growl of hunger. Perhaps realizing the stir he had caused, his lowered gaze dimmed slightly. I am sorry, I cannot restrain you. With a gentle sigh, I placed the frostbite ointment into Bayumi's hand, tenderly stroking his head. I will prepare the meal. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Bayu slightly lifted his head, gazing at you in a daze. What does it mean to have dietary restrictions? A dietary restriction refers to food items that one dislikes or chooses to avoid. Bayu pondered for a moment, then reached for his abdomen, disliking the sensation of hunger, for it brought discomfort. Silly child, you gently stroke Bayue's head once more, a pang of bittersweet emotion washing over you. You open the refrigerator door and, grasping 2 eggs, make your way into the kitchen. Bayue remained standing in place. He first tilted his head and stared at you for quite some time. Then, he raised both hands to press against his head. With a stoic expression, I softly murmured to the foolish child. 10 minutes later, you placed a plate of scrambled eggs on the dining table and called out, inviting everyone to come and enjoy the meal. Bayue nodded obediently, gazing at the scrambled eggs upon the table. He swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, May I ask if there's food for me today? You gestured towards the fried eggs, stating, This plate is entirely yours. Bayue was utterly astonished. In his perception, he believed that food emanating steam was beyond his rightful indulgence. You tenderly caressed the girl's head. Here, you are free to pursue your desires, and no one shall cast judgment upon you. Bayue nodded with a semblance of understanding, grasping the iron spoon as he delicately savored the fried egg, taking small bites. You sit in the corner of the dining table, observing the actions of Bayue. His background is exceedingly intricate and shrouded in darkness. Rather than delving into the intricacies of Bayue's upbringing, rather than merely offering sympathy and compassion, it would be far more meaningful to begin attending to his daily life and the minutiae that accompany it. Upon reflecting on this, A certain depth of understanding flickers in your gaze. Bai Yue finished his meal and followed me into the room. I gathered some clothes for you. You pushed open the door and sat anxiously on the soft sheets, waiting. Before long, Bai Yue appeared within sight. He wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of delight manifested on his rosy cheeks. "I'm satiated," he remarked. Your intricate gaze incessantly scrutinizes Bai Yue. The pupils, radiating a soft, agate-like glow, are devoid of any impurities, akin to a lotus flower that emerges untainted from the murky depths. You approach the wardrobe, rummaging through its contents. The rain has fallen incessantly over the past few days, and the weather has turned quite frigid. "I have some old garments here. Please take them with you." "Thank you," Bai Yue, for your obedient nod. Delicate fingers gracefully accepted the garments. A sudden pang of sorrow envelopes you as you gently stroke Bai Yue's head, offering solace with the words that there are no longer any evildoers here. Relax your body a little. Do not feel constrained or anxious. It is getting late. You should rest early. Half a minute later, you turn back once more. Uncertain, you added a reminder to sleep in the bed. Bai Yue gazed vacantly at your departing silhouette as the wooden door softly closed behind you. Only two crystalline almond-shaped eyes flickered uncertainly in the darkness. In the dead of night, you seem to hear a subtle sound of sobbing, gradually rising and falling. With bleary eyes, you slowly awaken, only to suddenly perceive a shadowy figure by the side of your bed. I was startled and turned on the light. Before your eyes appears the beautiful face of Zhang, tear-streaked. You instinctively glance at the board hanging on the wall. It is 2:30 in the morning. Your mind is a whirlwind of questions. Before you can utter a word, Bai Yue suddenly leaps into your embrace, holding you tightly. You are at a loss. What has transpired? You uttered in bewilderment. "I am deeply sorry. I am truly sorry." With tears streaming down his face, Bai Yue choked on his words of remorse. "Why must one utter the words I am sorry?" Bai Yue murmured. "Because I have disturbed your slumber, and my wounds continue to bleed." You immediately examine Bai Yue's body as blood trickles down his leg, steadily flowing downwards. You lean down, attempting to trace the source of the blood. You observe that the bleeding originates from the frostbitten area on the leg. A faint pang of sorrow stirs within your heart. The chilblain has the Akila. Allow me to first cleanse the area and then apply some medication. Once you have calmed down, we can proceed. You gently ruffle Bai Yue's hair, smiling as you offer reassurance. Rest assured, with the application of this ointment, the wound shall heal swiftly. Bai Yue's elongated eyelashes fluttered gently. Is it truly so? You nodded, turned, and descended from the bed, making your way towards the bathroom. You turned on the faucet, yet no water gushed forth from the shower head. You paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that you had yet to submit the required documentation. The unsightly frostbite on your hands was a vivid reminder, and the risk of infection loomed large without the gentle cleansing of warm water. You furrow your brow, your thoughts in disarray. Suddenly, you recall that your closest friend resides in this very neighborhood, and that the floors separating you are but a mere whisper apart. It was effortless to sneak into his bathroom. You decisively took Bai Yue's hand and headed straight for the door. "Come, I'll take you outside to borrow some water." The moment your skin made contact, Bai Yue's eyes widened uncontrollably, his gaze fixed intently upon you. He grasped his own hands tightly rather than astonishment. It was more akin to curiosity. Bai Yue slightly parted his lips, as if speaking to himself. "Your hands are so warm, I truly cherish them." Before long, you arrive at the entrance of another residential building. You initially sent a message to your close friend, yet you found yourself waiting in vain for a response. Simply pick up your arm directly. In no time at all, the room was filled with a cacophony of curses. Gao Fei swung open the door, his expression one of utter bewilderment. It was not his friend, and he wondered what was happening in the dead of night. "Your face is filled with dismay. Quickly, unlock the door. I wish to take a shower." He noticed that a girl was following closely behind you. Suddenly, the corner of Gao Fei's eye caught a glimpse of a crimson stain on Bai Yue's leg. "How did she get injured?" Your head is buzzing incessantly. Just a moment ago, it seemed to have subsided. It appears that a bandage is indeed necessary. You refrain from uttering another word and retrieve cash from your pocket. "Could you kindly assist me by going to the convenience store downstairs to purchase some adhesive bandages?" Gao Fei immediately comprehended the significance of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he burst through the door. Bai Yue resembled a wayward child, her head bowed in guilt. "I have caused you trouble," she murmured. "I am truly sorry for being a burden all along." Yu smiled gently, tenderly caressing Bai Yue's head. "Fool, you are certainly not a burden." Bai Yue's body trembled slightly. A fleeting glimmer traversed his clouded gaze. He lifted his eyes, gazing intently into yours. "Then what am I?" At that moment, he resembled a creature that had plummeted into the depths of the ocean, striving to grasp that faint, tender light amidst the profound silence of darkness. "You cannot bear to sever this glimmer of hope. Softly, you declare that you are the one I brought home." Bai Yue tilted his head in confusion, murmuring to himself. "You wasted no time. You turned on a shower in the bathroom and adjusted the water temperature. You suggested that since there was an abundance of hot water, it would be preferable to take a shower right away. I await you outside, just as the bathroom door is about to close." Bai Yue reaches out his hand, gently grasping the hem of your garment. Bai Yue turns her cheek aside, her dim gaze reflecting a hint of humility. In a fluster, she looks elsewhere. "Do not leave, I am afraid." You tenderly caress Bai Yue's head. "Rest assured, I shall not abandon you." You gesture towards the sofa, continuing while you bathe. "I remain seated, going nowhere." Bai Yue gazes at the sofa. The 7-meter distance appears as an insurmountable chasm. The inky shadows along the riverbanks conceal countless terrifying phantoms, their unrestrained, sinister laughter gnawing away at my very essence. He clenched his eyes shut in anguish, overwhelmed by helplessness and unease. "Please, don't go," he implored, sensing the negative emotions lingering in the air around him. Deep within, he was acutely aware of the tumultuous struggle that Bai Yue was enduring. With a long exhale, he released a cloud of frustration and stepped into the bathroom, desperately attempting to tame the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. "Bai Yue, go ahead and wash up. I shall not leave your sight. I will stand watch over you." He settled just outside the bathroom door, leaning against it with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open slightly, revealing a narrow gap. Bai Yu gently extended a finger, softly touching her arm. "This is unfamiliar territory for me. I have never engaged with such matters, nor have I experienced the act of washing." Your pupils widen in astonishment. It is hard to fathom what kind of suffering a girl, who has never experienced a showerhead, must have endured. Since the brief pause of the child, you have opted for a compromise on your appearance. Therefore, a bath shall be postponed. A simple washing of your hair will suffice. You step into the bathroom and turn on the faucet. Gently entwining the pristine strands of Bai Yue's hair, I dispensed a generous amount of shampoo into my palm, softly massaging it in circular motions through her silken tresses. The soothing sensation of massaging her scalp eased Bai Yue's nerves, adding a touch of delight. She gently closed her eyes. Her thoughts drifted back to the place she once called home. The damp room perpetually lingered with an inescapable scent of moisture, cold and devoid of light. Each day, one must endure countless reprimands and scoldings. Bai Yue discovered for the first time that water possesses the remarkable ability to regulate temperature. She harbored no desire to return to the past. 15 minutes later, you grasp the shower head, rinsing away the foam atop Bai Yue's head. You exhale softly, pausing momentarily. "I shall step outside to fetch you a fresh set of clothes." Yet, just as you took a small step forward, Bai Yue gently tugged at your arm. With her lips pressed together, she struggled to utter a single word. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to lightly poke your shirt and said, "I too wish to assist you in washing your hair." You were momentarily taken aback, a gentle warmth and emotion swelling within you. You tenderly caressed Bai Yue's head, assuring her that there was no need to complete the water bill by tomorrow, as you could simply take a shower at home whenever you pleased. Bai Yue's eyes fell in disappointment, and the excitement that once ignited within him dissipated entirely in the wake of your rejection. Your mind buzzes incessantly, merely a result of your refusal to comply with the request for a wash. How disheartening it is to witness Bai Yue in such a state of despondency. Reluctantly, you find yourself yielding to the circumstances. "All right, just this once." The eyes of Bai Yue suddenly sparkled with a faint glimmer. "Thank you for your efforts after the completion." You are concerned that Bai Yue might feel cold, so you take off your coat and drape it over her shoulders. The ample sleeves conceal her wrists. The oversized hood concealed by Yue's entire face, rendering her appearance comical, akin to a grand sorcerer rendered invisible. Bai Yue swayed slightly, striving to maintain her balance. You lifted the hood that obstructed her view and gently tapped her on the head. Why do you always appear so foolish? A brief pause. It seems you have just recalled something. As an aside, do you mind if I call you Vivi? Wei Wei tilted her head gently. Before long, she lifted her gaze. A subtle smile graced her face, softly enchanting. Suddenly taken aback, Bai Yue, who had perpetually worn a blank expression, unexpectedly revealed a smile. You can't help but marvel how effortlessly one can evoke laughter from a girl. You lift your hand, gently caressing Bai Yue's head. Shall we head home now? Bai Yue nodded gently, instinctively grasping the hem of your garment. Upon returning home, you ushered Bai Yue into the room. You returned to your own room. Just as you were spreading the sheets and preparing to extinguish the light for slumber, Bai Yue suddenly stood behind you, clutching a pillow tightly. With utmost care, he inquired, "May I spend the night in your room? Why do you remain frozen in place, your thoughts somewhat disordered?" Bai Yu's slightly anxious and restrained demeanor revealed a hint of tension, as he harbored a fear of darkness and cold. You gaze at Bai Yu lost in thought. It appears that girls are often fearful of the dark. However, when sharing a bed, it is inevitable that one's mind wanders. You have conceived an ingenious solution. The same bed, yet distinct blankets. You gently caress Bai Yue's head, while I retrieve the comforter. Bai Yue stood still, observing your diligent efforts. Before long, you had arranged the thick comforter on the bed, preparing it for a restful slumber. Bai Yue nodded obediently, removed his shoes and socks, and climbed onto the bed. What thoughts occupy your mind? Noticing your contemplation, Bai Yue inquired with curiosity. You softly coughed and replied, "I was pondering the matter of taking you to school." You are coughing. Bai Yue interjected, extending his slender fingers to tuck a corner of the blanket. Around you, illness brings discomfort. Your suffering resonates with me. You gazed in astonishment into Bai Yue's eyes, at a loss for words. Fool, you raised your arm, pressing against Bai Yue's head, gently resting it upon your shoulder. It is merely phlegm in my throat. I shall not fall ill. Now, let us retire for the night. In the hazy embrace of the morning, noticing someone seated on the bed, Bai Yue had inexplicably brought a power strip, currently connected to a hairdryer, directing its warm breeze towards you. Wait, what are you doing? With a swift motion, Bai Yue turned off the hairdryer, her drooping eyes revealing a flicker of guilt. I apologize for disturbing your slumber. I merely wish to inform you that I have finished washing the clothes. You recall teaching her how to do laundry last night in the bathroom. You rise from the bed, only to discover that your coat has mysteriously vanished. In a state of bewilderment, you inquire, Wei, have you seen my coat? To which she replies, slightly taken aback, I washed it. Bai Yue nods in affirmation and, maintaining a serious demeanor, adds, yes, you taught me yesterday. You are immensely curious. So, where did you hang them? Bai Yue tilted his head in bewilderment. Where have you placed the garments? Have you altered your method of inquiry? Bai Yue descended from the bed, gracefully lowering his limbs, and then proceeded to open the wardrobe. All the garments are neatly folded and meticulously categorized. Bai Yue delicately lifted the garments from the topmost layer, presenting them before you with care. The clothing is offered to you. You're taken aback. The neatly arranged garments bear not a trace of stain. Faintly, one can still detect the charred scent left by the hairdryer. You swallow hard, a look of incredulity illuminating your face. In the span of a mere morning, every piece of clothing in the house has been washed. Bai Yue gazes down, her eyes shimmering with cautious inquiry. Are you not happy? Happy? I am utterly elated. Bai Yue gently grasps your finger. A brief pause ensues. She lifts her gaze, her eyes radiating a resplendent soft glow, as if awaiting something. Could it be that she desires a reward? You murmur softly, casting your eyes about. The cluttered room offers no trinkets to delight a girl's heart. You extend your hand, gently caressing Wei Wei's head. You have done splendidly, Wei Wei. Soon, I shall prepare a delightful meal for you. Bai Yue's face was adorned with a gentle smile, as he emitted a soft, nasal sound of With his eyes closed, he resembled a spoiled orange cat, savoring the warmth radiating from your palm. His affection for you seemed to evoke a sense of bewilderment. I have not comprehended the meaning of this sentence. I merely assumed that Bai Yue has a fondness for doing laundry. You gently pinch Bai Yue's cheek. Silly child, I will prepare breakfast first. Please take a seat at the dining table and wait for a moment. Bai Yue gazed blankly at your silhouette, gently nodding as he made his way towards the dining table. Before long, the two of them had finished their breakfast. You deftly retrieve a pack of cigarettes, extract one, and place it between your lips. What are you doing? Bai Yue inquired, a look of confusion on his face. A cigarette after a meal, he replied, is akin to the bliss of a living deity. With a playful tilt of his head, Bai Yue soon found his attention captivated by the golden cigarette case adorning the dining table. The exquisite gleam of the case was undeniably alluring. However, a phrase you had once uttered flickered in his mind. Here, one can indulge in any desire. Softly murmuring to himself, Bai Yue leapt from his chair, seized the cigarette case, and extracted a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached for the lighter. The sudden action left you utterly astounded. You yanked the cigarette from Bai Yue's mouth, your expression one of sheer incredulity. What are you doing? You exclaimed, as Bai Yue appeared somewhat aggrieved. You said I could do anything. You were both astonished and infuriated. I have uttered these words before, yet why do you indulge in smoking? Bai Yue lowered his gaze, for you were engaging in the very same act. You paused momentarily, speaking earnestly and with gravity. Remember this. Cigarettes are a chronic poison that can ruin your health. You must never touch them. Bai Yue blinked, his mind filled with confusion. Then why do you? You part your lips slightly, longing to elucidate, yet find yourself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what could be the true reason behind your adoption of the smoking habit? Lost in contemplation, you ponder. You suddenly feel a soft object nestling into your embrace, as Bai Yue presses closely against your chest. Take care not to jeopardize your well-being. Without health, life ceases to exist. I refrain from cigarettes, and I urge you to do the same. The corners of your mouth twitched slightly, as if caught in a chokehold. You have encountered numerous individuals who have lit cigarettes for you. However, individuals like Bai Yue, who persuade themselves to abandon smoking, are indeed unique. You exhale a heavy sigh, extinguishing the cigarette but beneath your foot. No longer inclined to smoke, you reflect upon the recent events that transpired, feeling a chill run down your spine at the thought that your actions nearly led Bai Yue to indulge in smoking as well. Upon further contemplation, cigarettes are not an absolute necessity. Moreover, we certainly cannot subject Bai Yue to secondhand smoke on a daily basis. You let out a bitter laugh, mocking yourself, as you picked up the cigarette pack and decisively tossed it into the trash bin. I promise you, I said softly, from now on, I will save the money I would have spent on cigarettes each month to buy you sweets. You extended your hand, gently caressing Bai Yue's head. My eyes filled with affection. I will take you outside, to the bustling streets, where a myriad of passers-by traverse. The vendors along the roadside call out, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, Bai Yue remained indifferent to everything around him. He resembled a forsaken cat, lost amidst the clamor of the bustling city, furtively seeking refuge. His vigilant gaze brimmed with trepidation. Bai Yue tugged gently at the hem of your garment, imploring, "Let us return home." You turned your head in puzzlement. What is there to do at home? Did you leave something behind? No, Bai Yue whispered softly, his body gradually trembling as if overwhelmed by anxiety. Even his breath quickened, betraying his unease. A pang struck your heart as a sudden realization dawned upon you. Bai Yue was a girl ensnared by her own insecurities. His harrowing experiences have rendered it exceedingly difficult for him to place his trust in another individual, particularly in the presence of various unfamiliar faces surrounding him. Extend your hand. Gently caress the delicate head of Bai Yue. Do not fear, for I shall accompany you. Bai Yue remained silent, her gaze lowered as she fixated on the drainage hole of the manhole cover. You let out a heavy sigh, a pang of sorrow enveloping your heart. It is unfathomable to conceive the hardships a young woman must endure to seal her heart away. With knees bent, she turns her back to Bai Yue, softly whispering, "Come here, I shall carry you." Bai Yue nods in acknowledgement, extending his small hand towards your warm arm. Yet, in an instant, he retracts his hand, stepping aside with a swift motion. With lips slightly parted, I spoke to him. I did not prefer it from behind. Then do you favor it from the front? Bai Yue's small head swayed gently, reminiscent of a dragonfly alighting upon water. You ponder, your chin in hand, caught in a moment of contemplation. The latter part of the statement is merely a simple recitation. However, if one considers the preceding words, it conveys an embrace. Instinctively, you cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yue. Just at that moment, your gazes met, his enchanting eyes captivating you. How could one possibly have the heart to refuse such a lure? You opened your arms, inviting Bai Yue into your embrace. A faint smile graced her lips as she stepped closer, burying her face into the softness of your chest. She tightened her hold around your neck, ever so slightly. With everything in place, you exerted strength from both your waist and hands, lifting Bai Yue effortlessly into your arms. A playful smile adorned your face as you explained that this maneuver is affectionately termed the little monkey hugs the big monkey, the most effortless way to embrace someone. This unique style of hugging brought you both remarkably close, leaving Bai Yue gazing dreamily into your eyes. Obsessed, you feel uncomfortable under the gaze. Awkwardly, Wei Wei inquires, "What are you looking at?" You can't help but lock eyes with Bai Yue. "What is wrong with my eyes?" "Within your eyes, I see myself." He buries his head into the nook of your neck. Close your eyes. Feel the flow of the veins. The heart quivers once more. 15 minutes later, you pushed open the door to the clothing store. Your distinctive embrace immediately captured the attention of those around you. After selecting a few garments for Bai Yue, she took Bai Yue's hand and walked out of the clothing store's entrance. At this moment, Bai Yue is clad in a pristine white coat and a light black checkered skirt. Initially, Bai Yue intended to don an entirely white ensemble. After much persuasion, you finally convinced Bai Yue to willingly adorn the black attire. As they journeyed towards the educational institution, Bai Yue lifted his gaze and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Where are you taking me?" Educational institutions facilitate your academic journey. Bai Yue curled his lip, directing his gaze elsewhere, reluctant to attend school. You let out a sigh, pressing your entire palm against Bai Yue's head. "If you behave, I shall take you to see it first. Perhaps you will find it intriguing." A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Yue's eyes. He lowered his head and, in a voice smaller than that of a mosquito, murmured to himself that he was only interested in you. Continuing from where we left off, you brought Bai Yue to the educational institution, and you gently pushed open the door to the office. A middle-aged man wearing glasses raised his head and introduced himself, stating, "My surname is Sure, and I am the reception teacher here." After spending over an hour, Teacher Sure has introduced all the classes. "Are there any courses that pique your interest?" You instinctively glanced towards Baiyu. At this moment, Baiyu was holding a teacup, his gaze fixed intently upon the tea leaves floating upon the surface of the water. The diminutive leaves resembled a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean, devoid of direction, compelled to drift with the currents. "Why does Wei Wei remain silent?" Your voice resonates softly. Bai Yue's body trembled slightly. His drooping eyes reflected a hint of guilt. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear. No need to apologize." You gently caressed Bai Yue's head, inquiring if he had any favorite subjects. Beside him, Teacher Sure also cast a watchful glance, his gaze akin to a fervent wave. Bai Yue gasped for breath as he was overwhelmed. He pressed his teeth against his lips, clutching tightly at the hem of your garment. Teacher Sure seemed to have understood something, rising with a smile. "You all continue your conversation. I shall step outside for some fresh air." As the office came to a close, Bai Yue's feelings of trepidation gradually subsided. He gently shook your hand, urging you, "Let us return home." A faint sigh escaped your lips, for education was indeed of paramount importance. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative that Bai Yue be afforded a quality education. In today's society, academic qualifications hold significant importance. Securing employment without a degree is quite challenging. Bai Yue lifted his gaze, perplexed, and inquired, "Why must one toil? In pursuit of financial gain, one cannot sustain life otherwise." To illustrate this point with a simple example, consider the breakfast we consume each morning and the garments we wear. All of these require expenditure. Without money, nothing can be acquired, and ultimately, one may face starvation. Before the thought could fully form, Bai Yue suddenly leapt into your embrace, extending his tiny hands to gently tug at your chest. "Do not perish from hunger," he implored. I will diligently attend school and, in due course, secure a good job to provide for you. You move your lips, yet find yourself at a loss for words. Ultimately, you can only tighten the embrace of Bayu a little more. Gently caressing his soft strands of hair, I murmured softly, "Silly child." After a brief moment, teacher sure naturally returned to his desk. Following a short exchange of pleasantries, you and Bayu were escorted to the designated classroom. The classroom is not particularly spacious, yet the atmosphere for learning is quite pleasant. You hold Bayu's delicate hand and choose a seat toward the back of the room. The table exudes the fragrant aroma of wood, while beside you sits a soft and sweet presence. Suddenly, you are enveloped by a nostalgic sensation of returning to the classroom. Unintentionally, you notice that Bayu's gaze lingers on other classmates. A sense of joy blossomed within you. Could it be that Bayu has truly acclimated to his new surroundings and is eager to forge new friendships? Casting a glance around, a hint of gray clouded Bayu's drooping eyes. Who are they? You quietly explain that they, like you, are fellow students at the educational institution. Bayu's pupils swiftly dimmed, and a trace of sorrow and disappointment flickered through his gentle tone. Will they also be responsible for caring for you in the future? Your jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Bayu's imaginative thinking is utterly outrageous. You raise your finger and gently tap Bayu on the head. Fool, we are all strangers to one another. Certainly, one must be self-reliant. Moreover, I do hope that they would support me, yet circumstances do not permit it. Bala Bayu buried his head into your chest, his fingers gently grasping your garment. Do not place your hopes upon them, I alone shall provide for you. At that moment, a piercing gaze swiftly turned in our direction, as the instructor, frowning, cast a glance our way. Moreover, the students in the front row turned their heads in unison, leaving you utterly astonished. Only then did you remember that Bayu was still nestled in your embrace. You gently pushed Bayu away, offering an apologetic smile to the onlookers. Raising your hand, you softly pressed it against Bayu's head, reminding her that one must not drift off during class. The remaining matters could be discussed upon returning home. Bayu nodded gently, issuing a soft, endearing sound through her nose, and then obediently turned her gaze towards the blackboard. The blackboard was adorned with a multitude of intricate mathematical formulas and a variety of graphical representations of functions, sending a shiver down your spine. I can only feel a tingling sensation on my scalp as you direct your gaze towards Bayu. Bayu gazed at you with a look of perplexity, as if sensing something. He then tilted his head slightly and inquired, "Is there something on your mind?" You are well aware that Bayu possesses his own cognitive abilities, and he is significantly more intelligent than any of his peers. Her disposition is merely overly sensitive. By offering Bayu a bit more encouragement, one can surely restore the smile upon her face. Moreover, who could possibly resist a sweet, obedient, and affectionate little darling? After the completion of the trial class, you and Bayu exited the classroom and made your way towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria at noon is quite bustling. You waited for 15 minutes before receiving your meal and finally found a seat to settle down. During the process of indulging in noodles, Bayu's eyes, hidden beneath her fringe, twinkled incessantly, occasionally glancing at you and at the classmates from Linzhou. Bayu noticed that whenever someone finished their meal, they would reach into the plastic container on the dining table, take a few tissues, gently dab your lips. You notice Bayu discreetly observing you, prompting you to inquire curiously. Bayu's body trembled, emitting a sound even smaller than that of a mosquito. It was scarcely audible. Well, perhaps you were not paying attention. Maybe he was merely observing himself. After finishing all the noodles, you reach your hand into the plastic container. I prepared to extract some tissues, yet after fiddling for a considerable while, I discovered that the plastic box was utterly empty. You cast your gaze around, preparing to retrieve some napkins from a nearby tables. At that moment, Bayu cautiously parted his lips, speaking with care, "Are you in search of a tissue?" Instinctively, you turned your attention towards Bayu, noticing that his rosy lips bore the remnants of greasy noodle broth, perhaps indicating that he too desired a napkin. Merely lacking in courage, reluctant to articulate. In an instant, you grasped the essence of Bayu's intent. "Do not rush, allow me to procure a few sheets for you as well." Bayu's cheeks, flushed with crimson, gently shook his head in denial. "No, the item you seek is indeed with me. Bai Yue raised his hand, gradually unfurling his palm, revealing several crumpled napkins that instantly came into view within the depths of your gaze. Slightly taken aback, I inquire where you acquired this. When she stepped outside, she took with her a sense of poise. Bai Yue responded languidly. Aside from her occasional timidity, Bai Yue is, in truth, an exceptionally attentive young woman. Bai Yue gently nudged the tissue forward. You tore the tissue into two halves. Wiping away the residue from your lips, you then grasped the other half and brought it closer to Bai Yue's lips. Stay still. Let me assist you, you said. Bai Yue obediently paused in place, his gaze intently fixed upon you. Vivid images in black and white emerged from the depths of memory. Those haunting past events, resembling dreams, gradually entwining around my entire being. Those who once took me and were initially adorned with smiles, treating me as a cherished member of their family. Yet, as time flowed onward, Bai Yue discovered that they seemed to have grown indifferent, becoming devoid of compassion. No longer did they offer him bread instead. He was met with the cold, hardened remnants of meals, accompanied by beatings and scornful insults. Until he secretly ventured out and encountered a human trafficker, Bai Yue found himself perplexed. What is the reason behind this? I have certainly done nothing wrong. Where exactly did I go astray? Bai Yue bit his lip, valiantly suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. You were taken aback. Why had Bai Yue fallen silent? He hung his head, allowing the pallor of despair to envelop his countenance. A pang of sorrow pierced your heart. Deep down, you understood all too well that Bai Yue had endured unspeakable tragedies, rendering him incapable of trusting anyone in his vicinity. During this period, my unwavering kindness towards him has inadvertently cultivated a profound sense of disparity within Bai Yue. He lifted his head. With bated breath, she cautiously inquired, Will you leave me in the future? You paused, the word future weighing heavily upon you, imbued with an air of uncertainty. None could predict what events might unfold in the days to come. You opened your arms, embracing Bai Yue tenderly, your fingers gently caressing her head. Silly, do not let your mind wander. You reassured her, I shall never depart from you. Bai Yue's form quivered slightly, as though a drop of sweet dew had delicately settled upon her heart. She gazed intently into your eyes, her anxious expression tinged with a hint of hope. Is that true? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, you replied. Rest assured, I shall remain by your side always. A brief pause ensues. You shrug your shoulders. Offerin alaitiist. Unless I were to perish. Bai Yue gently extended her cool little paw, delicately resting it upon your lips, her anxious corrections manifesting in a tender plea. No, you must not perish. Your heart warmed by Bai Yue's innocence. You erupted into laughter. As you affectionately tousled her small head, the lunch concluded, granting you a serene half-hour for a midday respite. Before the teacher arrives for work, let me take you on a tour around the school. Bai Yue gently tugged at the hem of your garment, resembling a well-behaved orange cat. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Let us depart, Mufan said, grasping Bai Yue's small hand, ready to turn and leave. Suddenly, he recalled something. It appears that one individual has been overlooked. Mufan turned his head towards the dining table, where at that moment, Shun Xin was seated on a stool. With a hand cupping his cheek, he glared fiercely at himself. What is the matter with you? Mufan inquired, feigning ignorance. Shun Xin clutched her head in exasperation. She consumed the beef noodles I treated her to, and not only that, but she also embraced Lu right in front of me. Do you still regard me as a mere breath of air, turning away as if to depart? Are there friends who would act in such a manner? Mufan felt a sense of unease, a twinge of guilt. Perhaps they could wander around the school together. Certainly, one should take a stroll. A leisurely walk after a meal is indeed beneficial. Even as an art student, aspiring to live to the age of 99, I must cultivate a slender physique. I have already contemplated my future should I find myself unsuccessful in the art field. I shall enlist in the military, to engage in the battlefield. Thus, it is imperative to possess a robust physique. Shun Xing leaped from the chair. Unfettered, she strode ahead. The explosive words resonated in Mufan's mind, leaving him in a daze, staring at Shun Xing, momentarily at a loss for words. A subtle tug at Sha's garment lingered in the air. Mufan brought his thoughts back to reality. He turned his head and inquired with curiosity about what was troubling Wei Wei. The clear eyes of Bai Yue shimmer with innocence and purity. Mufan, do not gaze at others, direct your attention solely upon me. In the ensuing half-hour, Mufan and his companions meandered through the school, while Shun Xen displayed a particular fondness for amusement. At times, one gazes upon the wildflowers nestled within the thickets. At other moments, one admires the flowing waters of the fountain. Mufan's focal point lies in the spatial distribution of the school's architectural edifices. Bai Yue, upon her first arrival at such a vast institution, is likely to find herself disoriented. Hence, Mufan must engrave every blade of grass and tree within the school into his memory, until he has thoroughly imparted knowledge to Bai Yue. While Mufan gently held Bai Yue's small hand as they arrived at the entrance of the institution, patiently explaining to Wei Wei, "This is the entrance to our school. Crossing through this grand gate, follow the gravel path ahead, and upon reaching the fountain, you will notice the path extends on either side. To your left lies the academic building. It is a place designated for classes. To the right, there lies the gymnasium, which is not required to be visited at this moment." As Mufan spoke, he guided Bai Yue towards the teaching building, while Wei Wei observed. There is also a fork in the path near the teaching building. The left route leads to the convenience store. Starting tomorrow, I shall provide you with a small allowance each day. Should you desire anything to eat, you may enter and make your purchase. A brief pause ensued. Mufan gestured towards the small house on the right. "Vivi, this is the infirmary. If you happen to sustain an injury at school, simply seek out a physician without delay from beginning to end." Bai Yue listened intently with her round, bright eyes fixed on Mufan's exposition. However, by the time Mufan concluded, she found herself bereft of the answer she sought. A subtle shadow of disappointment began to cloud the brilliance of her gaze. He lifted his head, gazing intently into Mufan's eyes, and cautiously inquired, "What about you?" "Mufan, you are leaving." Mufan discerned the despondency in Bai Yue's expression. She extended her warm palm, gently stroking the head of the young Bai Yue. I softly remarked, "While you are at school, I shall certainly attend to my own affairs. When the school day concludes, I shall come to retrieve you. Rest assured, I shall not abandon you." The gentle breeze whispers softly as the desolate leaves upon the cobblestone path are swept into the air. Like a butterfly with broken wings, it flutters aimlessly, its desperate dance, ultimately plunging into the pool, creating a gentle ripple upon the surface, and then vanishing into silence, leaving no trace behind. Mufan, I suddenly realized that you resemble a paternal figure in a romantic relationship. It is not just a singular feminine perspective that comes to mind. The warm atmosphere was instantly shattered. Mufan withdrew his hand from Bai Yue's head, shrugging in confusion. Shun Xen encircled her arms around her chest, reminiscent of the tangy scent of lemon wafting through the air. Indeed, it exists. Once again, it is a gentle pat on the head, followed by an introduction to the school. Most importantly, I cannot believe you actually claim to give daily pocket money to Bai Yue, treating your girlfriend as if she were your daughter. This is the first time I have ever encountered such a situation. The atmosphere became decidedly awkward. Mufan felt entirely out of sorts and attempted to explain himself. Bai Yue is not my girlfriend. Not a girlfriend. Shin Xian's pupils widened in astonishment. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. Our bond had grown so close, yet we were not lovers. Although some thoughts eluded her understanding, Shan Xing chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, she waved her hand dismissively, diverting the conversation. Very well then. Suddenly, the serene silence of the school was pierced by the echo of the bell tolling. Mufan instinctively reached for her phone to check the time, which revealed that it was precisely 13 o'clock. Teacher Wei Wei should be in the office now. I will take you to register. Bai Yue gently pinched Mufan's fingertips. With a nasal timbre, a soft, melodious note emerged. Moments later, Mufan pushed open the door to the office. The thick, rich scent of cigarettes assails the senses. Hi Bai Yue, overwhelmed by the smoke, succumbs to an uncontrollable fit of coughing. The uncomfortable crimson hue spread from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. Mufan surveyed the surroundings, noting that the chairs, once vacant, were now occupied. Observing the young man standing beside them, Mufan promptly formed a judgment. They accompanied their child to enroll. The parents registered in the system, and during the waiting period, they found themselves rather bored, which led to the lighting of a cigarette. Mufan, being a smoker, was indifferent to the effects of secondhand smoke. However, Bai Yu harbored an aversion to the scent of tobacco, and remaining in the smoke-filled office only served to tighten her chest and stifle her breath. Thus, Mufan took Bai Yu to the corridor, seeking a sheltered spot, and gently released his hold on her. Wei, I can register alone. Bai Yu clutched Mufan's garment, feeling a twinge of reluctance. I wish to engage in playful banter with you. Mufan gently pressed on Bai Yu's head, his tone tender as he remarked that girls should not eavesdrop. As the scent of smoke lingered, Mufan turned away. He reopened the office door and stepped inside, closing it moments later. Bai Yu remained rooted in place, gazing vacantly at the doorknob, her spirits dampened by a soft murmur of despair. Mufan had vanished. The entire scene unfolded before Shun Xian's eyes, leading him to a revised judgment of Mufan. The straightforward Shun Xian cradled his head in his hands, gazing up at the sky. I wear a mask of profound sorrow, striving to express my frustrations. After enduring great difficulty to forge friendships, why must I encounter a man so oblivious? Can Mufan truly not perceive Bai Yu's affections for him? Or has he discerned them, yet chooses to evade responsibility? Alas, why then does he continue to show interest in Bai Yu? Make a gesture of patting on the head. The ice cream deity once proclaimed that one should forge friendships with individuals who possess sound values. I certainly do not wish to meet with failure. Goodness, Shun Xing's actions are excessively exaggerated. Bai Yu blinks her eyes, curiously observing. May I inquire what you are doing? Buzz. There is nothing much. Shun Xian's body resembled a supple, sinuous serpent, twisting gracefully from side to side. In the next moment, her body returned to its original position, regaining its normal state. Shun Xian fixed her gaze upon Bai Yu, feeling as though her heart was melting. Bai Yu was simply too polite, such an exquisite young lady. One cannot afford to be let down. Shun Xian clenched her fists tightly, her heart seemingly filled with immense inspiration. With purposeful strides, she approached and placed a firm hand on Bai Yu's shoulder, resolutely declaring her intentions. I, in the dignity of the ice cream deity, proclaim to be your eternal wingman. Bai Yu tilted her head in perplexity. What is a companion? Shun Xian glanced around, noticing the absence of others. He immediately leaned his head closer to Bai Yu, squinting his eyes and speaking in a mysteriously playful tone. As an adult woman, you ought to comprehend the art of captivating a man's heart. You harbor feelings for Mufan, do you not? I possess a method that could render him utterly infatuated with you. Would you be inclined to listen? Bai Yu blinked her clear, expressive eyes. Curiously, she tilted her head slightly. Shun Xian raised 3 fingers, mysteriously uttering, sticky, still sticky. Bai Yu, puzzled, tilted her head. In her mind, images of a sweating body emerged. During hot weather, the body secretes beads of sweat. The skin becomes sticky and clammy. Bai Yu's expression is one of deep contemplation. From Shun Xian's perspective, Bai Yu appeared to have reached a moment of enlightenment. Shun Xian's heart swelled with joy, and she excitedly patted her chest. With unwavering conviction, it is indeed true that the greater the flames of passion, the stronger the bond between both parties. Flame White Yu was engulfed in confusion, her mind drifting to the flames that emerged when Mufan utilized his lighter. He immediately shook his head and softly replied to Mufan that he does not smoke. Shun Xian was left with a myriad of questions. Why did the innocent Bai Yu mention cigarettes? Shun Xian's eyes were filled with confusion as she scrutinized Bai Yu, noticing the pure glimmer radiating from Bai Yu's gaze. Shun Xian began to speculate. It seems Bai Yu may have misunderstood her intentions. Shun Xian waved her hand, clarifying that her words were not meant to be taken literally. The term flame was merely a metaphor. Regardless, you should remain close to Mufan. I can assure you that he harbors feelings for you otherwise. He would never go to great lengths to bring you here to register, nor would he ever pat your head. Shun Xian spoke incessantly. With a single breath, he expressed his exhilaration, immediately followed by clenching his fists and engaging in various triumphant gestures of celebration. With closed eyes, I call out, "Oh yes, I knew it all along. The youth idol dramas were not in vain. for it is truly delightful to experience the essence of romance between two souls. Shin Xian's guide to friendship is destined to achieve resounding success. From beginning to end, Bai Yu Wei stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend why Shin Xian, who had been perfectly composed just moments ago, suddenly began to gesticulate wildly. Nevertheless, the words spoken by Shin Xian were etched indelibly in his mind. Mufan harbors feelings for me. Bai Yu Wei spoke softly and lightly, as if inquiring of herself. Moments later, he lifted his gaze. A gentle smile graced the corners of her lips, a subtle expression of joy. With a hint of delight, Mufan pushed open the door to the office. In his hands, he held several copies. Bai Yu Wei's dim eyes were instantly filled with a radiant light. He stepped forward, extending his arms wide. Mufan embraced. Mufan hastily extended his hand to gently press down on Bai Yu Wei's head, urging her pause. He then casually placed the materials into her hands, explaining, "I have been inside for quite some time, and the scent of smoke has clung to me. The odor is quite overpowering. If you embrace me now, it may overwhelm your senses." Mufan spoke while removing his outer garment. He casually folded the coat a few times and draped it over his arm. He cast a warm smile towards Bai Yu Wei, signaling that it was now permissible to embrace. She, without the slightest hesitation, leaped into Mufan's embrace, nuzzling her head against his soft chest. He greatly enjoys spending time with Mufan. As long as he embraces Mufan, a warm sensation fills his heart. Wei Wei has completed her registration. Let us return home. Mufan gently caressed Bai Yu Wei's head. A soothing cooing sound escaped from Bai Yu Wei's throat. After a considerable delay, he finally lifted his head, his clear eyes brimming with a hint of anticipation. Desiring the little monkey to embrace the big monkey, Mufan's mind buzzed with thoughts. Memories of his visit to the clothing store resurfaced, where the sales assistant mistakenly assumed he was involved in body art, leading to an awkward incident. Mufan truly wished to avoid experiencing the humiliation once more. Tang Sei politely declined, stating that such a manner of embrace was rather peculiar, yet there remained a desire for it. This is not merely a matter of desire. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that such a posture is exceedingly exaggerated. I yearn for Mufan. Mufan gazed at Bai Yu Wei, his eyes revealing a yearning desire, and let out a resigned sigh. I truly find myself at a loss with you. Just this once, I shall endure, but let it not become a precedent. Mufan gently brushed against the coat hanging on his arm, tying the two sleeves into a knot. Subsequently, the knees gently bent, opening up an embrace. Come forth ever so slightly. Bai Yu Wei lifted her fair, delicate arm and gently looped it around Mufan's neck before leaping into his embrace. With her legs intertwined, she firmly clasped Mufan's waist, while Bai Yu Wei nuzzled her head against his chest. The throat emitted a soft and delicate sound from Mufan. Upon returning home, due to the proximity, Bai Yu Wei's warm breath exhaled through her nostrils gently caressed Mufan's cheek. Gradually, a faint floral fragrance wafted towards him. It resembles the fragrance of white peach, yet intertwined with the essence of floral undertones. He is utterly certain of this aroma. It emanates from the presence of Bai Yu Wei. Mi Wei, what have you consumed? Mufan inquired with a hint of curiosity. Bai Yu Wei nervously fidgeted with the nape of Mufan's neck, unable to respond, lost in uncertainty. It should be sweat. Mufan appeared even more perplexed. I'm sweating. The sticky Mufan instinctively extended his hand, sliding it through the seam of the garment toward Bai Yu Wei's back. In no time, Mufan withdrew his hand from Bai Yu Wei's back and nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed felt a hint of perspiration. Let us return home for a bath. Just as he took a few steps, Mufan suddenly recalled Shin Xian. Not long ago, I savored the beef noodles he treated me to. Departing without so much as a word felt rather impolite. Mufan turned around and bid farewell to Shin Xian. Bai Yu Wei would officially commence her studies tomorrow. If there were no further matters to attend to, I would take him home first. Shin Xian immediately waved his arms in excitement, beaming as he exclaimed, "See you tomorrow." It was only after Mufan's figure had completely vanished around the corner of the staircase that Shin Xian revealed the other hand he had concealed behind his back, holding a bottle of perfume. Shin Xian pressed the nozzle. Spray the misty liquid onto the palm of your hand, then bring your nose closer, inhaling deeply the essence of his cheek. A hint of blush also emerged. With a sense of satisfaction, I declared, I knew it all along. Carrying a fragrance infused with the essence of white peach and oolong tea is indeed a wise choice. Young ladies should adorn themselves beautifully. Only in this manner can one capture a man's heart. The dark yet radiant sunlight gently spills onto the street. Mufan embraces Bai Yue. Silently walking home beneath the shadows cast by the eaves, Bai Yue curled her head, quietly resting in Mufan's embrace. It seems she has fallen asleep. This girl is truly effortless in her slumber. Mufan lowered his head, gazing at Bai Yue's closed eyelids. Her fair cheeks, illuminated by the sun, radiated a warm halo. A gentle breeze wafts around the street corner, caressing the ebony strands of Bai Yue's hair. As a warm tableau unfolds in the deserted intersection, it appears strikingly beautiful. The fragrance of white peach oolong has become increasingly intense. One adorable young lady. At that moment, Mufan was taken aback as Bai Yue opened her eyes unexpectedly. Ah, Vivi, are you still awake? Mufan chuckled awkwardly. Bai Yue moved her throat slightly, her voice gentle and soft, akin to the fluffiness of cotton candy. It is because you have been gazing at me all this time. Therefore, I wish to behold you as well. Chapter 17. The rabbit plush toy Mufan gently tapped Bai Yue's head and chuckled, Silly, I won't run away. Why are you watching me so closely? I just wanted to see, Bai Yue replied softly. Mufan opened his mouth slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Since the tragic loss of his parents, his life had descended into a haze of despair. The relentless rain had poured for over half a month, transforming the once vibrant city into a realm of silence. Yet, Bai Yue appeared like an angel, silently gracing his side. Though her faint light seemed trivial, in Mufan's eyes, it radiated a brilliance capable of illuminating his entire world. Mufan pushed open the heavy iron door, placing Bai Yue gently on the ground. Ruffling her hair, he smiled, We're home, Wei Wei. Bai Yue extended her soft tongue, lightly brushing her lips, and lifted her gaze, saying, I'm thirsty. Would you like some water? I'll get it. Mufan replied as he made his way to the kitchen. The kitchen was impeccably clean. Not a trace of grease marred the pots and pans, and all the spices were neatly arranged. Squatting down, Mufan retrieved a glass from the cupboard. After a quick rinse, he set the glass on the table and filled it with water from the kettle. The sound of flowing water gradually ebbed and flowed. As Mufan lifted the glass, he felt a sudden chill in his palm. Is the water not hot? He wondered, perplexed, as he placed the glass down. Testing it with the back of his hand revealed no warmth. He then checked the kettle, only to find it equally cold. That's odd. I thought this kettle had insulation. Mufan mused, lifting it again to check the base. With a click, he pressed the switch to boil water, but the indicator light remained dark. Has there been a power outage? He speculated, flipping the light switch. Instantly, the bright incandescent bulb illuminated the kitchen. Strange, no power outage. Is it broken then? He sighed, feeling the weight of his financial burdens. The tuition fees of educational institutions were significantly higher than public schools, and sending Bai Yue to school had nearly depleted his savings. If he didn't find work soon, even basic living expenses would become a challenge. In this dire situation, he resolved to take each step as it came. Pouring the cold water down the sink, he exited the kitchen empty-handed. Wei Wei, there's no water at home. I'm going out to buy a few bottles. The living room was eerily silent, devoid of any response. Wei Wei, Mufan called out, scanning his surroundings with growing concern. Yet, there was no sign of Bai Yue. His heart raced, and a myriad of ominous thoughts flooded his mind. He had only been in the kitchen for 2 minutes. Where could Bai Yue have gone? At that moment, Mufan resembled a headless fly, searching frantically for her. With a crash, he pushed open the storage room door. It was utterly empty. Without lingering, he turned and entered another bedroom. In the dim light, he spotted a vague figure crouched by the bed. Wei Wei. The figure slowly turned its head. Bai Yue's long eyelashes trembled, and her clear eyes shimmered with innocence. Mufan. Hearing her familiar voice, Mufan's taut nerves instantly relaxed. He strode forward, drawing aside the curtains. Blinding light streamed through the window, illuminating Bai Yue's delicate face. Why didn't you respond when I called your name? Bai Yue seemed to sense her wrongdoing, lowering her head, her eyes reflecting guilt and remorse. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you call me. Mufan's gaze flickered with complexity. He approached her, gently ruffling her hair in an effort to keep his tone soothing. "Silly, I'm not angry. I was just worried about you." Bai Yue nodded, and after a long pause, she managed to utter a remorseful remark. "Mufan, thank you for your concern." The atmosphere around them grew cold, yet peculiarly unsettling. Bai Yue's overly sensitive nature caused her to tread carefully in all her actions. However, Mufan understood well that she would never engage in trivial pursuits. Every motion she made was deliberate and thoughtful. "Why did you come to the room when you wanted water?" he asked patiently, still stroking her head. Bai Yue pointed her slender finger towards the floor. "There are ants here." "Ants." Mufan was taken aback. Kneeling to the ground, he followed her finger's direction and peered under the bed. There, on the wooden floor, was a thin black line. "Oh no!" Mufan shuddered involuntarily, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Though his residence was in an old neighborhood, he never expected to find so many ants. He pulled out his phone and switched on the flashlight, then crouched down to illuminate the area beneath the bed. There lay a rabbit-shaped plush toy covered in a swarm of black ants. Without hesitation, Mufan grabbed a broom and pushed the rabbit plush toy out. Holding its long ears, he examined it closely and discovered a candy wrapped in cotton inside its torn belly. The candy had melted, exuding a sweet strawberry aroma. "This must be what attracted the ants," he concluded. "I wondered where that candy went. It was here all along." With the rising temperatures, it started to melt. "Let's throw it away." He tossed the rabbit plush toy into the trash bin and prepared to sweep the ants into a dustpan. "Are you going to kill them?" Bai Yue looked up at him. Mufan shook his head. "Not exactly. I'll sweep them in, toss them into the garbage. And they'll find their way out eventually. Ants are quite resilient." Bai Yue curled up, wrapping her arms around herself as an inexplicable sorrow washed over her. She buried her face in her knees, her dim eyes conveying a past filled with sadness. "I was once thrown into a garbage heap too. I climbed out all by myself." Mufan froze, aching to say something, but finding his throat constricted. After a few seconds, he placed the broom and dustpan back in their spots. He then extracted the melted candy from the cotton and laid it on the floor. "This room is unoccupied anyway. It wouldn't hurt to have a few little insects or critters around. It adds a bit of life. Let the ants stay here and eat. Once they finish the candy, they'll leave on their own." Suddenly, Bai Yue buried her face into Mufan's chest, her slender arms wrapping tightly around his waist. "Mufan, thank you." Mufan smiled gently, stroking her hair. "What are you thanking me for, silly? I'm heading out soon. Would you like to come along? I'll buy you some sparkling water." Pausing for a moment, he added, "And perhaps we can stop by the bank to check how much is left on that preferential card." Chapter 18. Yearning for you, White Yue gently nodded, silently trailing behind Mufan. Just as she was about to step out of the room, she suddenly halted. Turning around, she gazed at the rabbit plushie abandoned in the trash bin and softly inquired, "Are you sad?" The plushie offered no response, its shaped eyes calmly meeting hers. After a brief pause, White Yue returned to the side of the trash bin, picked up the rabbit plushie by its fluffy long ears, and walked out of the room. At that moment, Mufan was crouched by the doorframe, diligently wiping the dirt off his shoes with a cloth. Hearing a movement behind him, he instinctively turned his head, his gaze landing on White Yue's shoes. The round-toed Mary Jane shoes bore a faint ring of dust, likely from the dirt she had picked up earlier in the morning while strolling around the school. Without hesitation, Mufan took the cloth and earnestly began to clean White Yue's shoes, saying with sincerity, "Wei Wei, in the future, remember to pay attention to your appearance when you go out. If your clothes or shoes get dirty, they need to be cleaned. There's a saying, people are judged by their attire and horses by their saddles. Cultivating a fresh image can significantly enhance others' impressions of you. This is referred to as the first impression." White Yue, cradling the rabbit plushie, responded dreamily, "I don't seek the approval of others. Having Mufan is enough for me." Mufan countered, "But in the future, you will encounter various people. You can't possibly only converse with me for the rest of your life, can you?" Tilting her head in contemplation, White Yue found Mufan's words quite reasonable and retorted, "Talking to others is fine, but with you, I have so much to say." Mufan fell silent, choosing to end the topic. A minute later, Mufan hung the cloth on a suction hook on the wall, stretched comfortably, and remarked with satisfaction, "Shining bright, just like new." A casual glance caught Mufan's attention on the worn plushie in White Yoe's arms, prompting a puzzled inquiry. Didn't Ti throw that in the trash? Why did you pick it up again? It's afraid of being cold when alone, White Yoe replied softly. Is a plushie capable of feeling cold? Mufan frowned, perplexed. Memories of White Yoe caring for ants flickered in his mind. Perhaps in her view, every object in the world holds a semblance of life. This seemed to be the most reasonable explanation Mufan could muster. What a kind-hearted child, he thought with a sense of warmth. He reached out a sturdy hand, ruffling White Yoe's hair, and smiled as he explained, Wei, the plushie was made by people from materials like linen and cotton, which have been sterilized and processed at high temperatures, so it no longer possesses life. This rabbit plushie is not only unattractive but also has holes. It is of little use now. If you like it, I could buy you a new one. As for this worn-out toy, it would be best to dispose of it. White Yoe's gaze gradually fell, her heart feeling hollow. Having experienced abandonment, she understood the pain of it more than anyone else. Biting her lip, the pale corners of her mouth tinged with a hint of crimson. She lifted her head to fix her pleading, glimmering eyes on Mufan, reflecting a desire and hope. I like this one. Mufan, please let's stay. All right? With her words hanging in the air, Mufan found it difficult to say more. After a brief pause, he gently pinched White Yoe's soft cheek with his finger, conceding, all right, I promise. Earlier, we mentioned going to the convenience store to buy sparkling water and checking our bank balance. Now, let us add another item to the list. If it isn't too late, I will take you to explore the old streets of the ancient town. The tailor there has exceptional skills. White Yoe stood there, momentarily dazed. She extended her fair hand, mimicking Mufan's earlier action to pinch her own cheek. And a warm smile graced her lips as she took slow steps to join Mufan's side. One hand grasped the hem of his clothing, while the other held the long ears of the rabbit plushie as they walked out of the community. On the bustling streets, the sounds of honking filled the air. White Yoe gently tugged at Mufan's sleeve, curling her body closer to him. Although her fear had diminished significantly compared to their last outing, Mufan could still discern the subtle trace of apprehension in her cautious gaze. White Yoe lacked any sense of security. At 18, a time typically marked by youth and beauty, she had lost the confidence and joy that ordinary people possess, which was truly heart-rending. Perhaps buying White Yoe a gift could bring her joy. Mufan pondered. Clearing his throat, he turned to her and asked Wei, is there something you particularly like? A tuft of hair on White Yoe's head swayed gently. She slowly lifted her eyes, as if contemplating something I like. Mufan waited patiently. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss in her expression. He quickly added, besides me. Then there is nothing, she murmured softly. Mufan considered for a moment and asked again, well, is there anything you truly desire? White Yoe nestled her head against Mufan's chest. Her voice is soft, endearing. I want you. Mufan's mind buzzed. He had merely intended to buy a small gift to lift White Yoe's spirits, to bring her out of her melancholy. Why did she always respond in such an unexpected manner? In the blink of an eye, Mufan spotted the entrance to the supermarket across the street. He decided to temporarily set aside the topic, taking White Yoe's hand as they walked over. Wei, let us go. I'll help you choose a drink. The supermarket was vast, filled with an array of snacks neatly displayed in transparent cases. White Yoe leaned against the display, her round eyes fixated on a box of cookies. These are Prince cookies. They taste quite good. Would you like to try some? Mufan suggested. White Yoe pointed to the price tag and shook her head. Too expensive. Not buying. Mufan was taken aback. His gaze towards White Yoe shifted. She could actually understand prices? That thought flickered briefly in Mufan's mind before evaporating. He slapped his forehead, chuckling to himself. White Yoe hasn't been to school, but she is not foolish. She can certainly comprehend these figures. Feeling guilty, Mufan promptly grabbed a plastic bag and began to fill it with cookies. 8 yuan a pound isn't too much for us. Let us buy a little more to take home. We can enjoy it slowly tonight. Once the bag was filled, Mufan took the cookies to weigh them, then proceeded to the beverage aisle to grab 2 bottles of sparkling water. He and White Yoe then made their way to the checkout counter. That will be 25 yuan. Do you have a membership card? The cashier asked, scanning items with practiced ease. No, I'll pay in cash, Mufan replied, pulling out bills from his pocket. After settling the payment, he placed the sparkling water in the plastic bag, holding it in one hand while taking White Yowei's hand with the other as they exited the supermarket. With a twist of the bottle cap, Mufan opened a bottle of sparkling water and playfully offered it to her. Wei, take a sip and see. White Yowei accepted the sparkling water, cautiously taking a sip. The bubbly liquid flowed through her mouth and into her stomach, and besides the sweetness, she felt as if a large, gas-filled balloon was rising within her. With a soft gasp, Bai Yue found herself unable to contain her delight. Mufan smiled indulgently. So, how is it? Isn't it delightful? Bai Yue lifted her head, and a radiant sunbeam pierced through the dense clouds, casting a perfect glow upon the crescent-shaped corners of her eyes, enveloping her in a resplendent golden aura. It's delicious. I absolutely adore it. Thank you, Mufan. Chapter 19. The little cat's prone posture. Why thank you? Silly. Mufan gently grasped Bai You's delicate hand and continued walking in silence. After crossing 2 zebra crossings and turning 3 street corners, they arrived at the bank. However, Mufan did not push the door open to enter. Instead, he changed direction and headed straight for a nearby glass shelter, which housed a self-service ATM. From his pocket, Mufan extracted all his cards, meticulously counting them. Shopping card, bus card, fuel card. Wait, what is this? A Cyber CAF membership card? Is there such a thing in the subsidy? Confusion clouded Mufan's mind. At the same time, he felt grateful to Officer Zhou, who was evidently doing his utmost to assist him. Before long, amid the multitude of magnetic cards, he discovered the vibrant red subsidy card. Holding the card, Mufan inserted it into the ATM. The card was swallowed by the machine, but soon ejected. A message flashed on the screen. Machine malfunctioning. Please proceed to the counter for assistance. Mufan felt disheveled in the biting cold. Wei, it seems this machine is broken. Let us go inside the bank to withdraw cash. Oh. Mufan pushed open the glass door, approached the service machine, and pressed the button for personal services to obtain a queue number. The machine hummed to life, and a slip of paper was dispensed. Glancing at it, Mufan's scalp prickled. Number 520? He turned to the service window, where the current number being attended to was 498. 22 people still in line? Stunned, Mufan surveyed the hall, where iron benches were densely packed with individuals, each engrossed in their phones, occasionally looking up to check the scrolling numbers. The wait was excruciating. Mufan led Bai Yue to a vacant corner seat, and they settled down. Since entering the bank, Bai Yue's face had been devoid of expression. Once seated, she merely hugged her rabbit plush, staring vacantly at the cotton emerging from a tear in it, concerned that Bai Yue might develop negative emotions. Mufan gently ruffled her hair, offering reassurance. Wei, places like banks require waiting in line for services. We have number 520. He glanced up the counter and continued. However, they're only processing number 499 right now. We'll be called up in about half an hour. Once we withdraw the cash, I'll take you to the ancient street to get your plush repaired. Bai Yue turned her head. Her lips slightly parted as she uttered a calm whisper. I'm not in a hurry. I'm willing to wait for you. Really? Mufan was taken aback. Bai Yue nodded gently, a soft sound escaping her lips. Yes, no matter how long it takes. A warmth blossomed in Mufan's heart. Instinctively, he envisioned Bai Yue in the role of a girlfriend. Would another girl accompany him in this stifling, noisy environment, waiting for half an hour? He pondered for some time, but found no answers. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Why overthink? Fate has its arrangements. With Bai Yue by his side, who needs another girlfriend? Time slipped by, seconds turning into minutes. One by one, people left the bank. The evening sun cast a tranquil glow on the ground, painting the city sky in vibrant orange hues. Despite the bank's shutters being half drawn, the dappled light that seeped through illuminated the space, eventually landing on a bottle of fizzy drink mixed with bubbles on the seat. Bai Yue twisted open the bottle cap, cradling the sparkling water with both hands, and took a long gulp, releasing a satisfied sigh. Mufan, aren't you drinking? She inquired, turning her head in confusion. I'm not, Mufan replied, his tone slightly hurried. He had closed his eyes, struggling with uneven breaths. Despite sitting upright, discomfort was creeping in. After 24 hours without nicotine, his lungs began to twitch, akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his entire body, both itchy and unbearable. The subtle sound of fabric brushing against itself pierced Mufan's eardrums. He sensed something crawling on his leg. Opening his eyes, he was met with by Yu Wei's pure gaze. She was in a little cat's prone posture, her fair hands gently resting on her knees, observing him with shimmering eyes. Is something wrong? Mufan felt uneasy under her gaze. A flicker of concern danced in by Yu Wei's eyes. You're shivering. Mufan managed a slight smile. I'm fine, just suddenly craving a cigarette. I can endure it. Bai Wei's eyes dimmed as she buried her head deeper into Mufan's chest. Clutching his shirt tightly, she stammered, Don't ruin your health. I don't want to see you die. Mufan understood that Bai Wei was frightened. He hurriedly stroked her head, easing her anxiety. Silly, don't always speak of death. I promise I'll quit smoking. I'll one tea touch it again. Bai Wei nodded gently, her slender fingers gliding toward Mufan's palm. The moment their fingertips brushed, a current surged through Mufan's heart. The unique chill of her touch quickly quelled the fiery craving within him. Clearing his throat, he said, Wei, your hands are a bit cold. Let me warm them for you. Just a little longer, and it will be our turn. Without waiting for Bai Wei's response, Mufan pulled her arm closer, enveloping her small hand in warmth. Attention, please. Number 520, proceed to window 3 for service, the electronic announcement echoed. Mufan stood up, taking Bai Wei's hand as they walked to the window. He gently placed her in a chair, then slid the queue slip and subsidy card through the glass partition, stating directly, Withdraw cash. I want all. The teller took the card and placed it on the device sensor, proceeding with a series of operations on the computer. Moments later, the teller turned, her eyes wide with astonishment. 434, 400 yuan? Are you sure you want to withdraw the entire amount? Chapter 20. Withdrawal of 430,000. Mufan was somewhat taken aback. The printer emitted a loud hum, and soon after, a sheet of paper was ejected. The teller picked up the document and slipped it through the glass gap, saying, Mr. Mu, I sincerely apologize, but the bank currently does not have that much cash available. For large withdrawals, we recommend that you fill out a form to make an appointment, and we will report it for the cash to be securely transported. Mufan lowered his gaze to the paper, which contained various notices. He skimmed through the details, ultimately focusing on the breakdown of the amount. Compensation for bereaved relatives, issued at 30 of the employee's monthly salary, totaling 400 yuan. Funeral expenses, issued according to the standard of 6 months of the average salary, totaling 48,000 yuan. One-time death benefit, issued at the annual average salary for 48 months, totaling 384,000 yuan. Grand total, 434,400 yuan. This calculation was accurate. Holding the information sheet, Mufan murmured to himself, So, in addition to this substantial sum, this card will also receive 400 yuan every month. A wave of emotion washed over him. With stability and prosperity, the nation's policies had indeed improved significantly. Then I would like to withdraw 400 yuan in cash, Mufan said, lifting his head. Certainly, the teller replied, turning back to the computer screen. She began typing rapidly, opened a drawer, and retrieved a stack of cash. After counting it swiftly, she placed it into the bill verification machine. The machine emitted an electronic sound, 44 bills. The teller double-checked to confirm accuracy, then took a rubber band to secure the bills and slid them, along with the withdrawal slip, through the glass gap, saying, Here are your funds, withdrawal slip, and bank card. Please take care of them. A minute later, Mufan held Bai Wei's hand as they exited the bank. Throughout their journey, Mufan's thoughts were in disarray. He recalled the night his parents met with tragedy, during which he wept bitterly. It was then that he realized the essence of true sorrow is often a silence that transcends audible cries, manifesting only as tears and the suffocating pangs of his stomach. At times, he even entertained thoughts of ending his own life. Now, Mufan felt the urge to strike himself across the face in reprimand for his cowardice and his irresponsibility toward life. His parents had loved him dearly. Before ascending to the heavens, they had expended all their accumulated kindness and virtue to leave him with a precious legacy. He must live well, lest he betray their heartfelt efforts. Moreover, in his world, there existed another equally lonely girl. If he were to depart, what would become of her? Mufan slowly shifted his gaze to Bai Yue. At that moment, she held onto his hand with one and grasped the long ears of her rabbit plush toy with the other. Bai Yue exhibited a remarkable sense of balance, deftly navigating the uneven path. Several times, they encountered protruding stones, yet the plush toy merely brushed over them without making contact. Wei Wei, Mufan gently called out. Bai Yue raised her eyes, tilting her head in curiosity. Mufan pointed to the rabbit plush, seeking common ground. Do you like rabbits? Bai Yue shook her head. You don't know? Do you like plush toys? Once again, she shook her head. Mufan was at a loss for words. Bai Yue lowered her head, her long eyelashes framing her glimmering eyes. In truth, she yearned to protect the remnants of Mufan's past in her own way. Yet she was at a loss for how to express it. With a sigh, Mufan exhaled the weight of his complex emotions. He understood well that Bai Yue's cognitive abilities were somewhat limited and her capacity for verbal expression was weaker than most. However, this did not imply a lack of intelligence. She had simply endured too many shadows from the past, retreating into her own small world. The image of Bai Yue's radiant smile resurfaced in Mufan's mind, and he resolved to engage with her more, as through communication, companionship, and understanding, she would eventually emerge from the burdensome shadows of her past. Extending his hand, Mufan gently ruffled Bai Yue's hair and comforted her. Wei Wei, how about I buy you a pet later? A pet? Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yes. In the big city, pets are quite common. Many people consider them part of the family. Bai Yue's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Will our home have a new member? Mufan nodded. Yes, that's precisely the idea. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar sensation. Our home, Bai Yue. Had she already begun to regard their residence as a safe haven? This was quite comforting. With Bai Yue by his side, he would not feel so lonely. Mufan smiled warmly and continued the conversation. Wei Wei, do you have a favorite animal? I don't know. How about dogs? They like to bark. Bai Yue slowly shook her head. Remaining patient, Mufan pressed on. What about cats? Again, she shook her head. Suddenly, Mufan recalled the rabbit. He pointed to the plush toy and asked, Wei Wei, how about I get you a real rabbit? Bai Yue tugged on the long ears of her plush rabbit, bringing it close to her face, gazing into its button-like eyes. Then she looked up and quietly asked, Mufan, do you like rabbits? Mufan stroked his chin, contemplating. Well, I suppose they are fine. Then I am fine too, Bai Yue replied softly. What if I like them? Mufan inquired further. Then I would like them too. Mufan felt a sudden weight in his chest. After a moment of contemplation, he gently pressed down on Bai Yue's head, playfully scolding. Silly girl, you truly baffle me. In the ancient city South Old Street, the roads were narrow, measuring less than 2 meters in width. The uneven pavement was made of ancient blue bricks, said to have been constructed by officials from centuries past. The buildings on either side exuded a vintage charm, constructed from sturdy timber, with some even fashion from precious rosewood. Over the years of exposure to the elements, these structures emanated a delightful scent of aged wood. The remaining residents were predominantly elderly, preserving the last vestiges of traditional craftsmanship. Mufan held Bai Yue's hand tightly as they navigated through the crowd, ultimately stepping over the high stone threshold to enter a shop. Grandpa Don, are you busy right now? I would like to have a plush toy repaired. Chapter 21. Doll restoration. The sewing machine in the room emitted a rhythmic click-clack. Beside a lamp, radiating an orange glow, sat a weathered face etched with wrinkles. An elderly man, wearing reading glasses, stood on the sewing board, carefully guiding the cuff of a green military coat toward the needle of the machine. Engrossed in his mending work, Mufan stepped closer and reiterated softly, Grandpa Dong, I would like to sew a doll. This time the old man heard him. He paused his task, removed his glasses, and lifted his gaze. Upon making eye contact with Mufan, he was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a warm smile. Ah, it's you, Fan. Have you married? Mufan's pupils widened in shock. He swallowed hard, preparing to explain, but was interrupted by Bai Yue's puzzled voice. What do you mean? Married? Seeing that Grandpa Dong was about to continue speaking, Mufan hurriedly took the tattered rabbit doll from Bai Yue's hands and placed it beside the sewing machine, diverting the conversation. Grandpa Dong, Can this doll be repaired? Grandpa Dong lowered his head, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, I remember this toy. You played with it when you were little. Back then, I would often hold you." Mufan nodded and engaged in casual conversation. Indeed, it has been so many years. He sat on a chair, chatting with Grandpa Dong, while Bai Yue also took a seat, blinking her eyes and listening attentively, albeit struggling to comprehend. She could only gaze blankly at the profile of Mufan. A chilly evening breeze swept through, and Bai Yue turned to look outside. She noticed that the remnants of the sunset had faded away. The night sky resembled a deep navy curtain, adorned with twinkling stars. Distant lights flickered like a silver dragon. Under the illumination, even the dark sky appeared resplendent and dazzling. "It's dark now," Bai Yue murmured, her dim gaze slowly drooping. She disliked the night because every farewell in the world began with darkness. In a daze, a glimmer reflected in her clear eyes. She was drawn to this light. On a wall, stained with dust, a large shadow mirrored Mufan's movements, resembling an enlarged version of him. "Are there two Mufans?" Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion. But soon, her gaze shifted to the lamp radiating orange light, and she instantly understood the situation. Suddenly, Bai Yue stood up, carrying her chair as she approached Mufan. Wait, what's wrong?" Mufan turned curiously at the sound. Without a word, Bai Yue silently moved her chair beside Mufan, adjusting the angle so that his shadow fell entirely upon her. With a gentle lean, Bai Yue nestled her head against Mufan's shoulder like a playful kitten, her voice soft like a melody. "Don't leave me. Fool! The rabbit doll isn't fixed yet. Where could I possibly go? Besides, haven't tea I been sitting the whole time?" Bai Yue made no further sound. She slowly closed her eyes. Moments later, Mufan could hear her steady breathing beside him. Wait, are you asleep?" Mufan dared not move his shoulder, receiving no response. After a few seconds, he sighed softly, murmuring, "This child sleeps so soundly." After a long wait, the rabbit doll was finally restored. Given the age of the doll, it was impossible to find matching fabric, so patchwork was used instead. As Mufan looked at the toy adorned with over 20 patches, he couldn't help but chuckle. This was not merely patching a doll. It was as if a toy shaped like a rabbit had been crafted from the patches. Nevertheless, since Bai Yue adored it, it was all worthwhile. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Bai Yue, who was snoring softly against his shoulder, and quietly asked, "Grandpa Dong, how much do I owe you?" "Just take it," Grandpa Dong replied, surprising Mufan once more. He had expected Grandpa Dong to be so generous. Mufan retrieved his wallet and paid according to market value. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he rose to bid farewell. "Grandpa Dong, it's getting late. I should head back to rest. I will visit you again when I have time." Supported by Yue's delicate waist, Mufan stood up. As he did, Bai Yue's chin slipped from his shoulder, like a puddle of mud sliding away. "Oh no!" Mufan hastily caught her, struggling to lift her. The commotion was considerable. With no support, her body bent awkwardly, yet she remained fast asleep. Mufan cast a look of astonishment, thoroughly impressed. This child really is in deep slumber. 45 minutes later, Mufan pushed open the door. After turning on a light, he carried Bai Yue toward the sofa. He gently placed her on the couch, tucking the rabbit doll into her arms, and set a metal cage on the coffee table. Stretching his back, he sighed, "I'm exhausted. How can such a light girl feel so heavy once asleep?" After a brief pause, Mufan's gaze fell upon the cage. Inside were two fluffy white rabbits, their tiny mouths nibbling furiously. The comical scene made Mufan chuckle, and he teased, "You have nothing in your mouths. Isn't that tiring? By the way, how should one care for rabbits? I read online that they can't drink water or they die. Is that true?" Mufan quickly pulled out his phone to search for care tips. After some research, he arrived at a reliable conclusion. The cabbage rabbits eat contains plenty of moisture, so no additional water is necessary. Plus, with their short intestines, too much water could cause digestive issues. So, they just need to eat cabbage? That's manageable. Mufan entered the kitchen, tore off a few leaves of cabbage, and placed them in the cage. The two white rabbits immediately gathered around, sniffing before eagerly nibbling. The sight of them eating was incredibly soothing. When Mufan finally noticed, the cabbage leaves were nearly devoured. Turning back, He smiled slightly. The little rabbits have finished their meal. After a moment's pause, he lifted the still sleeping Bai Yue and slowly walked toward the bedroom, murmuring now, "It's my turn to eat." Chapter 22. A sweet slumber. Mufan gently placed Bai Yue on the bed, cradling her in his arms. The vibrant crimson sheets resembled a soft, blooming garden. Bai Yue's petite frame nestled within, lost in a deep, sweet slumber. She stirred slightly, unconsciously shifting her sleeping position, her throat emitting a soft, dreamy murmur. Mufan. "Marry me." Mufan couldn't help but chuckle, bemused. Wei, how do you still remember that joke Grandpa Dong made?" Bai Yue's chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm. Her body sprawled and in shape. Silly girl, always claiming to be cold, yet neglecting to keep warm. Sleeping like this, she might catch a cold. A flicker of concern crossed Mufan's eyes as he tugged at the corner of the blanket, slowly covering Bai Yue with it. Then, he gently tucked her arms beneath the warmth of the comforter. Once he ensured Bai Yue was comfortably settled, Mufan stretched his arms, indulging in a leisurely yawn. "It's getting late. I'll just make a bowl of instant noodles for a midnight snack." Returning to the living room, he retrieved a pack of spicy beef noodles from the plastic bag he had brought back and made his way to the kitchen. The electronic click of the gas stove echoed as he ignited the flame, a blue blaze swiftly rising. He poured boiling water into the pot, tossed in the noodles, sprinkled the seasoning, and stirred with chopsticks. 3 minutes later, Mufan sat by the coffee table, savoring the noodles. Just then, a sound emerged from the bedroom door as the lock clicked open. Bai Yue, clutching her rabbit plush toy, approached Mufan slowly. After finishing the last of his noodles, he casually grabbed a tissue to wipe the grease from his lips. Wei, are you hungry? I didn't prepare your portion while you were sleeping," fearing the noodles would become mushy. Setting down his chopsticks, he stood up. "There's another pack. I'll go cook it." Suddenly, Bai Yue dove into Mufan's embrace. Her voice soft and tender as always. "I missed you." Mufan smiled gently, affectionately stroking her head. "Silly girl, why are you becoming more clingy?" he said. "Just sit here for a moment while I prepare the noodles." Instead of loosening her grip, Bai Yue held on tighter. Mufan felt slightly constricted and gently pressed her small hand, attempting to free himself. Wei, don't hug me so tightly." Bai Yue looked up, her eyes shimmering like clear waves. "Mufan, you've worked hard all day." "What?" Mufan was taken aback. Suddenly, Bai Yue leaned forward, causing Mufan to lose his balance and fall back onto the soft sofa. With a soft thud, Bai Yue nestled against Mufan's neck, whispering, "Mufan, close your eyes and rest." Her soothing tone floated like a gentle breeze through a meadow, at once comforting, tender, and warm. This sensation struck Mufan's heart like a tiny hammer, penetrating deep into his soul. The unexpected care felt like a soft whisper resonating within him, evoking a profound sense of wonder. At that moment, Bai Yue had already closed her eyes. Mufan lovingly caressed her head, softly saying, "It's just a bowl of noodles. It won't take much energy. Wait for me for 5 minutes." With her eyes downcast, Bai Yue spoke with a hint of grievance. "You said, when we're here, if we're hungry, we sleep, and if we're tired, we eat. You're hungry, so you should sleep." Mufan was momentarily taken aback. "Did I really say that?" "Yes, you did," Bai Yue nodded. Reluctant to dismiss her kindness, Mufan decided to relax and acquiesce. The tranquil living room was bathed in the glow of the bright light. The bowl of noodles on the coffee table had long since ceased to steam. The continuous pressure in Mufan's chest felt suffocating. He gently tapped Bai Yue's head, calling, Wei, get up, let us eat the noodles." "Oh." The moment Bai Yue sat up, Mufan felt a release in his chest, able to breathe freely again. He glanced at the bowl of noodles, reaching out to touch its surface, gauging the temperature. Still warm, just right for eating now. He picked up his chopsticks and stirred the noodles, which soon released wisps of steam. After a mouthful, Mufan turned to her. Wei, are you hungry?" With a swift motion, Bai Yue leaned down and bit the chopsticks. The curled noodles flowed into her mouth like a rushing river, and she chewed with small bites, a smile of happiness gracing her face. "The noodles are delicious." "Then eat more," Mufan encouraged, gently pushing her head, urging her to sit on the sofa. He then handed her the chopsticks, took the remaining noodles from the plastic bag, and headed back to the kitchen. I'll boil another pack. After we finish our late-night snack, I'll take a shower, then we'll sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll wake you up and take you to school." Noticing Bai Yuwei's silence, Mufan turned back in confusion. She was focused intently on the noodles, her expression earnest. He smiled indulgently and returned to the kitchen, turning on the stove. A few minutes later, Mufan returned with a steaming bowl of noodles. "Wei Wei, are you full? If not, I can have more noodles." He glanced at the coffee table, where the bowl of noodles had been emptied. Bai Yuwei was crouched by the table, her bright eyes fixated on two small white rabbits in a cage. Mufan placed the freshly cooked noodles on the table and crouched beside her. "Since you adore white, I bought 2 white rabbits at the night market while you were asleep. What do you think? Do you like them?" Bai Yuwei nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. In that moment, the shadows that cloaked her heart seemed to part, revealing a glimmer of dawn. "Wei Wei, let us eat the noodles first. They'll be cold and unappetizing if we wait." Bai Yuwei nodded, but suddenly raised her arm, pointing at the rabbits in the cage. "What are they doing?" Mufan instinctively turned his head. One rabbit was circling another, then suddenly, it raised its front paws and rested them on the other rabbit's back, as if waiting for something. A jolt of surprise coursed through Mufan, and he quickly raised his hand to cover Bai Yuwei's eyes. "Wei Wei, they're fighting. Let us close our eyes and not look." Chapter 23. The rabbit gave birth, however. Mufan's reflexes were just a beat too slow. The moment he raised his arm, the rabbit, as if frozen in place, suddenly toppled to the side, motionless. Mufan's arm hung in the air, his expression one of bewilderment. "What is happening?" Bai Yuwei, equally puzzled, leaned toward the iron cage, staring at the rabbit for a long time before softly inquiring, "Is it dead?" It's not dead. It's probably just unconscious." Bai Yuwei tilted her head in confusion. "Why? I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it's just tired." Mufan replied dismissively, gesturing towards the instant noodles to change the subject. "Wei Wei, let us finish our late-night snack and then head to bed. It's almost 10 o'clock." Bai Yuwei obediently nodded, returning to the sofa with a bowl of noodles, slurping them slowly. As she ate, she discreetly observed the rabbit in the cage. The stiff creature gradually regained its senses, while another rabbit remained still, lying quietly in place. Bai Yuwei wiped her mouth and crouched next to the cage, diligently watching the 2 rabbits' movements. "Wei Wei, the bathtub is filled. You can take a bath today." Mufan opened the bathroom door and glanced at the coffee table. "Why are you checking on the rabbits again? Have you finished your noodles?" Bai Yuwei, squeezing her small belly slightly, nodded earnestly. "I've finished." "Then let us take a bath. We can wash the noodle bowl tomorrow," Mufan gently urged. Bai Yuwei stood up, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Shall we go together?" Mufan replied, "No, one at a time." 45 minutes later, Mufan pulled the plug from the bathtub. The floating milky white foam quickly sank beneath the surface, forming a whirlpool that flowed endlessly into the dark drain, disappearing without a trace. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such an extended soak. Watching the steam rise from his arms, Mufan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Dressed, he stepped out of the bathroom. Bai Yuwei rose from the sofa, approaching him. "Do the rabbits need to eat?" Mufan shook his head. "I fed them earlier. They don't need anything for now." In Bai Yuwei's eyes, a hint of concern for her pets appeared. "Since I want to take care of the rabbits, I need to know what they like to eat." Mufan patiently explained. "Rabbits are herbivores, primarily feeding on plant roots and stems, as well as some watery vegetables. Common choices include carrots, cabbage, and sweet potatoes. If you want to enhance their quality of life, you can also offer them fruits like apples, oranges, and strawberries. They love those. However, it's crucial to monitor their daily water intake, as overeating can lead to diarrhea and, ultimately, serious health issues." Mufan shrugged and jested. "Of course. If you wish to see a rabbit showcase its talents, you can always give it a wire to chew on. It will leave nothing but scraps. It's fine to do this occasionally, as rabbits need to gnaw to keep their teeth from growing too long, which could cause injury and prevent them from chewing, ultimately leading to starvation." Bai Yuwei nodded obediently, Mufan's comforting words echoing in her mind. These soothing melodies became a small ball of warmth, nestled deep within her heart. "Cabbage and wire," Bai Yuwei murmured to herself. 10 minutes later, Bai Yuwei emerged from the kitchen. cradling a round cabbage in her arms. I couldn't find any wire. Should I give this cabbage to the rabbits? Mufan's eyes widened in shock as he hurried to clarify. A cabbage this large could suffocate the rabbits. Hiss! Mufan tore off a few leaves of the cabbage, holding them in his hands. Under normal circumstances, 2 rabbits can survive on just 4 leaves for an entire night. He stuffed the leaves through the gaps in the cage, and the 2 rabbits immediately scampered forward, nibbling eagerly. Bai Yue observed intently, almost lost in the moment. Mufan reached out, ruffling Bai Yue's hair. Wei Wei, it's time for bed. You can feed the rabbits in the morning when you wake up. Bai Yue nodded obediently. She walked toward the sofa, gently grasped the long ears of her rabbit plushie, and tugged Mufan's shirt, leading him into the bedroom. Good night, Wei Wei. With a click, Mufan turned off the bedroom light. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness. A pair of soft arms wrapped around Mufan gently, and he soon heard Bai Yue's soft, soothing voice, Mufan, good night. The next day, a beam of golden light streamed through the window, spilling into the room and falling precisely at the corner of Mufan's eye. As his eyelids fluttered, he slowly opened his eyes, groggily sitting up and yawning. Wei Wei, it's time to wake up. However, there was no response. Mufan paused, suddenly wide awake. He scanned the room, noticing Bai Yue was nowhere to be found. He quickly jumped out of bed and strode toward the living room. Wei Wei? On the sofa sat a girl, lifting her head. What are you doing here so early? Mufan asked, bewildered. He stepped forward, just as 2 pure white rabbits scampered up Bai Yue's body and settled on her lap. Why do let the rabbits out? Just as Mufan was at a loss, Bai Yue suddenly extended her hands toward him. Here, there are more rabbits. Small ones. Chapter 24. The photograph. Mufan lowered his head. In Bai Yue's palm lay several bare little creatures. Their bodies were a soft pink, and they were flailing their delicate forelimbs, crawling about in a disordered manner. Have they given birth? Mufan pondered, perplexed. Are these 2 rabbits a pair? Moreover, was the female rabbit already pregnant when we brought her home? Then what about this male rabbit that? Mufan stared incredulously at the male rabbit. Perhaps feeling guilty, the male rabbit dared not meet Mufan's gaze. Its 3-part lip quivered incessantly. It quietly turned around and began to climb up Bai Yue's thigh with its 4 limbs, seemingly seeking a hiding spot. Mufan was taken aback and immediately grabbed the rabbit by the nape, tossing it onto the sofa as one would a chick. Where do you think you're going? Do you believe I won't give you a good thrashing? Mufan. Bai Yue's voice floated softly. He turned his head. Wei Wei, what is it? Bai Yue raised her arm, presenting the rabbit before Mufan's eyes. What should we do with them? The purity in her gaze shimmered with innocent waves, and that kind light became increasingly evident. Mufan found it hard to refuse Bai Yue, nor did he wish to shatter this unique innocence. He sighed helplessly, stroking her head gently, and whispered, Let's keep them at home and raise them. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Yue suddenly buried her head in Mufan's chest, her eyes sparkling with joy. Mufan, thank you. Mufan, as usual, pressed a finger gently on Bai Yue's small head, repeating, Silly. You don't need to thank me. He paused and added, Also, you don't need to say in the future. Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion. Why? Because it sounds strange and carries a sense of restraint. Besides, even if you don't ask, I would still keep these rabbits. Mufan shrugged, his tone light. They should be together as a family, right? Bai Yue nodded softly. She carefully placed the newborn rabbits on a cabbage leaf and, from somewhere, produced some cotton to cover them for warmth. The 2 adult rabbits, as if sensing a connection, moved closer to the little ones, nibbling on the cabbage leaves while watching over them. With a soft thud, Bai Yue once again dove into Mufan's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his warm waist, whispering, They're a family together. Mufan, we're also a family together. Mufan was taken aback. His thoughts intertwined like tangled threads, a medley of unexpressed emotions. After a moment, he raised his palm and gently stroked Bai Yue's head. This time, he did not hastily withdraw his hand. Instead, he gradually let it slide down to cradle her warm face, applying a gentle pressure. Bai Yue instinctively lifted her head. Wei Wei, thank you. Mufan smiled brightly. Bai Yue blinked, her small mind filled with big questions. You said, We don't need to say thank you. I suddenly feel like saying it now. Then, should I say it in the future? You don't need to say it. But, you just said thank you. Silly, don't dwell on these things. It's getting late. Let us go brush our teeth and wash our faces together. Mufan took Bayue's small hand and led her toward the bathroom. A gentle breeze whispered past, while the white clouds in the azure sky drifted lazily. With no clouds to obscure the sun, its brilliance shone even more vividly. Strands of light pierced through, unerringly landing on the balcony. The dew on the tiles formed countless wisps of vapor, scattering the mottled light into an even more languid glow. One beam of light passed through the glass, perfectly illuminating the small iron cage housing the rabbits, casting a shadow that shifted with their movements, ultimately forming a semicircle that gradually morphed into a heart shape. 10 minutes later, Mufan pushed open the bathroom door and headed straight for the kitchen. Wei, wait for me a moment. I'll prepare a simple meal for you to enjoy on your way to school. Upon hearing the word school, Bayue's eyes drooped, dimming gradually. She lost interest in playing with the rabbits and quietly approached the dining table, taking a seat while clutching her rabbit plush tightly, her mood low. Ding dong. Here comes a nutritious sandwich. Mufan emerged from the kitchen, placing the plate on the table, followed by a pack of cookies. Also, your favorite filled cookies. Wei, the ingredients at home can only make simple meals for now. When I have more time, I'll buy some vegetables to stock up, and I'll make you congee with century eggs and lean pork. Suddenly, Mufan noticed Bayue's downcast expression. He quickly realized what was amiss. Most likely, she was reluctant to go to school. No, it wasn't he so much about disliking school, but rather not wanting to be apart from him. This child truly clung to him, but for a girl lacking in security, such attachment is quite normal. Mufan adjusted his chair to sit beside Bayue. Comforting her, Wei, the courses at the educational institution are relatively low pressure. There are only about 4 classes each day. You'll be out of school before you know it, and I'll come to pick you up. Bayue said nothing, burying her head even deeper. Mufan smiled wryly. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his phone, switched it to selfie mode, and held it up. Bayue, look at the camera. We're taking a picture. Bayue looked up in confusion. Mufan quickly pressed the shutter button. Click! The moment was captured. The silly Bayue, alongside the grinning Mufan, was saved into the album. Mufan continued to fiddle with the phone for a moment before handing it over. Wei, this is for you. Bayue accepted the phone, perplexed. The wallpaper displayed her own image. She blinked, then glanced at Mufan beside her, murmuring, there are 2 Mufans. Mufan gently tapped Bayue's head, playfully chiding her. Silly, that's also me. If being in an unfamiliar environment makes you feel scared and anxious, just take out your phone and look at this photo. It might help you relax a little. Bayue pressed the phone to her chest, a warm smile crossing her lips, with Mufan. Happy. What a little fool, Mufan muttered softly. He then picked up the warm sandwich and offered it to her. Wei, let us have breakfast first. After a brief pause, Mufan smiled mysteriously. Later, I'll show you something fun. Chapter 25. The tandem bicycle. After breakfast, Mufan submerged the plates into the basin, pouring in a dash of detergent before picking up a cloth to scrub diligently. While Mufan busied himself with the dishes, Bayue sat on the couch, cradling a plump, verdant cabbage, quietly observing the family of rabbits. The male rabbit sat motionless beside the small door of the iron cage, while the female rabbit lounged behind it. Nestled in the corner, a few thumb-sized bunnies were sprawled across her abdomen. Bayue was captivated, leaning closer to the cage, concernedly asking, would you like another leaf? The mother rabbit glanced at her, chewing incessantly, its white whiskers trembling at the bridge of its nose. After a moment's pause, Bayue leisurely tore off a piece of cabbage leaf and carefully inserted it through the cage's slats. The male and female rabbits seemed to share a silent understanding, tearing the leaf in half and nibbling at it. Vivi, it's time to head out, Mufan said, drying his hands as he approached Bayue. She looked up, her tea-brown eyes reflecting the mottled light. Shall we give them names? Mufan understood she was referring to the rabbits. Gently caressing her head, his gaze softened with affection. All right? As you wish. Bayue shook her head. I will follow Mufan's lead. Well then, Mufan mused, gazing thoughtfully at the munching rabbits. Pet names must carry good meaning. After a brief contemplation, he lightly pressed her head and proposed. Let us name them Kai Kai and Xi and Xi. Kai Kai. Sin Sin. Mufan nodded yes. These names are easy to remember, and most importantly, they will remind you to find joy each day. Bai Yue echoed his words softly every day. Must be joyful. She then pointed at the bunnies nestled against their mother, curiously asking, and what about them? Mufan glanced at them and spontaneously replied, Ping Ping, and in Yuan Yuan, Lulu. Bai Yue nodded obediently, murmuring the names of the rabbit family, committing them to memory. With a gentle pat on her head, Mufan shifted the conversation. Vivi, let us put the rabbit matter aside for now. We need to get to school. But before that, I have something fun to show you. The perpetually shadowed side, untouched by light, was filled with the musty scent of decay. Bai Yue stood beneath the residential building, staring blankly at the withered ivy. Its yellowed leaves contorted against the wall. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the depths of the stairwell, a clattering of metal and the sound of heavy objects collapsing. Cough, cough. Oh dear. Mufan emerged from the stairwell, pushing a bicycle, coughing as he waved away the dust particles floating in the air. This place is unbearable. Littered with bottles and jars, there's barely any room to step. Bai Yue hurried to his side, fumbling in her pocket. Soon, she produced a damp tissue, tiptoeing to gently wipe the dust clinging to Mufan's forehead. Mufan, don't go into dangerous places. You silly, that's not a dangerous place. Just a storage room, Mufan chuckled. Bai Yue blinked, tilting her head to glance into the dark stairwell. In the dimness, she could make out moss clinging to the walls and puddles of stagnant water. A shiver ran through her, sending a chill down her spine. She grasped Mufan's elbow, pulling him back. No, don't go back yet. A complex emotion flickered in Mufan's eyes. Bai Yue, her fear of darkness was palpable. He wrapped his arm around her back, gently drawing her into his embrace, reassuringly saying, this building no longer has residents. So the first floor is used as a storage area for various items. While it is called storage, it is also a way to dispose of trash. Things like pots and pans, worn-out sofas, and spare parts for repairs end up here. Over time, the room has turned into a treasure trove, filled with all sorts of odd trinkets. If other residents happen to need something, they can take it home, and everyone gets along quite harmoniously. Understanding the situation, Bai Yue's fear of the storage room dissipated somewhat. She blinked, fixated on the gloomy depths of darkness. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Can you really find anything in there? Most daily necessities can be found. Bai Yue gently grasped Mufan's shirt hem, lifting her hair veil to reveal her tea-brown eyes. If you go missing, can I find you in there? Mufan was caught off guard. After a brief hesitation, he raised his palm and playfully swatted her head, teasing. A tall person like me. How could I just disappear? Stop overthinking. Just remember the rabbit family names 10 times. Kai Kai, Xi and Xn, Ping Ping, and then Huan Huan. Lulu. Bai Yue covered her head, imitating him as she recited the names aloud. The brief interlude soon came to an end. Mufan patted the bicycle seat, proudly exclaiming, Vivi, look at this. This bicycle was one he had bought years ago out of novelty, but since no one could ride with him, it had been left in storage. Fortunately, it had not been taken by anyone. It was said to be a rare model, now discontinued. Bai Yue focused her attention on the bicycle. Though it had 2 tires, it was unlike any other. The bumper, adorned with a coat of pink spray paint, featured 2 seats and 2 sets of foot pedals. There was even a steel-welded backrest behind the seat. It was a tandem bicycle, designed for 2 riders to pedal together. Mufan, I don't know how to ride a bike, Bai Yue lamented, her gaze downcast. At that moment, Mufan knelt beside the bicycle, using a damp cloth to wipe away the dust. It's all right. Riding a bicycle is quite easy to learn. Besides, the main driver is the one in front. When I ride in front, your pedals will move along automatically. Vivi, you just need to place your feet on them and give a gentle push. In no time, the bicycle gleamed, shining brightly. Phew, all done. After checking the chain, we can ride. Mufan grasped the pedals, turning them clockwise. Due to its age, the chain was no longer lubricated, emitting a harsh, grinding noise. Is it broken? Bai Yue asked anxiously. Mufan shook his head. Not broken, just a bit stiff. After a brief pause, he retrieved a bottle of oil from his pocket. Opening it, He squeezed it into the crevices of the chain. A little oil on the bicycle chain will lubricate it. Chapter 26. Do you like me? After finishing the oiling, Mufan reached out once more to evenly distribute it along the chain. After several repetitions, he grasped the pedal again and turned it clockwise. The chain moved smoothly, emitting a healthy click sound. Task accomplished. Mufan stood up, a sense of pride swelling within him. In a moment of distraction, he suddenly sensed something tugging at him. Instinctively, he turned his head. Bai Yue held out a pack of opened wet wipes in her palm, presenting them to Mufan. Mufan, wipe your hands. Mufan couldn't help but glance at his palms. Perhaps due to his intense focus during the repairs, his hands were stained with black smudges. Even in the crevices of his fingers, traces of lubricant were visible. An unexpected wave of embarrassment washed over him. After all, maintaining a clean image in front of the opposite sex is a natural instinct. Wei Wei, thank you, Mufan said habitually, attempting to take the wet wipes. However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the packaging, Bai Yue suddenly reached out with her delicate hand, grasping Mufan's wrist. She then pulled out a wet wipe and began to clean the dirt from his hands. The moment the wet wipe met his skin, a chill coursed through Mufan's body. He inhaled sharply, trying to protest. Wei Wei, don't press so close, my hands are dirty. Bai Yue shook her head, softly responding, Mufan is not dirty. Very clean, very warm. You helped me clean my wound, so I want to help you. Mufan's heart skipped a beat. He slightly parted his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Instead, he chose to remain still, savoring this unique care from the young girl. Bai Yue was meticulous, not even neglecting the web parts between his fingers, completely absorbed in her task. After 2 minutes, she released Mufan's hand, a hint of happiness gracing her eyes. All clean. Mufan turned his now clean palm over, smiling in return. Wei Wei, thank you. You said before that I don't need to say thank you. I couldn't help it. Then I also couldn't help it before. Mufan stared blankly at Bai Yue. He suddenly realized that this girl before him had clearly become much more cheerful since he first met her. Not only was she talking more, but she also occasionally liked to retort. However, Mufan did not feel annoyed. On the contrary, he found it somewhat heartwarming. People often say that companionship is the deepest form of confession, yet many overlook the latter part. Bickering is a sign of blissful contentment. With a playful tap on Bai Yue's little head, Mufan said cheerfully, Wei Wei, let us get in the car or we're off. Okay. Bai Yue climbed onto the seat, hugging the backrest. Silly, you're sitting the wrong way. You can't reach the pedals like that. Mufan gently teased. He lifted Bai Yue and turned her around. Then he settled onto the seat, facing forward, gripping the handlebars and pedaling ahead. Mufan turned his head, demonstrating, Wei Wei, place your feet on the pedals. Oh. Bai Yue obediently nodded, placing her petite feet atop the pedals. Then just gently push according to the pedal's direction. Oh. Bai Yue echoed, following his instructions. After a brief adjustment period, she had mastered the art of cycling. Mufan steered smoothly ahead, feeling quite at ease. Out of the corner of his eye, Mufan observed Bai Yue's movements. Mufan? Bai Yue leaned forward. Mufan snapped back to reality, instantly responding. Huh? What is up? What are you looking at? Mufan instinctively replied. I'm watching your movements, Wei Wei. How come you're so good at riding the bicycle? Because I'm learning from you. You picked it up so quickly. That's impressive. With a flourish, Bai Yue spread her arms, wrapping them around Mufan's waist, resting her head against his back, and whispered with a smile because Mufan teaches so earnestly, I can understand. Is that so? The melodious sounds of birds and the fragrant blooms surrounded them. The lazy sunlight bathed Mufan's face, providing a sense of comfort and tranquility. The tandem bicycle drew countless glances from passers-by, and anyone in the vicinity couldn't help but look back at them. Mufan's thoughts drifted back to his younger self. Musing. In the past, I was so concerned about appearances, feeling that riding this bike around was socially awkward and could lead to embarrassment. Yet, upon reflection, the gazes of onlookers held no malice. To them, riding a tandem bicycle across the streets was indeed a rather cool endeavor. Having released his past insecurities, Mufan felt a weight lift off him. He quickened his pace, heading towards the educational institution with a childlike spirit. Ding ding, screech, Mufan squeezed the brakes. bringing the bicycle to a precise stop in front of the school gate. Wei, we've arrived. Let us get off. Mufan turned to say, "Wow, what a super cool ride." Just then, an excited voice emerged from the flower bed beside them. Shun Xian, holding an ice cream cone, popped up from the flowers. Greeting them, information liaison, "Good morning." Mufan widened his eyes in disbelief. "What on earth are you doing in the flower bed in broad daylight?" Shan Xin, licking her ice cream with a smug expression, replied, "Humph, obviously to monitor everyone passing by. If I catch anyone who is a follower of the evil spirit, I will." Shun Xian suddenly raised one hand, drawing circles above her ice cream. "Use all means to convert them and make them loyal adherents of the ice cream deity." Mufan stood frozen in place. Despite the minimal age difference, why did it always feel like there was a generation gap between him and Shun Xian? No longer wanting to engage in her trivial chatter, Mufan turned and gently lifted Bai Yue off the bicycle. Wei, it's your first day at school. Let me take you to your classroom. It's a good opportunity for you to reacquaint yourself with the route. Bai Yue pursed her lips and nodded softly. Information liaison. Sweet little cake, let us set off. Mufan replied. According to the school's arrangement, Bai Yue's classroom was on the second floor of the left side teaching building, not far from the school gate. As Mufan escorted Bai Yue to her classroom and glanced around, he noticed that the classmates nearby were all roughly the same age as Bai Yue. He felt a sense of relief. Their shared hobbies and interests might allow Bai Yue to make a few friends in class. Wei, I'm leaving now. Be good at school. Mufan gently pinched Bai Yue's soft cheek. Bai Yue lifted her gaze, her delicate appearance filled with reluctance. Mufan, you'll come and pick me up, right? Mufan affectionately ruffled Bai Yue's hair, reassuring her gently. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. Remember the phone I gave you? If you feel uncomfortable in a new environment, just take it out and browse through the albums. I'll be at the school gate at 2:30 in the afternoon to bring you home. Chapter 27. The naive art examination candidate after a brief pause. Mufan turned and walked away toward the staircase, gradually fading from sight. The corridors echoed with the joyful laughter of his classmates. In Mufan's mind, the image of Bai Yue's warm, chestnut-colored eyes surfaced involuntarily. It is often said that like attracts like, yet Bai Yue, her demeanor is exceedingly solitary. Leaving her alone in the classroom, will she truly be able to adapt? The worries that gathered between his brows deepened ominously. He slowly halted his steps and glanced back toward the end of the corridor. Perhaps it would be wise to take another look. With a resigned sigh, Mufan slipped his hands into his pockets and silently made his way back to the classroom. Through the glass window, he noticed that Bai Yue had chosen a seat by the window in the last row. She sat upright, her poised tranquility starkly contrasting with the boisterous students around her. A complex turmoil churned within Mufan. Did this child deliberately select a seat without a desk partner? The school bell rang, resonating through the air. The raucous students fell silent, returning to their seats. A young teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding textbooks approached. Upon meeting Mufan's gaze, she seemed to perceive him as a parent and offered a faint smile, nodding in acknowledgement before naturally adjusting her glasses and entering the classroom. Mufan, however, paid little attention to the teacher and continued to observe Bai Yue. She appeared disinterested in the lesson. Despite the teacher standing at the podium, she had yet to take out her textbook. Instead, she crossed her arms tightly, cradling herself, her head bowed deeply. Her dim eyes were clouded with despondency. Mufan, I miss you. A wave of suffocation washed over Mufan, and his heart ached intensely. He wished to avert his gaze entirely. Turning away, he feigned composure and departed. Upon returning to his apartment complex, Mufan pushed open the heavy iron gate once more. The kettle in the kitchen was still warm, emitting a comforting heat. The rabbits lounged lazily on the balcony, soaking up the sun. Looking up, he noticed the tattered brown coat Bai Yue had worn when they first met, swaying gently on the hanger. What should he do? Perhaps he could watch some television? Settling onto the sofa, Mufan picked up the remote and switched on the television. I am Peppa Pig, and this is my brother George. He pressed the channel button. Why not avoid it? Because I'm not afraid. Not afraid means not afraid. He pressed the button again, using a rubber band to make a slingshot, aiming at your window. With a click, Mufan turned off the television, the screen going dark. He rubbed his face wearily, slumping against the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. It wasn't that the television was uninteresting. Rather, Mufan's heart was restless. Even he could not comprehend the reason behind it. Idly surveying the living room, his gaze eventually settled on the clock hanging on the wall. It was now 9 a.m. Exhaling a heavy breath, he murmured to himself, "At this hour, what is Bai Yue doing? Is she paying attention in class? If she needs to use the restroom, will she raise her hand to inform the teacher? What if someone bullies her?" In that moment, Mufan felt as though countless threads were spinning in his mind. Unable to bear the solitude any longer, he stepped outside. 10 minutes later, Mufan emerged from a mobile phone store, a new phone in hand. He inserted his SIM card and swiftly composed a text message before hitting send. At the educational institution, Bai Yue sat in the back row, her eyes fixated on her phone screen. Her wallpaper featured a photo of herself with Mufan. The mere sight of him brought her comfort. Beep! A subtle notification sound broke the silence. A new message appeared on her screen. Unknown user. Wei Wei. Are you in class? How is it going? Are you adapting to the teacher's pace? Bai Yue blinked, her voice barely a whisper. Mufan. Is that you? Unknown user. There are only 2 classes in the morning, each lasting 45 minutes, with a 10-minute break in between. Remember to use the restroom. Don't hold it in. Bai Yue's thoughts raced. She could sense that the tone of the message closely mirrored Mufan's manner of speaking. Even when she silently mouthed the words, it felt as though Mufan's voice echoed in her mind. Mufan. A flicker of emotion crossed Bai Yue's eyes. She bit her lip, her small canine teeth pressing against it, flushing it a deep red, her pupils radiating a profound sadness. Where have you gone? At that moment, Mufan crouched on the edge of a flower bed, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, staring intently at the screen. Yet, he waited in vain for Bai Yue's reply. Why isn't she responded? Is Wei Wei not checking her phone? Mufan gnawed at the grass, snapping it into pieces before discarding it into the shrubbery. With a rustle, he stood up, a serious expression overtaking his features. This girl. Could it be that she doesn't know how to text? Pausing briefly, Mufan reached into his pocket and soon pulled out a crumpled piece of paper containing Shin Xin's phone number. He opened a new message and typed, Shin Xin. Are your art examination peers busy with their studies? Shen Xin. Wow. Just an hour ago, you asked for my phone number, and now you're hastily texting. Dude, please don't tell me this is how you flirt with girls. Mufan was perplexed. While he understood that Shin Xin was an exceptionally abstract girl, he patiently replied, No, I just need to ask you to look after Bai Yue. It's her first day at school. She might not be accustomed to it. Shin Xin. Sure thing. But I can't help you for free. How about you treat me to a meal and 2 plain ice creams? And remember, absolutely no chocolate flavor. That's the symbol of the evil spirit. A sudden realization dawned upon Mufan. Shin Xin often mentioned the evil spirit, and it turned out she simply disliked chocolate ice cream. He had thought he was dealing with a lunatic, but she was just a naive girl. He shook his head, chuckling softly. After agreeing to Shin Xin's terms, the heavy stone weighing on Mufan's chest finally lifted. After all, Shin Xin was also a student, not much older than Bai Yue. With her company, Bai Yue would have someone to converse with, alleviating her solitude. With a relieved sigh, Mufan stretched his arms and decided, there is still some time before school ends. I should head to the market and buy some groceries. Chapter 28. You are a good person. 20 minutes later, Mufan arrived at the bustling agricultural market, where the cacophony of voices and the throng of people were palpable. He navigated through the crowd, casting glances at the stalls on either side, in search of the vegetables he intended to purchase. Fresh fish. The fishmonger, clad in an apron, deftly scraped the scales off a crucian carp with a sharp knife, before chopping it into pieces. As he observed the cut fish, Mufan's thoughts drifted to the black fish fillets. Bai Yue's appetite appeared to be lacking. Perhaps a bowl of sauerkraut fish would whet her appetite. He approached the vendor and inquired, Do you have any black fish for sale? Indeed, the vendor replied with a smile. How many are you feeding? 2. Mufan answered without hesitation. The vendor retrieved a 4-pound black fish from the oxygen tank and placed it on the counter. How about this one? It's neither too large nor too small, just right for 2. Mufan nodded at the lively black fish. I'll take it. Without further ado, the vendor grasped the knife's back and struck the fish's head. With a thud, the fish succumbed to sleep. 5 minutes later, Mufan, carrying the prepared black fish, made his way to the southeastern corner of the market, where a stall specializing in condiments awaited. There, he could procure a sauerkraut cooking kit. However, just as he turned the corner, he found the path ahead blocked by a throng of people, their voices raised in a torrent of harsh insults. "You young man, how dare you flaunt your deceit everywhere? If you can't afford a mere $10, just admit it. You think you could just take my vegetables and leave?" The agricultural market, a microcosm of life, exposed Mufan to the full spectrum of human behavior. He had no inclination to join the fray. His sole focus was to purchase a packet of sauerkraut to prepare for Bayoué. "I did not deceive you, I paid." Just then, a familiar voice pierced through the din. Mufan instinctively turned, spotting a woman in her 40s gripping a man's hand tightly, hurling a barrage of profanities. The man, visibly distressed, attempted to extricate himself while offering explanations, but the woman clung to his arm with tenacity, rendering his escape impossible. Mufan pushed through the crowd, bewildered. "Feezy, what are you doing?" Gao Fei turned sharply. Upon seeing Mufan, he appeared as though he had found a savior. Tears welled in his eyes as he lamented. "Muga, I bought some vegetables and paid via QR code, but this vendor insists I haven't paid. Please help me explain." Having grasped the situation, Mufan addressed the woman. "When you pay via QR code, your phone generates an electronic receipt. It can easily verify whether or not he is paid." The woman glared at Mufan with venomous eyes. "After so many years in business, you think I don't understand payment records? Don't think I don't know you two are in cahoots. This is just a ruse to swindle my vegetables. Pay up, or I will call the police and have you both arrested." Gao Fei was Mufan's close friend. Over the years, Mufan had come to know Gao Fei as a man of impeccable character and strong principles. He would never engage in deceitful practices. There had to be a misunderstanding. Mufan took a deep breath, attempting to soothe the woman's frayed nerves. "Could you allow me to see your phone for a moment? If we pull up the payment records, I can show you the detailed receipt." The woman exploded with rage. "Oh, so you two couldn't steal my vegetables, and now you want to swindle me out of my phone?" Two grown men, with hands and feet, resorting to such underhanded tactics. "Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Gao Fei interjected sternly. "Speak more politely. He is the son of a police officer. Would he really need to deceive you?" The woman scoffed. "A police officer? That makes it even easier. The first thing a police officer does at the scene is to placate us common folk. Otherwise, they face consequences. You'll have to pay for you." Mufan furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. This woman was utterly unreasonable. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. Two uniformed police officers arrived on the scene, identification in hand, one of whom was Officer Zhou. Mufan was well aware of police procedures. Before Officer Zhou could inquire, he recounted the entire sequence of events. Officer Zhou nodded, pointing to Mufan, and patiently mediated. "Ma'am, I know this person. He is my friend. What you just said about someone taking vegetables without paying is simply not something they would do. May I have your phone so I can check the receipt?" Perhaps it was Officer Zhou's uniform that inspired trust, or perhaps it was his frequent visits to the market for maintaining order. The woman's demeanor softened as she looked at him. She retrieved her phone and opened the payment records, scrolling down. "I have been in this business for years. How could I possibly lie? Officer Zhou, look, it clearly shows no payment was made. Can I really deceive you over $13? Officer Zhou scrutinized the phone screen, murmuring, There really is no record." Gao Fei, now drenched in sweat, hastily pulled out his phone, exclaiming, "I swear, I really did pay. My wallet has less money in it. Let me show you." Officer Zhou leaned in to take a closer look. Gao Fei was indeed telling the truth. There was a record of payment. What was happening? Had the receipt vanished? Officer Zhou, equally puzzled, glanced at Mufan, awaiting his judgment. Throughout this ordeal, Mufan's focus remained steadfastly on the source of the issue. He strode to the stall, where an array of vegetables was displayed. After a cursory glance, he picked up the payment code beside a bunch of cucumbers. This payment code was not an ordinary QR code. It was a tri-linked aggregate code connected to the bank. Scanning it would not redirect one to an app, but would directly deposit funds into a bank account. To find the electronic receipt, one would need to check their text messages. Holding the aggregate code, Mufan presented it to Officer Zhou. "Take a look at this." Officer Zhou accepted the code. and clarity washed over him. He swiftly opened the messages and sifted through a multitude of spam texts before locating the bank transfer notification. "Madam, here is the receipt." The woman took the phone and peered at the screen. "The account ending in 2832 has received a transfer of 13 yuan. Balance, 5217. 2 yuan. Her face flushed, and an expression of innocence crossed her features. What is going on?" "I had no idea," Officer Zhou advised. "It must have been processed by a bank employee yesterday." The woman nodded, recalling, Yes. I remember now. They did set up a payment code for me. As long as the money is safe, that is all that matters." "Officer Zhou, you are indeed a good person. Thank you so much." Now that the matter was resolved, she appeared eager to disperse the tension. Mufan glanced at Gao Fei, who still bore traces of tears and a face marked by indignation. Mufan, unyielding, did not return the woman's smile and spoke coldly. "My friend has been unjustly accused by you, and his spirits are deeply affected. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. You must apologize to him. This matter truly embodies the essence of Let It Be." Chapter 29, She Has Relatives You. The woman, acutely aware of her wrongdoing, hesitated to speak. She shot a fierce glare at Mufan, then turned to Gao Fei and impatiently apologized. "Young man, today it is my fault. I wronged you. In the future, if you need to buy groceries, come to me and I will give you a discount. Now, please take your friend away." Such insincerity. Mufan remained unmoved, his tone growing even colder. "If it weren't for the police and the crowd intervening today, my friend would have never been able to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Had he chosen to endure the humiliation and simply pay for the groceries again, he would have forever been branded with the stain of theft. Does a discount on groceries even matter?" The woman, now agitated, retorted, "Well, since the matter has passed, what more do you want?" The tension in the air thickened, and a verbal confrontation seemed imminent. "Madam, did this young man not just say that you owe him an apology? You have only spoken the words. The gesture is yet to come. How about you gift him some of these fresh cabbages?" "What cabbages?" "You might as well give him the whole stall." The crowd that had just dispersed now gathered once again, with neighboring stall owners keen on the spectacle, joking and chattering excitedly. The woman, fearing the situation would escalate and jeopardize her business, turned around and grabbed several cucumbers and a few heads of cabbage from her stall, thrusting them into Gao Fei's hands. "Young man, I was wrong. I made a mistake. My small business is challenging to run, so please grant me some mercy, all right?" Mufan did not press the advantage. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Zhou, who promptly began dispersing the crowd. Soon, order was restored in the marketplace. "Officer Zhou, thank you," Mufan said with a smile. Xiao Zhou humbly waved his hand. "Not at all, Mufan. You have been a great help." After a brief pause, Xiao Zhou shifted the conversation. "All right, how was that girl doing now?" Mufan clearly understood that the girl Xiao Zhou referred to was by Yu Wei. He did not hold back, sharing all about her living situation, her daily life, and her school attendance. Xiao Zhou nodded lightly, his attention seemingly elsewhere, replying, "Oh, she seems to be doing quite well with you." At that moment, Xiao Zhou's mind was in turmoil. After the human trafficking case was closed and sealed, he had privately investigated by Yu Wei's background. The records indicated that her parents were alive. This revelation suggested that she had lied to Mufan. How worried must her parents be if they were unaware of their daughter's whereabouts? However, Mufan's visible joy when discussing by Yu Wei indicated that their lives together were harmonious. Moreover, Mufan was also alone. Would it not be too cruel to take Bai Yue away from him now? Caught in a dilemma, Xiao Zhou was suddenly jolted from his thoughts by Mufan's inquiry. "Officer Zhou, do you have something to say?" Xiao Zhou flinched and quickly waved his hands. No. Mufan furrowed his brow, his dark eyes piercing into Xiao Zhou as if seeing through everything. With a soft sigh, Mufan asked in a flat tone, "Have Bai Yue's relatives been found?" Xiao Zhou was taken aback. "Mufan, how did you know?" Mufan's brow knitted tightly, his thoughts a tangled mess. Despite having mentally prepared for this moment long ago, the reality of their impending separation brought a twinge of pain to his heart. "Officer Zhou, please come back tonight. I want to prepare one last dinner for Bai Yue. After she has finished, you may take her home." With those words, Mufan turned and slowly walked away. Xiao Zhou realized that his actions were cruel Yet he felt powerless. After all, Bai Yue had living relatives. Legally and morally, she must be returned to them for a joyous reunion with her family. The cacophony of the marketplace echoed in Mufan's ears like a haunting melody. Carrying the freshly cut black fish, he walked silently down the cement corridor, long stained with the scent of rotten pig's blood. After experiencing unimaginable hardships, it is instinctive to trust the first person who offers help unconditionally. Perhaps Bai Yue had followed him home in search of a warm refuge. Mu Ye. Just as Mufan exited the market, he heard Gao Fei calling from behind. Gao Fei rushed towards him, carrying 2 large plastic bags. One contained the woman's apology offerings. Catching up to Mufan, he handed over the other bag, panting, "Mugo, are you a rat? One moment you were chatting with the police, and the next, you vanished. When I saw you carrying blackfish, I guess you were making sauerkraut fish. Here are the seasonings I bought for you." Mufan felt a bit embarrassed, having been so absorbed in thoughts about Bai Yue that he forgot to buy the sauerkraut. "Thanks, Fei." He accepted the plastic bag, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Gao Fei suddenly nudged Mufan's chest with his elbow, grinning mischievously. "Mugo, you're thanking me too soon because I planned to come over for dinner." Mufan was perplexed. "Why?" Gao Fei replied nonchalantly. "No reason, just a simple catch-up." Observing Gao Fei's hidden expression, Mufan surmised the truth. He was likely hoping to ingratiate himself with Bai Yue and perhaps seek a similar friend. Mufan chose not to expose Gao Fei's intentions, tacitly agreeing. "All right then, let us go. I still have a couple of cans of beer in the fridge. Let's enjoy a drink." 20 minutes later, Mufan pushed open his front door. He placed the black fish and sauerkraut in the refrigerator and took out the beers. Tossing one to Gao Fei, he settled onto the sofa, tearing off the bottle cap and taking a sip. "Mugo, where's that way?" Gao Fei peered around curiously. "She's in class," Mufan replied tersely. Gao Fei's eyes widened in shock. "In class? Didn't you say you brought her home? Was she attending school before? Which school does she go to?" The barrage of questions overwhelmed Mufan. Shaking his arm dismissively, he chose not to engage. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Mufan set down the beer and pulled out his phone. A message appeared on the screen from an unknown number. "Mufan, I miss you so much." Chapter 30. "I want to save this for you, Wei Wei." Mufan's heart was filled with warmth. He immediately saved the number and opened the editing box. "You must be out of class now, right? Remember to take a moment to relax in the restroom. Oh, by the way, I asked Shinexan to find you. Has she arrived? Wei Wei, Mufan. I like you. Wei Wei, Mufan. Little fan. Mufan was instantly petrified, his mouth forming an A shape. Was this really a message from Bai Yue? Without a moment's hesitation, he deduced that Shinexan was likely by her side, teaching her these words. He typed furiously on his phone. "Shinexan, enough already. Wei Wei, I am not the light-hearted girl guarded by the ice cream spirit. Shinexan, I am Bai Yue, bestowed with the title of sweet little cake." Mufan. With a face full of helplessness, Mufan silently returned his phone to his pocket. Although Shinexan often acted whimsically and spoke in abstract ways, her nature was not malicious. With Shinexan accompanying her, Bai Yue would indeed receive care. Sigh. It was already lunchtime. He decided to grab something simple to eat and prepare sauerkraut fish before Bai Yue got off school in the afternoon. Mufan stood up and opened the refrigerator. After retrieving half a cabbage, he hurried to the kitchen, saying, "Fizi, I invite you to stir-fried cabbage. My rabbit also enjoys it." Inside the educational institution, Bai Yue sat in the classroom, gazing blankly at her phone screen. Shinexan knelt on the chair in front of Bai Yue, propping herself up on the desk and viewing the phone screen in a peculiar upside-down position. "So what did Mufan say?" Bai Yue gently nodded, but quickly shook her head. He started saying something, but now there's nothing. Huh, how can he be like this? Shinexan suddenly returned to a normal sitting position. She leaned closer, peering at the phone screen. The dense texts were all messages sent from their side. Yet there was not a single reply from Mufan. Shinexan exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. Wow, such gentle terms of endearment, regardless of which man they're directed at, would be utterly irresistible, right? Little Mufan, how could he possess such resolve? Wait, could it be that he has already been so smitten that his heart races and he is blissfully fainting? As Shin Xian pondered, Bai Yue was also analyzing the messages Shin Xian had taught her. Some of the words she could comprehend, but others remained a mystery. Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion. Would calling him Little Fan Fan make Mufan angry? Of course not. That is a title reserved for couples, unique and special. Shin Xian, as if injected with enthusiasm, was extraordinarily excited. What stage is your relationship with Mufan at? Bai Yue thought for a moment and slowly shook her head. I don't know. Shin Xian was stunned. A few seconds later, she clutched her head in frustration. Huh? How can you not know? This severely disrupts my love teaching plan. In an instant, Shin Xian, like a magician, pulled out a white feather fan and gently waved it near her cheek. Bai Yue, when night falls, remember to take Mufan to the balcony. Then, when he is unaware, kiss his cheek. While his mind is blank, boldly tell him that you want to date him. Then, you can consummate your relationship and become a sweet couple. I can also relish in your daily couple moments. Without waiting for Bai Yue's response, Shin Xian took out an ice cream shop loyalty card from her pocket, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Once you become a couple, remember to buy ice cream. I'll follow behind and reap the benefits. Because couples buying ice cream will receive a commemorative charm. Collecting 520 charms will earn you a whole year's worth of free ice cream. I can feel the ice cream spirit beckoning me. Roar. Seeing Bai Yue in a daze, Shin Xian urged. Bai Yue, what are you waiting for? Quickly, let us pray to the ice cream spirit together. Bai Zui notet, mimicking sen sin sha pasa. Extending her arms at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, letting out a classic laugh reminiscent of Crayon Shinchan. Oh ho 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 ho. Time flowed by. The last rays of the setting sun gently bathed the earth. Even the greenery in the school gate's landscaping was enveloped in a layer of lazy orange glow. At that moment, Mufan stood by the school gate, supporting his bicycle, waiting. Amidst the crowd, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. She wore a JK uniform, and her black pleated skirt billowed in the wind as she ran. Bang! Bai Yue dove into Mufan's embrace, burying her head deep into his chest. Mufan. I miss you so much. A wave of warmth surged through him. Mufan's lips curled into a gentle smile. He reached out and tenderly stroked Bai Yue's head, affectionately asking, Wei, how did your classes go? Did you enjoy your time at school? Mufan, look. Bai Yue opened her palm. A golden orange fruit instantly appeared. An orange? Where did you get that? Mufan was somewhat surprised. It was given by the cafeteria during lunch, Bai Yue replied softly. She lifted her gaze, and the deep brown of her eyes shimmered with the rosy hues of the evening glow. Holding the fragrant orange in her palm, she presented it to Mufan. There is only one orange. Mufan, I want to save this for you. Chapter 31. From now on, I will protect you in the depths of Mufan's eyes. Warmth rippled. He affectionately patted Bai Yue's small head, saying, Silly girl, you should eat by yourself. Bai Yue lifted her gaze, her voice tinged with a hint of disappointment, but I want to feed you. Mufan was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence. After a brief pause, he extended his hand. Then, shall we share it half and half? Bai Yue nodded, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Okay. Mufan took the orange and diligently began peeling it. As the mist from the orange skin spread through the air, a unique and healing fragrance wafted into their nostrils. Mufan was meticulous in his task, ensuring every strand of white pith was removed completely. With a satisfying flourish, Mufan split the orange in two. Placing one half into Bai Yue's hands, here eat. Bai Yue stared blankly at the half orange she held. Although no expression crossed her face, her heart was caught in a whirlpool of emotions. That dismal experience loomed over her like an abyss, ensnaring her and dragging her down. Hey, wouldn't he let me eat fruit? Bai Yue's gaze fell, her emotions visibly sinking into sadness. What? Mufan was slightly stunned. Bai Yue looked up. Tears glistening in her chestnut eyes, they hit me, scolded me, forced me to do things I don't like. My younger siblings, they hate me too. They grabbed my hair, threw me into the trash. I had to crawl out myself. Mufan froze. The chilling wind howled past them. The last rays of the crimson sunset faded into the valley. Shadows enveloped the city like an invisible hand, gradually extinguishing the faint light hidden deep within Bai Yue's eyes, turning it into nothingness. Mufan pulled Bai Yue into his embrace, his heart aching profoundly. Wei Wei, don't dwell on the past anymore. From now on, I will protect you. Bai Yue nestled her head against Mufan's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Mufan, thank you. Gently, Bai Yue tore off a piece of the orange and offered it to Mufan's lips. Mufan, here is some orange for you. Mufan opened his mouth, and with a delicate movement of Bai Yue's slender fingers, the orange segment found its way into his mouth. Bai Yue gazed up, fixated on the corners of Mufan's mouth as he chewed, a gentle wave of happiness blossoming within her. The corners of her eyes curved into crescent moons as she softly mused to herself, I like being with Mufan. Wei Wei, don't just stand there. You should eat too. Mufan similarly tore off a segment of orange and brought it to Bai Yue's lips. With a soft ah, Bai Yue opened her mouth and accepted the fruit. After finishing the orange, Mufan lifted Bai Yue onto the bicycle seat, then mounted it himself, pedaling slowly forward. The evening breeze howled unabashedly, sending a chill through Mufan's fingers. An inexplicable emotion surged within him, although Bai Yue sometimes lacked understanding of boundaries. Every action she took was endearing. At 24 years old, he and the 18-year-old Bai Yue had a 6-year age difference, neither too great nor insignificant. There was no generational gap, and he had sufficient financial means to support their relationship. If he and Bai Yue were to truly become a couple, perhaps this age difference was indeed the most suitable. But did Bai Yue truly understand what love was? Mufan glanced at the rearview mirror. At that moment, Bai Yue rested her cheek against his back, allowing the wind to billow her waist-length hair behind her. Mufan shook his head, trying to keep himself alert. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. After a brief pause, a glimmer of determination crossed his eyes. He needed to promptly contact Officer Zhou and explain the situation. Bai Yue would not be taken away tonight. 15 minutes later, Mufan returned to the community. After securing his bicycle, he immediately retrieved his phone and dialed Officer Zhou. After a brief series of beeps, Zhou's voice came through. Mufan, what is the matter? Without pleasantries, Mufan got straight to the point. Officer Zhou, is the person coming to take Bai Yue her relative? Zhou denied. No, it's her parents. Parents? How could that be? Mufan's heart trembled. Initially, he thought a relative was coming to take her back for care, but he never expected it to be her parents. But Bai Yue had clearly stated that her parents were already. Mufan frowned slightly, continuing to inquire. Officer Zhou, are you certain? What are the last names of Bai Yue's parents? There was a moment of silence on the line. A few seconds later, Zhou responded, I just checked again. Her father's last name is Zhao, and her mother's last name is Bai. Mufan's frown deepened. There's something off here. Officer Zhou, don't come over tonight, and don't disclose Bai Yue's address to these so-called parents. Zhou sounded confused. It's normal for a daughter to share her mother's surname. What is the issue? Moreover, it's clearly documented in the household registration that Bai Yue is indeed the daughter. Mufan's expression darkened further, his tone grave. Officer Zhou, I don't believe anyone would joke about their own parents. Bai Yue is not a liar. Suddenly, Zhou was enlightened. Mufan, did you discover something? Mufan spoke candidly. Every time Bai Yue mentions her past, her demeanor is not quite right. I suspect it's related to her experiences. After a long moment of contemplation, Zhou exhaled deeply and spoke with significance. All right, I understand. Mufan, I will continue to investigate thoroughly and provide you and that girl with an explanation. Mufan tucked his phone into his pocket, feeling an overwhelming weight in his heart. Suddenly, Bai Yue grasped his wrist tightly, biting her lip, unwilling to speak or let go. She had likely heard the entire conversation and understood the gravity of the situation. Mufan gently ruffled Bai Yue's hair, his piercing gaze seeming to see through everything. Wei Wei, they're not your parents, are they? Bai Yue timidly nodded, her eyes filled with helplessness. Mufan smiled slightly, taking her wrist. Don't worry, I won't let them take you. With a gentle push, Mufan opened the door, his gaze softening. Let us go home. The rabbit family is still waiting for us to feed them. Chapter 32. Pickled fish. Mufan entered the kitchen and poured a glass of warm water, offering it to Wei Wei. Here, have some water first. Without hesitation, Bai Yue accepted the glass and tilted her head back, preparing to pour the water into her mouth. Alarmed, Mufan quickly grasped her wrist and tapped her lightly on the head. Be careful, it's hot, silly. Place the glass on the coffee table and sip it slowly. Bai Yue nodded gently, sitting beside the coffee table and blowing softly across the surface of the water, as if this would hasten its cooling. Her innocent demeanor was endearingly foolish. Such a pure-hearted girl could not possibly lie. Mufan sighed softly to himself, memories drifting back to their first meeting when Bai Yue had mentioned that her parents were deceased. This referred to her biological parents. And now, images flashed in his mind of the moment at the school gate when Bai Yue spoke of being discarded in a trash heap by her younger siblings. Connecting the dots, Mufan speculated that the parents who were soon to come were indeed the family that had once bullied Bai Yue. As for why her name appeared on the household registration, there was likely a complex story behind it. A rustling sound caught Mufan's attention. He instinctively turned his head. At that moment, Bai Yue had stopped blowing on the water and was now holding a whole cabbage leaf, slipping it through the gaps in the iron cage to feed the family of rabbits. She then opened the cage and placed all the rabbits on the coffee table, gently pressing on their soft bellies. The rabbits closed their eyes in comfort, and a slight smile appeared on Bai Yue's face. This heartwarming scene gradually melted Mufan's heart. No matter what, he could not allow Bai Yue to be taken away. This less than 100 square meter old apartment was her best sanctuary. With a swish, Mufan retrieved a bag of pickled vegetables from the refrigerator, tore it open, and poured the contents into a transparent bowl. Wei, guess what we're having for dinner tonight? Upon hearing Mufan's call, Bai Yue immediately set the rabbits aside and hurried over, her footsteps echoing as she leaned in to see what was in the bowl. Mufan was about to explain when he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, that Bai Yue was barefoot. Perhaps the coal tile floor was to blame. She had already lifted one foot, gently resting it on the other, occasionally rubbing them together. Clearing his throat, he raised his wrist and playfully tapped her on the head. Silly, the soles of your feet are the most vulnerable part of your body, with many pores. Standing on a cold floor for too long will let the chills seep in, and you might catch a cold. Hurry and put on some shoes and socks. Oh, Bai Yue replied obediently, turning around. Moments later, she returned to Mufan's side, now wearing shoes and socks. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned over to look into the bowl. What's in there? Pickled vegetables, Mufan said with a smile. Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion, having never heard of such a dish. Not wasting a moment, Mufan picked up a piece of the pickled vegetable with chopsticks and held it up to her mouth. Give it a try. The pickled vegetable, a healthy earthy brown, emitted a faint tangy aroma that was quite appetizing. Bai Yue opened her delicate lips and gently bit down on the vegetable. After a few chews, she swallowed with a satisfying gulp. It's delicious. Mufan affectionately ruffled Bai Yue's hair, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Once the pickled vegetables are cooked, they'll taste even better. Wei, I'm going to make pickled fish now. You can play by yourself for a bit. Bai Yue nodded obediently and returned to the rabbits, occasionally poking their soft bellies with her fingers or rubbing her cheek against their fuzzy fur. Mufan poured some oil into the pot and added the black fish fillets he had bought from the market. He hummed a tune as he stirred, lost in the aroma of the cooking. Half an hour later, Mufan, holding 2 damp cloths, lifted the ceramic pot from the stove and placed the pickled fish on the dining table. Wei, it's time to eat. The pickled fish is best enjoyed hot. Gloomy, taste my cooking. The aroma of the pickled fish wafted through the entire hallway. Bai Yue's stomach had long been yearning for food. The delectable scent stimulated her senses, and her stomach audibly rumbled. Mufan smiled gently and turned toward the kitchen. Wei, I'll go serve the rice. At that moment, a figure darted past him and rushed into the kitchen. Bai Yue crouched down, expertly opening the kitchen cabinet. After retrieving a bowl, she grabbed a pair of chopsticks, turned on the faucet, and washed them under the flowing water. Then, she opened the rice cooker, carefully scooping rice with the serving spoon. Moments later, she stood before Mufan again, holding a bowl brimming with rice and offering it to him. Mufan, here. Mufan was taken aback, not only by Bai Yue's proactive behavior, but also by her adeptness. From retrieving the bowl to washing it and serving the rice, her movements were fluid and confident, as if she had lived in this space for years rather than being a newcomer. The steaming rice radiated warmth. Mufan couldn't help but accept the bowl, astonished. Wei, how did you know where the kitchen utensils were? Bai Yue lifted her gaze and replied softly, "Because I always watch you." "Always watch me?" Mufan was somewhat perplexed. Bai Yue nodded, her eyes sparkling with a brilliance that grew brighter. "Yes, watching you helps me learn anything." Mufan's mouth opened slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yue. She seemed to continually surprise him in delightful ways, akin to a treasure trove of unique talents. Nevertheless, this was not entirely unexpected. After all, Bai Yue was far from foolish. In fact, she was quite intelligent. With a gentle clink, Mufan set the rice bowl on the table, tenderly stroking Bai Yue's head, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Thank you for the rice, Wei Wei. As a reward, I'll serve you a bowl as well." Chapter 33. Open your mouth. I'll give you candy before long. Mufan brought rice to the table. After sitting down, he immediately picked up a curled piece of fish fillet with his chopsticks and placed it in Bai Yue's bowl. "Wei Wei, remember, when you dine out in the future, you must eat this slightly curved fish fillet. It is fresh." Bai Yue picked up the fish fillet, gazing curiously at the steam rising from it. Her soft murmurs seeming to be for her own ears. "It's steaming. Very fresh." Mufan shook his head, correcting her. "Wrong, silly. It's the edge of the fish fillet curling upwards that indicates freshness, because a freshly caught fish still possesses agile muscle nerves. When it is cooked in hot oil or steam, it reacts instinctively, tightening its body unconsciously. Conversely, if a dead fish has been left for a long time, the muscle nerves gradually weaken and the texture of the flesh changes." After a brief pause, Mufan picked up a piece of sauerkraut fish and popped it into his mouth. The fish soaked in the pickled vegetable broth spread deliciously throughout his palate. Mufan chewed repeatedly, his face reflecting pure enjoyment. Only freshly caught fish is the finest. Not only is it succulent, but it is also nutritious, comparable to the most exquisite delicacies of the world. Throughout this, Bai Yue blinked her eyes, attentively listening to Mufan's explanation. Only after he finished did she gently nod. She leaned in, taking a bite of the sauerkraut fish. After quietly chewing for a moment, the corners of her mouth lifted, revealing a hint of a blissful smile. Mufan's dinner is delicious. The highest praise in the world is to compliment the cook in their presence. Mufan felt warmth in his heart. Bai Yue, her every action radiated a healing aura. How could he bear to send such a thoughtful girl away? With a soft sigh, Mufan gently ruffled Bai Yue's hair, affectionately saying, "Wei Wei, if you find it tasty, eat more. Whenever you feel hungry, just tell me. No matter what I am doing, I will drop everything to take you out for a meal." Bai Yue gazed at Mufan in a daze. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of starlight. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Yet, she couldn't comprehend why this thought crossed her mind. She was clearly very happy. Suddenly, Bai Yue leaped from her chair and dove into Mufan's embrace. The abrupt force nearly knocked Mufan off balance. While Mufan instinctively gasped, he rested his palm on the top of Bai Yue's head, slightly bewildered. "Wei Wei, what's wrong with you?" Bai Yue felt a tingling sensation in her nose. An indescribable sadness surged into her heart. She bit her lip, her tightly clenched fists gripping Mufan's clothing. "Mufan, I want to be a burden. Please, don't discard me. Only you. Treat me well." The howling north wind whistled past the balcony, creating a mournful sound. A gentle breeze slipped through the window's crevice, tenderly caressing the dark strands of hair that fell beside Bai Yue's cheek. The muffled sobs echoed for a long time. The originally warm dinner had turned into a scene filled with unspoken pain. Mufan furrowed his brows, the clouds of concern accumulating between them darkening further. He understood clearly. Bai Yue was battling with her past experiences. She was like a tiny speck of dust, wandering in the biting cold wind. No one knew where her final destination lay, until she arrived by his side. Until all the grievances suppressed in her heart erupted. The sobs grew increasingly evident. Bai Yue trembled uncontrollably, burying her head deep into Mufan's chest, seeking warmth as much as she could. Mufan remained silent, gently stroking her head, offering silent comfort. "Silly child, let it all out. When you're tired of crying, just sleep. When you wake up, you want to even remember what happened before." Half an hour later, Mufan carried the sleeping Bai Yue to the bedroom. Tucking her in, he then returned to the living room to clean up the remnants. The The sauerkraut fish had only been partially eaten, still radiating warmth from the clay pot. Too hot to place directly in the refrigerator, and without a food cover at home, Mufan flipped a large bowl from the cupboard to cover the fish. After washing the dishes, he sat down on the sofa, drying his hands with a paper towel. Reflecting on by Yowei's earlier tears, Mufan's complex emotions remained unsettled. People tend to release their negative emotions through tears. It is instinctive and a form of detoxification. Yet, Mufan found himself unable to shed a tear. Being the sole pillar of the family, showing weakness to life felt like surrendering to it. Mufan tossed and turned on the sofa, unable to find peace. He sensed the urge for a cigarette rising within him. Several times, he felt the impulse to step out for a pack. Yet, Yowei's figure continuously appeared in his mind. Mufan couldn't help but smile wryly. Cigarettes are off limits, but perhaps a drink is acceptable? He rose and opened the refrigerator door. After retrieving a bottle of beer, he prepared to pull the tab when footsteps approached from behind. Instinctively, Mufan turned his head. At that moment, Yowei stood by the bedroom door, her delicate hand resting gently on the frame, locking eyes with Mufan. A sudden feeling of being caught, doing something wrong washed over Mufan, and he nervously changed the subject. Wei, are you awake so soon? Yowei approached with measured steps, inquiring with curiosity. Did your craving for cigarettes return? Mufan flinched. Sort of, but I haven't touched a cigarette. I'm just having a drink. A myriad of emotions surged within him. What was this girl doing out here? Surely she wouldn't admonish him about cigarettes and alcohol? Although abstaining would indeed be healthier, it would strip life of all its joy. As Mufan pondered how to defend himself, he soon realized he was overthinking. Yowei did not express any disapproval. Instead, she raised her arm, extending it towards Mufan. He glanced at her tightly clenched fist, inquiring curiously, Wei, what do you have in your hand? Candy, Yowei replied. She opened her fingers to reveal a piece of candy, the most primitive fruit candy, unwrapped and devoid of additives, merely encased in a soft cotton paper. Mufan and Yowei exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment, Mufan, looking confused, pointed to himself. Wei, do you want to give me this candy to help me quit smoking? Yowei nodded earnestly. Mufan smiled appreciatively, preparing to take the fruit candy. Just then, Yowei tore off the wrapper and popped the strawberry-scented candy in her mouth. Following that, she held the candy between her teeth, gently rising on her toes, her voice muffled by the candy. Mufan, open your mouth. I will give you candy. Chapter 34. Getting to know you, would you like some candy? Mouth to mouth. Mufan recoiled swiftly, utterly astonished. Wei, did Shun Xian teach you that method of feeding candy? Yowei nodded, only to shake her head almost immediately, her voice laced with anxiety, barely above a whisper. As her words trailed off, Yowei instinctively lowered her gaze. Her two round, clear eyes, concealed beneath her bangs, flickered uncertainly around the room. Observing the guilt etched on by Yowei's face after her fib, Mufan found himself caught between amusement and exasperation. Deep down, he felt a sense of helplessness. If Yowei was akin to a pristine white canvas, untouched by the murk of the world, then Shun Xian was like a vibrant mango girl. Their prolonged companionship would inevitably lead to Yowei's moral corruption. With a sigh, Mufan released a breath of exasperation, gently patting Yowei's head. Silly girl. In the future, refrain from feeding others that way. Yowei shook her head defiantly. I won't feed anyone else. I will only feed you, Mufan. Mufan felt a pang in his heart. How could this girl be so obstinate? Clearing his throat, he patiently inquired, Wei, if I were to unwrap a piece of candy and feed it to you with my mouth, would you accept? Yowei tilted her head in contemplation and nodded without hesitation. I would. Mufan was left speechless. Why? Yowei's gaze was as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of ripples. Because you're Mufan. Mufan's mind short-circuited, leaving him momentarily devoid of thought. Suddenly, a soft object enveloped him tightly, pulling him back to reality. Yowei pressed against his broad chest, infused with a warm, masculine aura. Her quiet voice pierced through his heart. I would do anything for you, as long as you are happy. If Mufan was happy, then Wei would also be happy. Mufan was momentarily stunned. Her earnest words, akin to a drop of dew imbued with light, fell directly into the depths of his soul. Even in the cold embrace of the snowy mountains, such unexpected warmth had the power to melt him. Time passed in a blur until the night fully descended, with distant neon lights casting a faint glow. It was only then that Mufan regained his senses. He released Bai Yue and gently pinched her soft cheek. "It's getting late. You should go take a shower and then have a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, as per our usual routine, I will accompany you to school." 45 minutes later, Bai Yue emerged from the bathroom, clad in a delicate pink nightgown adorned with bunny motifs. She appeared irresistibly cute, with her damp, long hair cascading down her back, emanating a subtle fragrance. "Mufan," Bai Yue called softly. Mufan replied, "What is it?" Bai Yue blinked her clear eyes, reminiscent of a radiant galaxy. "Could you accompany me to the balcony later?" Mufan cast a glance at the darkened balcony, bewildered. "Do you wish to go outside to stargaze?" Bai Yue pressed her lips together, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. Eventually, she lowered her head, her eyes dimming with disappointment. During school, Shun Xin had shared a plethora of dating experiences with her, one of which involved luring Mufan to the balcony under the pretense of spotting an owl. According to Shun Xin's conjecture, Mufan would search fruitlessly, and upon failing to see the owl, he would redirect his attention back to her. At that moment, she would rise on her toes and kiss his cheek, seizing the opportunity to propose a romantic relationship. Bai Yue merely wished for Mufan's company, nothing more. However, she found herself unable to deceive him. Noticing Bai Yue's prolonged silence, Mufan's confusion deepened. "Wei Wei." Bai Yue turned her cheek, her downturned lips emanating an air of profound grievance. Mufan was even more perplexed. Although he didn't fully grasp Bai Yue's intentions, indulging in a simple stargazing excursion was easily attainable. With determination, Mufan grasped Bai Yue's soft hand and led her toward the balcony. "Actually, it has been quite some time since I took a moment to appreciate the night scenery. Wei Wei, let us go watch the stars together." After a brief hesitation, he finally voiced the heavy thoughts weighing on his heart. "Also, I would like to inquire about your past." Chapter 35. Romantic films in the past. What happened? Bai Yue gazed in bewilderment at Mufan's silhouette as he walked towards the balcony. She silently followed him. The soft glow of the moonlight was particularly serene. The air was filled with a haze of dust and mist, aimlessly drifting and sketching a semblance of smoke. In the distance, the grass swayed in the breeze, seemingly draped in a delicate layer of silver frost. Mufan leaned his elbow against the stone pillar of the balcony, his furrowed brow once again clouded with concern. The so-called parents would undoubtedly come knocking. He could not bear to watch Bai Yue fall back into the mire. "Mufan, what do you want to ask me?" Bai Yue gently clutched the hem of Mufan's shirt, attempting to draw his attention. Mufan snapped back to reality, instinctively turning his head to meet her gaze. Bai Yue's tranquil eyes radiated a faint, firefly-like glow. Mufan hesitated, reluctant to reopen Bai Yue's wounds. She looked at him questioningly, but, seeing his reluctance to speak, refrained from pressing further. Instead, she extended her hand toward the distant sky. "Mufan, look quickly, the moon is out." Mufan raised his head. A full moon hung at the horizon, its gentle yellow light obliterating the surrounding haze. He became entranced, his mood gradually calming. Suddenly, he realized that he was always worrying about the future, much like a person fretting over nothing. This was unwise. Rather than engaging in mental turmoil and increasing his psychological burden, it was better to take things one step at a time and live more freely. With a soft exhale, Mufan released a breath of tension and affectionately ruffled Bai Yue's hair. "Wei Wei, while the moon is indeed beautiful, I still think it pales in comparison to you." The sound of rustling pages suddenly filled the air. Mufan turned in confusion. Bai Yue had produced a small booklet from somewhere. She held a ballpoint pen, diligently writing something while leaning against the stone pillar. "Fool, don't write in the dark, or your eyes will suffer." Mufan gently tapped her head and took the booklet from her grasp, holding the booklet towards the moonlight. The words became clear. "It's very joyful to watch the moon with Mufan." Mufan flipped through a few more pages, finding them blank, devoid of any other text. With a head full of questions, Mufan asked, Wei Wei, is this your diary? No. Is it homework assigned by the teacher? Neither. Then what is it? Bai Yue lifted her gaze, locking her eyes on Mufan's, and replied word by word, It's a love manual. Huh. Mufan stood frozen, as if turned to stone. What on earth is that? Bai Yue bit her lip, clearly torn inside. Wei Wei. Mufan called out, puzzled. Suddenly, Bai Yue dove into Mufan's embrace, her eyes shimmering with guilt. Mufan, I'm sorry. Mufan was taken aback. Why apologize? Shenxian asked me to lie to you, but I didn't want to do that. Mufan pressed on with curiosity. What did she ask you to deceive me about? Bai Yue pursed her lips, hesitating as she spoke. She told me to tell you there's an owl in the tree, and then, when you turn around, I should kiss your face. Mufan's eyes widened in shock. Why would you want to kiss my face? Because I want to be in a relationship with you. Boom! Mufan's mind buzzed. No wonder Bai Yue's demeanor had seemed different today. From sucking on strawberry candy to playfully requesting a shared bath, and even inviting him to the balcony. It turned out that Shenxian, the crafty strategist, had orchestrated it all from behind the scenes. Mufan cradled his head, feeling overwhelmed. Wei Wei, do you know what being in a relationship means? Bai Yue raised her calm eyes, nodding and then shaking her head. Observing her perplexed expression, Mufan sighed helplessly. He reached out and gently pressed his hand against her head, patiently explaining, a relationship is a way for a boy and a girl to cultivate feelings for each other. Among over 8 billion people in the world, 2 strangers can go from mere acquaintances to deeply affectionate companions, and eventually to lifelong partners. It's thus mysterious and evokes longing. Throughout this exchange, Bai Yue maintained her embrace around Mufan, reluctant to let go. She fixed her clear eyes on his moving lips, striving to comprehend the meaning behind his words. However, her mind felt blank, akin to a dull wooden fish, unable to grasp anything. Bai Yue shifted, pressing her cheek closer against Mufan's chest. I want to cultivate feelings with you, because it makes me happy. Her fragmented sentences spilled forth hesitantly. From what Mufan had learned about Bai Yue over time, he understood that her loneliness reemerged when she was anxious. When deprived of affection for too long, her tone would inevitably drop. Mufan held Bai Yue close, listening to her steady, subtle breaths. Her warm breath, akin to a pendulum, repeatedly struck at Mufan's heart. The 6-year age gap seemed significant, yet was easily accepted. A 24-year-old man dating an 18-year-old girl might seem inappropriate. But a relationship between a 58-year-old man and a 52-year-old woman would raise no eyebrows. Perhaps it was worth a try? After a moment of contemplation, Mufan formulated a plan. Since Bai Yue was unfamiliar with love, he would teach her. Once she developed the ability to think independently, their future interactions would surely become easier. With a decisive motion, Mufan took Bai Yue's small hand and headed towards the bedroom. Wei Wei, stop looking at the moon. I'm taking you to watch a romantic film. Once you've seen a complete one, you will understand what it truly means to be in a relationship. Chapter 36. A bounty of snacks with a rustling sound. Mufan clutched the corner of the blanket, lifting it with a flourish. Bai Yue stood beside him, her head tilted in confusion. Mufan, what are you doing? Making a nest, Mufan replied without turning around. Making a nest? Bai Yue murmured softly, her gaze now filled with greater curiosity. After smoothing out all 4 corners of the blanket, Mufan picked up a pillow. He then began to gently pat it. With a subtle muffled sound, the pillow began to expand, becoming more resilient. Mufan's fingers glided over its surface, the cool sensation reminiscent of silk. That should be about right, Mufan said, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He leaned 2 pillows against the headboard and turned to Bai Yue. Wei Wei, come and lean against it. See if there's anything different from usual. Bai Yue obediently nodded. She crawled onto the bed on all 4s. As she moved, her dangling ankles swayed. With a thud, her cartoon-shaped slippers tumbled to the floor, one of them even landing upside down. Mufan felt a surge of annoyance. He raised a hand and gently tapped her ankle, exclaiming, Silly girl, don't get on the bed in such a strange way. Place your shoes properly, otherwise, they'll all be hard to find tomorrow. Though he chided her, his actions remained tender. He bent down to pick up the slippers and carefully placed them at the bedside. After arranging the shoes, he lifted his head and unexpectedly caught sight of a small head, partially obscured by bangs, resting on the bed. Gazing at him with a dazed expression, Mufan gasped, hastily adjusting his position to avoid a collision. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he admonished, Wei Wei, don't lie there silently. I almost bumped into your head. Bai Yue did not respond to this remark. Throughout, her attention remained fixated on the cartoon slippers. She extended her finger, puzzled. Why did you place the shoes so far away? Mufan paused, suddenly realizing he had indeed put the slippers near the foot of the bed, with their toes pointing outward. This manner of arranging slippers had become a long-standing habit of his. Bai Yue blinked her clear eyes, staring at him as if awaiting an answer. Mufan felt compelled to explain, well, when I was a child, I read a ghost story that mentioned shoes shouldn't point towards the bed. Otherwise, at night, a ghost might come into the room, wear those shoes, and watch you sleep. After recounting this story, Mufan felt a twinge of unease. After all, those ghost tales were indeed quite frightening. Mufan, are you afraid of ghosts? Bai Yue suddenly asked. Not really, Mufan replied, his confidence wavering. Though his expression was subtle, the perceptive Bai Yue immediately sensed his inner turmoil. With a sudden movement, Bai Yue climbed beside Mufan, resting her head gently on his chest. Mimicking his previous tone, she softly reassured, Mufan, don't be afraid. If any ghosts come, I will protect you. Mufan found himself a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. After a long moment, he gently pushed Bai Yue away and tousled her hair. Silly girl, just stay here and grow up healthy. Wait for me a moment. I'll go to the living room and get some snacks. Bai Yue stared blankly at Mufan's retreating figure, her calm voice laced with confusion. Why? Do you need to get snacks? Silly. You have to eat something while watching TV. Otherwise, it'll be so boring. 10 minutes later, Mufan returned to the bedroom, balancing a round plate filled with sliced apples and a few cream-filled cookies. With a clatter, he placed the plate on the bedside table and was about to climb into bed when he suddenly noticed that Bai Yue had stacked the pillows together. Wei Wei, why did you stack the two pillows? It'll be more comfortable this way, she replied matter-of-factly. Then where will I lie? Without hesitation, Bai Yue answered. On the pillows. Mufan was perplexed once more. And what about you? Bai Yue calmly replied, I'll lie on you. What? Mufan felt as if he had turned to stone, frozen in disbelief. She had clearly stated she wasn't interested in dating. In that moment of shock, Bai Yue had already extended her slender hand, patting the space beside her. Mufan, hurry and get in bed. Snapping back to reality, Mufan climbed onto the bed. It must be said that stacking the two pillows together and leaning them against the bed was indeed a clever move. Not only did it provide soft support for his back, but it also allowed his neck to rest comfortably. Wei Wei, you've thought this through quite well, Mufan said, a smile of appreciation lighting up his face. With a soft thud, Bai Yue nestled beside him. Mufan. Bai Yue tilted her head, her serene eyes shimmering with a unique allure amidst the tense atmosphere, especially the corners of her eyes sparkling with tenderness. Mufan shivered slightly, his words faltering. Wei, what's wrong? Bai Yue inquired curiously. What are we going to do later? Watch a movie, Mufan said as he pulled out his phone. After a few taps, he opened a streaming app and selected a popular film that was highly ranked. On the screen, a golden dragon appeared. Mufan swiftly switched to full screen and positioned the phone horizontally. Here, have a piece of apple. I just sliced it, he said, offering a crescent-shaped piece of apple to Bai Yue. With the apple clutched in her mouth, Bai Yue resembled an adorably clueless hamster, nibbling rapidly at the edges. Throughout it all, her gaze remained glued to the screen, utterly captivated by the unfolding visuals. This girl, she probably hasn't seen a movie before. So tonight, let's indulge in all the experiences she has yet to enjoy. A tender smile of affection crossed Mufan's face. One hand held the phone while the other rested behind his head, allowing Bai Yue to bob her head against his chest. As the heartwarming background music of the movie played, Mufan felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. He couldn't help but glance at Bai Yue's long eyelashes framing her clear eyes, whispering softly, if I could have a relationship with Bai Yue that would never end, then perhaps life would become more interesting. Chapter 37. Who taught you this move? The night was eerily tranquil. In the distance, the occasional bark of a dog punctuated the silence. A romantic film played on the screen, nearing its climax. Mufan reached out, intending to take another slice of apple from the plate, but after a prolonged search, his hand found nothing. Instinctively, he turned his head towards the bedside table. The plate of apples and cookies was entirely empty. Vivi, the fruit is gone. Do you still want to eat? If you do, I can cut some more. However, there was no response. Vivi? Mufan queried, perplexed as he stretched his neck. At that moment, Bai Yue remained in her position, still clutching an apple, though her eyes were now closed. Mufan's eyes widened in shock. What? Didn't she just take a bite of apple? This girl could fall asleep in an instant? He marveled at her ability and quietly turned off the movie. Just as he attempted to roll over to lay Bai Yue flat, he suddenly felt something slide down the bedsheet and bump against his forearm. Lowering his gaze, he noticed 5 or 6 slices of apple beside his arm. The apples, long untouched, had oxidized, their skins now adorned with a faint layer of black. A question mark floated above Mufan's head. The interval during which he had offered Bai Yue apples was more than sufficient for her to finish an entire slice. What was going on with these apples? Could it be that Bai Yue could eat apples while asleep? Mufan felt as though he had stumbled upon a new discovery. He picked up a slice of apple and softly said, Vivi, would you like to eat an apple? Bai Yue mechanically nodded, extending her arm. After grasping the apple, she attempted to bring it to her lips, but it merely fell vertically, rolling off the bedsheet and back to Mufan's fingers. Mufan was astonished. His jaw nearly dropped. With a complicated mood, he placed the apple into his mouth, muttering, impressive. The following day, a ray of warm sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating the room and casting a halo around Mufan. His eyelids fluttered, and he groggily opened his eyes. Rolling over, he mumbled, Vivi, it's time to get up. Yet, there was no response. Sensing something was amiss, Mufan quickly sat up, bewildered, scanning the surroundings. Bai Yue was nowhere to be found. Why does she always wander off? Mufan grumbled as he swiftly jumped out of bed, heading straight for the living room. In the kitchen, the oil in the frying pan was bubbling irregularly. A girl in an apron stood at the stove, busily working. As she added slices of bread, the piercing sound of the sizzling oil quickly subsided. Bai Yue grasped the pan's handle with one hand while maneuvering a spatula beneath the bread with the other. With a slight exertion of her arm, the bread leapt into the air, performing a graceful flip before landing perfectly back in the pan, the side that had been cooked now glistening with a golden hue, exuding the aroma of frying. Mufan was left speechless. He could hardly believe that this was Bai Yue's handiwork. Approaching her side, he incredulously asked, Vivi, are you making breakfast? Bai Yue lifted her head, her crescent moon eyes sparkling with a hint of joy. Mufan, you're awake. Vivi, that flip. Who taught you that? Bai Yue blinked and replied dreamily, you. Me? Mufan pointed at himself, puzzled. Typically, he was the one cooking at home. Although Bai Yue occasionally peeked into the kitchen, he had never imparted any culinary techniques to her. Just as Mufan was lost in confusion, Bai Yue's calm voice chimed in again. Because I love watching you. As I watched, I just learned. Mufan was taken aback. Bai Yue's explanation might seem absurd to others, but he believed it wholeheartedly. Recently, he had washed clothes in her presence and used a hairdryer to dry them. The next day, Bai Yue had meticulously cleaned all the clothes in the house, replicating his actions. Her ability to learn was truly astonishing. The sizzling sound of oil resumed. Bai Yue glanced over, lifted the toasted bread onto a plate to keep warm, and then retrieved an egg from the cupboard. Gently tapping it against the edge of the frying pan, she then positioned it above the pan, simultaneously spreading her fingers outward. With a swift crack, a vibrant yellow egg dropped perfectly into the pan, solidifying in no time. Wow! Cracking an egg with one hand? Mufan was dumbfounded. He understood that such culinary skills could not be mastered overnight. Even seasoned chefs occasionally made mistakes. At that moment, apart from impressive, he could think of no other words. He refrained from intervening, standing by silently, waiting. Once the egg was cooked, Bai Yue placed it atop the slice of bread. She then picked a few lettuce leaves, briefly heating them before swiftly placing them on top of the egg. With luncheon meat and tomato slices, she included every ingredient Mufan had ever used in his sandwiches. As the final slice of bread was placed atop the assembled ingredients, the Mufan-style sandwich was flawlessly replicated. Bai Yue held the plate, presenting it before Mufan. He gazed at the sandwich, which was still steaming, retaining warmth. The vegetables within were incredibly fresh, a feast for the eyes and palate, resembling something he had crafted himself. With an eager tone, Bai Yue urged Mufan, "Please try it." Mufan picked up the sandwich and took a gentle bite. The warmth and slightly sweet flavor of the sandwich spread across his mouth. As he chewed repeatedly, his astonishment grew. He habitually added a bit of sugar when pouring oil to toast the bread for enhanced flavor. Such a subtle detail had been learned by Bai Yue as well. This girl was truly remarkable. In that moment, Mufan finally understood why teachers looked at good students with such fondness, their voices growing tender. It was a genuine affection. He ruffled Bai Yue's hair, overflowing with adoration. "Vivi, your sandwich is delicious. With your remarkable learning ability, I think you could explore some cookbooks and try your hand at baking more treats. After graduation, you might even consider opening a shop and becoming a baker." Bai Yue buried her head in Mufan's embrace, gently shaking her head. "I don't want to be a baker. I just want to cook for you." Mufan. Bai Yue shifted slightly, withdrawing her head from Mufan's embrace. She raised her gaze, her tranquil eyes shimmering with ripples of emotion. "Mufan, whatever you wish to eat, just tell me. As long as it makes you happy, I will certainly make it for you." Chapter 38, Our Conversation. The azure sky was adorned with fluffy, cotton-like clouds. A few sparrows perched on the stone pillars of the balcony, occasionally hopping about, pecking at the scattered crumbs lodged in the crevices. The tranquility of the morning beckoned the rabbit family, which sat attentively by the iron cage, their three-pronged mouths twitching in anticipation. Bai Yue was similarly captivated, her gaze fixed on the chirping sparrows as she observed their every movement. Suddenly, she turned her head and mimicked the sparrow's feeding action, gently pecking Mufan's arm. Ouch! Mufan was taken aback, his sandwich nearly slipping from his grasp. Regaining his hold on the sandwich, he lightly tapped Bai Yue on the head, softly admonishing, "Wei Wei, are you being foolish?" Bai Yue, oblivious to her transgression, tilted her head in innocent confusion, asking, "What's wrong?" Her naive demeanor rendered Mufan unable to feel anger. He sighed helplessly and patiently instructed, "Wei Wei, when eating, one must not play around. If there are sharp objects in the food, it could lead to accidents. Just like lollipops, bamboo skewers, or even chopsticks, all can be considered sharp objects. If we play around and accidentally poke an eye or a throat, it could result in irreparable harm, a heavy blow to both our families. That is why many cafeterias display signs that read 'No noise' and 'No roughhousing.'" Bai Yue sat upright in her chair, listening intently. Noticing her earnestness, Mufan added, "Also, if you see someone cleaning their ears, don't meddle." Bai Yue nodded, though her comprehension was vague. She hopped off the chair and stood facing Mufan, taking a few steps back. But soon, she circled around him like a compass. With a flourish, Bai Yue opened her arms, enveloping Mufan and resting her head on his warm shoulder, whispering, "You eat with that hand. I'll lean on this one. Mufan, I want to move. I'll wait until you finish breakfast." Naturally, she closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes, illuminated by the morning light, radiated a soft golden halo. Accompanied by her steady breathing, Bai Yue emitted a soft hum, reminiscent of a girl succumbing to drowsiness. Mufan, holding the remaining half of his sandwich, stared blankly. This girl, does she even grasp what I'm saying? 10 minutes later, Mufan approached the bathroom sink. Beside him stood a girl, swaying drowsily in a half-asleep state. Why does she always look like she can't wake up? Mufan muttered to himself as he turned on the tap. A cascade of steaming water erupted. He dipped his fingers in. The temperature was just right. Next, he grabbed a towel and tossed it into the sink until it was thoroughly soaked. Only then did he take the damp towel, wring it out, and gently press it against Bai Yue's cheeks, holding her head steady. The warmth of the towel seeped into her pores, invigorating her. Bai Yue's sleepiness dissipated significantly. She gently shook her head, squeezing her eyes shut, then suddenly opened them. In a hushed tone, akin to a gentle breeze, she murmured, "Mufan, I accidentally fell asleep." Mufan paid little heed. He reached out, tenderly stroking her hair, chuckling, "It's normal to feel drowsy in spring, fatigued in autumn, and to doze off in summer. Don't feel guilty. Just don't sleep at your desk during class, or your studies will suffer. Bai Yue lifted her eyes, her tea-brown pupils shimmering with a hint of moisture, quivering slightly. In the past, her life had been one of caution, never allowing herself a sound sleep. Only by Mufan's side did she feel warmth within. With a sudden motion, Bai Yue buried her face in a Mufan's chest. Instinctively, Mufan opened his arms and embraced her. Though Bai Yue remained silent, Mufan sensed something amiss in her unusual gaze. He understood well. Bai Yue was reliving her past pains. With a sigh, Mufan stroked her soft hair, seeking to shift the topic. Wei, did you watch the romantic movie last night? Bai Yue swallowed hard, eager to discuss the film's plot with Mufan, but her mind was blank. Drooping her head like a chastised child, she murmured, I fell asleep. I only saw a little. Mufan smiled gently, his compassion evident. Then shall we continue tonight? Bai Yue nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. But Mufan interjected, raising a finger. There are conditions for watching the movie. You must study diligently at school today, remember the homework assigned by the teacher, and bring it home to complete. If your accuracy is high, I will accompany you to finish the rest of the film. How does that sound? Without hesitation, Bai Yue nodded Mufan. I will do my best to follow your instructions. Suddenly, Mufan felt a strange sensation. Why did he feel as though he was a bad uncle instructing an innocent girl to complete a task? Shaking his head, he dismissed the errant thoughts. Mufan took Bai Yue's hand, stepping out of the bathroom and heading toward the front door. Wei, it's almost time. I'll take you to school. 20 minutes later, Mufan stood at the school gate, holding onto his bicycle, waving goodbye to Bai Yue. The girl, clutching a bunny plush and carrying her white backpack, walked further away until her figure completely vanished into the crowd. Only then did Mufan divert his gaze. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Xiao Zhou's hurried voice. Mufan, can you hear me? Stay home and don't go anywhere. I'll be there shortly. We need to talk. Without waiting for Mufan's response, Xiao Zhou hung up. Listening to the dial tone on the other end, Mufan felt a mix of emotions. His intuition told him something was amiss, and it was intricately linked to Bai Yue. Most likely, it was her parents who had come looking for her. Furrowing his brow, Mufan instinctively glanced in the direction of Bai Yue's classroom. He then sent a text to Shen Xin, instructing her not to let Bai Yue leave school. Afterward, he mounted his bicycle and sped toward home. Chapter 39. Parents arrive. Mufan, riding his bicycle, had just entered the residential complex when he spotted Officer Zhou anxiously waiting by the door. He quickened his pace and halted in front of him. Officer Zhou, have Bai Yue's parents come looking for her? Without an immediate explanation, Zhou seized Mufan's arm and pulled him into the corridor, his brow furrowed with deepening clouds of worry. Mufan, let's talk inside. 5 minutes later, Mufan and Zhou were seated on the sofa, 2 steaming cups of green tea resting on the coffee table. The fragrant aroma of the tea wafted through the air, but Zhou had no inclination to indulge. He raised a hand to his forehead, anxiously massaging it. Lost in a profound dilemma, Bai Yue's parents had indeed found her. According to protocol, she had to be returned to them. Yet this was far too cruel for Mufan. Zhou was at a loss as to how to delicately convey this harsh reality to him. After a long silence, Zhou resolved to engage in casual conversation. He lifted his teacup, taking a tentative sip while forcing an awkward smile. Mufan, Bai Yue has been staying at your place these past few days. Have you two been getting along well? Has she been a mischievous child, always creating chaos? After a brief pause, Zhou's gaze drifted to the rabbit in its cage. Mufan, have you gotten a pet? Throughout this exchange, Mufan remained silent. He understood Zhou's intention to warm the atmosphere through conversation, to gently pave the way for the impending topic of returning Bai Yue. Though his time with her had not been extensive, the days spent together had made her the most significant person in his life. Even if he were to let Bai Yue go, she would never consent. Moreover, she had once mentioned that her parents had perished long ago. He firmly believed that the 2 individuals who had come searching for her were imposters with no blood ties to her. With a deep exhale, Mufan cut to the chase. Officer Zhou, you hurriedly sought me out to take Bai Yue back, didn't you? Zhou hesitated, his throat moving as if he wished to speak, but found himself at a loss. Eventually, he nodded gently. A flicker of resolve ignited in Mufan's eyes. Did it truly mean that even if those so-called parents were imposters, Bai Yue had to be surrendered to them? Zhou, torn with conflict, expressed his thoughts. Mufan, I understand that this weighs heavily on your heart. I know you genuinely care for Bai Yue and wish to help her overcome her introverted nature. However, her biological parents are here now. If you continue to hide her, it may not end well. Furthermore, the household registration system indicates that Bai Yue is indeed their daughter. Having been influenced by his family background, Mufan possessed a profound understanding of the law. Zhou was not mistaken. Allowing the situation to escalate would yield no benefit for him. Yet, Mufan found himself stubbornly fixated. He had promised Bai Yue that he would never allow her to return to that terrifying abyss. In his mounting agitation, Mufan's breathing quickened. He was acutely aware that his craving for nicotine was resurfacing. Zhou, perceptive of his distress, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to him. Mufan, would you like to smoke? Instinctively, Mufan reached out, but as his fingers brushed the cigarette pack, he withdrew. Instead, he lifted his teacup, gulping down a generous mouthful. After rinsing his mouth, he disposed of it in the trash bin, feeling somewhat relieved from his craving. Officer Zhou, I have a question for you. Zhou leaned in attentively. What is it? Mufan wiped his mouth with a tissue and looked into Zhou's eyes with a newfound depth. If Bai Yue were to leave with the imposters and were subjected to mistreatment or abuse, what then? Zhou frowned, responding without hesitation. According to protocol, a warning would be issued to the guardians, and in the event of recurrence, severe penalties would follow. Mufan regarded him coolly. Please elaborate. What does severe penalties entail? Zhou explained. If the guardians are found to be continuously abusing the child, their guardianship will be revoked, and the child will be placed under social care. Should any physical or psychological harm occur, resulting in injuries that meet the standards for minor injuries, they could face imprisonment for up to 3 years. Mufan sipped his tea, striving to maintain his composure amidst the tumult of emotions. Revoking guardianship must follow a process. During that period, Bai Yue would undoubtedly suffer. After finally escaping the mire, to cast her back into it would be excessively cruel for an 18-year-old girl. Must she endure another round of suffering before justice is served? Zhou was taken aback. For a fleeting moment, he saw in Mufan the reflection of his mentor. Throughout his internship, he had diligently memorized legal texts, adhering strictly to protocol in every case. Yet, Mufan's approach appeared to be far more compassionate. He consistently viewed issues from diverse perspectives, addressing them with rationality. Zhou's thoughts became muddled. Mufan, do you have a plan? Mufan nodded, speaking softly. Yes, I can gather evidence to silence the imposters, ensuring they will never trouble Bai Yue again. A spark of hope ignited in Zhou's heart, dispelling his worries completely. What evidence? Instead of responding immediately, Mufan reclined on the sofa, covering his face with his hands and murmuring with closed eyes. Tomorrow morning, I will present the evidence to you. Officer Zhou, please leave for now. I wish to be alone for a moment. With matters at such a critical juncture, Zhou could only nod in agreement. He did not linger, decisively rising to exit. Just before reaching the door, he turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Mufan. Mufan, you don't happen to have feelings for Bai Yue, do you? Mufan did not answer, but waved his arm dismissively, signaling Zhou to leave. Seeing this, Zhou relented and stepped out. With a soft thud, the door closed, plunging the living room back into silence. Mufan remained motionless on the sofa, faintly aware of the fervent heartbeat resonating within his chest. Suddenly, the vibration of his phone broke the stillness, signaling the arrival of 2 text messages simultaneously. Shinexine Wow. Uncle, are you a daughter Khan? Bai Yue is an adult now. Why are you still so overprotective? The school won't even let her go out? Wei Mufan. I miss you so much. Ignoring Shun Exine, Mufan immediately opened Bai Yue's message, typing out response. Silly girl, make sure to eat a good lunch. And don't leave the oranges for the evening. Wei. Wow. Uncle, are you prioritizing romance over friendship? Aw, I thought you were my best friend. You've shattered my heart. Oh dear. Mufan typed back. Don't take Bai Yue's phone. If it runs out of battery, she won't be able to find me and will worry. With a sigh, Mufan tossed his phone onto the coffee table, staring blankly at the ceiling. The green tea continued to steam, and as a gentle breeze wafted through, a swirl of irregular mist gradually enveloped his vision. Reflecting on his conversation with Zhou, the image of Bai Youwei's delicate figure surfaced in his mind. Mufan smacked his lips, softly humming as if questioning himself. Collecting evidence isn't particularly challenging. The scars on her calves from past torments serve as the best proof. However, a few photographs alone are insufficient. It is essential for Bai Youwei to document her experiences as a formal record, recollecting that painful scar and inscribing it on paper. Can Bai Youwei endure the weight of it all? Chapter 40. Leave it to me. The dim halo of twilight cast its glow upon the drifting mist. The monotonous warm hues rendered one's attention languid. Mufan leaned against his bicycle, standing beneath the banyan tree in front of the school, allowing the speckles of light filtering through the branches to leave mottled traces upon his cheeks. With a swift motion, Mufan tore off the tab from a soda can, his gaze fixed intently on a girl sprinting towards him in the distance. Bai Youwei clutched the long ears of her rabbit plush toy as she weaved through the crowd. With each stride, her white backpack bounced rhythmically behind her. With a sudden leap, Bai Youwei burst through the school gates and dove into Mufan's embrace. Instinctively, he opened his arms to catch her, yet the force of her impact sent him stumbling back a few steps. This girl certainly has tremendous strength. Mufan mused himself. Bai Youwei nuzzled her head against Mufan's chest, raising her clear, chestnut brown eyes, a smile unconsciously tugging at her lips. Mufan, I missed you. A warm sensation enveloped Mufan's heart. Bai Youwei, she always has a healing effect. As long as he was with her, even the heaviest of emotions would swiftly dissolve. With a gentle smile, he tenderly stroked her head, offering the soda can. I spotted a new flavor in the shop earlier, strawberry sparkling water. Why don't you give it a try? Bai Youwei accepted the can, cradling it carefully with both hands, aligning the opening cautiously with her mouth. Gulp, gulp. Her throat moved rhythmically as the slightly effervescent juice flowed into her. A small trickle escaped the corner of her mouth, gliding down to her chin. Mufan quickly extended his finger to wipe away the spilled drink, playfully scolding, "Silly girl, drink slowly. No one is competing with you." Burp! Bai Youwei set the can down, expelling the bubbles from her belly. She licked her lips, her bright eyes shimmering with delight. It's delicious. Mufan smiled softly. If you like it, then drink more. Bai Youwei nestled her head gently against his chest, basking in the warmth of their embrace. Mufan, I've already put my homework in my backpack. I will work hard at school and earn money to support you in the future. Mufan instinctively glanced at her backpack, noticing it seemed a tad fuller than usual, likely filled with assignments from various teachers. He smiled again, affectionately ruffling her hair. Wei, hop on, let's head home. The tandem bicycle glided slowly along the wide road. Set against the swaying foxtail grass and the soft, golden glow, it formed a picturesque scene. Mufan rode in silence, preoccupied with thoughts of how to convey the events of the day to Bai Youwei once they returned home. He also contemplated how to gently guide her to articulate her grievances against her fraudulent parents. Mufan. Bai Youwei's soft voice broke the silence. Tattered, Mufan replié. Wei, what's wrong? Leaning forward, Bai Youwei wrapped her arms around his warm waist, pressing her cheek gently against him. A hint of sadness tinged her slow, measured tone. You seem troubled. Mufan forced a calm demeanor. Wei, don't overthink it. Bai Youwei's lips turned slightly pink as she tightened her embrace. Mufan, please don't be sad. If you're sad, I will be sad too. Mufan was taken back. He had not displayed any overt emotions. How could Bai Youwei intuit his inner turmoil? Taking a deep breath, he exhaled the heaviness within, managing a smile. With you by my side, I'm always happy. How could I possibly be sad? Bai Youwei's cheek remained pressed against Mufan's back. Her clear, chestnut eyes pierced through the layers of flesh, reaching deep into his soul. She could perceive the murky haze of despair gathering within him, gradually dissipating like wisps of smoke, vanishing into the horizon. A warm smile spread across Bai Youwei's face, her long eyelashes fluttering as she softly murmured, Mufan, thank you. Silly girl, I've told you countless times. No need to say thank you. Mufan replied affectionately. Yet silence ensued. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Mufan, noticed by Yue, had fallen asleep, her eyes closed and her chest rising and falling evenly. Could it be? Had she fallen asleep again? This girl, surely she couldn't have narcolepsy? 15 minutes later, Mufan applied the brakes, bringing the bicycle to a stop beside the hallway. He then lifted the slumbering Bai Yue into a princess carry and stepped inside the house. Gently, he laid her down upon the soft sheets, removing her shoes and the white backpack slung over her shoulders. As he prepared to cover her with a blanket, his gaze instinctively fell upon her calves. There, on her fair skin, were the unmistakable marks of bruises. Initially, Mufan had thought they were mere frostbite. It was only now that he comprehended the scars left from years of abuse, wounds repeatedly torn open and healed. Why did they have to call themselves her parents? Furrowing his brows, Mufan delicately traced the bruises on her calves, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Mufan, a faint voice broke the silence. Bai Yue blinked awake, gazing at him with a dazed expression. They say, I am a burden. A burden must be punished to learn a lesson. But, Mufan, you have never hit me, nor have you called me a burden. What? Am I really? Her tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any bitterness, as if she were seeking answers to untie the knots in her heart. Mufan felt a pang of pain. He knew all too well that Bai Yue was an intelligent girl. She must have surmised that her fraudulent parents would soon come knocking. Bai Yue understood everything. She just chose not to voice it. A wave of sorrow washed over Mufan. He abruptly stood up, rummaging through the drawer for paper and pen, positioning himself at the edge of the bed. Wei, how did they treat you in the past? Just tell me. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze. His dark eyes, imbued with intensity, appeared even colder under the harsh light. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 41. Never apart. Half an hour later, Mufan sat alone on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. On the coffee table lay a sheet of paper, its black ink still fresh and densely packed with words. The content was a harrowing account by Bai Yue, detailing her grievances against her imposter parents. They found me bothersome and confined me to a dark room, binding my feet with ropes. My younger siblings would sometimes enter, delighting in spraying my eyes with water guns, so I grew my hair long to shield myself. They claimed that striking my legs would not cause injury, but would teach me a lesson, preventing future missteps. They said my brother was ill and needed my organs to recover, so I went to the hospital with him, but fear compelled me to flee alone. The chilling words pierced Mufan's heart like a merciless steel blade. Disturbed, he averted his gaze. He pulled out his phone and dialed Officer Zhou. Are you the precinct? At that moment, Officer Zhou was brushing his teeth at home. Upon hearing Mufan's voice, he felt a sudden jolt. He knew Mufan would not call without good reason. If he sought him out, it must be serious. Reflecting on recent events, Zhou surmised that Mufan's call was related to Bai Yue and perhaps to those two imposter parents. Gripping his toothbrush, Zhou hastily rinsed it in the cup, threw on a leather jacket, and dashed out. Mufan, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. As night deepened, thick darkness floated across the sky, obscuring the tranquil glow of the moon. The cold evening breeze blew fiercely, and a layer of mist began to envelop the streetlight nearby, accompanied by a few drizzling raindrops. The sound of hurried footsteps grew nearer, echoing through the corridor. Alongside urgent knocking, Zhou's anxious voice followed. Mufan, open the door. I'm here. Mufan stood up and opened the door. Zhou entered, scanning the living room. You called me in such a rush. Have you gathered the evidence? Where is Bai Yue? Is she all right? Mufan led Zhou towards the coffee table, she resting in the bedroom. I'll take her to the precinct soon. He picked up the paper and handed it to Zhou. Officer Zhou, please take a look at this first. Zhou accepted the paper and read it intently. The densely packed words conveyed the sufferings Bai Yue had endured. It was shocking. Zhou's complexion turned visibly pale as he swallowed hard, astonished. Why? Is it like this? Mufan, are you certain that what Bai Yue wrote is true? Mufan's expression turned grave. I trust Bai Yue. She would never lie. Zhou instinctively swallowed again, seeing the sincerity in Mufan's eyes. However, being part of the judicial system, he knew that everything must be substantiated by evidence. One could not be careless. Although he leaned towards Mufan's side, he could not act too hastily. At the precinct, Bai Yue's adoptive parents had indeed been anxious to see her, crying profusely and reminiscing about her childhood. Furrowing his brow, Zhou pondered, I will drive into the community now, and we'll return to the precinct together. Then, I'll summon her adoptive parents for an in-person discussion. If they genuinely intend to take Bai Yue to the hospital and coerce her into donating organs, the law will not spare them. Zhou turned and exited. Confrontation was precisely what Mufan desired. He understood that if this matter was not resolved immediately, the demonic family would continue to harass Bai Yue, leaving her psychological scars unhealed. Meting out justice to the wicked and dispelling the darkness within Bai Yue's heart was Mufan's foremost duty. Mufan turned and gently pushed open the bedroom door. In the cold corner, a curled figure squatted. Bai Yue clutched the blanket tightly around herself. Despite the distance, Mufan could clearly see her body trembling. With a heavy heart, he approached and softly called out, Wei Wei. Startled, Bai Yue lowered the blanket and cautiously peeked around. The moment their eyes met, she sprang up and dove into his embrace, pressing her head against his warm skin. Mufan tenderly stroked Bai Yue's head, reassuring her, Silly girl, don't be afraid. I'll take you to the precinct now, and we will resolve everything. Bai Yue bit her lip gently. They will hurt you. I don't want you to get hurt. With open arms, Mufan held her tighter. Silly girl, I want to get hurt. On the contrary, they will all pay for their past actions. Outside, the sound of car tires crunching over mud filled the air, as bright headlights illuminated the surroundings. A hint of coldness reflected in Mufan's eyes. Wei Wei, as long as I am here, no one can bully you. Bai Yue's heart raced. She looked up, her gaze fixed on the man who towered over her. A profound sense of security surged through her being. Mufan, he was warmer than anyone in the world. Just being with him was always comforting. Bai Yue gradually let go of her psychological burdens. She instinctively tightened her fingers, aligning them with Mufan's large hand, her eyes shimmering with deep gratitude as she whispered, Mufan, thank you. I truly love being with you. From now on, let us never part, and live on, forever. The old Santana roared as it rolled along. Zhou drove silently, his brow furrowed tightly as he remained tense. Mufan sat in the back seat, allowing Bai Yue to rest on him. Mufan, Zhou suddenly spoke. Mufan turned his gaze forward. Zhou glanced at the rearview mirror. His emotions complex. In our judicial system, the most direct and effective evidence is video, audio recordings, and suspect confessions. After that comes the victim's unilateral accusations. Merely presenting photographs and written accounts raises concerns. Though Zhou did not state it outright, Mufan understood his implication. Zhou was essentially conveying that the bruises on Bai Yue's legs and her written experiences were one-sided evidence. If her adoptive parents denied it, it would be rendered ineffective, leaving them powerless to act against them. However, Zhou's worries were unwarranted. From the moment Mufan resolved to seek justice for Bai Yue, he had already envisioned countless methods to compel her adoptive parents to confess. In other words, these two demons would certainly not see the dawn of another day. Mufan glanced at Bai Yue, who was dozing against him, and gently brushed her bangs aside. His determined gaze held the air of strategic command. Officer Zhou, I have devised a plan to make her adoptive parents confess. All you need to do is cooperate with me and give them a little scare. Chapter 42. You cannot take this girl away. The hall of the police station was illuminated by the bright glow of incandescent lights. A few moths fluttered their wings, attempting to draw closer to the source of this light, only to be thwarted by the thick glass door, producing faint sounds of impact. The hum of engines resonated through the air, with car headlights casting dazzling beams across the pitch-black night sky. A Santana gradually drove into the police station, coming to a halt in the open area. Xiaozhou turned off the ignition and, while unbuckling his seatbelt, opened the car door. Mufan, I will first speak to my colleagues on duty. You take that girl to the hall. With a soft click, the car door closed. Through the foggy window, Xiaozhou appeared to drift further away. The sound of sneakers crunching on the grass and gravel echoed dully within the confined space of the vehicle. Mufan lowered his head to gaze at the sleeping Bai Yue, who lay on his lap. He gently pinched her soft, fair cheek. Wei Wei, we have arrived. Huh. Bai Yue's throat emitted a series of soft murmurs. She stirred slightly, her eyes fluttering open. Mufan. Her sweet, tender voice melted Mufan's heart. Unable to resist, he raised his finger and playfully tapped her nose. Wei Wei, why do you resemble a little chubby pig? Lying still and wanting nothing but sleep? Bai Yue balled her fists, rubbed her eyes, and spoke in her usual languid tone. I'm not a little chubby pig. I'm Bai Yue. Mufan smiled gently. Silly girl, I know you are Bai Yue. Are you feeling more awake now? Bai Yue stretched her pale arms and naturally wrapped them around Mufan's neck. Then, resting her head against his chest, she murmured sleepily, Mufan, holding you makes it easier for me to fall asleep. As Bai Yue seemed on the verge of snoring, Mufan, startled, lightly patted her cheek, urging, Heck, Wei Wei, you can't sleep yet. We need to go into the hall. Officer Zhou is still waiting for us. Instinctively, Mufan lifted his head to look outside the window. At that moment, Xiao Zhou stood a short distance away in the hall, craning his neck to observe. He opened the glass door and walked over. Mufan hurriedly opened the car door and lifted Bai Yue out, offering a sheepish smile to the approaching Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou paused for a few seconds, his expression a mix of disbelief, before turning and re-entering the hall. 5 minutes later, Mufan and Bai Yue sat on a bench in the hall. Aside from Xiao Zhou, 2 duty officers occupied the round swivel stools behind the case desk. A profound sense of security enveloped them. At that moment, Xiao Zhou was on the phone, and from the conversation, Mufan discerned that he was summoning Bai Yue's adoptive parents. Mufan instinctively glanced at Bai Yue. She sat at the corner of the bench, her head drooping. Her tea-brown eyes, obscured by her bangs, gradually dimmed. Officer Zhou, is there hot water here? Mufan inquired, raising his head. Xiao Zhou nodded in response. Retrieving a thermos from the corner and pouring hot water into a paper cup. The water isn't too hot. You could drink it directly. Would you like me to pour another cup for that child? Mufan smiled slightly. This cup of water is prepared for Bai Yue. He took Bai Yue's cold fingers, offering her the steaming warm water, guiding her hands to hold the cup. Wei Wei, have some water. Bai Yue obediently nodded and brought the paper cup to her lips, sipping slowly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Mufan lifted his gaze. 2 figures emerged from the depths of the night. As they reached the corridor, the bright light illuminated them, allowing Mufan to discern their features. The woman wore a long white fur coat, her face adorned with light makeup. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, appeared even more sorrowful beneath her furrowed brows. Beside her stood a man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Judging by his pale, blue managerial work attire and visible belt, he likely worked in sales. Unlike the woman, his deep-set eyes revealed no signs of anxiety, instead hinting at a subtle cunning and deceit. With a sudden rush, the woman pushed open the glass door and staggered toward Bai Yue, tears streaming down her face. Child. My child. Just as her hand was about to touch Bai Yue, Mufan swiftly grasped her shoulder, shielding her behind him. His gaze icy as he regarded the woman. At that moment, the woman froze for an instant upon locking eyes with Mufan. She quickly realized that the man before her was the one who had found Bai Yue. The displeasure in her expression stemmed from her failure to express her gratitude. She hastily pulled out her handbag, rummaging through it, her smile tinged with a hint of apology. Yes, I should have thanked you first. A while back, my daughter was abducted by traffickers. I reported it to the local police station immediately and even posted notices offering a reward, fearing for the child's safety. I have been sleepless these past few days and have developed neurosis. Thankfully, you found Bai Yue. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. The woman spoke fervently, expressing her gratitude as she produced a bank card from her handbag and handed it over. This card contains 20,000 yuan. Thank you so much. From her entrance to her expression of thanks, each action appeared rehearsed. Her deeply moving words hardly seemed feigned. If she were an ordinary person, one might indeed be deceived by her. Mufan's father had been a police officer, and having been subjected to strict scrutiny for a long time, Mufan's perceptiveness surpassed that of ordinary individuals. If a mother truly lost her child, her sole thought would be willing to pay any price, even selling everything she had, to find her child. Yet, this woman, adorned in an expensive white fur coat, wore delicate makeup and red high-heeled shoes. The faint aroma of wine wafting from her suggested she had just come from a party before arriving at the police station. Though the household registration indicated that Bai Yuwei was their daughter, Mufan firmly believed that they did not genuinely wish to reclaim Bai Yuwei for nurturing, but rather intended to deceive her into a hospital to coerce her into signing documents for organ donation. Mufan cast a glance at Xiao Zhou, who also perceived the discrepancies. Bai Yuwei's adoptive parents' current attire starkly contrasted with how they had appeared when they first visited the station. Perhaps they had not anticipated being summoned for questioning late at night, leaving them no time to change clothes, thus revealing their true nature. No wonder it is often said that in times of trouble, one should seek the help of the police. When the police and the public unite, even the greatest difficulties can be overcome. It is indeed a taxing job to maintain order in society. Officer Zhou, if given the opportunity, I will certainly present you with a banner of appreciation. The woman smiled, exchanging pleasantries as she approached in her high heels, extending her hand toward Bai Yuwei. Bai Yuwei, my daughter, come home with me. Xiao Zhou cleared his throat, seemingly about to speak. However, Mufan interjected, his voice resolute and commanding. The girl behind me. You cannot take her away. Chapter 43. The feeling of protection as the words escaped her lips, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even the officers beside the case desk paused their tasks, craning their necks to observe. The woman's lips twitched involuntarily, her gaze towards Mufan revealing a complex mix of emotions. The man standing before her did not accept the offered reward, but instead shielded Bai Yuwei behind him, glaring at her with palpable hostility. This could only imply one thing. Bai Yuwei had confided in him about the torment she had endured. The woman cast a cold glance at Bai Yuwei, wishing fervently to flay her alive. Bai Yuwei, the timid girl who usually refrained from speaking out, had surprisingly learned to resist. Was she tired of living? No, she absolutely could not allow this man to expose her secret. If the police grew suspicious, she would not escape tonight. Her chest heaved as she struggled to maintain her composure. After a few moments, a bitter smile crept onto her lips as she softened her tone, saying, "Young man, possessing a sense of justice at your age is commendable. I understand your desire to help others. However, Bai Yuwei is indeed my daughter. You can see for yourself." As she spoke, the woman rummaged through her handbag and soon produced several A4 sheets. Unfolding them, she presented a copy of the household registration book to Mufan, pointing to the text as she earnestly explained, "Here is Bai Yuwei's birth information and our family address." She then gestured to a nearby photocopy. "This photo is of me. I am Bai Yi, and I am indeed Bai Yuwei's mother. And this is Zhao Mingde, my husband and Bai Yuwei's father." With a serious demeanor, Bai Yi smiled and concluded, "Now, you must believe me and hand Bai Yuwei over." Throughout her explanation, Mufan scrutinized Bai Yi intently, his sharp gaze resembling a frigid blade, seemingly capable of penetrating her very soul. Bai Yi felt increasingly uncomfortable under his relentless stare, an unfamiliar panic coursing through her veins. The atmosphere in the hall had shifted palpably. Not only was the man protecting Bai Yuwei behaving differently, but even Officer Zhou's gaze held a distinct edge. Bai Yi's instinct screamed that her coercion of Bai Yuwei to donate an organ had been uncovered. If she continued to delay, the truth would inevitably surface, and she would not escape the police station. No longer feigning politeness, Bai Yi's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity as she extended her manicured wrist, advancing towards Bai Yuwei while commanding, "Hand her over to me." Anticipating her move, Mufan swiftly maneuvered, pulling Bai Yuwei to the opposite side while raising his other arm, his fist crashing down onto Bai Yi's wrist. The next moment, her anguished shriek shattered the night's tranquility. Startled by the commotion, the on-duty officers sprang from the case desk and rushed towards the scene. Doors along the corridor swung open, and footsteps echoed as the sleeping officers quickly converged in the hall, blocking all exits. Bai Yi clutched her pained arm, gritting her teeth in shock. She had not anticipated that this man would resort to violence. It was clear he had deduced her intentions to take Bai Yuwei back merely to harvest her organs. This was the police station. If he uttered anything that prompted an investigation, she would surely face imprisonment. No matter what, she had to deflect attention away from herself. Otherwise, she would not leave tonight. As the officers arrived, Bai Yi pointed accusingly at Mufan, retaliating with, "How dare you snatch my daughter and attack me in the police station? I suspect you are a human trafficker. Officers, arrest him at once." All eyes turned to Mufan. Judging by his casual attire, he appeared to be an outsider rather than a member of the police force. Some unacquainted officers tentatively concluded it was a custody dispute over a daughter. They exchanged glances, preparing to intervene. Just then, Mufan's cold voice pierced through the chaos. "Bai Yi, cease your slander. I conducted an investigation a few days ago. Your son suffers from chronic renal failure, commonly known as uremia. You have been searching for Bai Yue because her kidney matches your son's. You intend to coerce her into donating a kidney." Bai Yi's body trembled violently, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The darkness in her eyes quivered unnaturally. "Damn it, this man truly possesses a trump card. He is exposing my vulnerabilities in front of so many officers. Is he trying to send me to prison?" Bai Yi clenched her fists, veins bulging in her neck, retorting, "Nonsense. Bai Yue is my daughter. How could I force her to donate a kidney? It is you, an intruder, who is threatening and deceiving her. It is scum like you that leads to the suffering of so many girls." Breathing heavily, she spat, "I, Bai Yi, am Bai Yue's biological mother. I command you to release her." Mufan furrowed his brows, countering fiercely, "Imposter, you have no authority to command me." Pointing at Bai Yi's ostentatious attire, he continued to expose her flaws. "Bai Yi, you mistakenly believe that possessing Bai Yue's name on the household registration allows you to reclaim her. That is why you foolishly flaunted your high heels at the ball, celebrating prematurely. But you did not anticipate Officer Zhou's sudden summoning. In your drunken state, you failed to realize you should have returned to your hotel to change, hence the oversight. A mother who has lost her child would never prioritize entertainment. Before seeing her child, she would have no interest in anything else. Bai Yi, your disguise is woefully inadequate." Suddenly, Bai Yi, who had been so aggressive moments before, fell silent. Instinctively, she glanced at her husband, whose expression mirrored her own distress. The crowd's gaze converged on the couple, with two officers already blocking the exit. Bai Yi's head buzzed, her heart racing unnaturally. Indeed, her son had recently been diagnosed with uremia. For months, he had undergone dialysis, his body ravaged by illness. Coupled with the fact that Bai Yue's kidneys matched his, she had contemplated using Bai Yue's life to save her son. This was a secret she had never confided to anyone. How did Mufan uncover this? He did not even know where she lived. How did he conduct his investigation? Furthermore, how did he observe her attire with such detail? Bai Yi's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she felt the world around her darkening. Leaning against the reception desk for support, she retched weakly. Officer Zhou approached gently, placing a hand on Bai Yi's shoulder. His gaze tinged with anger. "Come with us to give a statement." His simple words jolted Bai Yi back to reality. Terrified, she swatted his arm away, exclaiming, "I haven't committed any crime. On what grounds do you arrest me?" Officer Zhou furrowed his brows, exuding an imposing aura. "Whether you have committed a crime or not, you are well aware." His reprimand resonated like thunder. Bai Yi, overwhelmed with guilt, struggled to articulate her defense, her words lacking conviction. You are slandering me. My son has uremia. I harmed Bai Yue. I attended the ball because I didn't care about her. Do you have any evidence?" Officer Zhou's gaze was resolute. Now that matters have escalated to this extent, attempting to argue will only worsen your predicament. Bai Yi shrugged her shoulders, adopting a posture of defiance, and scoffed. "If there's nothing, then there's nothing. What do I have to argue about? On the contrary, you, a police officer, have no evidence, yet treat me as a suspect. Aren't you afraid of facing repercussions?" Officer Zhou's frown deepened. Without hesitation, he retrieved the written evidence from Bai Yue from his pocket, asserting firmly, "All records of how you treated Bai Yue exist. She has detailed your crimes." In a brief pause, Officer Zhou approached Bai Yue and rolled up her pant leg. Years of abuse had left numerous scars on her legs. Although time had dulled some, upon closer inspection, faint bruises could still be discerned. The injuries on Bai Youwei's legs served as evidence, correlating with the blunt force trauma described. Bai Yi, what further defense can you offer? Bai Yi felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath her. She could almost perceive the dense text writhing before her, delivering a staggering visual shock. No, it cannot be. This isn't real. Bai Youwei, she is a fool, even after being beaten. She holds no grudges. She would never remember. Yet, Bai Yi's justifications were mere empty rhetoric. The atmosphere grew increasingly frigid, and the gazes around her brimmed with anger. The last bastion of her psyche was crumbling. At that moment, she resembled a weed clinging to the edge of a precipice, buffeted by the relentless cold wind, on the brink of a perilous fall. You are pushing me. Bai Yi gasped, her breath crimson, as she abruptly grabbed a pen and aimed it at Officer Zhou's eye with a frenzy. Her swift action caught everyone off guard. When Officer Zhou realized Bai Yi's erratic behavior, the sharp tip of the pen was mere inches from his eye. This is bad. Officer Zhou's complexion turned pale. Watch out. In a flash, a figure darted forward, seizing Bai Yi's forearm just before the pen could strike. With a swift motion, her wrist was lifted, rendering her hand powerless. Seizing the opportunity, Officer Zhou quickly distanced himself. Who was obstructing my plans? Bai Yi abruptly turned her head, colliding with Mufan's cold, piercing gaze. A wave of malevolence washed over her. Bai Yi, her throat constricted with rage, shouted, "It's you again. Who are you? And why do you keep thwarting me? This is none of your concern." Mufan, offering no retort, gripped Bai Yi's arm with force, executing a hold that pinned her elbow behind her back. Subsequently, he used his free arm to firmly restrain her head, pressing it against the table. The force was so intense that Bai Yi's cheek was nearly distorted against the surface. Meanwhile, the other officers surged forward, swiftly subduing the man who had accompanied Bai Yi. Pinned to the table, Bai Yi was unable to escape. She gasped for breath and cursed vehemently. "Fine, I admit it. I am not Bai Youwei's biological mother. But do you know that Bai Youwei's real mother abandoned her long ago? She was left on the lawn, the umbilical cord still attached. Ants crawled all over her, and she was bitten until her whole body was swollen. If I hadn't taken pity on her, she would have died long ago. Now that my son has uremia, should Bai Youwei repay me?" Mufan frowned. "Don't twist the narrative." Bai Yi laughed bitterly. "Accusing me of twisting the narrative? You have a right to say that. Your name is Mufan. Isn't it? You are just a despicable person. You're taking advantage of your kindness towards Bai Youwei to make her develop feelings for you, so you could be with her seamlessly, right? Mufan, let me tell you the truth. Bai Youwei's real mother is not dead. When she comes looking for her, you will regret it. Bai Youwei will leave you regardless." During this exchange, the officers had already approached, escorting Bai Yi towards the interrogation room. As they walked, her venomous words continued. "Mufan, Bai Youwei is a harbinger of misfortune, a calamity. Keeping her around will only bring you retribution." In the ensuing interrogation, Bai Yi revealed the extent of her family's maltreatment of Bai Youwei. Mufan, having listened for only a few minutes, departed. He took Bai Youwei by the wrist and sat on the steps outside, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky, waiting in serene silence. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the dark strands of Bai Youwei's hair to sway softly against her cheek. She turned her head, silently observing Mufan. The sense of safety she felt being protected lingered in her mind. Bai Youwei blinked her clear eyes, gazing at Mufan's handsome profile, realizing this was the sensation of being safeguarded. It was so warm. It seemed that Mufan truly cared for her. Suddenly, Mufan raised a finger and gently tapped Bai Youwei's head, teasingly saying, "Silly girl, your staring is far too blatant, you know?" Bai Youwei remained silent, still blinking her eyes, gazing dreamily at Mufan. "What is wrong?" Mufan inquired, puzzled. After a brief pause, Bai Youwei parted her lips, her chestnut eyes shimmering like stars. "Mufan, do you think I'm a calamity?" Chapter 44. Examination. Mufan stood in a daze. He raised his hand and gently tapped Bai Youwei on the forehead, striving to ease the atmosphere with a relaxed tone. "Silly, don't overthink. Ever since I met you, my life feels so much more fulfilling. Don't let rumors bother you, understand?" Bai Youwei nodded, her eyes shimmering with a delicate light. Then, "Can I date you?" A gentle evening breeze brushed past, and a few clumps of foxtail grass swayed softly nearby. Several fireflies danced along the wind, fluttering right in front of Bai Yue. The glow from these tiny creatures illuminated her clear eyes, making them shine even brighter. Mufan extended his hand, gently resting it on Bai Yue's head, his gaze imbued with warmth. "Wei Wei, do you understand what dating means?" Bai Yue tilted her head in contemplation, maintaining her seated position while clenching her fists. With a deep inhale, she strained her entire body, trembling slightly, even her throat emitting a low, strained whimper. Soon, she resembled a deflated balloon, returning to normal. She slowly shook her head and pouted, "I don't know what it means." Mufan's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw. Had she really been pondering? He raised his hand and lightly tapped her head, his expression a mix of disbelief and exasperation. "Silly, please don't do that when you're thinking. Tensing up like that puts pressure on your blood vessels. If one were to burst, it could be dangerous." Bai Yue blinked in confusion. "What does dangerous mean?" It means dying, like a docile kitten." Bai Yue nestled into Mufan's embrace, her eyes reflecting a soft light of guilt. "Mufan, I want to do that anymore. I want to die, and you mustn't die either. We will live together." Bai Yue's breathing became steady, as if she had fallen asleep. Mufan held her a little tighter, stroking her silky black hair with his fingers. His dark eyes brimmed with an undeniable depth. Although their time together had been brief, Mufan could already sense a unique emotion blossoming towards Bai Yue, something that transcended friendship, family, and romance, a complex amalgamation of feelings that eluded simple description. With a long sigh, Mufan gently pinched Bai Yue's soft, fair cheek and smiled. "Wei Wei, there is still over an hour left of that romance movie. After we get home, I'll watch it with you." The creaking sound of the glass door being pushed open echoed softly. Xiao Zhou plopped down beside Mufan, lighting a cigarette with a troubled expression. "Mufan, thanks for what you did earlier. You saved my life." Mufan silently waved his hand in dismissal. Xiao Zhou took a deep drag from a cigarette, continuing, "I feel ashamed to admit that I didn't report the Bai Yue foster parents case to my superiors. I just got a scolding and face some disciplinary action. My internship will probably be extended. However, I have some news. The truth has come to light. Bai Yi's true identity is Bai Yue's aunt, her mother's biological sister. Yet, abandoning a baby in the grass is undeniably heinous. I intended to ask for details, but since it's unrelated to the current case, probing further would be abusing my power." After finishing his last cigarette, Xiao Zhou extinguished the butt against the concrete step, a serious glint in his eyes. "Mufan, do you still want to help Bai Yue find her parents?" Mufan furrowed his brows slightly, instinctively glancing at the sleeping girl in his arms, his emotions swirling in complexity. After a prolonged silence, he rose slowly while still holding Bai Yue. "No, I will not entrust Bai Yue to an irresponsible mother. Officer Zhou, thank you for your hard work today." Xiao Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing. It's my duty." After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation. "Mufan, I have a question that has puzzled me. You've never been to the city where Bai Yi is located, yet you could deduce the timeline of treatment to determine that her son had uremia. In organ transplant surgeries, the time to find a matching kidney can often be stretched, which might explain how you could guess uremia. But how did you know it was Bai Yi's son and not her daughter?" Mufan halted his steps and turned to face Xiao Zhou. The cruel methods employed to torment Bai Yue reveal that Bai Yi's family must value sons over daughters. If they treated both equally, they would likely feel compassion for Bai Yue and refrain from tormenting her. Had it truly been their daughter suffering from uremia, they might not have been so eager to snatch Bai Yue away. Xiao Zhou's eyes widened in realization. His gaze towards Mufan now held a mix of incredulity. In terms of insight, judgment, and courage, Mufan surpassed him by leaps and bounds, perhaps even exceeding his own father. Unable to contain his excitement, Xiao Zhou exclaimed, "Mufan, have you considered working at the police station? With your abilities, being a police officer would be effortless for you." By this time, Mufan had already stepped out of the police station. He turned around, gently shaking the girl in his arms, smiling as he declined. The profession of a police officer is quite unique. Bai Yue would worry. The quiet street was filled with the sound of rustling leaves against the ground. Mufan cradled Bai Yue in his arms, slowly making his way home. When his father was alive, he not only taught him combat skills, but also instilled a sense of discipline. It seemed as though he intended to cultivate him toward a career in law enforcement. Had circumstances not taken a turn, he might have indeed chosen to become a police officer. However, his current reluctance to accept Officer Zhou's offer was not out of fear of danger, but rather because he had already found his purpose. It was akin to seeing an approaching puppy and yearning to care for it, or spotting a pristine notebook and wishing to fill it with beautiful writing. At this moment, Mufan's sole thought was to care for Bai Yue, to share every moment of life with her, and to live on together. Nothing more, nothing less. Upon returning home, Mufan gently placed Bai Yue on the bed, covering her with a blanket. He then entered the kitchen to boil some water. The humming of the electric kettle echoed through the living room. Suddenly, Mufan felt something tugging at him. He quickly turned around, only to meet Bai Yue's placid gaze. Surprised, Mufan asked, Wei, weren't you asleep? When did you come out? Bai Yue didn't respond, but instead gently tugged at Mufan's shirt hem, whispering, Mufan, I haven't finished my homework. I'll complete it and then obediently let you check it. Chapter 45. The desire for a gentle pat on the head 10 minutes later. Mufan cradled a steaming cup of green tea while seated on the sofa, as he fed the rabbit family with cabbage leaves. He also observed the young girl diligently completing her homework beside the coffee table. The soft rustling sound of the ballpoint pen against the paper transported Mufan back to his school days. For a fleeting moment, he felt akin to a classmate assisting Bai Yue with her assignments. He glanced at the pendulum clock hanging on the wall. It was now 10:30 p.m. With only 8 hours left until the wake-up call at 6:30 a.m., any further delay would leave Bai Yue sleep-deprived, leading to daytime drowsiness and diminished learning efficiency. Why Wei? Perhaps we should take a break and continue tomorrow. Mufan here. The voices coincided. Bai Yue extended her fair hand, pushing her homework notebook toward Mufan, her eager eyes glimmering with a subtle yearning. Mufan, please check it. Mufan could not help but swallow hard. This girl. Her gaze is far too suggestive. He cleared his throat, maintaining his composure. Ahem. All right, I'll check it. As he picked up the notebook, he was instantly taken aback. The subject matter was mathematics. On the intersecting coordinate lines, arc-shaped figures were illustrated, with points annotated. The task required him to find the coordinates of various points in the plane coordinate system. This is a quadratic function? Mufan felt a shiver run down his spine. Bai Yue nodded. It should be. Mufan was even more bewildered. He then glanced at the answers Bai Yue had written. Her handwriting was delicate and beautiful, providing a comfortable visual experience. Throughout the problem-solving process, she had labeled every point and detailed the equations meticulously. However, Mufan was uncertain whether she had arrived at the correct answers. Regardless, she had filled every blank space. Noticing Mufan's prolonged silence, and that he was using the notebook to shield his face, Bai Yue tilted her body slightly, peering around the notebook into Mufan's eyes with a puzzled expression. Did I get it right? Mufan was momentarily speechless. Bai Yue tilted her head, embodying the spirit of to know is to know. To not know is to not know. Mufan could only offer a sheepish smile. Well, why Wei? I'm rather poor at science. This question, I can't quite comprehend it. How about you ask the teacher to check it when we return to school tomorrow? Bai Yue's gaze slowly dropped. The soft, fragile light in her eyes gradually faded into the ether, dissipating without a trace. A sense of sorrow filled the air, mingling with the mist that floated around them like a haunting specter in the living room. Mufan involuntarily shivered, hastily attempting to remedy the situation. Why Wei? Even though I don't understand the question, I see how earnest you are. With a gentle tap on the question in the notebook, he continued, Look, your handwriting is beautiful, and you've filled the entire question. If it were up to me, the page would likely be blank, and I wouldn't even grasp the thought process. Moreover, even if this question was indeed wrong, just your effort in solving it deserves at least 1 point. So, you are far superior to me. Mufan's encouragement had a positive effect. Bai Yue, who had been nestled in her own space, slowly lifted her head. In her tranquil eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossed. Really? Mufan smiled gently. Of course it's true. Then Mufan, are you happy? Mufan nodded, responding decisively. Wei, no matter what you do, as long as you are earnest and diligent, regardless of the outcome, I will be happy and proud of you. Wei's heart raced. Every word Mufan uttered felt like a gentle spring breeze. As long as he was by her side, her innermost feelings would always dance with pure white petals. Wei picked up her notebook, organizing it carefully before placing it in her white backpack. After zipping it closed, she gently set the backpack in the corner of the room. She then approached Mufan and sat down in front of him, with her eyes slightly raised. She gazed at him with an intense longing. I want a reward. A reward? Mufan was somewhat taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized that having lived in solitude for so long, what Wei truly desired was recognition. Occasional little rewards could not only bring her joy, but also help her feel valued. Research indicates that children who frequently receive little red flowers tend to be more confident. If he could set the standard for rewards based on Wei, perhaps it could brighten her disposition. With that thought, Mufan felt invigorated. Wait a moment. I'll go get a reward right now. He stood up and began to move around the living room, his gaze sweeping each corner, searching for something novel to bring joy to Wei. However, the living room contained only furniture and everyday items. After a fruitless search, he returned to Wei's side, apologetically saying, Wei, there aren't any toys at home right now. How about tomorrow after school? I take you to the pedestrian street to browse, and we can buy something as a reward? Wei's gaze fell once more. Her sharp canine teeth gently nibbled on her lip, rendering her rosy lower lip somewhat pale. Mufan felt a pang of sadness. He swallowed hard, wanting to discuss the reward further with Wei. Just then, she suddenly lifted her head, though her chestnut-colored eyes radiated determination. The faint blush on her cheeks revealed her cautiousness as she mustered the courage to speak. Wei slightly parted her lips, her voice tinged with yearning. I want to be patted on the head. Huh. Mufan was taken aback, thinking he had misheard, and asked again, Wei, what did you say? Wei swallowed hard. Typically soft-spoken, she surprisingly raised her volume slightly, making her words clearer. I want to be patted on the head. Because I'm afraid of losing you. Mufan's mind buzzed. Although he had a habit of patting Wei's head, he found himself unprepared when she brought it up so directly. Her beseeching gaze continued to emanate a soft glow, making Mufan feel quite uncomfortable under her scrutiny. After a brief pause, he tentatively extended his hand toward her head. The moment their skin made contact, a smile graced Wei's face. Silently, she raised her arm to gently press down on Mufan's hand, trying to draw it closer. The corners of her slightly closed eyes sparkled with blissful desire, and she reveled in it. Mufan, thank you. Chapter 46, The Nightmare, comes to an end. Mufan understood very well that Wei had long been deprived of love. What she yearned for most deeply was a warm embrace of care. Amidst the bittersweetness of this realization, Mufan felt a quiet sense of relief. Fortunately, Wei had encountered him. Otherwise, this solitary soul would have drifted aimlessly, unaware of her destination. As the night deepened, thick clouds obscured the gentle glow of the moon, casting a grayish hue over the dim sky. Beneath the bright, incandescent light, the obedient young girl nestled in Mufan's embrace, emitting a soft, comforting hum as she reveled in the warmth of being patted on the head. Wei, Mufan ceased his gentle caress, allowing his fingers to graze the strands of hair by Wei's ear before tenderly pinching her soft cheek. It's getting late. We should go to bed. Wei nuzzled against Mufan's body. Are you going to take a shower first? Mufan shook his head. The weather forecast predicts rain tomorrow. If I shower now, my clothes won't dry easily. He stood up, extending his hand toward Wei with a smile. A simple wash will suffice. Wei blinked in confusion. Then, grasping Mufan's hand, she followed him to the bathroom. Mufan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. From Wei's reaction, it seemed she did not comprehend what a simple wash entailed. Had she not been taught to maintain her hygiene? The image of his adoptive parents, their true harshness revealed after removing their masks, resurfaced in his mind. He frowned instinctively, muttering coldly, having such an irresponsible adoptive mother. Bai Yue has suffered far too much. However, he found solace in the fact that the nightmare had finally ended. From now on, Bai Yue could live like a normal person. Once inside the bathroom, Mufan positioned a small wooden stool beside him. He then picked up a small red basin from the corner and placed it beneath the faucet. After adjusting the temperature, steaming water flowed steadily into the basin. Wei Wei, please sit on the stool while I prepare some warm water, Mufan said without looking back. Oh. Bai Yue obediently nodded and took her seat on the small stool, her clear eyes watching Mufan's every movement. As the warm water filled the basin, she remarked, Mufan, this bathtub is quite small. Fool, that's a foot basin. The sound of warm water overflowing from the red basin jolted Mufan back to reality. He dragged the filled basin in front of Bai Yue, then took a washcloth, wetting it thoroughly, creating a flat surface with his palm. He gently pressed Bai Yue's head down. Bringing the washcloth closer, he rubbed her cheeks while patiently explaining, Wei Wei, outside of summer, there is no need to wash too often in other seasons. As long as your body isn't too dirty, a simple cleaning will do. Typically, it involves washing your face and soaking your feet. Personal hygiene is crucial, understand? He released the washcloth, revealing Bai Yue's face adorned with droplets of water. Her bangs were slightly damp, likely from the warm water splashing into her eyes and corners of her mouth. Bai Yue squinted her eyes, repeatedly blowing away the small droplets that lingered at her lips. Mufan quickly wrung out the washcloth and dried Bai Yue's face. After hanging the towel on a suction cup hook, he picked up a small blue basin from the corner, pouring the warm water from the red basin into it. Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion. Why not just pour it out? With a gentle smile, Mufan explained, the warm water used for washing your face hasn't cooled down yet. It can be utilized for soaking your feet. It's a way to conserve water resources. Earth only has 253 of fresh water. If we save a little, those in water-scarce areas can benefit. Now, Wei Wei, let us soak your feet. Bai Yue nodded lightly, kicking her legs playfully and shaking off her slippers. She then removed her white ankle socks and dipped her feet into the warm water. Mufan swiftly washed her feet, then dried them with a cloth. All done, Wei Wei. After Bai Yue slipped her slippers back on, Mufan carried the foot-soaking water to the drain. Mufan, are you going to feed the rabbits? Bai Yue leaned against the bathroom door, gazing vacantly at the rabbit cage in the corner. Yes, but we need to wait a moment. We must brush our teeth before bed to protect our teeth. Half an hour later, Mufan lay in bed, fatigued and aching. Ideally, after brushing their teeth, he could have let Bai Yue sleep first. To his surprise, she offered to help him wash his face and feet, and she even mimicked his actions quite well. When he had momentarily spaced out, Bai Yue had learned to let the warm water overflow from the small red basin. A bitter smile crept across Mufan's lips as he thought, no matter what I teach her, this girl can perfectly replicate it. It seems I must be more cautious when educating her in the future. With a click, Mufan turned off the bedside lamp and closed his eyes. Wei Wei, good night. Yet, in the next moment, Bai Yue suddenly turned the lamp back on. She wriggled closer, resting her chin gently on his shoulder, her clear eyes filled with innocence. Mufan, it's not time to sleep yet. There is still an hour left of the movie. Tonight, let us watch it together. Chapter 47. Forms of Entertainment. Mufan stood in a daze. He extended his hand and gently caressed Bai Yue's head, speaking softly, the movie is quite lengthy. It won't conclude until the early hours. You have school tomorrow. A lack of sleep will leave your mind foggy and uncomfortable throughout the day. Wei Wei, darling, let's save it for another time. The silvery moonlight seeped through the gap in the curtains, gradually approaching. The soft halo of light gracefully illuminated Bai Yue's chestnut brown eyes, casting a gentle glow upon her. Her bright pupils dimmed slightly. Bai Yue bit her lip, her soft tone laced with a hint of disappointment. Once I finish my homework, I'll watch the rest of the movie. Mufan, you promised me. Mufan slightly parted his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. In that fleeting moment, he could even sense the girl's restlessness, a feeling of frustration arising from the sudden disappearance of her anticipation. Sighing, Mufan exhaled a breath of resignation and indulgently replied, all right, just this once, but it shall not become a habit. Finish the movie, and then we'll turn off the lights and sleep. After a brief pause, Mufan glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and added, The movie will likely end around 1 in the morning. However, I recall that tomorrow's class is in the gym, engaging in activities like badminton. It shouldn't affect your studies. I can help you request a half day off. You can catch up on sleep in the morning, and after lunch, I will take you to school. The shadow in Bai Wei's eyes dissipated in an instant. A slight smile graced her lips, radiating warmth. With a flourish, she opened her arms and tightly embraced Mufan, happily nuzzling against his neck. Mufan, thank you. Mufan pouted and turned his cheek, avoiding the strands of hair that might get caught in his mouth. Silly girl, there's no need to thank me. It's just a movie. Your request isn't excessive. 10 minutes later, Mufan entered the bedroom holding a plate of fruit. Wei, we only have 1 apple left at home, so I cut up half a cucumber to make up the difference. Is that acceptable? I will eat whatever you eat, Bai Wei replied. Mufan felt a sense of relief. The girl was not picky. She was easy to please. With a soft thud, Mufan placed the fruit plate on the bedside table. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Bai Wei kneeling on the bed, adjusting the blankets and pillows. Turning his head, Mufan asked in confusion, Wei, what are you doing? I'm making a nest. A nest? Yes, Mufan, you taught me how, Bai Wei replied, focusing intently on smoothing out the wrinkles in the sheets, ensuring everything was neat and tidy. She then grasped the corner of a pillow, angled it against the headboard, and stacked another pillow on top, creating a simple lazy sofa. Shifting slightly while maintaining her kneeling posture, Bai Wei patted the spot beside her and invited, Mufan, come lie down. I'll snuggle in your arms. We can watch the movie together. The slight lift in the corners of her eyes conveyed her joy. Such a heartwarming gesture nearly melted Mufan's heart. Climbing onto the bed, Mufan couldn't help but pat Bai Wei's little head, his eyes reflecting a tender affection. You silly girl. Once they adjusted their positions, Mufan turned his phone horizontally and resumed the unfinished movie. Bai Wei nestled against Mufan's shoulder like a well-behaved kitten, her round eyes fixed intently on the screen. Mufan, Bai Wei suddenly turned her head. What is it? Mufan withdrew his hand from reaching for the fruit plate. Bai Wei gazed at him earnestly and asked, why don't we turn off the lights? Mufan gently tapped her head, patiently explaining, because playing on your phone in the dark can harm your eyes, especially when watching a movie, which requires heightened attention. It can easily lead to eye fatigue. Wei, you wouldn't want to wear thick glasses in the future, would you? Bai Wei tilted her head, lost in thought. A cartoonish image formed in her mind, featuring a bespectacled cartoon character, Shun Exant, jumping around while her own cartoon likeness stood beside her, bewildered. Soon, Bai Wei recognized the differences between the two characters. She snapped back to reality, blinking her chestnut eyes, and asked dreamily, Mufan, do you prefer girls who wear glasses or those who don't? Mufan was taken aback, his mind swirling with questions. Locking eyes with Bai Wei, he displayed an incredulous expression. He understood that if he admitted to liking girls with glasses, Bai Wei might end up making her own eyes nearsighted. Conversely, if he stated a preference for girls without glasses, will Bai Wei also follow suit and dislike girls in glasses? Would this lead to an extreme polarization in her thinking? Would she even harm Shun Xin in the process? The more he pondered, the more unnerved he became. He shivered and decided to adopt a neutral stance. Clearing his throat, Mufan said, Wei, whether one wears glasses or not, everyone has unique qualities. It is precisely because of humanity's diversity that we encounter different people, enriching our lives with variety. He gently tapped Bai Wei's head again, smiling. When observing a person, we should not merely focus on appearances but also value their inner qualities. Life is long and uncertain. There is no need to worry excessively. Live in the moment, maintain happiness, and you will be the best version of yourself. Bai Wei nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of his words. She then tilted her head to the other side and asked, so Mufan, do you prefer girls who wear glasses or those who don't? Mufan raised his hand to his forehead, feeling a swirl of frustration and confusion. Did you even listen to what I just said? As time passed, the love story reached its climax. As the protagonists embraced and kissed, a poignant background score played, and the camera panned up to reveal a starry night sky. The credits began to roll. Mufan felt a surge of annoyance. The entire film had been filled with heart-wrenching moments, and just when the leads finally found happiness and were on the verge of starting a family, the credits rolled. It was as if the film, masquerading as a sweet romance, was merely a fade for a tragic love story. If it were up to him, he would never write it that way. Grumbling about the plot, Mufan set his phone on the bedside table to charge. After lying back down, he couldn't help but glance at Bai Yue, who was now in an indescribably complex sleeping position on the bed. Her chest rose and fell evenly, indicating she had fallen asleep. Mufan sighed softly, adjusting her limbs and covering her with a blanket. This girl, she was clearly exhausted, yet insisted on finishing the movie. How unfair for her. Watching Bai Yue's slightly pouting lips as she slept, a warmth spread across Mufan's face. He lifted his hand and gently pinched her cheek, feeling a wave of joy. Good night, Wei Wei. Sweet dreams. With a click, the bedside lamp was turned off, enveloping the entire room in a veil of soft darkness. Bai Yue smacked her lips, murmuring indistinct dreamlike verses as she turned over. Just then an arm, in a gesture of embrace, wrapped around Mufan. Mufan. Good night. Chapter 48. Sleeping in the following morning. Mufan groggily opened his eyes. With a soft thud, a fair arm slid down from his head and landed squarely on his cheek. Ouch! Mufan mumbled. He reached out to grasp Bai Yue's wrist, gently moving it aside. Perhaps due to the abrupt motion, Bai Yue's slumber was interrupted. She slightly cracked her eyes open, gazing at Mufan with a dazed expression. Confirming he was still in bed, she closed her eyes once more. Her soft body curled up like a little caterpillar, inching closer to Mufan and resting her head gently on his shoulder. In a drowsy tone, laced with a hint of raspy sleepiness, she murmured, Mufan, good morning, I miss you. Bai Yue shifted her body to find a more comfortable position, wrapping her arms around Mufan. Her limp fingers curled slightly, betraying her languor. This morning, no classes, we can sleep in. Mufan playfully pushed her forehead with his finger, nudging her gently aside. Silly girl, sleep later. I need to call the school first to help you take a leave. Bai Yue, still half asleep, nodded repeatedly. With a soft roll, she turned to the other side of the bed. Before long, a gentle snore escaped her lips. This girl truly sleeps soundly. Mufan couldn't help but reflect. He slowly turned over, sitting on the edge of the bed. Slipping into his slippers, he reached for his phone on the bedside table. He quietly made his way out the door. Mufan brewed himself a cup of green tea and then sat on the sofa, dialing a number from his contacts. The educational institution did not enforce strict regulations regarding attendance, and since this was Mufan's first time requesting a leave for Bai Yue, her homeroom teacher readily approved the half-day absence. After hanging up, Mufan rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at the rabbit family decor. Having indulged in a leisurely life for too long, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Taking a sip of his green tea, the rich aroma spread throughout his mouth. During this moment of contemplation, Bai Yue's playful and adorable visage surfaced in his mind. He gently tapped the glass teacup against the coffee table and murmured to himself, it's a rare occasion for Bai Yue to stay home longer. I should make her a bowl of noodles, and perhaps discuss future plans with her. 10 minutes later, Mufan emerged from the bathroom, wiping the remnants of toothpaste from his mouth with a warm towel. He opened the bedroom door gently. At that moment, Bai Yue was sprawled on the bed in a starfish position. Seeing her in such a peaceful slumber, Mufan chose not to disturb her. Instead, he tore off a sticky note and wrote, I'm stepping out to buy some ingredients. I'll be back within 30 minutes. Placing it next to the lock on the bedroom door. As he was leaving, Mufan couldn't help but glance back at the note. The words, inscribed in black ink on the verdant paper, appeared somewhat desolate. After a moment's thought, he unscrewed the cap of his pen again, crouched down, and added a few playful characters in the corner of the note. This made it visually more appealing. A smile crept onto Mufan's lips as he turned and left. With the door closing behind him, the entire living room fell back into silence. The cool, overcast breeze swept through, carrying a hint of moisture. The unglued portion of the sticky note swayed gently. The freshly inked letters were clearly visible. But don't worry, don't cry secretly, okay? Silly girl, just wait for me to come home. 10 minutes later, Mufan arrived at the market. He skillfully located the flower shop and purchased a large bag of handmade noodles. Following that, he bought a few green peppers and a pound of pork. As he was about to leave, He remembered the rabbit family and returned to buy 2 cabbages and 3 carrots. Upon stepping out of the market, Mufan noticed a street vendor selling cartoon balloons. Instantly captivated by a rabbit balloon floating at the highest point, he approached without hesitation, paying 10 yuan to acquire it. At that moment, Mufan had a plastic bag of vegetables hanging from his left arm and another containing noodles and pork dangling from his right. He clutched the balloon string tightly in his hand, the amusing sight eliciting a chuckle from himself. Shaking his head, he sighed with a hint of irony. This is the first time I've gone out and bought so many things at once. After a brief pause, Mufan lifted his gaze to the helium-filled rabbit balloon. The pure white balloon featured a winking pink rabbit. To enhance its realism, the balloon vendor had added 2 elongated balloons on either side to represent the rabbit's long ears. Its floating form resembled a fluffy white cotton candy, evoking a sense of comfort. Mufan smiled softly, murmuring to himself, Bai Yue should really like this gift. Noticing the time was slipping away, he set off in the direction of home. Mu Ye, Mu Ye, a voice called from behind him. Mufan recognized it was Gao Fei. Just as he was about to turn around, a large hand landed on his right shoulder. In a somewhat lewd tone, Gao Fei drawled, Mugu, guess who I am? Mufan's expression darkened. He lifted his leg and playfully kicked Gao Fei's backside, retorting, Are you out of your mind? Gao Fei made a silly face, his demeanor returning to normal. Mugu, I was just about to buy some groceries to find you, but I didn't expect to bump into you. You haven't eaten yet, right? It's Thursday. Let us go to KFC and grab a meal, my treat. Mufan waved the bag of noodles in his hand, politely declining. There's a girl at home waiting for noodles. Gao Fei stood frozen, as if struck by a lemon. He wanted to curse, but hesitated, ultimately resorting to a couple of coughs, abandoning any pretense. Mugu, actually, I wanted to talk to you about the money I borrowed. Mufan raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Gao Fei scratched his head, his expression uneasy. Our boss delayed the salary for a few days, so I might need a few more days to return that 1,000 yuan to you. Seeing Mufan's silence, Gao Fei quickly added, Mugu, don't worry. I'll definitely pay you back with interest. It won't be long, just about 5 more days. Mufan's face remained inscrutable, but his dark eyes gleamed with perceptive insight. All right, I understand, Mufan replied softly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two parted ways. On his way home, Mufan fell into deep thought, not due to Gao Fei's debt, but out of concern for his friend's situation. Knowing Gao Fei well, Mufan could tell from a fleeting glance that he was lying. The excuse of delayed wages was merely a facade. Likely, his mother was hospitalized and in need of considerable funds, leading him to fabricate a flimsy excuse to avoid borrowing more money. Though Gao Fei was in urgent need of assistance, Mufan was reluctant to lend him cash directly. He understood that when friends begin to feel indebted or inferior regarding financial matters, it creates an irreversible rift between them. It is akin to the adult Lu Sun, alongside whom stands the respectful and reverent Runtu, addressing him as master. The innocent camaraderie they shared during their childhood days of catching rats in the melon fields is now but a distant memory. As Mufan pondered these thoughts, he had already stepped through the entrance of the community. Turning his gaze towards the dilapidated house, its walls adorned with moss, an idea suddenly struck him. It is far more beneficial to teach a person to fish than merely to provide them with fish. Gao Fei's job, being an online part-time endeavor, offers an unstable income. Notably, there is no convenience store within the neighborhood. Perhaps, establishing a small supermarket and inviting him to assist could be the answer. This would not only generate some revenue, but also provide convenient services for the elderly residents of the community. Furthermore, he could stock items tailored to Bai Yue's preferences. A veritable win-win situation. Chapter 49. The little white rabbit with a balloon string clutched between his teeth, Mufan awkwardly pushed open the door, leaning sideways to navigate through. He placed the plastic bags he was carrying onto the dining table, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and let out a long sigh. Finally home. The sound of flowing water was distinctly audible from the direction of the bathroom. Mufan paused for a moment and turned his head. At that moment, Bai Yue stood by the sink, dressed in a colorful pajama adorned with cow patterns, squeezing toothpaste onto her toothbrush. Her messy, dark hair was tousled in various directions. As she moved, A small tuft of hair atop her head swayed gently. She looked sleepy, as if she had just risen from slumber. Mufan slightly parted his lips, preparing to greet Bai Yue. Suddenly, he noticed a light green sticky note adhere to her cheek. His gaze instinctively shifted to the door frame, where, as expected, the sticky note had been torn off. A frown creased Mufan's forehead as he gently tapped his temple, murmuring in frustration. I had placed the note in the most conspicuous spot. This girl, surely she hasn't mistaken it for a sticker toy? With measured steps, Mufan approached the bathroom, but the balloon became cumbersome. Reluctantly, he released the string, allowing it to float upward until it adhered to the ceiling. The sound of Bai Yue brushing her teeth was particularly crisp. Perhaps sensing the movement beside her, she slowly turned her head. The moment their eyes met, Bai Yue blinked in surprise. Her previously weary eyes sparkled with warmth. She withdrew the toothbrush from her mouth, her toothpaste-laden lips curling into a sweet smile. Mufan, I've been patiently waiting for you. Welcome home. Her soft, gentle tone enveloped the room, melting Mufan's heart. He extended his hand, affectionately ruffling Bai Yue's hair, smiling as he said, Wei Wei, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. His fingers glided down her hair to the sticky note, which he gently removed. Silly girl, don't stick things on your face. The adhesive contains compounds that may cause allergic dermatitis. Some stickers have excessive plasticizers. If absorbed by the skin, they can lead to fatigue, lack of focus, and even memory decline. Wei Wei, you must learn to take care of your body. Do you understand? Bai Yue lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with reluctance. But it has your writing on it. Mufan lightly tapped her forehead, reproaching her gently. Silly girl, the words are for you to read, not to stick on your face. Bai Yue hesitated, her throat moving as if she wished to speak. But no words came out. After a moment, she finally murmured, Oh. Mufan tenderly stroked her head, soothing her disappointment. Wei Wei, continue brushing your teeth. I'll go prepare some noodles in the kitchen. We have ample time today, and our breakfast will be a bit more sumptuous. Bai Yue nodded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mufan turned, crumpling the sticky note into a small ball, intending to toss it into the trash. Suddenly, he noticed a few bright red marks on it, entirely different from his own black ink. Realization struck. Bai Yue had written on it. Curiosity piqued. Mufan unfolded the crumpled note. In the blank space, he found a line of beautiful handwriting. Mufan, be careful. I will brush my teeth obediently and wait for you. Bai Yue's brief message struck a chord in Mufan's heart, evoking an unexpected flutter of emotion. He swallowed hard, instinctively turning his head. Bai Yue seemed to sense his gaze. She remained in the bathroom, facing him. At that moment, as their eyes met, she tilted her head slightly, her crescent-shaped eyes shimmering with happiness. Mufan, you saw it. A tingling sensation coursed through Mufan's body, and a faint blush crept onto his cheeks, extending to his ears. He quickly turned away, breathing unevenly, his eyes wide with disbelief. This girl truly knows how to charm. For the next 20 minutes, Mufan busied himself diligently in the kitchen. Bai Yue, clutching a patched-up rabbit plushie, sat quietly on a chair, observing. Amidst his tasks, Mufan's peripheral vision caught sight of her. Seizing the opportunity while adding vegetables to the noodle soup, he suggested, Wei Wei, there's a plastic bag next to the refrigerator containing cabbage and carrots. Why don't you grab some to feed the rabbit family? Bai Yue never refused Mufan's requests. As soon as he finished speaking, she jumped barefoot onto the tiled floor with a soft thud. After slipping on her shoes, she grasped a plump carrot and headed towards the balcony. Bai Yue crouched beside the rabbit cage, watching the rabbit family intently. But soon she returned, pushing open the kitchen glass door and standing behind Mufan. Wei Wei, what is the matter? Mufan inquired, puzzled. Bai Yue blinked, extending her hands forward, then slowly unfolding them. 4 naked bunnies wriggled like soft-bodied creatures. Mufan was left utterly bewildered. What are you doing taking the baby rabbits out? Quickly put them back. You might hurt them. Mufan. What about them? What about them? Mufan was at a loss. Bai Yue slightly parted her lips, her gaze filled with compassion. The cage is too cramped. The rabbit family will be uncomfortable. Mufan was taken aback. He understood well. Although Bai Yue struggled with expression, she was sensible and would not speak carelessly. If she said the cage was cramped, then it truly was. Why hadn't she mentioned it before? Particularly now? Could it be? Mufan's brow furrowed. He seemed to have guessed something, scrutinizing the baby rabbits nestled in by Yue's palms. They were hairless and smooth, unmistakably newborns. Oh no, did they have more babies? Mufan couldn't help but exclaim, gripping a metal spoon as he rushed towards the balcony. Inside the cage, the mother rabbit lounged at the edge, her eyes half closed in slumber. Nestled in her embrace were 4 tiny rabbits, while the male rabbit sat motionless at the cage door, perhaps sensing a presence. He lifted his head and quickly twitched his 3-lobed lips, seemingly flaunting his achievements. Mufan glanced at the 4 baby rabbits in the cage, and then at the 4 in by Yue's hands, his scalp prickling. Hey, you two, what on earth are you doing in there every day? Chapter 50. Nutritional meal for nursing. Mufan watched as Bai Yue's arms extended slightly, her gentle voice resounding once more. What should we do with them? Mufan sighed helplessly, feeling weary as he replied. I will find a shoebox to fill with some cotton to serve as a temporary shelter. In the afternoon, I will return with a larger cage. Grasping an iron spoon, Mufan made his way to the kitchen. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back to add, Wei, stay here and keep the rabbit family company. Once they are well fed, take them out and place the batch in your arms with the mother rabbit. As he walked towards the kitchen, Mufan's anxiety grew. Could a single mother rabbit adequately nourish 8 kits? What would happen if she suddenly fell ill? Turning back with concern, he saw Bai Yue squatting beside the iron cage, diligently breaking carrots into small pieces and scattering them around the mother rabbit. A gentle breeze rustled through, and the warm, soft glow emanating from her tea-colored eyes behind her gently swaying bangs was filled with care. It seemed that Bai Yue had already embraced the rabbit family as her own. I should check for suitable nutritional meals for rabbits later, Mufan thought. After a brief pause, his gaze fell upon the culprit male rabbit, deep in contemplation. Generally, both kittens and puppies can undergo sterilization. Rabbits should be able to as well, shouldn't they? A chill swept through the air. The male rabbit seemed to sense something, suddenly shivering before collapsing rigidly, motionless. Bai Yue froze, her delicate hand clutching a piece of carrot suspended in midair, unable to lower it. After what felt like an eternity, her lips finally released a soft, innocent tone. Is it asleep? 5 minutes later, Mufan emerged from the kitchen with a tray, placing several bowls of noodles on the dining table as he called out, Wei, breakfast is ready. Bai Yue hurried over with a light step. Wei, it's my first time making noodles, and since I wasn't sure of your taste, I made a bit extra. Mufan smiled gently, gesturing to the round bowls as he introduced, this is Yangchun noodles, enriched with eggs and vegetables, with a delightful and mild broth. This is Zhejiang noodles, featuring mincemeat, yellow soybean paste, and cucumber strips, just a light toss and the aroma will waft up. And this, called cold noodles, is simply blanched noodles, similar in ingredients to Yangchun noodles, but lighter in flavor and served cool for a more hearty enjoyment. Which one do you prefer? Bai Yue's round eyes darted about, captivated by the colorful and fragrant noodles. Her mouth involuntarily watered, and she swallowed, slowly raising her gaze. Mufan, you go first. Mufan gently patted Bai Yue's head, smiling silly. There's no need for modesty at this moment. Just say what you like. Anything I make, you will enjoy. Mufan knew that pressing further would yield no results. Instead, he retrieved a small plate and placed it before Bai Yue, serving her a portion of each type of noodle. Remembering the Yangchun noodles had scallions, he opened the cupboard and found a soup bowl to ladle a few spoons for her. Looking at the table filled with dishes, Mufan couldn't help but chuckle at himself. It seems I need to stock up on dishwashing liquid at home. Thank you, Mufan. A glimmer of happiness flickered in Bai Yue's eyes as she reached for the chopsticks, just as her fingers were about to touch the utensils. Mufan playfully tapped her head. Silly, you just touched the rabbits. Wash your hands before eating. Bai Yue had a hearty appetite, slurping the noodles with a soothing sound. Mufan, satiated and reclining in his chair, gazed at her every move with affectionate eyes. Suddenly, an uncomfortable sensation gripped his lungs. Instinctively, He recognized that his craving for nicotine had returned. Clenching his teeth, he shook his head, attempting to suppress the urge. However, this method proved futile. Mufan rested his elbow on the table, pinching the skin between his brows with his thumb and forefinger. 5 years of smoking addiction was proving hard to shake off. A muffled thud reached his ears, followed by the sensation of something colliding with his head. Instinctively, he turned to see a balloon shaped like a rabbit hovering before him, its one-eyed wink adorably charming. The balloon swayed uncontrollably, lightly bumping against his nose. In the next moment, Bai Yue peeked from behind the balloon, gripping its string and carefully steering it. Once the balloon stilled, she directed her gaze towards Mufan, her eyes sparkling with surprise, as if she had discovered a new world. Mufan, the ceiling at home has grown a balloon. Mufan playfully tapped Bai Yue's head. Teasing, silly, I bought that outside. Bai Yue tilted her head, puzzled. Why buy a balloon? To make you happy. Don't you like it? Mufan was taken aback. Bai Yue remained silent, instead gazing up at the rabbit balloon in wonder. After a few moments, she turned her clear eyes back to Mufan, her expression earnest. Mufan, do you like it? Familiar words left Mufan momentarily speechless, and he quickly retorted. Wei, if I say I like it, will you also say you like it? If I say I don't like it, will you then dislike it? Bai Yue nodded earnestly. MHM. A wave of unprecedented defeat washed over Mufan. Some individuals relish in the joy of receiving gifts, while others derive satisfaction from witnessing the happiness of those who receive gifts they have given. Mufan belonged to the latter. When he purchased the balloon, he had invested significant effort in selecting one that was well inflated, round, and free of blemishes. To his dismay, it seemed that as long as the gift was offered by him, it sufficed for Bai Yue. She appeared not to be picky at all. Then, did that mean that regardless of how poorly he cooked, Bai Yue would silently consume every morsel? Glancing at the empty plates, Mufan murmured to himself, perhaps, next time I should intentionally cook something less tasty? The thought flickered through Mufan's mind before being cast aside. He smacked his forehead with his palm, chastising himself. What am I even thinking? Feelings cannot withstand such tests. Even if Bai Yue were truly uncritical, what could he gain besides bitterness and guilt? This child had endured enough suffering in the past. She deserved to live a normal life now. With a sigh of relief, Mufan exhaled deeply. Suddenly, he realized that his craving for nicotine had mysteriously vanished after this little episode. Rising to clear the table, he said cheerfully, Wei, after you finish eating, don't sit still, move around a bit. I'll wash the dishes first. Mufan placed the greasy plates into the sink. Just then, the sound of his phone vibrating broke the silence. A flurry of text messages bombarded him. Shenxian, Mufan, I was wrong. Shenxian, I will no longer refer to you as the intelligence liaison. Please forgive me. Shenxian, did I do something to upset you? Is that why you intend to take Bai Yue away? Shenxian, you aren't planning to transfer schools with her, are you? Please no. Shenxian, I've only just made friends with both of you. Don't abandon me. Shenxian, oh, divine spirit of ice cream, I beseech you to bless me. Shenxian, tonight I shall hang myself at the school gates under the cover of night. Woe is me. The incessant barrage of messages made Mufan's scalp tingle with discomfort. The continuous buzzing of his phone was deafening. He immediately tossed the device onto the countertop, rubbing his numbed wrist in disbelief, exclaiming, What is wrong with this person? Is she out of her mind? Ding, ding, ding. The phone screen flickered with a faint glow. The latest message was clear and legible. Shenxian, I'm almost at your doorstep. Chapter 51. A noteworthy advantage. What does it mean, at the doorstep? Mufan was utterly bewildered. Before he could ponder further, footsteps echoed through the corridor. Accompanied by a frantic knocking, Shenxian's voice, laced with bitterness, erupted. Mufan. Bai Yue, open the door. Why aren't you opening it? Mufan was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped, his face a mask of disbelief. Shenxian, how did she find this place? The relentless knocking continued. Bai Yue also noticed the unusual commotion at the door. Tilting her head, she stared blankly at the closed iron gate. She then stepped forward, mimicking Mufan's usual behavior, and pressed her eyes against the peephole. Her chestnut brown eyes blinked slightly. However, the view was obscured by darkness. Bai Yue raised her arm, scratching her head in confusion, as if recalling something. She immediately reached out, grasped the slightly protruding cover beside the peephole, and pulled it off with determination. Shin Xin's anxious demeanor was instantly revealed. Bai Yue turned her head and inquired softly, Mufan, it's Shun Xin. Should we open the door? Throughout, Mufan stood not far away, observing Bai Yue's actions, especially when she pressed her eyes to the peephole, realizing she could see nothing, and then thoughtfully removed the cover. It was adorably foolish. This child, Wei Wei, was such a slowpoke, calm and composed, indeed. A commendable trait. A faint smile graced Mufan's lips as he approached and gently ruffled Bai Yue's hair. Inquiring tenderly, Wei Wei, do you wish to open the door? Bai Yue looked up, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed anticipation. Although she yearned to play with Shun Xin, she still sought Mufan's opinion. Mufan, do you want to open the door? A complex emotion flickered across Mufan's face. Yet, he swiftly concealed it, patiently instructing, Wei Wei, there are some matters you need not consult me about. You can make your own decisions. The authority to decide was handed back to Bai Yue. She felt as if she were holding a hot potato, her expression uneasy. I don't know what to do. Mufan smiled gently. Follow your heart. Act according to your own thoughts. Bai Yue bit her lip, uncertainly lowering her gaze until her eyes fell upon the gap between the tiles. In the past, she always did as others suggested, believing it would align her actions with their wishes. This way, she wouldn't anger anyone or be bullied. If it were someone unimportant, perhaps she could voice her true feelings. But he was Mufan. Divergent thoughts could lead to conflict. Bai Yue pouted, her voice barely a whisper, as if questioning herself, open the door or not. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted her gaze, attempting to decipher Mufan's thoughts through his expression. However, Mufan had anticipated this. He maintained his calm gaze on Bai Yue, silently awaiting her decision. Suddenly, Bai Yue threw her arms wide and dove into Mufan's chest. Her soft, pale cheek pressed against his shirt. Her anxious eyes a mix of uncertainty and sorrow. Mufan, I don't know. I'll listen to you. I'll only listen to you. A chilling wind, laced with the scent of earth, ruthlessly battered the balcony doors. Mufan's heart trembled in response. The atmosphere around them thickened with a sense of melancholy. In that instant, Mufan abandoned the notion of fostering Bai Yue's independence. He sighed gently, placing his heavy hand on her head, his heart a whirlpool of mixed emotions. Then, let us open the door. Upon receiving his consent, Bai Yue nodded slightly. She stepped away from Mufan's embrace, cautiously turned the lock, and, as the door swung open, Shin Xin's eyes sparkled with tears of joy. She rushed into the living room, enveloping Bai Yue in her arms, releasing her emotions in an unrestrained, tearless cry. Ah, Bai Yue, my Bai Yue. I knew you would open the door and let me in. Shun Xin clenched her fists, rubbing her tearless eyes as she surveyed the room. Whereas Mufan? Where is he? Soon, Shin Xin spotted Mufan making his way toward the coffee table before sitting down on the sofa. Without hesitation, she dashed over, raising her arms high, her body forming a straight line. She then executed a forward bend, her body twisting at a 90-degree angle, until her elevated arms made a complete 180-degree turn, touching her toes. Greetings from the priestess under the ice cream deity. Great Lord of the Sky, may you be blessed. Mufan slumped against the sofa, covering his face with his hands. Inside, it felt as though 1,000 alpacas were stampeding. His attempt to cultivate Bai Yue's autonomy had ended in defeat, and now, another quirky character had entered the scene. Mufan was too exhausted to utter a single word, longing only for solitude. Noticing Mufan's prolonged silence, Shin Xin's glimmer of hope quickly sank. The conversation between Mufan and Bai Yue at the door replayed in her mind. He could have opened the door directly, but instead repeatedly sought Bai Yue's opinion as if he were under some kind of constraint. Could it be that she inadvertently offended him? Was that why Mufan was reluctant to see her? Yet, given the trivial nature of the supposed offense, perhaps Mufan's attitude was merely one of indecision? Swallowing hard, Shun Xin's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Then, I must use Bai Yu Wei as a mediator to bridge the gap between Mufan and me. Shen Xin's gaze fixed intently on Bai Yu Wei, as if she had found a lifeline. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried over again. Grabing Bai Zui et delicat with it, Shen Sin U et ferventin, Bai Zui, how me. Let us cheer Mufan up together. Upon hearing that they could cheer Mufan up, Bai Yu Wei's interest peaked. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement. Okay. With that response, the heavy burden that had weighed on Shen Xin's heart was instantly lifted. She clutched Bai Yu Wei's wrist tightly and rushed towards Mufan, exclaiming joyfully Bai Yu Wei, "You are truly my best friend." Chapter 52, An unexpected mix-up. Knock, knock, knock. For pairs of feet clad in slippers hurriedly scuffled across the tiled floor. The chaotic footsteps reverberated through the building, causing a cacophony that made Mufan's eardrums uncomfortable. He rubbed his cheeks vigorously, preparing to scold the two individuals responsible for the ruckus. However, as he lifted his gaze, he inadvertently locked eyes with Shen Xin and Bai Yu Wei, their expressions laden with an unusual tension. Mufan sensed something was amiss. He could even detect a resolute glimmer in Bai Yu Wei's eyes. The two of them appeared determined, and an ominous premonition washed over him. He swiftly deduced that the eccentric Shen Xin must have shared something with Bai Yu Wei. Surely, it wouldn't lead to another unreasonable demand, would it? In this brief moment of speculation, Mufan scrutinized Shen Xin with a complicated expression. What are you two up to? Suddenly, Shen Xin extended her arm and seized Mufan's shoulder, yanking him backward with great force. Caught off guard, Mufan stumbled, narrowly avoiding the sharp corner of the coffee table. Steadying himself, he stared at Shen Xin in shock. Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to rob me? Not all. Shen Xin relinquished her grip on his shoulder and clutched his outer garment instead, pulling it forcefully. The sheer intensity almost tore the long-sleeved coat apart. Goodness. Mufan's eyes widened in astonishment. Terrified, he retreated, creating a significant distance between them, and nervously exclaimed, Shen Xin, what on earth is going on? You need to leave, or I'll call the police. Shen Xin Sutdo. No, she absolutely could not let Mufan call the police. This was her only chance to earn his forgiveness. If she missed it, she would truly lose her two good friends. Clenching her teeth, she chased after him again. Mufan, let me explain. A chill ran down Mufan's spine, and he nearly dropped his phone. As Shen Xin closed in on him, he quickly pivoted and darted to the side of the coffee table. Mufan, Bai Yu Wei wants to wear your coat and hug you. I'm merely a messenger. Mufan's features contorted in bewilderment. Bai Yu Wei's thoughts? Wasn't that utterly preposterous? Shen Xin. Surely she didn't intend to do something to him, did she? The more he pondered, the more terrifying it became. He swallowed hard, regarding Shen Xin with the wary eyes one might reserve for a monster. As Shen Xin pursued him, he evaded her by circling around the coffee table. After several laps of his cat-and-mouse game, Shen Xin's stamina was evidently depleted. She halted, resting her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Mufan, please stop running. I just want to be a matchmaker to connect you two. That way, you can recognize me as your most important friend. Mufan was left utterly perplexed. What on earth was this girl trying to say? He gulped, grasping Bai Yu Wei's arm and pulling her behind him. Silently, he picked up a glass from the coffee table, ready to use it for protection. His expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Shen Xin, I think you might not be in your right mind. Boom. Realizing communication had failed, the last vestiges of Shen Xin's mental fortitude crumbled. In a moment of despair, she cradled her head in her hands, shaking it vigorously while muttering, Oh. Ice cream deity, my life has been a precarious balancing act, and I've tread carefully in friendships. Why must you punish me? What have I done wrong to sever my bond with Mufan? What am I to do in the absence of friends? Oh my goodness. Mufan stood in utter confusion. Severed bond? What are you talking about? Suddenly, Shen Xin dashed to Mufan's side, tears brimming in her eyes. Isn't it because I did something wrong that you won't let Bai Yu Wei come to school? Mufan's scalp prickled. At that moment, he finally understood the reasoning behind Shen Xin's bizarre behavior. It turned out to be one colossal misunderstanding. Mufan was momentarily speechless. He pinched the bridge of his nose in disbelief. This girl's thought process, is truly beyond comprehension. Clearing his throat, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Well, Shun Xian, things are not as dire as you perceive. I didn't take Bai Yue to school this morning simply because she didn't sleep well last night. I helped her take a half day off. She'll return to school after lunch. Buzzing with anticipation, Shun Xian's body straightened immediately. Her tear-filled eyes now appeared even more pitiful. Is that true? Mufan nodded earnestly. Yes, it is. Upon hearing his affirmation, the tension in Shun Xian's body dissipated. She slumped to the floor like a puddle of mud, her mouth slightly agape as she exhaled a breath of relief. What a false alarm. With the crisis averted, Mufan released a sigh of relief. He bent down to silently pick up the trinkets that had fallen from the coffee table during the commotion. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of bunny slippers appearing before him. Lifting his gaze, he asked, Wei, what's the matter? Bai Yue, clutching a bunny plush, reached out and gently grasped Mufan's hand, shaking softly. Mufan, Shun Xian said that hugging you would make you happy. Mufan. He raised his hand and gently tapped the top of Bai Yue's head. Don't just follow someone else's orders like that. 30 minutes later, Mufan sat on the sofa, nibbling on a celery stalk, while a few chili peppers rested on the coffee table beside him. Bai Yue and Shun Xian were crouched on the balcony, observing the family of rabbits in their cage. Watching the two of them in their tranquil state, Mufan couldn't help but reflect. As long as Shun Xian remained silent, they could indeed enjoy each other's company and become good friends. Suddenly, Shun Xian sprang to her feet, a mischievous glint in her eye. Mufan, a female rabbit can give birth to 8 baby rabbits. If we let these 8 rabbits crossbreed, we could have 64 rabbits in a month. The celery stalk in Mufan's hand snapped in half. He shot her an exasperated look. Shut up. All right. Shun Xian squatted down again, quietly watching the rabbits. Mufan, exuding a sense of helplessness, raised his gaze to the clock hanging on the wall and suggested, Wei, there is still some time before lunch. How about I take you out for a stroll? We can also buy a few cages to create cozy little homes for the rabbits. Chapter 53. A promise unchanging for a century in the overcast city, a pervasive mist enveloped everything. The street corners, imbued with lingering moisture, appeared even more serene and desolate under the gentle caress of the breeze. Mufan cradled an iron cage adorned with pink paint, meandering under the neon-lit eaves of billboards. Bai Yue, with her arm wrapped around a plush rabbit, nestled it under her armpit, while her hands cradled a foam box filled with cotton and trinkets, decorative items for a rabbit's nest. The pair walked side by side, yet an unusual presence shadowed them, a girl behind, whistling cheerfully. Whenever they passed a shuttered store, she would stretch out a finger and tap lightly, creating a cacophony of noise. Mufan felt a tumult of emotions within him. Shopping with Bai Yue, alongside someone else, was quite an unfamiliar experience. That girl, Shun Xian. He turned his face slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the girl trailing behind, and inquired, Why haven't you left yet? Boom! Shun Xian's mind erupted like a thunderclap. She hurried to Mufan's side, her expression a portrait of distress. Mufan, you told me not to speak nonsense, so I chose to be silent. You said not to create anything odd, so I walked behind you, out of your sight. But now, you still wish to drive me away. What have I done wrong to make you dislike me? Wait, you don't think I'm an unwelcome third wheel, do you? That's quite all right. I'm very accommodating. Even if you and Bai Yue were to embrace and kiss passionately, I wouldn't disturb you. Shun Xian babbled on, spewing a barrage of explosive words in an attempt to assert her worth. As the conversation grew increasingly explicit, Mufan quickly raised his hand, interrupting. Stop. Shun Xian, I don't mean to chase you away. I merely wish to ask, after being away from school for so long, aren't you worried? Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Xian replied, Of course I am. I sneaked out through a dog hole, and if I get caught, I'll surely face criticism and punishment. I even spent money to inquire about your home address. Mufan stared at her in astonishment. Sneaking out through a dog hole, spending money to find a home address, and knowing the consequences of skipping school, yet remaining so nonchalant. His mind reeled, unsure which aspect of her behavior warranted his shock. He swallowed hard, incredulous. So, you're not going back to school? Shun Xian shook her head earnestly. No. Why should I? I've already skipped. Whether I miss one class or an entire day, I'll still get scolded. I can still calculate the cost-effectiveness of it. Mufan was at a loss for words. He raised a hand to form a six gesture, silently turning his head back. A gentle breeze, tinged with a slight chill, wafted through. The sky, laden with clouds, began to shift. White and black clouds danced in a competitive embrace, ultimately merging into a soft, misty haze. A golden ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, descending straight down. The moment the light met the moisture, it refracted into spherical ripples, accurately reflecting in the puddles on the uneven concrete, casting shimmering patterns upon a nearby glass door. Bai Wei was drawn to the luminous glow, instinctively turning her head to look. Behind the glass door lay a closed showcase, housing 3 upper-body mannequins. 2 of the mannequins were stark and unadorned, while the central figure wore a beautifully crafted white wedding gown. The delicate craftsmanship was puffy yet elegant, especially the wave-like hem, pristine and layered. However, Bai Wei's gaze did not linger long on the gown. It gradually ascended until it settled upon the mannequin's neck, where a silver necklace shimmered like a serene moon, casting a soft silver light. Notably, the agate stone hanging at the center, blood-red and radiant, sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. "How beautiful!" Bai Wei murmured softly, her eyes glimmering with wonder. She took a step closer, pressing her face against the glass door. Perhaps due to her enthusiasm, her delicate, fair face flattened against the glass. A warm hand gently rested on Bai Wei's head, accompanied by Mufan's tender voice. "Wei, do you think this dress is different from what you usually wear? This is called a wedding gown. You seldom see it. It is worn only during weddings." Bai Wei listened, perplexed. She lifted her gaze, her chestnut brown eyes reflecting confusion. "Wedding." Mufan nodded, elaborating, "Yes, in the future, we will all get married. Men wear suits, while women wear wedding gowns. The clash of white and black symbolizes the purity of love and the unyielding companionship until death." After a brief pause, Mufan added, "There's another type of wedding attire called Fengguan Xiaopei, which is even more beautiful, albeit quite expensive. It is said that the phoenix hairpin worn by the bride is forged from pure gold, with just one pin costing tens of thousands." Bai Wei had never seen Fengguan Xiaopei and found it difficult to envision such a scene. However, she sensed from the flickering light in Mufan's eyes that he harbored a longing for it. "Mufan," her gentle voice broke the silence. "Yes. Do you like Fengguan Xiaopei?" "Of course. It is noble and dignified, elegant and grand. Anyone would desire their wedding to be a cherished memory of a lifetime, wouldn't they?" Bai Wei extended her fair hand, her tone imbued with a hint of seriousness. "Mufan, in the future, I want you to see Fengguan Xiaopei." As she clenched her fist, her pinky finger suddenly shot out, sparkling with determination in her eyes. "Let us make a pinky promise. The promises we made must be fulfilled." Mufan gazed at her outstretched finger, momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally extended his pinky to intertwine with hers. "All right. Pinky promise, for 100 years, it shall never change." Releasing her finger, Mufan gently brushed the hair from Bai Wei's forehead, a tender smile gracing his lips. Wei, let us head home." After taking a few steps, Mufan abruptly halted, as if something unseen pulled his gaze back. He turned his head, fixated on the silver necklace adorning the mannequin's neck, a wave of emotion surging within him. "Bai Wei," he called softly. She lifted her eyes, gazing at him in confusion. "The pinky promise we made is not merely a casual vow. I shall buy you a small gift, a token of our unique material agreement meant solely for the two of us." Chapter 54. The agate necklace. 10 minutes later, Mufan emerged from the bridal shop, clutching an exquisite crimson gift box. Approaching Bai Wei, he gently opened the box, releasing a delightful waft of sandalwood. Inside, nestled within a cavity adorned with shimmering gold foil, lay a silver agate necklace. Bai Wei's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned once more to gaze at the mannequin within the glass display. The white wedding dress remained, yet the necklace was conspicuously absent. Mufan carefully retrieved the agate necklace, parting Bai Wei's dark tresses that cascaded around her neck. With utmost sincerity, he fastened it around her neck and smiled softly. "I noticed you were admiring this necklace. Wei, do you like it?" Bai Yue lowered her gaze to the red agate resting against her chest, her cheeks flushing with a radiant hue of happiness. With arms outstretched, she dove into Mufan's embrace, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Anything you give me, Mufan, I will love." "Thank you." Mufan chuckled lightly. "Silly, what is there to thank for?" From the beginning to the end, Shun Xin had been a silent observer of the entire scene, her expression frozen in disbelief. She had merely joked about being a third wheel, yet Mufan truly had the audacity to embrace Bai Yue right before her eyes. Such a lavish gift must have cost thousands. Mufan, he is quite generous. Swallowing hard, Shun Xion's eyes transformed into lemon-shaped orbs, realizing how the atmosphere had escalated. I was merely jesting about being a third wheel. Please don't genuinely consider me as one." Suddenly, she felt as if she had consumed a hefty serving of dog food, discomfort flooding her being. Initially, she had planned to follow Mufan for a casual lunch before returning to school, but now it seemed unnecessary. She couldn't possibly add to her own distress. Shun Xen slightly parted her lips, exhaling with a puff of frustration, her hair swaying with emotion. Abruptly, she turned away, waving her hand dismissively. "I'm done. I'm leaving." Mufan, bewildered, inquired, "It's almost mealtime. Aren't you gonna have a bite before heading back to school?" "I'm not hungry. I'm full," Shin Xian replied flatly. Given the circumstances, Mufan chose not to insist further. "All right then, after lunch, I'll take Bai Yue back. And you two can chat then." After a moment's thought, he added, "I'll buy 2 original flavored ice cream for her share with you." Sen sin pivot, raising her fingers in Ave shape, enunciating clearly, "I want to." Mufan's expression darkened comically. "Fine." 20 minutes later, Mufan and Bai Yue returned home. After sipping a cup of warm water to steady themselves, Mufan carried a metal cage and its components directly to the balcony. He first placed a sturdy cardboard at the bottom of the cage, bending the edges inward to form a gentle curve. Next, he evenly spread soft cotton atop it and arranged the small trinkets Bai Yue had selected in various positions. Once he completed the task, Mufan wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. Finally done. Now, the rabbit family 1T feel cramped. Suddenly, a crisp sound of cabbage leaves being torn echoed behind him. The next moment, Bai Yue peeked from behind, her head darting about. She slipped from under Mufan's arm and leaned against the edge of the cage, uttering a few adorable words. "The rabbit family is ready for lunch." Startled by her unexpected approach, Mufan instinctively pulled his arms closer, exclaiming, "Hey, Wei, you're too close." Bai Yue responded with a soft "oh," attempting to retract her neck. However, Mufan's armpit firmly trapped her head. Despite her efforts, she could only manage to turn her head halfway. "Mufan, I can't pull my head out." Realizing the predicament, Mufan quickly lifted his arm. Bai Yue lost her support and began to slip downward. Alarmed, Mufan reached out, but her descent was too swift, and he grasped at empty air. Wei, be careful." In a critical moment, Mufan extended his foot, and with a painful thud, Bai Yue's cheek landed against it. Wei, are you hurt?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. Bai Yue shook her head. "I'm not hurt." Hearing this, Mufan's heart, which had been lodged in his throat, quietly sank back into place. He exhaled in relief, though still shaken, then let us get up. "Please be more careful in the future, all right?" Half an hour later, Mufan sat at the dining table with their lunch, stir-fried celery with shredded pork and pork stew with potatoes. The 2 simple home-cooked dishes radiated warmth within the harmonious atmosphere. Bai Yue, holding her chopsticks, slowly fed herself rice. An idea about a little convenience store resurfaced in Mufan's mind. Chewing thoughtfully, he swallowed and proposed, Wei, "I'm thinking of opening a convenience store in the neighborhood. What do you think?" Bai Yue turned her head, licking a grain of rice from her lips. Her tone perpetually serene, "Mufan, I trust your judgment." Mufan continued, Wei, how about we open a mood grocery store instead?" Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion. "Mood? Grocery store?" Seeing Bai Yue's curiosity piqued, Mufan felt a surge of accomplishment. Clearing his throat, he elaborated, "When I was younger, my imagination ran wild, and I always wished to do something extraordinary, to seek romance in life. I dream of opening my own milk tea shop, or a cat CAF. or even traveling to different cities with friends to find apartments with half the rent and all utilities covered, living in laughter and joy. Now that I have a bit of spare cash, I want to open a mood grocery store in the neighborhood, selling things I love according to my mood. This way, I could have an income while also gaining emotional value. Even if daily life feels repetitive, it won't seem dull. With a soft thump, Bai Yue hopped off her chair and nestled beside Mufan, resting her head against him. In a gentle, breezy tone, she murmured, "Mufan, as long as you don't sell me away, I wish to stay in the mood grocery store forever, seeking romance with you." Chapter 55 Convenience Store After Lunch. Mufan rode his bicycle, escorting Bai Yue to school. With a cheerful leap, Bai Yue dismounted, waving goodbye. "Mufan, I will be good in class and listen to the teacher. Then I will wait for you to pick me up." Mufan retrieved an ice cream from the basket of his bike. The ice cream, individually wrapped, was shaped like a torch and was vanilla-flavored. He gently placed it in Bai Yue's palm, smiling. "Wei Wei, once you arrive in the classroom, please give these 2 ice creams to Xian." And, after a brief pause, Mufan unwrapped the other torch-shaped ice cream and handed it to Bai Yue. "This one is for you." The vanilla ice cream exuded a delightful scent reminiscent of fresh grass. A wisp of vapor rose, swirling aimlessly around. Although autumn had arrived, the capricious weather still favored the indulgence of cold treats. Bai Yue delicately held the cone, not bringing it to her lips. Instead, she extended her arm, her warm brown eyes reflecting a gentle light. "Mufan, you've been cycling and have sweated a lot. Please, you eat the ice cream first." Her considerate demeanor easily endeared her to others. Mufan tenderly ruffled Bai Yue's hair, a warm smile gracing his lips as he gently declined. "Silly girl. This was specially bought for you. Hurry to class. I still need to go to the market for supplies." Bai Yue blinked playfully, asking, "Can you buy more ice cream?" Without hesitation, Mufan nodded. "Of course, anything in the refrigerator or drink cabinet at the convenience store, I will bring some back. On weekends, you can sit in the store, cradling a little rabbit in your lap, watching the residents of the community pass by in the golden rays of the setting sun." Bai Yue's mind conjured warm images filled with snacks, crowds, pets, and the evening glow. Most importantly, beside her was a man named Mufan. A sudden smile graced Bai Yue's lips, her soft cheeks glowing in the bright sunlight with a radiant hue. "I really like it." Tap tap, Mufan mounted his bicycle, placing his feet on the pedals, smiling. "Wei Wei, see you after school. I'll wait for you to come back home." Dingling, Mufan rang the bell on his bicycle. The crisp, melodious notes seemed to respond in kind. Bai Yue stood dazed in front of the school, her gaze fixed on Mufan's departing figure until he vanished into the bustling crowd. Plop! A bit of melting ice cream dribbled down the cone, slowly trickling onto Bai Yue's hand. It had melted. She needed to bring the remaining ice cream to Xian, or else she wouldn't get any. Time flowed swiftly. Soon, Mufan parked his bicycle in the shelter of the wholesale market. This place was a hub for light industry, where one could wholesale candy, tissues, daily necessities like rice and oil, and even commercial items such as furniture and televisions. The greater the quantity purchased, the larger the discount. However, Mufan was only opening a small store, thus he only purchased according to convenience store standards. After perusing the wholesale market, Mufan located the person in charge of supplying goods for convenience stores. After a brief discussion, the manager noted Mufan's requirements on paper. 0, 0. The calculator clacked as the manager tapped away. He calculated according to their agreed list. Finally, he turned the screen toward Mufan with a grin. 57,000. All goods. If they have less than 1 month of shelf life remaining, just call me for a replacement. Even if they don't sell, it's no problem. After all, making a profit is merely a matter of time. Mufan nodded in acknowledgement. Among all profitable ventures, running a small store was one of the easiest investments. Once the contract was signed and payment made, the supplier would deliver the goods. If any items were damaged or expired, they could be replaced at any time. All he needed to do was sit in the store and keep watch. After his parents passed away, they left him with over 400,000 in wealth. If he squandered this money recklessly, it would be gone in a few years. Thus, finding ways to save and making a small business investment seemed a sensible choice. Mufan picked up the purchase list and reviewed it carefully, then pulled out his bank card. "Let us swipe the card. Please try to deliver the goods early tomorrow." At the moment he received the SMS notification of fund transfer, a joyful expression crossed the manager's face, nodding repeatedly. Understood. I will call you in advance when we set off tomorrow. Exiting the wholesale market, Mufan called Gao Fei, instructing him to wait at the entrance of the community. He then hopped back on his bicycle and rode down the gravel-paved asphalt road. 20 minutes later, Mufan returned to the community. From afar, he spotted Gao Fei standing under the shade of a tree, waving. Mu ye, mu ye. Gao Fei hurried over, eager to ask. You sounded quite happy on the phone. What is the matter? Mufan smiled silently. After securing his bicycle, he pulled Gao Fei along and entered the community. He pointed to a nearby wall covered in green moss and asked, Fei Zi, do you remember this old house? Gao Fei nodded. I remember. A lonely old man lived there a few years ago. Before he passed, he seemed to have a good relationship with your family. Mufan nodded. Yes. My dad was a police officer and very kind-hearted. When the old man couldn't get out of bed, he would call me to help him. After a brief pause, a hint of depth flickered in Mufan's eyes. During that time, he wrote a document to leave this house to me. Gao Fei looked at him incredulously, turning his gaze back to the house. The wall was covered in moss, adorned with graffiti and dark stains. The roof was made of the lowest quality tiles, with several holes scattered throughout. Most importantly, this dilapidated house was less than 50 square meters. If one were to live there, the sleeping bed and cooking stove would likely have to be crammed together. Gao Fei stared at Mufan, momentarily perplexed by his intentions. Mu Ge, what do you plan to do with this house? Mufan replied without hesitation. I intend to open a convenience store. I have already signed a contract with the supplier, and they will deliver daily necessities tomorrow. Mufan extended his hand, gently patting Gao Fei's shoulder, raising an eyebrow. Fei Zi, help me clear out the garbage from this room, and I will assign this task to you. We'll split the profits 50-50. How does that sound? Chapter 56. A bicycle and a convenience store? A 50-50 profit? Gao Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Mufan. Disbelief etched across his features. How could Mufan possibly have the funds to open a shop? Could it be that the young girl was assisting him? He swallowed hard, his shock evident as he stammered, Mu Ge, did that girl give you the money? Mufan shook his head. No, she has nothing to do with it. After a brief pause, his tone shifted to one laden with significance. However, I am opening this convenience store for her. A gentle breeze swept by. The image of Bai Yue flashed through Mufan's mind like an old film reel. He understood all too well. Bai Yue's childhood was shrouded in a dismal gray. She had never played with a yo-yo or kicked a shuttlecock. Even when she laid eyes on a green, sour orange, she cherished it as a treasure, carefully tucking it into her pocket just to savor the first bite. The child who cries receives candy. The wise child, however, sinks in a melancholy. This sentiment does not arise from nowhere. Mufan merely wished to allow Bai Yue to experience the warmth of the world through his own means. A cozy shop brimming with snacks and toys would perfectly compensate for the voids in her past. The sound of gravel crunching against the wall echoed sharply, rippling through the air. Mufan raised his gaze to see Gao Fei squatting nearby, diligently clearing away the moss. Mu Ge, since school, I've been with you. Whatever you say goes. I won't ask too many questions. I'll just follow your lead. As the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the earth, the beads of sweat on Mufan and Gao Fei's foreheads glimmered in the warm light. Ugh! Gao Fei groaned, clutching his aching back, his complaints unending. With a long exhale, Mufan stood up, gripping the mop handle to steady himself as he wiped away the perspiration, admiring the fruits of their labor. The moss on the wall had diminished significantly. Though remnants clung stubbornly to the surface, the overall appearance had improved dramatically, especially after clearing out all the trash from the room, which had notably expanded the space. It should be about done, Mufan murmured softly. He then retrieved a prepared envelope from his pocket and handed it to Gao Fei. Fei Zi, come to work tomorrow. This is your advance salary. Gao Fei's body jolted. He stared at Mufan for a long moment before accepting the envelope in a daze. Opening it revealed a stack of vibrant red bills. Boom! Gao Fei's mind buzzed. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. The cleaning and the store were merely a facade. Mufan's true intention was to provide him with this money. Could it be that Mufan had guessed about his mother's upcoming second surgery and her urgent need for funds? Gao Fei's gaze locked onto Mufan's eyes, an overwhelming wave of gratitude washing over him. He grasped Mufan's wrist tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Mugu, all these years, I've lived hand to mouth. You give me money and let me stay on. I really don't know how to thank you. Wiping his cheek, determination flickered in Gao Fei's eyes. From now on, whatever you ask of me, I will comply without question. I will stand by you for life. As his words became increasingly exaggerated, Mufan felt a chill run down his spine. He gently pushed Gao Fei away, his expression serious. Let's not get carried away. It's getting late. You should head back. I need to go to school to pick up by Yue. Gao Fei, brimming with excitement and eager to contribute, immediately stepped forward. Volunteering, leave this small task to me. I'll bring her back for you, Mugu. Just wait at home. Without waiting for Mufan's response, Gao Fei turned and dashed towards his bicycle. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped Mufan, and he firmly grasped Gao Fei's arm, pulling him back. You don't need to help. I can manage it myself. The sun's fading rays were tinged with a languid essence, evoking a whirlwind of emotions. The iron gate of the educational institution swung open unexpectedly, and students began to trickle out along the cobblestone path. Mufan leaned against his bicycle, observing beneath the banyan tree, but after a long wait, Bai Yue remained absent. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he took out his phone and searched for Bai Yue's number. Strange. Has she been held back? Just then, a pair of soft hands reached from behind, covering Mufan's eyes, accompanied by a playful voice. Guess who I am? Heathie. Mufan sighed. Shun xin, enough already. He lifted his arm to push the hand away, but upon contact, a familiar chill coursed through him. He recognized it was Bai Yue's hand. Why? Why are your hands so cold? Mufan turned, surprised. Perhaps sensing that their playful ruse had been uncovered, Bai Yue nervously glanced around, whispering, Mufan, you guessed it. Mufan refrained from continuing the banter, instead holding Bai Yue's hand. The penetrating cold spread to every corner of his being, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Birar. So cold. Isn't it unusually warm today? Do you feel cold? Bai Yue nodded and shook her head. It's cold in the classroom, but it's not when you're here. Mufan hesitated, unsure of what to say. After a prolonged silence, he gently patted Bai Yue's head, offering comfort. Silly girl, if you feel cold, just tell me. I have some old clothes at home you can wear. If you don't like them, I can take you shopping for new ones. Their conversation was not lost on Shun Xin, who waved her hand dismissively, her eyes gleaming like a golden lemon. Oof, this is nothing. This little bit of dog food, one tea fill me up. Mufan embraced Bai Yue, settling her onto the back of his bicycle. He then mounted the seat, pedaling toward home. The wind whistled past them, gently tousling Bai Yue's hair as she gazed down at her dangling feet. A hint of confusion in her voice. Mufan, what's wrong? Why don't I have a pedal? Mufan replied diplomatically, well, the tandem bicycle is a bit large and cumbersome to turn. Bai Yue leaned against Mufan's back, her tone serene, devoid of any expression. But I want to ride with you. Mufan smiled gently. Silly girl, you can't learn to ride a tandem bicycle without practice. The back seat only requires you to pedal, but the front seat needs to steer and navigate. Why? Let us find some time to practice riding. Once you learn, we can ride together and sit by the beach to watch the sea. Chapter 57. The Atmosphere of the Ocean, the Sea. Bai Yue's chestnut brown eyes glimmered with a faint sheen. She extended her delicate, fair hand, gently grasping Mufan's white shirt, tugging at it as she inquired, Mufan, what is the ocean like? In Mufan's mind, an image involuntarily surfaced. Beneath the radiant sun, a golden beach adorned with sun umbrellas lay before him. The azure waves surged tumultuously, accompanied by the briny sea breeze, as the waves gathered white froth, crashing repeatedly upon the shore, until the surface of the sea calmed, sparkling with the brilliant reflections of sunlight. However, all these scenes were merely figments of Mufan's imagination. Ding ding, Mufan rang his bicycle bell, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness within by creating a distraction. Wei, to be honest, I don't really know what the ocean looks like either. Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion. Why not? Mufan replied candidly, because I've never been. Bai Yue slowly raised her gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing her features beneath her long eyelashes. She opened her mouth, her clear voice resonating softly. Mufan, I'll accompany you. I wish to be the first person to see the ocean with you. A sudden jolt coursed through Mufan, and he instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. Bai Yue, with her face turned slightly, aimlessly gazed at the weeds by the roadside, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, Bai Yue turned her head to look into the rearview mirror. Mufan, I see you. Mufan's body quivered, a rosy hue creeping across his cheeks, quickly spreading to the nape of his neck. 15 minutes later, Mufan parked the bicycle at the community. After helping Bai Yue down, he held her small hand and walked toward a nearby small house. Although Mufan and Gao Fei had recently tidied up the place, the cement floor remained dust-laden, and the 3 walls were stained with various unknown marks. One wall bore the charred black marks of a fire, indicating it had once been a stove. Wei, starting tomorrow, this place will be transformed into a mood boutique. Do you have any preferences for the arrangements? For instance, where should we place the refrigerator? Or which area should we clear for activity space? Mufan inquired as he wandered about the room, contemplating how to arrange the incoming supplies. Suddenly, Mufan felt something grip the edge of his clothing. He instinctively turned his head. Bai Yue appeared to have seen something terrifying, her body trembling slightly. She bit her lip tightly, the light in her eyes dimming Mufan. I don't want to stay here. Bai Yue's unusual behavior startled Mufan. Without hesitation, he grasped her wrist, leading her out of the small house until a gentle, warm breeze, laced with floral scents, enveloped them. Only then did Bai Yue's trembling gradually subside. Seeing her lost expression, Mufan felt a tumult of emotions. Bai Yue had endured unimaginable torment in the past. She had mentioned several times being confined to dark, damp rooms. The prolonged mistreatment had instilled in her a fear of darkness, coldness, solitude, and enclosed spaces. The small house, with its total area of less than 50 square meters, reminded her of those sorrowful times, triggering her shivers. Mufan furrowed his brow, the cloud of worry lingering. After a moment of thought, he decided to renovate the small house. Perhaps adorning it with a charming style would provide some healing to Bai Yue's fragmented heart. With a gentle touch, Mufan ruffled Bai Yue's hair, his tone imbued with warmth. Wei, besides white, do you have any other favorite colors? Bai Yue lowered her eyes, shaking her head slightly. But soon after, she lifted her gaze, her voice as serene and slow as ever. Mufan, what color do you like? Mufan stroked his chin, pondering. To him, any color was fine. He had no particular preference. However, to inspire a new perspective on colors for Bai Yue, he chose a healthy hue, blue. That's rather nice. Bai Yue tilted her head, softly murmuring blue. Mufan nodded affirmatively. Yes, blue is also the color of the ocean. Before we see the real ocean, let me first allow you to experience the atmosphere of the sea, shall we? Bai Yue's round eyes met Mufan's. She had never been to the ocean and knew not what it looked like. She simply wished to be with Mufan, no matter the activity. With a sudden gesture, Bai Yue spread her arms wide and dove into Mufan's embrace. Akin to an orange cat listening to the fervent heartbeat resonating from his chest. Noticing Bai Yue's silence, Mufan gently stroked her soft hair, smiling lightly. Wei, it's settled then. Tomorrow, I'll find some time to paint the small house with blue paint and put up some wallpaper featuring marine life. A cozy environment should help you overcome your claustrophobia. After a brief pause, Mufan gently pinched Bai Yue's soft cheek, teasing, perhaps in the future, you might want to find an even smaller, narrower place as our secret base. Mufan's tone always carried a magnetic tenderness, akin to exquisite melodies lingering in Bai Yue's ears. Bai Yue wrapped her arms around Mufan's, instinctively drawing closer. She buried her entire head in Mufan's chest, savoring the unique warmth emanating from him, feeling her heart swell with warmth. Mufan, thank you. Mufan chuckled softly. Silly girl, why thank me? It's getting late. Let us head home. I prepared your favorite pickled fish. Oh, and a pack of strawberry-flavored candies. Mufan took Bai Yue's hand, leading her toward home. Consider it a reward for saving the money this week, while keeping an eye on my smoking habit. As nightfall gradually descended, Bai Yue curled up on her bed, resting her head on one side, murmuring indistinct dreams as she drifted into a deep, sweet slumber. Mufan sat beside her, holding an assignment notebook he had just retrieved from Bai Yue's backpack. The notebook was covered with red marks for incorrect answers. The quadratic functions had all been solved incorrectly. Mufan sighed, rubbing his aching head. Bai Yue's homework has ended up wrong again. Even though she filled the pages, how could she score 0? Her math teacher must be too strict. Mufan tucked the assignment back into Bai Yue's backpack, planning to find time to help her review properly. As he was about to zip it closed, he noticed a small notebook inside. Curiosity piqued. Mufan reached for it, thinking, how strange. What is this? Flipping through the pages, he landed on the most recent one. Bai Yue's handwriting, imbued with an artistic flair, was quite beautiful. Mufan said he would take me to see the ocean. I don't know what the ocean looks like, nor do I care what it resembles. As long as Mufan is by my side, I am willing to accompany him anywhere. Chapter 58. You Eat First. Mufan was somewhat taken aback. As he leafed through the pages, he noticed that nearly every day's activities were meticulously documented, all pertaining to him. How could Wei Wei have developed a habit of keeping a diary? Mufan felt a sense of bewilderment. It was not until he reached the first page that the bold, black ink scrawled across it caught his attention, prompting a sudden realization. The love manual of Bai Yue. The secret recipe imparted by the high priestess Shun Xian of the ice cream deity. Mufan's expression darkened. I knew it. It was Shun Xian who taught her. Who? Who? A gentle voice drifted into his ears. Mufan turned his head to find that Bai Yue had rolled to the edge of the bed, one arm suspended in the air, swaying lightly. Her left foot dangled off the bed, resting on the cold floor. Mufan was astonished. How had her sleeping posture become so peculiar? With her feet on the floor, she was bound to catch a cold the next day. Muttering to himself, Mufan walked around to the other side of the bed, gently grasped Bai Yue's ankle, and lifted her foot back onto the bed. He then took hold of her wrist and tucked it under the blanket. After completing this task, he sighed in relief. The evening breeze whispered softly, and the bright moonlight parted the gossamer clouds, casting a silvery glow upon the windowsill. Mufan instinctively drew back the curtains. The dim bedroom was illuminated by a hint of brightness. He raised his gaze slightly, gazing at the full moon, and couldn't help but exclaim, what a beautiful night it is. Time to rest early. Tomorrow, I must paint the little house to surprise Bai Yue. Mufan climbed onto the bed, arranging the covers, while watching Bai Yue sleep on her side, facing him. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently pinched her cheek, affectionately saying, Wei Wei, good night. After a brief moment of tranquility, Bai Yue slowly opened her eyes. She leaned forward, extending her fair fingers to mimic Mufan's earlier gesture, and lightly pinched his prominent nose. Mufan, good night. The next morning, Mufan and Bai Yue rose from their slumber. With their hair resembling birds' nests, they wobbled into the bathroom. After squeezing toothpaste, they stood sleepily before the same mirror, brushing their teeth. Suddenly, Mufan noticed something amiss with his nose. Leaning in closer, he scrutinized his reflection, rubbing the sides of his nose and murmuring, strange. Why is my nose swollen after waking up? Were there mosquitoes last night? It's autumn. That shouldn't be the case. As he brushed his teeth, Mufan pondered but could not fathom the reason behind his swollen nose. Reluctantly, he decided to stop thinking about it. He picked up his cup, took a generous gulp of warm water, and rinsed his mouth, spitting out, Wei Wei, what do you want for breakfast? Bai Yue pondered for a moment, her tea-colored eyes sparkling with anticipation. I want layered pancakes. Layered pancakes? Mufan was taken aback. He had never made layered pancakes at home. In fact, when thinking of breakfast, such food had never crossed his mind. Had Bai Yue heard someone mention them? Could it possibly be Shin Xian? To confirm his suspicion, Mufan inquired, Wei Wei, has Shin Xian ever taken you to eat layered pancakes? Bai Yue shook her head, replying truthfully no. But she mentioned that the layered pancakes at the school gate are delicious. Eating them can help us have children. That is why I want Mufan to try them too. Mufan's mouth fell open in astonishment, forming an A shape. Eating them can help us have children? What kind of nonsense is this? Wait a moment. Was Shun Xian implying that they were so delicious they could lead to pregnancy? As he contemplated this, Bai Yue had already reached down to gently caress her small belly, seemingly mimicking a pregnant woman. Mufan's pupils widened in shock. He raised a finger and gently tapped Bai Yue's head, his expression darkening. In the future, don't discuss such odd things with Shenexan. 15 minutes later, Mufan rode his bicycle, ferrying Bai Yue to the front of the school. Sure enough, beneath the streetlight at the corner, there was a breakfast cart. The cart displayed the types of food available and their prices. Mufan quickly led Bai Yue over. On the cart, a large, dark pot simmered. Despite being covered with a wooden lid, the aroma of breakfast wafted through the air, mingling with the sizzling sounds of oil. "What did I get for you?" A cheerful, bald uncle peered out from behind the cart. Mufan scanned the cart quickly. Aside from the breakfast being cooked in the pot, there were baskets of milk, drinks, and congee. He didn't have many demands for breakfast. For him, anything that could fill his stomach would suffice. However, he was more concerned about Bai Yue's appetite. Turning to her, he softly asked, "Wei Wei, is there anything you particularly want?" Bai Yue gazed dreamily at the iron pot, watching the white steam escaping from the wooden lid seam, layered pancakes. "Ah, I know, but do you want anything else to drink? Perhaps black rice porridge or pure milk?" Bai Yue remained fixated on the layered pancakes. Layered pancakes. Mufan sighed softly and pointed at the pot, asking boss, "How much are the layered pancakes?" The bald uncle smiled and replied, "They're sold by weight, 12 yuan per pound. For 2 people, 8 yuan will suffice." Mufan nodded, accepting the uncle's suggestion. The bald uncle lifted the wooden lid, revealing a golden, fried pancake. He deftly used a pair of chopsticks to retrieve the pancake and placed it on the cutting board. Then, he sprinkled some sesame seeds and swiftly sliced it with a cleaver, his movements exceptionally skilled. "Would you like some chili sauce?" the bald uncle inquired, looking up. "None," Mufan replied succinctly. "That one tea do. Not putting chili sauce is like eating it for free. I must apply some," the uncle declared. With that, he took a small brush, dipped it in seasoning, and evenly spread it over the pancake. Afterward, he packed everything into a paper bag, inserted 2 bamboo skewers, and handed it to Mufan with a smile. "Come back if it's delicious." Mufan stood there, stunned by the bald uncle's unique personality. After paying, he accepted the bag. The freshly cut pancake, evenly sprinkled with sesame seeds, was still warm, emitting steam. There were even small droplets of water on the bag from the heat. Mufan stared at the pancake for quite some time, puzzled, and murmured, "Isn't this a sauce-flavored pancake? Why does Bai Yue call it layered pancakes?" He did not dwell on the terminology. Taking Bai Yue's small hand, he strolled along the white fence beside the school towards the entrance. Meanwhile, he handed her the sauce-flavored pancake. "Wei Wei, eat it while it's hot." Bai Yue accepted the pancake, fiddling with the bamboo skewer. Finding a piece that looked particularly soft, she skewered it, lifted her arm, and slowly moved it towards Mufan's mouth. Her tea-colored eyes sparkled in the sunlight, radiating a dazzling glow. "Mufan, open your mouth. The first bite, you eat first." Chapter 59. Accompanying someone important, Mufan leaned slightly forward, parting his lips. Bai Yue delicately held a bamboo skewer, gently pushing the steaming, fragrant pancake into Mufan's mouth. He chewed slowly. The pancake was exceptionally soft, with sesame seeds sprinkled on its surface, enhancing its aroma. Particularly, the subtle spiciness tantalized his taste buds, rendering the flavor even more robust. Just as the bald uncle had said, a bit of chili in the soy sauce pancake makes it truly delectable. "Mufan, is it delicious?" A hushed tone, tinged with anticipation, echoed in his ears. A faint smile graced Mufan's lips as he gently ruffled Bai Yue's hair, saying, "Wei Wei, this chili is not spicy at all. It's quite delightful." "Mufan, are you happy?" "Of course I am." With a soft thud, Bai Yue leaped into Mufan's embrace, pressing her cheek against his chest. Her half-closed eyes sparkled with traces of happiness, her voice serene and languid. "Mufan, if you're happy, I will be happy too." Mufan repeatedly ran his fingers through Bai Yue's dark hair, his heart swelling with affection and a hint of helplessness. This girl was becoming increasingly clingy. After a brief moment, he gently patted her shoulder, reminding her, "All right, Wei Wei, it's time for school." Bai Yue nodded, reluctantly releasing Mufan from her embrace. A few minutes later, they stood at the school gate, waving goodbye. Bai Yue turned her cheek, watching Mufan's departing figure until he mounted his bicycle. As he receded into the distance, becoming a mere speck, she chuckled softly. That joke was too funny. What's the big deal? As the king of memes, I can come up with all sorts of jokes. By the way, this educational institution is truly wonderful. The environment is beautiful, and the cafeteria food is delicious. I wish I could always fail and remain here to repeat a year. Perhaps I could make more female friends and stroll through the gardens together. It would be blissful. The sounds of chatter caught Bai Yue's attention. She turned her head slowly to see several classmates linking arms, walking together, playfully bantering and sharing everyday stories. Their laughter resonating around her. Friends, Bai Yue murmured to herself. She looked to her left and then to her right, realizing she had no companions. Alone, she stood there, isolated, as the groups of students brushed past her, seamlessly entering the gate. A stark sense of disparity surged within her heart. Bai Yue's gaze fell. In the classroom, she always sat by the window in the last row. Without a desk mate or anyone to converse with, she often found herself in solitude. Although Shun Xin would occasionally visit her class, she would leave after a few minutes. Bai Yue could only sit in her chair, staring blankly out the window, waiting. Waiting from day until the sun set, until Mufan appeared at the school gate. This routine repeated daily. Mufan. Countless sorrows swirled in Bai Yue's chestnut-colored eyes. Even her heart ached faintly. Her breath grew heavier, and she raised her hand to press against her heart, her bitten lips turning pale. Mufan, I wish to stroll through the school's garden with you. Mufan, where are you? I miss you so much. A warm hand gently landed on Bai Yue's head. A tender, magnetic voice, laced with a hint of confusion, inquired, Silly girl, why are you still standing here? Are you waiting for Shun Xin? Healing notes flooded Bai Yue's being in an instant. Mufan? She looked up. A beam of morning light cascaded through the swaying branches, directly illuminating Mufan, enveloped in a soft golden glow. With a thud, Bai Yue leaped into Mufan's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. Mufan, don't go. Mufan's eyes held a complex mixture of emotions. He could distinctly sense Bai Yue's sorrowful tone, as if she was swallowing her grievances about their impending separation. Inwardly, he sighed. How deeply this girl relied on him. Gently, Mufan pressed Bai Yue's head down, stroking it softly, striving to make his voice as tender as possible. Silly girl, I never said I would leave. Don't think such things. I just want to buy you some protective gear. Here it is. With a flourish, Mufan produced 2 pairs of sports knee pads from behind him. Wei, you have physical education today. The teacher mentioned the activities during registration. In the first PE class, there will be a physical assessment, including running. Since you don't usually exercise much, it would be unfortunate to pull a muscle. As he spoke, Mufan rolled up Bai Yue's long sleeves and slipped on the protective gear. Bai Yue stood there, dazed, allowing Mufan to adjust her. After securing one arm, Mufan smiled lightly. Wei, shake your arm a bit. See if it feels tight? Okay. Bai Yue replied obediently, moving her arm. She could distinctly feel the muscles at her elbow tightening, as if her entire arm was brimming with unspent energy. She raised her gaze, reveling in the joy of conversing with Mufan. Mufan, I can feel it. That's good, Mufan acknowledged. After removing the protective gear from Bai Yue's arm, he opened her backpack, stuffing the remaining gear inside, instructing, take these out during PE class. If you don't know how to wear them, ask the PE teacher. Wei, I'm off now. Be good at school. With that, Mufan turned to leave. After a few steps, he glanced back, casting one more look at Bai Yue. She stood like a statue, alone, her gaze drooping and shrouded in a grayish gloom. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Mufan. He suddenly recalled the math homework Bai Yue had incorrectly completed the night before while rummaging through her bag. In his memory, Bai Yue was quite intelligent, with diligence. She could master anything. Having gotten every problem wrong suggested she hadn't paid attention in class. It seemed necessary to provide her with some psychological support. With a sigh, Mufan returned, proposing, Wei, there's still 40 minutes until class. How about I accompany you to explore the school? Bai Yue lifted her head. The surprise glimmered in her chestnut eyes, hidden beneath her dark locks. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she plunged into Mufan's embrace. Her slightly parted lips whispering a soft, joyful murmur. Mufan, thank you. Mufan tousled by Yoe's hair, smiling gently. What are you thanking me for, silly? Accompanying someone important around the school is a perfectly normal thing to do. With a flourish, Mufan extended his warm hand, gesturing, Wei, let us go. I heard there's a sea of flowers behind the gym. How about I take you to make a flower crown? Chapter 60. The Secret Garden with a Gentle Touch. Bai Yue extended her fair fingers and delicately intertwined them with Mufan's warm palm. Mufan, wherever you go, I will follow. The morning air was perpetually infused with the pure fragrance of earth. In the small grove behind the library, countless nameless wildflowers flourished. A soft breeze whispered through the trees, refreshing and invigorating. Mufan stood at the edge of the grove, taking a deep breath as the cool air filled his lungs and then released slowly. He couldn't help but exclaim, quitting smoking truly elevates one's spirits. Bai Yue held Mufan's hand, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Due to the early hour, the vicinity of the gym was nearly deserted. Apart from the occasional rustle of the wind and the whisper of the grass, silence enveloped them. Mufan. Bai Yue gently shook his hand. There's no one here. Should we go in? Mufan smiled softly. Silly girl, it's rare to see such scenery. Isn't it better without any disturbances? Bai Yue murmured, but you seem afraid of ghosts. A buzzing sensation filled Mufan's mind as he recalled a few days prior when Bai Yue had curiously inquired about the placement of slippers while he was asleep. He had concocted a ghost story, warning her that if the toes pointed towards the bed, a female ghost might drift in, wearing those very slippers, and stare intently at him. Perhaps from that moment, Bai Yue had mistakenly believed he was afraid of ghosts. Mufan chuckled to himself, this girl has an excellent memory. While Mufan was lost in thought, Bai Yue's gaze wandered through the grove. Suddenly, she spotted a vibrant red flower swaying gently in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Captivated, she approached it, kneeling beside the bloom to observe it closely. Wei, what did you find? Mufan inquired, stepping closer. Bai Yue looked up, her eyes sparkling with vitality, a smile gracing her lips. Mufan, there's a flower here. Mufan's heart fluttered, not because the flower was particularly beautiful, but rather due to the joy radiating from Bai Yue's face upon discovering it. Her smile seemed to shine brighter. Mufan mused, a mere wildflower can bring such happiness to Bai Yue? Does she truly adore flowers? It seems all girls have an affinity for them. A subtle rustling caught Mufan's attention, prompting him to lower his gaze. At that moment, Bai Yue was kneeling on the soft earth, supported by her knees, pressing down on some wild grass. She extended a finger, delicately poking at the flower's petals. At her touch, a crystalline dewdrop slid down the flower's stamen. Bai Yue quickly withdrew her finger, a sweet smile blooming on her face. As if the act of touching the petal was a delightful game. Mufan approached and gently patted Bai Yue's head. Silly girl. Don't sit on the ground all the time. Move a little further in, and you'll see a sea of flowers. Come on, get up. He supported her with his arm, helping her to rise. Just then, a piercing voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere of the grove. Mufan and Bai Yue turned abruptly. Hey! A figure rushed toward them, a sharp wind following in her wake. Shun Xin arrived breathlessly behind them, propping her chin on her small arm. Mimicking the pose of thinker with a serious tone, Mufan, you really brought Bai Yue here. Mufan looked bewildered. Did we make any plans? Without waiting for a reply, Shun Xin continued with raised eyebrows. I am Shun Xin, the high priestess under the ice cream banner, the romantic aide of Bai Yue. A few days ago, I deduced from the stars that you would bring Bai Yue to my secret garden this morning. Mufan felt a lump in his throat, fully aware of Shun Xin's overactive imagination and her penchant for eccentric declarations. However, since she genuinely wished to befriend Bai Yue and himself, Mufan found it in himself to be more tolerant of her quirks. Ahem. Mufan cleared his throat, perplexed. Are you referring to the flower sea within the grove as your secret garden? Shun Xin gasped dramatically, her hands flailing in despair. What grove could possibly sprout a flower sea without reason? Those flowers are all planted by me. They are my exclusive formula. Mufan was taken aback. Initially, he had assumed the flower sea was a school project, but it turned out to be Shen Xian's handiwork. Wait, what do you mean by exclusive formula? He pondered. Before he could delve further into his thoughts, Shen Xian stepped forward with a cheeky smile. By Yue, since it's your first visit to my secret base, I'll give you a welcome present. How about that? Without waiting for a response, Shen Xian seized by Yue's wrist and pulled out something from her pocket, placing it in by Yue's palm with a mysterious flourish. Mufan's curiosity piqued as he leaned in to see what it was. As Bai Yue opened her hand, a cluster of flower petals revealed themselves. Mufan noticed that the petals appeared to have been dehydrated, no longer moist but rather dry and compact. There were two colors, blue and red. Unable to contain himself, Mufan asked, Shen Xian, why did you dry the flowers? Shen Xian replied, without hesitation, to brew tea. Some people enjoy using tea leaves, others prefer orange peels. Only we, the mountain tribe, collect various flowers, dry them, and brew them into tea. The floral aroma infuses the tea, not only nourishing the skin, but also elevating one's mood. It's a splendid form of wellness. Mufan found himself agreeing with her. It was undeniable that flower tea indeed had beautifying properties. Observing the flowers in by Yue's hands, gratitude washed over him. It was said that drying flowers was a complex and labor-intensive process, yielding low quantities. Shen Xian bestowing such a generous gift upon Bai Yue was indeed significant. Mufan rummaged through Bai Yue's backpack for a plastic bag and opened it up. Wei, let us put the flower tea in here. Bai Yue nodded obediently, tilting her palm as the red and blue petals slipped into the bag. Mufan twisted the bag several times, tying a knot before placing it back into Bai Yue's backpack. Thank you for the flower tea, Shen Xian. Suddenly, Shen Xian trembled, standing frozen in disbelief. Thank you? Mufan, he said thank you to me? My goodness. Is this the gratifying feeling of being appreciated? Have they truly begun to see me as a friend? Yes, this is wonderful. Shen Xian clenched her fist, pressing it against her cheek. Ecstatic as she jumped up and down, oh my, why did he suddenly say thank you? Alas, Mufan, you truly are something. Even if you express your gratitude towards me, it will not bring me joy. Hey, he. Mufan gazed at Shen Xian, bewildered, as he stood frozen in place. Hey, Shen Xian, could you please act a bit more normally? Shen Xian seemed to have realized her own indiscretion. Flustered, she glanced around, ultimately fleeing in a state of panic. As she departed, she did not forget to extol the virtues of the floral teas. Tea brewed from blue flowers is cooling, possessing the ability to soothe the mind and promote restful slumber. Tea brewed from red flowers is warming, capable of replenishing energy, nourishing the yin, dispelling the cold, and warming the spleen and stomach. Do not drink the wrong one. Gaina. Mufan stood in stunned silence. Rustling, Bai Yue gently clutched Mufan's sleeve, inquiring, Mufan, shall we still venture inside to admire the sea of flowers? Mufan returned to his senses. He extended his hand, tenderly stroking Bai Yue's head, and replied, of course we must go. The weather has turned cooler recently. While the flowers have yet to completely wither, I shall ensure you have a splendid view. Chapter 61. I am waiting for your return. The autumn clouds, capricious in nature, gathered silently, their grayish-white hues enveloping the brilliant sun. A biting, jagged wind howled through the air, causing the branches and leaves in the small grove to sway violently, creating a cacophony of sound. Mufan zipped his jacket up to his chest, his hands tucked into his pockets as he braved the shrieking cold wind. Stepping out of the grove, behind him, the girl extended her fair fingers, gently clutching the hem of Mufan's clothing. She tilted her head slightly, her bangs obscuring her tea-brown eyes, which gazed intently at the flower resting on her forehead. Unable to contain her emotions, she tightened her grip on his clothing, a hint of warmth gracing her lips as she whispered, I really like it. Her soft, ethereal voice soon faded away, carried off by the gusts of wind. Mufan heard nothing amidst the silence. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the convenience store. According to their agreement, the supplier would dispatch someone to deliver the goods promptly. The driver would only need to drive the truck, while someone had to be present to oversee the unloading. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed as Bai Yue accidentally kicked a small stone. Like an arrow, it darted away, rolling across the uneven ground before miraculously bouncing into a glass bottle lying nearby. Wow, impressive! Mufan exclaimed. Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion. Mufan, what are you talking about? He raised a finger and gently tapped her forehead, patiently explaining, silly, it's an adjective, complimenting you. His soothing, magnetic voice was akin to soft cotton candy, exuding a sweet fragrance. Bai Yue felt warmth envelop her heart. Without hesitation, she leaped into Mufan's embrace, her soft tone clinging like a sticky sweet. Mufan, you are amazing too. Mufan was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an oddity in her compliment. After allowing her to hold him for a while, he glanced at his wristwatch and gently patted her shoulder, reminding her, all right, Wei Wei, there are 10 minutes left before class. We should head back to the classroom. Upon hearing class, Bai Yue's gaze fell. Mufan sighed helplessly, realizing this girl was becoming overly clingy. He stroked her head and leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, Wei Wei, be good. I need to return to the community and handle matters at the convenience store. I promise to paint the walls and hang a few ocean-themed murals. If I stay at school any longer, I won't finish. Bai Yue remained silent, burying her head deeper. The gentle breeze stirred, carrying a faint trace of melancholy in the air. Mufan felt weary at heart. Several times, he contemplated leaving resolutely, yet the image of Bai Yue's disheartened eyes twisted his heart painfully. He felt conflicted, fully aware that if he indulged her too much, fostering an increasing dependence, it would inevitably lead to psychological issues in the long run. After a moment of contemplation, Mufan resolved to employ an encouraging approach to help Bai Yue cultivate independence. He released his hand, gently pinching her soft, chubby cheek, and reassured, Wei Wei, if you promise to attend class obediently, I shall grant you a small request. How's that sound? A small request. Bai Yue lifted her gaze. Yes, as long as it's not too excessive, I will comply. But you must promise to focus on your studies and correct all your mistakes. Bai Yue blinked her clear eyes, intently observing Mufan's moving lips, reminiscent of the vibrant hue of strawberry candy, exceedingly beautiful. Mufan, she murmured, burying her head once more into his chest. Talking makes me thirsty. Thirsty means I need water. Mufan, I have herbal tea in my backpack. I'll brew some for you. Her words reminded him of the herbal tea Shun Xin had given him. The request for tea was reasonable. Mufan nodded decisively. All right. But where can we find a cup and hot water? Bai Yue blinked her clear eyes and replied leisurely, in the classroom. There's everything. 5 minutes later, Mufan followed Bai Yue into the classroom. With mere moments before class began, the students had already taken out their textbooks, waiting in silence. Mufan surveyed his surroundings. In the corner beside the podium, a wooden table housed an electric water dispenser, its red light indicating it was in warming mode. On the table lay an open plastic wrap, revealing disposable cups. Mufan couldn't help but reflect, I recall there was no water dispenser the last time I visited. Truly commendable for an educational institution. The learning environment is indeed excellent. After a brief pause, Mufan turned to Bai Yue. Wei Wei, where's your seat? She pointed to a window seat in the back row there. Mufan, you sit first. I'll go brew the tea. As she spoke, she removed her backpack and retrieved the herbal tea, then slowly walked toward the water dispenser. Throughout, Mufan's gaze remained fixed on her. Only when she took a disposable cup, skillfully placed the tea within, and positioned it beneath the dispenser, did Mufan finally relax. Realizing that Bai Yue's life at school was not as dire as he had feared. Carrying his white backpack, Mufan approached the last row of the classroom. Before sitting down, he noticed a puddle on the floor. Not spilled water, but a foul, viscous liquid. Tracing its source, he found it flowing from the old-style trash bin in the sanitation corner, woven from bamboo strips. The gaps between the strips made it unsuitable for holding certain types of waste, like fruit or candy, which, when fermented, would easily decay. The unpleasant liquid seeped through the gaps, ensuring that the sanitation corner would only grow filthier over time. A subtle sound interrupted Mufan's thoughts as Bai Yue placed the cup on the desk. He instinctively turned his head, only to collide with her innocent eyes. Bai Yue pushed the cup forward, indicating Mufan, Drink water. However, Mufan's attention was not on the herbal tea. He pointed towards the trash bin. His brow furrowed with concern. Wei, the environment in the sanitation corner is quite poor. The fermented smell can lead to issues with the central nervous system, causing nausea and even memory loss. He gestured forward, continuing, there are several empty seats in front. Why must you sit in the last row? You need to take care of your health. Mufan's tone was somewhat urgent, causing Bai Yue to lower her head in dismay. After a significant pause, she approached him, her voice barely above a whisper. This place. You have sat here before. I never changed seats because I was waiting for you to return. Chapter 62. Are you speaking of Mufan? Mufan slightly parted his lips, yet felt as if a lump was lodged in his throat. Simply because, during the registration at the start of the semester, he had sat in the classroom accompanying Bai Yue for a single lesson. She had resolutely guarded that empty seat, preventing anyone but him from occupying it. Was this girl's possessiveness truly so overwhelming? Raising his gaze, Mufan locked eyes with Bai Yue. Her clear, innocent eyes sparkled with purity, reminiscent of a lotus blooming unsullied from the muddy depths. She exuded an aura of clarity and innocence, devoid of any ulterior motives or scheming. With a long sigh, Mufan murmured to himself, it doesn't seem like possessiveness. Perhaps Bai Yue simply relies on me too much. The hurried bell rang, abruptly pulling Mufan back to reality. He sprang to his feet, preparing to leave. Wei, you must attend class obediently. I have to go. In that fleeting moment as he turned, Mufan's peripheral vision caught sight of a paper cup on the desk. Wisps of water vapor spiraled upward in irregular arcs. Upon reaching a critical point, it dispersed like smoke, the wafting steam drifting lazily, landing squarely in Bai Yue's eyes. Perhaps stimulated by the external environment. Her long eyelashes fluttered involuntarily. The dim brown of her pupils shimmered with a layer of mist, clearly indicating her distress. Mufan, feeling a surge of concern, turned back. Silly girl. He reached out, gently stroking Bai Yue's head to offer comfort. Simultaneously, he picked up the steaming paper cup, filled with tea that had been tinted a vibrant red due to the many small red flowers infused within. Sitting back down, he took a delicate sip, the rich floral fragrance instantly filling his mouth. With a soft smile, he casually remarked, Wei, why are all the flowers in your tea red? With a soft whoosh, Bai Yue wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Her hushed, soothing voice brushed against Mufan's ear. Drinking tea brewed with red flowers will warm the body. The weather is getting colder. Falling sick is unpleasant. A gentle warmth mingled with her breath, lightly caressing Mufan's cheek. He shuddered, his hand holding the paper cup trembling slightly, nearly spilling the tea. Mufan was not overly concerned with the effects of the floral tea. It was rather that Bai Yue was too close. Wei, this is the classroom. Please don't do that, he muttered anxiously. Yet, Bai Yue did not release her hold. She nestled her head closer, resting it against his warm cheek. Her eyes naturally fluttering shut. Mufan, I'm not doing anything. Embracing like this keeps the cold at bay. It feels so comfortable. Bai Yue's chest began to rise and fall steadily, her breathing growing even. Mufan was taken aback. Surely, this girl couldn't have fallen asleep on him again? Wei, loosen your grip. I need to head back. Wei, wake up. Class is in session. Please don't sleep. However, his calls bore no fruit. Bai Yue seemed to have slipped into a deep slumber. Mufan raised his hand, preparing to gently tap her cheek to rouse her. Just then, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The bespectacled female teacher entered, carrying textbooks as she approached the podium. Left with no choice, Mufan resorted to lifting Bai Yue like a small piglet and placing her back in her seat. 45 minutes later, the teacher exited the classroom punctually. Mufan glanced back at Bai Yue, who remained sprawled across her desk, softly snoring. Leaning on the desk with his elbow, Mufan rubbed his brow and sighed. No wonder she keeps getting the answers wrong. She doesn't pay attention in class at all. Teachers at educational institutions generally do not enforce strict discipline. It all relies on self-motivation. At this rate, when would they ever graduate? He took a sip of the now lukewarm floral tea and set down the notes he had taken during class in front of Bai Yue. Concerned she might not understand them, he thoughtfully prepared a sticky note with explanations. Once he had completed everything, Mufan reached out again, gently stroking her head with a fond gaze. Silly girl, all the detailed notes are right here. When you wake up, remember to review. Only through diligent study will you have more opportunities. All right, I'm leaving now. I'll come to pick you up after school this afternoon. With a soft rustle, Mufan stood up, carefully sliding the oak chair back under the desk. He took one last glance at the slumbering Bai Yu Wei before exiting through the back door, vanishing down the corridor. However, Mufan did not hasten to leave the school. Instead, he approached an office and knocked before entering. At that moment, Teacher Shi was seated, sitting there. Upon seeing Mufan, a look of curiosity crossed his face. Mr. Mu, is there something you need? Without the pleasantries, Mufan got straight to the point. Teacher Shi, I have an issue to report. There is a significant problem with the trash bin in Bai Yuwei's class. It is made of woven bamboo and... Before he could finish, Teacher Shi interrupted with an awkward smile. Say, Mufan, the issue you raised is already being addressed by the school. Since her class is newly established, some facilities have not been fully synchronized. The water dispenser was only procured last week, and the new trash bins are currently in transit. They should be replaced in about 2 days, ensuring a conducive learning environment for every student. Relieved, Mufan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his worries were entirely unfounded. He smiled lightly and continued. Teacher Shi, there's another matter I'd like to discuss. Bai Yuwei has a somewhat introverted personality, and I'm concerned. Before he could finish, Teacher Shi understood Mufan's concern. Students in educational institutions typically struggle academically and often fall short of entering their desired schools. To many, they are viewed as problem children prone to trouble. Like most parents, Mufan feared for his child's safety against potential bullying by peers. Teacher Shi waved his hand reassuringly, explaining, Mr. Mu, you need not worry. Our institution has nurtured many talents. Numerous students have progressed from vocational training to academic institutions after completing their courses here. Success in learning relies on both innate talent and consistent effort. While our teachers can only provide supplementary assistance in academics, we will do everything in our power to help with interpersonal relations. We absolutely do not permit any incidents of bullying, humiliation, or isolation among students. A wave of gratitude washed over Mufan. It appeared he had made the right choice in selecting this educational institution. Thank you, Teacher Shi. Not at all, it is our duty, he replied. After a brief exchange, Mufan stepped out of the office and left the school. In the bustling classroom, Bai Yuwei remained slumped over her desk. She opened her eyes and glanced at the empty seat beside her, a profound sense of loss enveloping her once more. Mufan was gone. Nearby, 2 classmates exchanged glances in Bai Yuwei's direction, their murmurs incessant. Classmate A, hey, that girl named Bai Yuwei, why does she always have such a long face? Does she suffer from some psychological issues? Classmate B, I'm not sure, but who was that man just now? He doesn't seem to be from our class, does he? Classmate A, he must be your boyfriend, right? Classmate B, oh no, don't mess with my mindset. Bai Yuwei completely aligns with my aesthetic. I've been wanting to confess my feelings to her for ages. I adore petite girls. The thrill of romance is exhilarating. Damn, how did someone else get to her first? Is that guy wealthy or something? Classmate A scoffed, preparing to tease his deskmate for coveting someone out of reach. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. He turned to glance over his shoulder and immediately grasped his deskmate's collar. Trembling with fear, hey, don't say anything. Classmate B looked confused. Why not? In that fleeting moment of turning, a shadowy aura crept in the corner of his eye. Bai Yuwei had appeared behind them, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at them. Slowly tilting her head, you too were speaking ill of Mufan, were you? Chapter 63. Latex. The 2 classmates clung to one another, their trembling voices filled with a desperate yearning for survival. No, it's not like that. We haven't. Meanwhile, Mufan was pedaling his bicycle towards the community. A gentle breeze, tinged with a hint of moisture, brushed against his cheek. Mufan lifted his gaze slightly to the sky, where the grayish-white clouds no longer gathered densely. They dispersed slowly, resembling mushroom spores transforming into wisps of smoke. Despite the absence of sunlight, the sky appeared considerably brighter than before. With a long exhale, Mufan released a breath of stale air. His spirits lifted as he mused. Wei Wei must be diligently reviewing her notes at this hour, right? From now on, I shall adopt this method to catch up on all the missed classes. Ding ding. Mufan rang his bicycle bell, the clear sound ringing pleasantly in the air. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a delivery truck not far ahead. The side of the truck was adorned with posters and celebrity advertisements. Mufan was well aware that the delivery vehicle from the wholesale market had arrived. He parked his bicycle beside the community and instinctively took out his phone. The screen displayed the time along with several pop-up ads, but no incoming calls. How odd. I distinctly remember the supplier mentioning they would call before delivery. Mufan murmured softly, perplexed. Despite his confusion, he approached the truck. As he neared it, he glanced up to see the driver, wearing sunglasses, leisurely resting his legs on the dashboard while enjoying a custard pie. Mufan was left utterly bewildered. Surely, he isn't waiting for me to unload the goods, is he? Suddenly, a voice from the other side of the truck interrupted Mufan's thoughts. Hey. The sound of exertion broke the silence as Gao Fei, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, struggled to carry several large boxes into the house, his jacket tied around his waist. After what seemed like a considerable effort, beads of sweat visibly dripped from his forehead, sliding down his flushed neck and falling to the ground. Nevertheless, Gao Fei remained undeterred, mumbling self-encouraging phrases as he worked. Mufan, astonished, gaped at the dwindling cargo in the truck. Fei Zi, what on earth are you doing? Gao Fei turned his head, and upon making eye contact with Mufan, his expression was unmistakably one of excitement. Muga, you're back. Just wait a moment. Oui. Gao Fei tightened his grip on two large cardboard boxes and struggled to squat down, placing them carefully on the ground. He then pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket and offered it to Mufan. Muga, care for a smoke? Mufan waved his hand dismissively, peering into the small room. The less than 50 square meter space was crammed with various cardboard boxes. A complex expression crossed Mufan's face as he incredulously questioned, Fei Zi, did you move all of this? With a crack, Gao Fei lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. As he exhaled the smoke, a smug smile appeared on his face. Muga, yesterday you mentioned that a truck would deliver the goods. But when I came looking for you today, I found you weren't home. I figured you must have gone out for business. To avoid distracting you, I called 114 to find the wholesale market's number and intercepted the delivery truck. Gao Fei blew a smoke ring, gazing with satisfaction at the mountain of goods. Exuding a sense of reliability, Muga, I moved all the items by myself. No need to thank me. We're good buddies after all. Mufan struggled to find words, momentarily speechless. Gao Fei truly had no sense of logic whatsoever. Clearing his throat, Mufan patted Gao Fei's shoulder and said, Fei Zi, let's move all the goods out. Boom! Mufan's words pierced through the air like a blade, hitting Gao Fei squarely in the chest. Gao Fei's mouth twitched slightly, as if he were experiencing a hallucination. Muga, what did you just say? Without repeating himself, Mufan gave Gao Fei a meaningful look, urging him to comprehend. Gao Fei's heart raced, like a restless ant. He paced back and forth at the door of the small room before finally standing frozen before Mufan, astonished. But, Muye, you have to give me a reason. After all, it took him over half an hour to move everything inside. His arms were sore, and he was drenched in sweat. This is all my hard work. Mufan, undeterred by the protest, grasped Gao Fei's shoulders and pulled him into the small room. Fei Zi, if you were the owner of a convenience store, where would you set up shop? Gao Fei raised his finger. Of course I would set up in. Buzz. In the next moment, Gao Fei's arm hung suspended in the air as realization dawned upon him. Mufan had mentioned clearing the room to convert it into a convenience store, yet he had crammed all the goods inside, effectively turning it into a storage unit with no space left for a shop. Gao Fei involuntarily swallowed hard, his expression twisting. Muye. So I must move everything out now, right? Mufan shrugged, narrowing his eyes. What do you think? Boom! An unprecedented wave of frustration washed over Gao Fei. He clenched his fists, repeatedly slapping his thighs in regret. I finally tried to be serious this time, and you make me lose so completely. Damn it. An hour later, The goods in the flat were cleared out, all piled into Mufan's secondary bedroom. Upon returning to the flat, Mufan stroked his chin, carefully examining the four walls. They were pockmarked and stained with various smudges. It was imperative to scrape and repaint them. Mufan turned to Gao Fei and asked, "Fei Zi, can you go to East Street and buy some whitewash?" Gao Fei paused, puzzled. "Mu Ge, you're going to paint the walls?" Mufan nodded. "Yes. A fresh coat will make the room look much tidier. Besides, it's auspicious for the new store opening." Gao Fei found this reasoning compelling and turned without hesitation. "All right, I'll go buy some." Just a few steps away, Mufan's voice called out again, "And pick up a bottle of blue latex paint." Thud! Gao Fei halted, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Mu Ge, you don't mean to paint the walls blue, do you? That would look ugly." A hint of awkwardness crossed Mufan's smile. "At first, it may look odd, but one will get used to it." Gao Fei furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He suddenly sensed something amiss with Mufan recently. Based on his understanding of Mufan, he knew he was not one to embrace eccentricity. The idea of adding blue dye to whitewash was something Mufan would never consider. Recalling that Mufan had just declined his offer of a cigarette, Gao Fei's curiosity deepened. In his mind, the image of Bai Yu Wei flickered faintly. In an instant, Gao Fei felt as if he had been struck by a revelation, seemingly piecing together the puzzle. He frowned slightly, a complex expression crossing his eyes. "Mu Ge, you unexpectedly decided to repaint this dilapidated house, intending to open a convenience store. Could it possibly be for that girl you rescued?" Chapter 64. "I come to take you home." Mufan's heart trembled slightly. He did not respond to Gao Fei's inquiry, but turned to the side, silently gazing at the distant white clouds. A gentle breeze brushed past him, lifting a few strands of hair at his temples. The dark orbs of his eyes, profound and shadowy, seemed embedded with the galaxy, radiating an enigmatic glow. "Mu Ye." Gao Fei was somewhat bewildered. Mufan chose not to conceal this secret within his heart. He shrugged, attempting to maintain a relaxed demeanor. "Well, one could say that. I have a bit of a desire to care for that girl." Gao Fei was taken aback. In his memory, Mufan had stringent expectations regarding relationships. They were to be exclusive, filled with affection, and require the courage for mutual pursuit, while others might engage in romance for mere enjoyment. Mufan's approach was always directed towards matrimony. This was also the reason he had remained single throughout his 4 years in university. So many girls, and yet he had not found one to his liking. Did he truly just fall for some random girl on the street? Could it be that Bai Yu Wei is truly a treasure? Gao Fei yearned to inquire further, but upon witnessing Mufan's contemplative demeanor, he refrained from continuing to pry. Instead, he turned and headed towards the community entrance. "Mu Ge, I will go buy some white paint now and help you repaint the bungalow." On the way to Dong Street, Gao Fei's heart raced with a flurry of wild thoughts. Suddenly, he halted, twisting to glance back at the community. "Wait, something's not right. We agreed to remain single together. Mu Ge, why have you secretly begun dating without telling me?" Time slipped away, and by dusk, Mufan and Gao Fei finally tossed the paintbrush, now smeared with blue paint, into the dye bucket. Phew, finally done. Mufan stood in the bungalow, surveying the surroundings. Not only were the walls coated in a cerulean hue, but even the ceiling and floor had not been spared. A sea of blue stretched before him. Gao Fei stretched lazily, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. His gaze toward Mufan held an added respect. "Mu Ge, I never would have guessed that you could even mix paint. Have you done renovations before?" Mufan stowed the ladder and began to carry it outside. "Fei Zi, do you know what kind of man exudes the greatest sense of security?" Gao Fei scratched the back of his head, deep in thought. "What kind?" Mufan raised an eyebrow, responding, "One who can fix computers, unclog toilets, wire electrical circuits, and change light bulbs. Mastering home improvement skills makes you a jack of all trades. Wherever you go, you become the brightest star." Gao Fei pondered this. He stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "No wonder in Japanese dramas, female landlords often invite plumbers over. It must stem from a lack of security." Just as he was lost in thought, Mufan's voice rang out from outside. "Fei Zi, the freshly painted walls contain formaldehyde. Don't linger too long. Hurry out. And remember to bring the dye bucket out too." Gao Fei jumped in surprise, quickly grabbing the iron bucket and rushing out. Mufan returned the borrowed ladder to a resident. Then, from beneath a banyan tree. He retrieved a prepared triangular sign and placed it in front of the bungalow. The sign boldly read, "Newly renovated, contains formaldehyde, do not enter." Mufan brushed off the dust from his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Looks good. In a week, once the formaldehyde dissipated, the convenience store would be ready to open. Gao Fei felt a swirl of complex emotions. Even before the store opened, Mufan had handed him a sum of money as an advance on his salary. He wasn't foolish. He could see through Mufan's little ploy. This was his way of giving Gao Fei money without wanting to witness him in a humble position of borrowing. Mufan was using kindness to preserve the last remnants of his dignity. Turning his head, Gao Fei's eyes shone with resolute determination. "Mugo, once the convenience store opens, I promise to manage it diligently, ensuring you do not suffer losses. Even if no one buys anything, I will take the goods to the streets and sell them to passers-by. Mugo, entrust the convenience store to me, and you need not worry." Perhaps it was the gravity of the moment that rendered the atmosphere somewhat tense. Mufan chose not to dwell further on the topic. He reached out, gently patting Gao Fei's shoulder, and spoke with understanding. Acute appendicitis, while excruciating when it flares up, poses little concern if managed properly. Modern medical techniques make appendectomies quite manageable. Once the appendix is removed, it will never recur. After your aunt is discharged, ensure her diet is well regulated. Avoid spicy and irritating foods and focus on easily digestible, high-quality proteins. Gao Fei nodded in agreement. "Mugo, I will follow your advice." Mufan smiled faintly. "Yes, go visit the hospital. While your parents are still young, remember to spend more time with them. It's almost time for school to end. I need to go pick that child up." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two parted ways in front of the community. Mufan rode his bicycle along the designated bike lane, lost in thought. The painful memories of the past, which he preferred not to recall, crept back into his consciousness like a haunting nightmare. The silhouettes of his parents faintly emerged in his mind. Mufan sighed helplessly. Humanity often finds itself inadvertently reminiscing about bygone days, memories worth cherishing, yet capable of inflicting deep wounds. Crack! A colossal bolt of lightning split the sky, accompanied by a sharp sound. Mufan lifted his gaze. The distant dark clouds loomed like beasts in the night, slowly approaching amidst the rumble of thunder. Where the ominous clouds passed, a shroud of gloom enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The wind howled fiercely, and torrential raindrops fell in an instant. Rushing water cascaded down the slope, streaming relentlessly toward the drainage system. "Damn it!" Mufan cursed under his breath. Battling against the howling cold wind, he pushed his bicycle, seeking refuge beneath the bus stop. The torrential rain pounded against the metal roof of the shelter, creating a cacophony of sound. Due to the unexpected downpour, vehicles on the road struggled with obstructed windshields, veering off course. They had no choice but to halt, allowing the wipers to sweep away the rain clinging to the glass. Such heavy rain. Mufan furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. I must quickly send a text to Bai Yue, urging her to wait patiently in the classroom. Mufan rummaged through his rain-soaked pockets and retrieved his phone. Just as he was about to swipe the screen, he felt a gentle tug on his elbow. Instinctively, he turned his head. A girl holding a dark blue umbrella stood behind him. She carried a white backpack and cradled a patched rabbit plushie in her arms. Her slightly lifted gaze was calm and serene, exuding a soft, melancholic glow. "Mufan," she said, "it's raining. I have come to take you home." Chapter 65. Soaked Vivi. In a moment of astonishment, Mufan found himself momentarily stunned. He instinctively lifted his gaze to glance at the eaves of the bus stop. A torrent of icy rain cascaded down like silken threads, drumming rhythmically against the edge, landing squarely on by Yue's umbrella, producing a series of dull thuds. Hurriedly, Mufan grasped by Yue's arm, pulling her slightly towards the shelter. "Yue, why are you out of school?" Bai Yue blinked her clear eyes and replied earnestly. The school announced that due to the heavy rain today, we were let out early. Mufan opened his mouth slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. This educational institution truly exhibited a humane approach. A chilling wind howled mercilessly, causing even the vegetation in the green belt to sway wildly, rustling and clattering. Sharp strands of rain lashed against Mufan's cheeks. Squinting, he instinctively pulled Bai Yue in front of an advertisement board, drawing her close to shield her within his comfort zone from the slanted downpour. Once the wind had calmed a bit, Mufan finally inquired, "Yue, why didn't you send me a message about leaving school early?" Realizing her misstep, Bai Yue lowered her gaze. Her voice tinged with a hint of guilt. "Mufan, I'm sorry. The phone you gave me, it's broken." Mufan hesitated. "Broken? Your phone?" "Yes." Bai Yue nodded gently. She tucked the umbrella handle under her arm, freeing her hands to retrieve her white backpack, delicately unzipping it. After a moment of rummaging, she produced her phone, cautiously extending it towards Mufan, her eyes filled with remorse. "I'm sorry. I always mess things up. Hence, I must be annoying." Mufan regarded the girl before him with a complex expression. Her meek demeanor resembled that of a child who had erred, her gaze evasive, fearing reprimand. He exhaled a sigh. Extending his hand, he gently ruffled Bai Yue's hair, offering a flicker of warmth. "Silly girl, since your phone is broken, there's no need to continue feeling guilty. No matter how sad you are, the phone cannot be restored. It's better to maintain a positive outlook." After a brief pause, Mufan shrugged, teasingly adding, "Yue, you wouldn't want me to end up in a situation of losing both my money and my possessions, would you?" This seemed to resonate, as a glimmer of understanding flickered in Bai Yue's eyes. Subsequently, she opened her arms and buried herself in Mufan's embrace, mimicking his past gestures. Soothing him with gentle words, "Mufan, don't be afraid. You will never lose everything." Accustomed to Bai Yue's serene tone, Mufan found himself slightly unaccustomed to her earnestness. Yet, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he found this subtle shift in her character endearing. With a gentle smile, he lightly pushed her away. "All right, Yue, I'm getting wet. If we continue this embrace, you'll end up soaked as well." Bai Yue slowly shook her head, seemingly unconcerned. "Mufan being wet is still okay." Mufan, perhaps it was the nature of this conversation, rare and profound. Passers-by, seeking refuge from the rain, turned their heads in unison, casting complex glances at the pair. Feeling their scrutiny, Mufan cleared his throat, shifting the topic. "Yue, storms like this usually pass swiftly. I estimate that in about 10 minutes, it will subside. Once the rain lessens, we can head home." Bai Yue nodded obediently, leaning in once more. "Mufan, I'll follow your lead." In the ensuing moments, Mufan and Bai Yue sat on the bench beneath the bus stop. The bench was crowded with people, leaving little room. Thus Mufan and Bai Yue sat closely together. However, their attentions diverged. Bai Yue fixed her gaze ahead, intently watching the stormwater rush through the drainage, muddy waters sweeping away various debris. Mufan hung his head, fiddling with Bai Yue's phone. The device bore no signs of having been dropped, and the battery showed no swelling, other than the screen being unresponsive when he pressed the power button. There appeared to be no other damage. Strange, it didn't seem broken. Could it be out of battery? Mufan murmured to himself, then turned to her. "Yue, did you charge your phone last night?" Bai Yue said nothing, instead staring blankly at him. After a few moments, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes brimming with confusion. Clearly, she was unaware of what it meant to charge a phone. Bang! Mufan's mind buzzed. He suddenly understood the reason for the phone's breakdown. It wasn't a hardware issue. Rather, Bai Yue had simply forgotten to charge it. The realization struck him as amusing. He slapped his forehead, releasing a series of wry chuckles. When I gave Bai Yue the phone, I included the charger, but I never taught her how to charge it. I always treated Bai Yue as if she were just like everyone else. I am truly foolish. After a brief pause, Mufan became aware that his thoughts were flawed. He quietly observed Bai Yue's profile, her long eyelashes framing her chestnut eyes, which radiated a gentle glow. Mufan pressed his lips together, correcting himself. No, Bai Yue is just a normal person. She simply has never encountered electronic devices, hence her lack of understanding. It seemed as if Bai Yue sensed Mufan's gaze, slowly turning her head. What's wrong? The unexpected inquiry left Mufan at a loss for words. Instinctively, he averted his eyes, seeking a new topic. Nothing. Yue, I just wanted to ask, where did you get this umbrella? Bai Yue gripped the handle and gently pushed it open. The deep blue fabric unfurled instantly. Though the umbrella was a solid color, its quality was exceptional. She lifted her gaze to the top of the umbrella and replied contemplatively. "It was given to me by Shan Xian," she said. "Mufan has always taken care of me, so I must learn to take care of Mufan too." With a rustling sound, Bai Yue turned her head, her hopeful eyes reflecting a hint of yearning. "Mufan, I will strive to take care of you, because I wish to be with you forever." Bai Yue's voice was soft. Yet this calm tone stirred chaotic ripples within Mufan's heart. Bai Yue was no longer the innocent girl he had first met. Over the days spent together, her character had evolved. She had made friends at school, and her manner of speaking was no longer timid. Though it was merely a subtle change, it signified growth. Mufan gently ruffled Bai Yue's hair, a smile gracing his lips, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction. "Silly girl, your little secrets should be kept within your heart. If you always speak them aloud, they lose their magic." Rising, Mufan extended his hand into the eaves. The icy touch of raindrops against his skin spread faintly. It was still raining outside, but it had lessened considerably. With a whoosh, Mufan opened Bai Yue's umbrella, extending his wrist towards her. "Yue, hold my hand tightly. It's time for us to head home." Chapter 66, a minor punishment after the rainstorm. The air was filled with fine threads of water droplets. The crystalline raindrops quietly cascaded down the contours of the dark blue umbrella, falling precisely into the puddles on the road, creating delicate ripples that disturbed the murky water. A chilling breeze, tinged with the scent of damp earth, swept past. The strands of hair framing Wei Wei's face swayed gently. Mufan, concerned that Wei Wei might be cold, slightly tilted the umbrella handle to shield her from the biting wind. "Wei Wei," Mufan broke the silence, dispelling the awkwardness. "What's wrong?" Mufan looked blankly at the umbrella handle, pondering. I was just thinking about the question you posed earlier. You mentioned the school notified us of localized heavy rain, which led to an early dismissal. However, we had not agreed upon a specific meeting place. How did you know I was sheltering from the rain at the bus stop?" Wei Wei's lips curled into a sweet smile as she explained. "While riding our bicycles. We passed by here." Mufan was perplexed. "Bicycles?" Wei Wei nodded, her crescent-shaped eyes radiating uncontainable joy. She softly added, "Yes. Mufan, you've taken me this route many times. I knew I could find you on my way home." Her voice, reminiscent of cotton candy, resonated with warmth and nestled deeply in Mufan's heart. Mufan, momentarily stunned, savored this hard-earned warmth. Wei Wei was like a radiant sun in winter. As long as she was by his side, even the darkest clouds would be dispelled by her light. Heartwarming and healing, he found himself immensely fond of her. With a gentle smile, Mufan asked, "Wei Wei, would you mind if I drape my arm around your shoulders?" Wei Wei nodded. "As long as Mufan likes it, you may do anything." With a rustling sound, Mufan raised his arm, wrapping it around Wei Wei's shoulders. He gently pulled her closer, causing her body to lean uncontrollably against his chest. Despite Wei Wei wearing a JK uniform jacket, Mufan could still feel the jelly-like softness of her skin beneath his palm. Perhaps due to their proximity, he could faintly catch the unique fragrance emanating from her cheek, a delicate scent reminiscent of white peach oolong, utterly delightful. Involuntarily, Mufan swallowed hard, murmuring, "This girl is so soft and fragrant." Beneath the dark blue umbrella, the pair ambled along the damp path strewn with fallen leaves. 20 minutes later, Mufan and Wei Wei entered the hallway. After folding the umbrella, Mufan retrieved a key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock. With a soft click, he opened the door, casually tossing the umbrella into the corner by the door before heading straight to the kitchen. "Wei Wei, your pant legs must be soaked from the rain on the way back, right? I'll boil some water. You should go take a shower," he suggested, lifting the kettle lid and filling it with cool water from the faucet. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning instinctively, he found Wei Wei standing at the kitchen entrance. She extended her damp palm, slightly wet from the rain, and slid it across the glass door, gently opening it. With a soft whoosh, the kitchen door opened, and Wei Wei approached Mufan, her gaze fixed intently on his legs, not wavering in the slightest. The gray sweatpants he wore were noticeably soaked, clinging tightly to his skin. Wei Wei's eyes dimmed slightly with concern as she pressed a tissue against the wet area, gently wiping away the water stains. Your pants are wet, you'll feel cold. Mufan, you should go take a shower. Complex emotions flickered in Mufan's eyes. Wei was always so kind-hearted. Even though her own pants were drenched, she never forgot to be considerate. While humility is a traditional virtue, excessive selflessness is not always beneficial. One can be kind, but not to the extent of compromising oneself. Otherwise, one risks being taken advantage of. Gently ruffling Wei Wei's hair, Mufan imparted, "It's undeniable that wet pants will make you cold. However, Wei, you must remember, when you're in a similarly unfortunate situation, it's okay to be a bit selfish. After all, there's only one bathroom, and taking a shower doesn't take long. It doesn't matter who goes first. Don't sacrifice your own comfort for others, understand?" Wei fidgeted with her fingers, looking somewhat at a loss. Mufan, I'm willing to wait for you. A furrow of concern creased Mufan's brow, mingling with a sense of helplessness. He understood that Wei Wei's dark past had shaped her into a people-pleasing persona. In her interactions, she often appeared anxious and overly cautious, fearful of provoking anyone's anger. This might not pose a problem with decent individuals, but should she encounter those with ill intentions, she could easily be exploited and subjected to unfair treatment. Having resolved to care for Wei, Mufan knew it was not merely about providing for her, but also about teaching her to reject unreasonable demands and learn to protect herself. Seeing Wei still frozen in place, Mufan sighed heavily, his expression growing more serious. Wei, if we delay any further, those damp pants will cause your skin to become wrinkled and could lead to rashes or ulcers. It won't just be a simple cold anymore. Startled, Wei trembled slightly, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she grasped the gravity of the situation. Mufan, I won't let you suffer. I'll listen to you, I'll go shower now. She embraced Mufan tightly before swiftly turning toward the bathroom. Just as she was about to step inside, she glanced back at him one last time. Moments later, she entered the bathroom and gently closed the door. Observing this, Mufan placed the kettle onto its base. The sound of electricity coursing through the water filled the air. Reflecting on the earlier scene, a bittersweet smile crossed Mufan's face. He shook his head, murmuring, I was a bit too serious earlier. It's just not my style, however, if I don't set some boundaries. Wei will remain sheltered in her safe haven and never grow. Perhaps I should occasionally impose small punishments. Pausing, he stroked his chin, lost in thought. Should I create various scenarios in the future to foster Wei's independence? He pondered, and perhaps I could offer her some appropriate rewards today. As he contemplated, a memory surfaced. He extended his arm, palm facing himself, fingers together, and mimicked a grabbing motion in the air, murmuring, I remember Wei mentioning that she likes being patted on the head. Is that really a pleasant sensation? Mufan found himself in a state of confusion. Suddenly, he raised his arm, inexplicably placing his palm atop his own head and gently rubbing it. The warmth radiating from his scalp mixed with the sticky sensation of the still damp hair, flooding his palm with moisture. A shiver ran down Mufan's spine as he quickly withdrew his hand, shaking it in disgust. Ugh, my hand is all greasy. I can't have this. Chapter 67. Have a sip of water. The kettle in the kitchen emitted a bubbling sound, signaling the boiling water within. With a crisp click, it transitioned to its warming state. Mufan seized the kettle and made his way to the coffee table in the living room. Upon it rested a glass, filled with a hint of emerald green tea. As the boiling water poured in, an invigorating aroma of tea leaves wafted through the air. Mufan waved his hand to stir the air and leaned down to inhale deeply. The refreshing fragrance of the tea flooded over him. He took a deep breath, embracing the delightful moment. Indeed, the taste of fresh tea is unparalleled. After a hot shower, one often finds himself parched. I hope Wei will appreciate this cup of tea. Just then, the bathroom door slid open, releasing a warm mist into the air. Mufan instinctively turned his head. The foggy bathroom resembled a mystical realm, obscuring its contents. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Why is there so much steam? What temperature of water did she use? Isn't she afraid of getting burned? As he pondered this, a long, snow-white leg emerged from the bathroom. The skin, translucent and radiant like fresh snow, glistened. Subtly, a hint of rosy blush played upon the skin, perhaps a result of her recent bath, as delicate wisps of steam rose from her fair leg. My goodness, Mufan gasped, his throat constricting as he prepared to call out Wei Wei's name. In that moment, the slender leg retreated back inside. A few minutes later, Wei Wei fully opened the bathroom door. Mufan's gaze instinctively fell upon her legs. She wore a fitted pajama set, the loose fabric draping modestly over her figure. Particularly striking was the hood atop her head, adorned with floppy rabbit ears that hung down. Two elastic bands held the hood in place, resting naturally on her shoulders. Wei Wei's fair hands clasped one of the elastic bands, and with a gentle press, the drooping ears perked up. This charming bunny pajama set was a gift from Mufan just days prior, and she adored it. Mufan, I almost forgot to get dressed, Wei Wei said, pressing the elastic band and causing the ears to stand at attention as she approached him. She stopped directly in front of Mufan, and in an instant, her body flopped onto him like a soft pile of mud. Ouch, Mufan groaned, quickly lifting his hands to support her, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Wei Wei, don't just collapse like that. You nearly made me regurgitate my lunch. With her eyes closed and long lashes fluttering gently, she resembled a docile orange cat, listening intently to the rapid beat of Mufan's heart. Mufan, I've finished my shower. My body feels so warm. I miss you. Wei Wei's soft, sticky tone always evoked a sense of tenderness. Mufan involuntarily shivered, instinctively lowering his head. A fine sheen of perspiration adorned Wei Wei's face, resembling tiny amber droplets that shimmered slightly. Suddenly, 2 drops merged and trickled down. Perhaps feeling a tickle, Wei Wei nuzzled her head against him. Instantly, Mufan's shirt was dampened by her sweat. Wei Wei stopped squirming. Mufan exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. He quickly pressed his hand against her head, gently pushing her aside. He noticed her damp bangs, now tousled and unruly. Without hesitation, he removed her bunny hood and lightly tapped her head, chiding her softly, silly girl. After a hot shower, why cover up so tightly? Aren't you afraid of overheating? As the hood was removed, wisps of steam escaped from Wei Wei's head, expanding into the air around her. Like a machine cooling down, the heat radiating from her cheeks gradually subsided, her temperature returning to normal. Watching Wei Wei sit motionless on the sofa, Mufan felt a surge of emotions, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping within him. This girl, why does she always appear so adorably foolish? After a brief pause, Mufan lifted the warm tea and offered it to her. Wei Wei, your lips seem a bit chapped. Have a sip to hydrate yourself. I need a shower now. He stood up and headed toward the bathroom, but not before turning back to admonish, Wei Wei, if you still feel hot, don't remove your clothes. After a shower, your pores are open and sweating is normal. If you chase after the chill, cold air might seep in and give you a cold. Understand? Wei Wei nodded obediently, cradling the teacup. With a sigh of relief, Mufan closed the bathroom door behind him. Moments later, the sound of the shower filled the spacious living room, leaving Wei Wei alone. She held a teacup, preparing to take a sip. As she tilted her head back, a flash of white light caught her eye from the corner of the coffee table. Turning her head, she discovered a mirror. The dazzling reflection was the source of the bright light. Blinking, she became entranced by her own reflection. Setting down the teacup, she slowly reached for the mirror. Her visage appeared before her. Tilting her head to the left, her reflection mirrored the action. Just as she was about to tilt her head to the right, her attention was suddenly captivated by the reflection of her lips. Cherry-like, petite and plump, her lips bore the marks of dehydration, exhibiting cracked skin. Wei Wei pressed her lips together and gently bit down. A subtle sting coursed through her, prompting her to abandon the idea. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured softly to herself. Mufan said, just have a sip of water, and we'll be fine. Saliva pooled in her mouth as she pressed her tongue against the roof. Then, she delicately licked the dry skin at the corners of her mouth. The moisture from her saliva revitalized the parched skin, adhering snugly to her lips. Wei Wei inspected her reflection once more. Her vibrant, cherry-red lips looked delightful. Beaming with satisfaction, she smiled at her reflection. Drinking water can restore my skin. Mufan wasn't lying. She lifted the teacup to her lips, savoring a gentle sip. The fragrant green tea spread through her mouth, refreshing her spirit. Just then, the sound of running water in the bathroom ceased. Wei Wei turned her head, fixated on the decorative pattern on the bathroom door. A stray hair atop her head swayed gently. After a shower, my skin will crave hydration. With a soft thud, Wei Wei set down the teacup, slipped in her bunny-themed slippers, and padded toward the bathroom, her footsteps echoing. Mufan, I also want a sip of water. Chapter 68. Do you want a kiss? With a soft creak, the bathroom door swung open. Mufan emerged, clad in a loose-fitting t-shirt, gently wiping the droplet from his face. The warmth of a hot shower on a rainy day was truly delightful. Suddenly, he halted, noticing an obstruction in front of him. White Yue was gazing up at him, her chestnut eyes shimmering with a soft, moonlit glow, fixated on his lips. Mufan, also in a state of dehydration after a shower, felt the telltale signs of dry skin at the corners of his mouth. He was puzzled by White Yue's intense focus, finding it somewhat peculiar. As he dried his damp hair, he affectionately patted her head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Wei Wei, what are you thinking about? White Yue slightly parted her lips, her voice laced with concern. Mufan, your lips are chapped, you should drink some water. Mufan's heart skipped a beat. His gaze at White Yue filled with disbelief. How had she become so considerate in such a short time? If nurtured further, she might truly become a caring companion. The warmth in her eyes resembled a flickering flame. He did not refuse her offer. Raising his wrist, he affectionately stroked her head and said softly, Wei Wei, I reward you with a head pat. He then glanced at her hands, hoping to find the water she spoke of. Her arms hung naturally at her sides, devoid of any teacup. How strange was she playing a game of surprise? Mufan mused, tilting to observe behind her, but found nothing concealed. With a furrowed brow, he asked, Wei Wei, where's the water? At that moment, White Yue pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth, trying to generate saliva. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she pointed to her closed lips, responding through physical cues. Mufan's confusion deepened. He instinctively bent down, scrutinizing her lips closely. Wei Wei, what is wrong with your mouth? She slightly opened her mouth, producing an indistinct murmur. Mufan, I want to feed you some water. Mufan was left bewildered. Was White Yue suggesting she wanted to give him a drink of her own saliva? Perhaps the taste of that green tea had been so delightful that she couldn't bear to finish it all. Just then, his train of thought was abruptly interrupted. He noticed White Yue had risen on her toes, her lips pursed in an inviting gesture, and he could faintly see the glistening saliva she held in her mouth. Startled, Mufan instinctively recoiled, stumbling back several feet before finally halting, clutching his chest in shock. Wait, what are you doing? White Yue puffed her cheeks, then shook her head, swallowing the saliva before exhaling softly. She looked up at him and explained in a gentle tone, Mufan, you said when lips are chapped, one should drink water. I thought if I drank water, my lips would be fine. So I wanted you to drink some water too, to heal your lips. Mufan's mind buzzed with confusion. For a fleeting moment, he felt a brief lapse in understanding. Upon realizing the misunderstanding, he stepped closer, gently pinching her soft cheek. Patiently clarifying, Wei Wei, when I said drink some water, I meant to sip from a cup, not to consume your own saliva. Though the words are the same, their meanings differ. Don't confuse them, understand? White Yue bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. After a long pause, she looked up, her downturned mouth betraying a touch of sadness. Mufan, I want to kiss you. Boom! Mufan felt as if his heart had been struck by thunder. His mouth fell open in exaggerated astonishment as he gazed at White Yue, utterly bewildered. An instinct within him suggested that she was speaking truthfully, expressing her feelings in an unambiguous manner. His emotions spiraled into chaos once more. So Wei Wei, do you truly comprehend the distinction of drinking water? Did you intend to mislead me? White Yue shook her head. I don't understand, but I want to kiss you. Mufan was left in a state of confusion, his gaze towards her now more complex. He was acutely aware that White Yue was on the cusp of womanhood, experiencing the tender emotions of youth. It was entirely natural to develop special feelings for the opposite sex at such an age, especially given her tumultuous past. She had taken note of his kindness towards her. In a secluded space occupied only by the two of them, Anything could happen, especially since White Yue snuggled up to him each night. Love Mufan turned his cheek towards the gloomy sky outside, lost in contemplation. His thoughts drifted back to the police station, recalling how White Yue's aunt had audibly revealed her secret during her arrest. White Yue was abandoned as an infant, left in the grass. Her biological mother had neglected her, failing to fulfill her maternal duties, with no trace of her whereabouts. Yet, as long as White Yue's mother was alive, they would inevitably cross paths someday. If her mother chose to sever ties completely, that would be one thing. But the fear lingered that if her mother learned of White Yue's well-being, she might return seeking to exploit her as a source of income. Ultimately, love leads to marriage, and standing at the threshold of the wedding hall was the formidable figure of the mother-in-law, a barrier that was insurmountable. Mufan pressed his throbbing temples, his thoughts in disarray. A soft rustling broke the silence, and suddenly, Mufan felt something soft nestle into his embrace. He instinctively opened his eyes. White Yue's arms were wrapped around his waist, her teacup brown eyes glistening with a captivating radiance. Mufan, are you sad? Realizing he had unconsciously revealed his emotions, Mufan quickly averted his gaze, deflecting the topic. No way, I was just thinking. White Yue tightened her embrace, drawing him closer. Mufan, don't dwell on the future. I used to think about it too a lot. But after meeting you, I realized all my thoughts were misguided. So I stopped thinking. Her words were somewhat vague, yet Mufan understood. She was trying to convey that people often project their current circumstances onto the future. If the present is pleasant, the imagined future appears bright, and vice versa. However, no one can predict the specific course of the future. Instead of languishing in sorrow and mental turmoil, it is far better to embrace joy and grow healthily. Mufan's gaze towards White Yue deepened in meaning. She was merely a young woman on the brink of adulthood, yet she possessed profound insights about life. A girl 6 years his junior had grasped wisdom he struggled to comprehend. What reason did he have to remain in ignorance? He had nearly succumbed to despair. Mufan's tension gradually released. He silently watched the girl nestled in his arms, feeling increasingly warm. After spending so much time together, even a stone would eventually grow warm, wouldn't it? Wei, Mufan softly called her name. Bai Yue raised her eyes in confusion. Mufan swallowed hard, fixating intently on the chestnut-brown depths of her gaze. He spoke slowly and deliberately. Wei, do you truly desire a kiss? Bai Yue's head bobbed lightly, her expectant eyes glimmering with a hint of longing. I want to... Mufan paused for a moment. After a few breaths, he leaned down and kissed Bai Yue. Chapter 69. Mufan's pen. Bai Yue stared blankly at Mufan. As Mufan leaned in closer, she could distinctly feel the rapid beating of her heart, aflame with a chaotic rhythm. Anxiety enveloped her, yet a sense of fondness welled up within. In the next instant, a damp sensation graced her forehead, as if a current surged through her mind. Bai Yue stood frozen, like a piece of driftwood, her thoughts abruptly halted. Moments latte. Mufan withdrew his lips from her brow, extending a palm to gently caress her head, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Wei, you can bathe independently now. Congratulations. Today's kiss is your reward. Keep up the good work. With that, Mufan turned silently, striding towards the coffee table before settling onto the sofa. The tension coursed through him, spreading across his body. Suddenly parched, he reached for a glass on the table, trembling slightly as he took a sip of green tea. The fragrant liquid flowed into his mouth, gradually easing his taut nerves. He exhaled deeply, unable to resist glancing in Bai Yue's direction. At that moment, she remained motionless, her back to him. Though he could not see her face, he sensed an awkward silence enveloping the air around them. Could it be that she was upset? Mufan shuddered, his throat tightening as he prepared to speak. Just then, Bai Yue abruptly turned, her expression unreadable as she walked towards the bedroom. Mufan was taken aback. Wei, where are you going? In a tranquil tone, she replied, going back to my room. To sit. To sit? Mufan felt bewildered. Could it be she was angry? The sound of the bedroom door closing interrupted his thoughts. In a now empty living room, Mufan found himself alone. Other than the occasional whisper of the breeze, silence reigned. He slumped helplessly on the sofa, sighing repeatedly. A bitter smile crossed his lips, tinged with remorse. Merely kissing her forehead had led to her ignoring him. Indeed, it seemed he had overstepped. Shaking his head, his gaze settled on a sharp fruit knife hanging in the kitchen. Perhaps he could buy some fruit as an apology for Bai Yue? After a brief moment of contemplation, Mufan rose and left the house. Meanwhile, Bai Yue entered her bedroom, blinking as she surveyed her surroundings. Spotting her white backpack in the corner, she strode over and picked it up, settling on the edge of her bed. She placed the backpack on her lap, searching through it earnestly. Soon, her fingers brushed against a hard object. With a gentle tug, a palm-sized notebook tumbled onto the wooden floor. Bai Yue set the backpack aside and picked up the notebook, lightly patting its cover. The words "Love Notes," written in bold, dark ink, stood out prominently. "I must document the moments spent with Mufan," she murmured softly. Lifting her gaze, she glanced around before making her way to the desk, cradling the notebook in her hands. However, when she opened to a blank page, she realized she had no writing instrument. The pen. Bai Yue turned her head, her eyes darting back to the backpack. The pen must be in the pencil case. She hopped off the chair and moved to the other side of the bed, crouching down to rummage through her backpack. Moments later, she retrieved a white pencil case adorned with a cartoon rabbit design. With a gentle click, Bai Yue opened the pencil case, revealing 5 pristine ballpoint pens. Among them were 3 ordinary ones from school, a red crayon gifted by Shinexan, and a black gel pen with a rabbit-shaped cap, purchased by Mufan. Ever since he learned of her fondness for rabbits, everything he bought her seemed to revolve around that theme. Mufan's pen, Bai Yue whispered. She extended her delicate fingers, grasping the pen's barrel before directing its tip toward the empty page of her notebook, writing earnestly. The sound of paper rubbing together accompanied the rhythmic movement of the spring beneath the rabbit cap, creating a delightful ambience. Once she had recorded the details of Mufan's kiss, Bai Yue gracefully descended from the chair, cradling the notebook in her arms as she pushed open the bedroom door. "Mufan, I have something to show you," she called out. The living room was eerily quiet, devoid of any response. "Mufan?" Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion, moving toward the coffee table. The silence around her was uncanny, broken only by the sound of her slippers against the tiled floor. After surveying the area several times, she still found no trace of Mufan. A wave of inexplicable emptiness washed over her, causing her to lower her gaze. Her once bright eyes now shrouded in gloom. With a sudden motion, the notebook she had pressed against her chest slipped from her grasp, cascading down her fingers and landing heavily on the floor. A chill breeze swept through the room, rustling the pages of the notebook, filled with words as well as blank sheets. When the wind finally stilled, the open notebook came to rest on the very page Bai Yue had just written on. The black ink had yet to dry, and the last line, penned in a creamy font, boldly proclaimed, "I really like Mufan." Bai Yue bit her lip, feeling as though she were a puddle of soft mud, collapsing onto the floor. A tiny, fragile voice seemed to question her. "Mufan, why didn't you tell me when you left? Did I upset you again?" As time ticked by, the cold wind continued to blow through the room. Bai Yue remained in a kneeling position, her vacant eyes fixed on the door, lost in a prolonged wait. Suddenly, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. In the next moment, the lock clicked open, and the door swung inward to reveal a familiar figure. The man held 2 transparent plastic bags, filled not only with fruit, but also a steaming portion of marinated delicacies. He wore a heavy coat, the hood casting a shadow over his brow. Perhaps remnants of the rain-soaked city lingered, as tiny droplets still clung to his hood. Upon entering, he placed the plastic bags on the dining table, then removed his hood, rubbing his chilled, reddened hands together while his teeth chattered. "Birar, it's freezing outside." "Mufan," came Bai Yue's soft voice. Mufan turned, his gaze meeting Bai Yue's sorrowful one. Seeing her kneeling on the cold tiled floor sent a pang of concern through him. He rushed forward, supporting her arms and pulling her up. Confusion flickered in his worried eyes. Wei, why are you sitting on the floor again? Get up quickly, or you'll catch a cold." Chapter 70. For you, I would do anything. With a sudden rustle, Bai Yue rose and collided with Mufan's chest. In an instant, she spread her arms wide, tightly embracing Mufan's waist. The unexpected gesture left Mufan momentarily bewildered. Wei Wei. He gazed at the girl before him with confusion. Bai Yue turned her cheek, her calm eyes shimmering with a hint of grievance. Mufan, I thought you no longer wanted me. Mufan was taken aback. He suddenly recalled that he had left home without bidding Bai Yue farewell. Could it be that she was upset over this? A wave of guilt washed over him. He had only intended to buy some fruit to cheer her up. How could he have forgotten to tell her before he left? Gently, Mufan reached out to stroke Bai Yue's head, tenderly explaining, Wei Wei, I didn't mean to leave you alone at home. I was merely concerned that you might be upset, so I went out to buy some fruit to make you happy. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Yue abruptly raised her hand to cover Mufan's lips. Shaking her head, she spoke hurriedly, her voice tinged with confusion. No, Mufan, I could never be angry with you. The one who is at fault must be me. Mufan frowned slightly, a cloud of concern gathering between his brows. He was well aware that Bai Yue's old affliction of insecurity had resurfaced. With a soft sigh, he gazed at her with a mixture of heartache and helplessness. Silly child, always compromising. That is not a good thing. First, let us have some fruit to soothe your throat. The grapes are particularly sweet right now. Gently pressing Bai Yue's head down, he turned and walked toward the kitchen. Moments later, Mufan returned to the coffee table, carrying a plastic bag filled with grapes in one hand and a small plastic basin in the other. This basin was specially designed for washing fruit, with slits along the sides to drain away the dirty water. As he opened the plastic bag and began to pluck the plump grapes, he stole glances at Bai Yue. At that moment, she was engrossed in a small booklet, her chestnut brown eyes sparkling with curiosity, lost in her thoughts. Mufan's mind drifted back to that kiss in front of the bathroom. Although it had simply been a kiss on the forehead, it was, after all, his first kiss. Bai Yue had shown no reaction, instead walking expressionlessly towards the bedroom. It was all rather unusual. Wei Wei, Mufan softly called, his throat tightening. What's wrong? Bai Yue approached slowly. After a moment of hesitation, he finally voiced his curiosity. Why did you go into the bedroom after we kissed? Bai Yue blinked, her expression earnest. Because I want to remember every moment. Mufan was momentarily puzzled. What do you mean? With a sudden motion, Bai Yue extended her arm and pushed forward. Mufan noticed that in her little hands lay the small booklet. The cover, marked in bold red, read love notes. Mufan froze, feeling a surge of embarrassment wash over his face. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to grasp something profound. Perhaps Bai Yue understood that her ability to express herself was lacking. Thus, she sought to articulate her feelings through writing. Bai Yue had gone to the bedroom merely to retrieve her backpack, not out of anger or deliberate neglect. Realizing the truth, Mufan couldn't help but smile wryly and murmur, When I saw your expressionless face, I thought you didn't like it. Turns out, you were just waiting to express your feelings in writing later. What a uniquely charming person you are. With a sigh of relief, he took the booklet from Bai Yue's hands and casually inquired, Wei Wei, did Shun Xin teach you to record everything in your love notes? Bai Yue shook her head. No, she taught me about the love handbook. The love notes is something I created myself. Mufan frowned in confusion. Was there really a distinction between a handbook and notes? Rubbing his head in curiosity, he opened the first page of the notes. Today, Mufan took me to school. He said studying is very important and even bought me a backpack and stationery. Wei Wei, I am so happy. Today, Mufan made sandwiches for breakfast. I watched him closely as he layered 5 slices of bread with tomatoes, luncheon meat, fried eggs, onion rings, and lettuce. If I learn to make sandwiches, Mufan can enjoy my breakfast every day. Wei Wei, I must work hard. Today, Mufan took me to see a sea of flowers. The flower crown he made was beautiful. I wanted to brew him some flower tea, so I brought him glass, but some classmates spoke ill of him. Wei Wei, I was very angry. Today, Mufan kissed me. It felt strange, but I liked it so much. Wei Wei, I can't imagine my life without Mufan. As Mufan leafed through the booklet, he noticed that Bai Yue seemed to have recorded every moment spent with him. Almost every entry included her feelings and reflections. For some reason, an unsettling feeling crept over him. This child was far too detailed in her recollections. Closing the booklet, he looked at Bai Yue with a more complex gaze. Wei Wei, why do you feel the need to record everything? With a sudden thud, Bai Yue dove into Mufan's embrace. The force nearly sent Mufan's head crashing against the wall. "Oh, not again," he groaned softly. He quickly stopped picking grapes and wrapped his arms around Bai Yue's waist to ease her pressure. Bai Yue settled down, resembling a gentle orange cat, nestled against Mufan's chest, her face pressed into his garment. "Because I don't want to forget you, Mufan. In this world, you are the only one who treats me well. For you, I would do anything." Bai Yue lifted her gaze, her eyes locking onto Mufan's, and gently asked, "Mufan, could you kiss me again?" A gentle breeze swept through, causing the plastic bag on the coffee table to sway and rustle softly. Mufan felt his heart nearly melt. He stared blankly at Bai Yue. With her head tilted back, her bangs had shifted, revealing her clear, radiant eyes without obstruction. Mufan swallowed, preparing to respond when suddenly, there came a series of loud knocks at the door. Xiao Zhou's urgent voice echoed through the room. "Mufan, are you home? I called you several times. Why didn't you answer? Have you run into trouble?" Chapter 71. "May I have another kiss? Could you give me a call?" Mufan was momentarily taken aback. He reached into his pocket, searching for his phone, but found it absent. Suddenly, he recalled that Bai Yue had mentioned her phone was broken while braving the thunderstorm to fetch him from the bus station. Not finding any signs of damage on his device, he had decided to plug it into charge, as his own phone was also low on battery. At that moment, both phones rested on the bedside table, and since Mufan habitually kept his phone volume very low, he had missed a call. Knock! Knock! The sound of someone knocking at the door persisted. "Mufan, are you home?" It was peculiar. Mealtime was approaching, and perhaps he had gone out to eat. Xiao Zhou's muttering echoed softly. Wei Wei, you wait here. I'll go answer the door." Mufan gently patted Bai Yue on the head, signaling her to sit aside, and then rose to walk toward the door. Creak! The old wooden door emitted a raspy sound as he opened it. Xiao Zhou's figure came into view, dressed casually in a gray shirt layered with a woolen hoodie. A radiant smile graced his face, accentuating his youthful vigor. In his hands, he carried 2 gift boxes, one adorned with a squirrel motif, presumably filled with nuts, and the other containing yogurt. Mufan, bewildered, asked Officer Zhou, "What brings you here?" Xiao Zhou stepped inside, a slight smile on his lips as he explained, "Mufan, I actually came today to see Bai Yue." Mufan's expression shifted to one of confusion. Sensing his discomfort, Xiao Zhou quickly realized his words could be misinterpreted. He cleared his throat and awkwardly rephrased, "Mufan, please don't misunderstand. I had misjudged Bai Yue the last time we met, and I wanted to apologize." Mufan, still somewhat confused, responded, "Misunderstanding?" Xiao Zhou nodded, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. "When I first met Bai Yue, she mentioned her parents had passed away. Then later, her aunt appeared, falsely claiming to be her parent. I believed her and thought Bai Yue was a liar. In hindsight, I should not have judged her through a biased lens." After a brief pause, Xiao Zhou sighed, feeling remorseful. "Having studied under my mentor for over 6 months, I have not emulated him at all." Mufan understood Xiao Zhou's heavy heart, but instead of offering comfort, he shrugged and teased, "Officer Zhou, if you were like my dad, we would truly become sworn brothers." Xiao Zhou shuddered, taking a moment to grasp Mufan's jest. This fellow was capitalizing on his expense. He raised his arm and playfully slapped Mufan's backside, exclaiming, "I'll give you a good smack." This light-hearted exchange eased the previously serious atmosphere. After some laughter, Xiao Zhou handed over the 2 gift boxes. "All right, Mufan, quickly put these away. By the way, how have you been getting along with Bai Yue lately? What are your future plans? Are you just going to continue taking care of her?" The barrage of questions left Mufan's head spinning, momentarily at a loss for words. It should be about the same," he replied dismissively. Xiao Zhou chose not to dwell on that topic and ventured into the living room, scanning his surroundings. His gaze finally settled on the girl seated on the sofa. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhou approached Bai Yue, maintaining a respectful distance as he sat down beside her. "Bai Yue, how have you been doing lately?" Bai Yue remained silent, merely glancing at Xiao Zhou before diverting her gaze. Xiao Zhou's lips twitched awkwardly, feeling the tension. He followed her line of sight to the corner of the room, where 2 cages filled with soft cotton housed several rabbits, nibbling on cabbage leaves. "You like small animals, huh?" he remarked, shifting closer to observe by Yowei's profile. Actually, I like rabbits too. They're quiet and easy to care for. I remember once sneaking a rabbit in my clothes to show my classmates. Ah, those school days were truly memorable. Xiao Zhou rambled on, recounting his past while keenly observing by Yowei's reactions. Yet, her expression remained placid, seemingly disinterested in his words. Feeling somewhat dejected, Xiao Zhou pressed on, by Yowei. How about I teach you a little trick for raising rabbits? On rainy days, you can reduce their food intake, as they can absorb moisture from the air to hydrate themselves. Isn't that fascinating? Just as he finished, Bai Yue turned her head, her calm, coffee-brown eyes meeting his with indifference. A spark of hope ignited within Xiao Zhou. The books had indeed been right. To become friend with a girl, one must flatter her. And with a friendly tone, they could bond. When are you leaving? Her voice, cool and distant, rippled through the air, washing away Xiao Zhou's joy in an instant. He trembled slightly, questioning his perception. Bai Yue, what did you just say? Bai Yue parted her lips, her tone laced with solitude. Please, do not disturb me, and Mufan. Xiao Zhou was left stunned, speechless. Just then, the kitchen door slowly creaked open. Mufan emerged, holding a bowl of freshly washed grapes. Officer Zhou, have some fruit. Don't leave after this. Stay for dinner. Xiao Zhou had already contemplated sharing a meal with Mufan and was about to respond when he felt a sudden rush of wind beside him. Before he could react, Bai Yue had darted past him and into Mufan's embrace, clinging tightly to him. Boom! Xiao Zhou's eyes widened in shock, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Mufan? What is this? He stammered, still reeling from the shock. Bai Yue's next words sent another jolt through his mind. Mufan, I miss you. I want a kiss. Could you kiss me again? Chapter 72. Consult a lawyer. A gentle, soothing tone unfurled along Mufan's bones, continuously flooding his nerves. He inhaled sharply, momentarily paralyzed with shock. Instinctively, he supported Bai Yue's waist and swiftly turned, positioning himself with his back to Xiao Zhou. He leaned towards Bai Yue's ear and whispered, Hey, Wei, please refrain from speaking too freely. The person behind us is a police officer. It could lead to an awkward situation. Bai Yue tilted her head, her calm, tea-colored eyes revealing no hint of disturbance. She slowly moved closer, her cheek pressing against Mufan's chest, sinking slightly into his warmth as she serenely remarked, Police officers cannot interfere with our kisses. What? Mufan was taken aback, momentarily frozen and unable to think. Bai Yue, she didn't seem to be wrong. However, this thought lingered in his mind for merely a second before it dissipated into nothingness. Shaking his head to regain clarity, he insisted, No, Wei, please don't lead my thoughts astray. Just try to behave a little. Yet, Mufan's words had no effect. Bai Yue tightened her embrace, her eyes sparkling with heightened anticipation. She desired Mufan's kiss. Mufan's heart raced. He quickly raised a hand to gently press down on Bai Yue's head, reluctantly conceding, All right, I promise you, but not now. At the very least, wait until Officer Zhou leaves. Upon receiving a definitive answer, a smile danced on Bai Yue's lips. She nuzzled against Mufan's chest, her eyes suffused with a blissful joy. Mufan, thank you. Throughout this exchange, Xiao Zhou remained seated on the sofa, utterly bewildered by the display before him. Right in front of him, they were embracing and whispering plans to kiss only after he departed. What on earth was Mufan up to? Suddenly, Xiao Zhou stood up. Rather than approaching Mufan, he walked with a measured gait, scrutinizing every corner of the living room with seriousness. On the dining table lay fruits and marinated dishes. The steam rising from the plastic container indicated it was still warm, suggesting it had recently been purchased. Xiao Zhou picked up the marinated dish, fanning the air with his hand to inhale the aroma. Finding nothing amiss, he leaned in closer for a deeper sniff. Mufan, puzzled, asked, Officer Zhou, are you hungry? Xiao Zhou turned his head, regarding Mufan with a complex expression, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he set down the marinated dish and proceeded towards the secondary bedroom. Creaking open the door slightly, Xiao Zhou found the room shrouded in dim light due to the closed curtains and the northern orientation, rendering visibility low. He could only discern vague outlines of the furniture. Not entering the room, he knelt down and traced his finger across the floor, collecting a bit of dust. The density of the dust indicated that the room had remained untouched for at least a week. A chill ran down Xiao Zhou's spine. With only 2 rooms, this one bore no signs of habitation. Could it be? He turned to gaze at the wooden door of the master bedroom. A horrifying thought spread rapidly in his mind. Had they shared a bed? Panic surged within Xiao Zhou. He was loath to believe that Mufan had engaged in indecent acts with Bai Yue. However, the evidence was undeniable. He swallowed hard, extending his hand to grasp the doorknob of the master bedroom. With a soft click, he opened the door slightly and peered inside. This room was considerably brighter than the previous one. Although clutter lay in the corners, it was relatively tidy overall. Notably, the double bed in the center had 2 pillows and the sheets bore subtle creases, as if someone had rolled around on them. Gulping, Xiao Zhou silently closed the door and returned to the sofa, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and lighting one. After a deep inhalation, he exhaled the wispy, white smoke, mingling it with the impurities from his lungs, and remarked meaningfully, "Mufan, do you need me to contact a law firm to arrange for a lawyer?" Mufan's jaw dropped in shock, his features contorted in disbelief. He rushed to Xiao Zhou's side, utterly astonished. "What? Why would I need a lawyer? What have I done?" Xiao Zhou took another drag from his cigarette and pointed towards Bai Yue, explaining, "She is a victim of trafficking and under normal circumstances. We should contact her parents to return her home. If we cannot reach her parents, protocol dictates that she should be handed over to the relevant authorities for care. However, considering that you are a martyr's relative and have made significant contributions to this city, and given that it was you who rescued Bai Yue, she only wishes to speak with you. Therefore, I am vouching for you with my career. I hope you will take good care of this girl. Yet, it's only been a few days, and you two are already sharing a bed?" A swirl of conflicting emotions arose within Mufan. He understood that Officer Zhou had misunderstood him. He waved his hands in protest. "Officer Zhou, it's not what you think." Xiao Zhou flicked the ash from his cigarette, nodding repeatedly. Yes, you two haven't done anything." "Mufan, please don't tell me you merely lay in bed together for warmth and then sent her off to school the next day." A myriad of tangled thoughts spiraled through Mufan's mind. That is indeed the case." Xiao Zhou paused for a moment, then gestured lightly. 6. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Mufan realized that if he did not clarify soon, he would be beyond redemption. Gathering his thoughts, he said earnestly, "Officer Zhou, Bai Yue. She has autism." "Autism?" Xiao Zhou exclaimed, his gaze instinctively shifting to Bai Yue. Mufan nodded and continued. "Bai Yue struggles with communication and sometimes moves slowly. She often sits by the window, lost in thought. I fear that if this continues, she may fall into depression. That's why I'm sharing a room with her, to care for her. However, we sleep under separate blankets." Mufan instinctively glanced at Bai Yue, who was currently crouched in the corner of the living room, intently observing a family of rabbits. Perhaps sensing Mufan's gaze, she turned her head and, upon locking eyes with him, her face lit up with a sweet smile. "Mufan, you are looking at me." After a brief moment of distraction, Mufan returned his focus to Xiao Zhou, sighing softly. "Bai Yue has become quite dependent on me lately. It seems she considers me her closest companion." Chapter 73. A meal prepared just for you. Mufan's tone was filled with sincerity, devoid of deceit. Through his resolute gaze, Xiao Zhou discerned that Mufan had indeed not crossed any boundaries with Bai Yue. A sigh escaped Xiao Zhou's lips as he extinguished his cigarette. Autism, a psychological affliction that is indeed quite challenging to remedy. Bai Yue's registered residence is too far away, and as an intern officer, I lack the authority to act. Otherwise, I would thoroughly investigate her files, tracking down her mother to hold her accountable for Bai Yue. Bringing a child into this world only to abandon them is truly despicable. Clenching his fists, Xiao Zhou's eyes brimmed with fervor. Mufan responded with a wry smile. A woman capable of abandoning an infant on the lawn would hardly take responsibility for Bai Yue's condition. It might be better for them to remain estranged, allowing Bai Yue to find solace in her remaining days. Noticing Xiao Zhou's profound sigh, Mufan wished to divert the conversation from such trivial matters. He paused before suggesting, "Officer Zhou, since you're here as a guest, let's share a meal. The braised dishes I purchased are still warm." Upon the mention of braised dishes, Xiaozhou's interest peaked. Mufan, your roast duck was bought at Shimen Bridge. Wasn't it? Raising an eyebrow, Mufan teased. Oh, you have quite the nose. Did you detect that while investigating me? Xiaozhou playfully punched Mufan's shoulder. Laughing. You rascal. I was merely concerned you might have tampered with the food. Mufan shrugged. I'm not that bold. Assaulting a police officer is no trivial matter. A mysterious smile crept across Xiaozhou's face. I actually wish you would, as it would present an opportunity for us to spar. He paused, reminiscing about their initial encounter. In less than half a minute, you took down 2 criminals. Your grappling techniques were incredibly impressive. Truly, the student surpasses the master. Mufan felt a shadow of annoyance cross his face. He chose not to continue the banter, instead fastening the lid of the braised dish and turning towards the corner. Wei, it's time to eat. Today we have roast duck. Due to time constraints, Mufan had prepared only 1 dish. The rest were various braised items: roast duck, lemon chicken feet, and sweet and spicy dried fish. Since Mufan had imparted some culinary knowledge to Bai Yue, she had memorized the entire dining process. The moment the dishes were placed on the table, Bai Yue promptly approached the kitchen. She retrieved 2 small bowls from the cupboard and stood beside the rice cooker, carefully serving rice with a wooden scoop. Xiaozhou noticed this action with surprise and delight. Mufan, is Bai Yue helping us serve rice? Mufan nodded with a smile. Resembling a proud father discussing his child, she learns quickly. Once taught, she grasps it immediately. Just a few days ago, her teacher assigned quadratic function problems, and she got them all wrong. But the next day, I wrote down the solution process in my notes and showed it to Bai Yue. Guess what? She answered them all correctly. Even the teacher was astonished. As they conversed, Bai Yue had already brought 2 bowls of rice to the table. She placed one beside Mufan, softly saying, Mufan, this bowl is yours. Ignoring Xiaozhou's outstretched hand, she cradled the steaming bowl of rice and took a seat beside Mufan. Feeling somewhat distant from him, she pulled her chair closer before sitting down again. This bowl is for Wei. Time seemed to stand still, silence enveloping the air. Xiaozhou stared at Bai Yue, awkwardly scratching his cheek. Bai Yue, what about mine? Bai Yue lifted her gaze, her serene eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. My rice can only be eaten by Mufan. What? 2 voices echoed simultaneously. Compared to the composed Mufan, Xiaozhou felt as if he had received a devastating blow to his spirit. Even a simple meal must be treated differently. With a light-hearted chuckle, Mufan rose, his smile tinged with helplessness. Officer Zhou, Wei has always been straightforward. Please don't take it to heart. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Xiaozhou waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, really, as long as you both are happy. 30 seconds later, Mufan placed a bowl filled with rice, along with chopsticks, in front of Xiaozhou. Officer Zhou, do eat. Don't just fill up on the braised dishes. My stir-fry cabbage with meat is quite good as well. You wouldn't believe it. Ever since I got a rabbit, my house has been overflowing with cabbage. Xiaozhou chuckled, engaging in light conversation. Haha. When I entered, I noticed a pile of cabbage in the kitchen. I thought you were fond of it. Turns out it was merely rabbit food. Laughter and chatter filled the air, perhaps having relaxed their guard during the meal. Neither Mufan nor Xiaozhou noticed Bai Yue's peculiar demeanor. At that moment, Bai Yue was tightly gripping her chopsticks, forcefully stabbing at the rice in her bowl, creating a small pit in the center. Her tea-brown eyes, obscured by bangs, fixated intently on the small bowl Xiaozhou held. Bai Yue's lips moved silently, murmuring words that seemed meant for her own ears. Mufan, the rice served. Wei is unhappy. With a gentle touch, a warm hand rested on Bai Yue's head. Concurrently, Mufan's uniquely tender voice resonated. Wei, you can't just eat rice. Gloomy, try the braised dishes I specially bought for you. Mufan opened the braised dish, lifting a roasted duck leg and placing it in Bai Yue's bowl. Wei. This isn't an ordinary duck. It's a Hawaiian duck with a green head. It's delicious with firm, elastic meat. The owner of the braised shop wanted to cut it, but I wouldn't let him. The entire leg is yours. Eat it while it's hot. Bai Yue blinked, gazing blankly at the roasted duck leg in her bowl. The skin, smoked with fruitwood charcoal, exuded an aromatic fragrance. Mufan has given me a duck leg. She reached out, grasping the leg bone, and took a gentle bite. The rich, Non-greasy juices enveloped the tender duck meat, eliciting an abundance of saliva in Bai Yue's mouth. As she savored the delightful flavor, a radiant sparkle illuminated her eyes. "How is it? Delicious?" Mufan beamed with anticipation. Bai Yue nodded, her soft voice as tender as cotton candy. "It's delicious. Wei likes it very much." With a gentle motion, Bai Yue held the duck leg closer to Mufan's mouth, her tea-brown eyes shimmering with expectation and yearning. "Mufan, you should eat too. This is food, specially prepared for you." Chapter 74. If you wish to pursue love, just nod with a gentle tap of his finger on Bai Yue's head. Mufan playfully admonished, "You silly girl, refrain from speaking in such a tone. It sounds rather unsettling." Bai Yue pouted, her crystalline eyes shimmering with a hint of grievance as she murmured, "Understood." Mufan opened his mouth and took a small bite of the duck leg, savoring the delightful flavors. Indeed, it was exquisite. Throughout Mufan's chewing, Bai Yue's gaze remained fixed upon his face. His lips, slightly smeared with grease, glowed even more brightly under the harsh fluorescent light. The more she looked, the fonder she felt. Gradually lowering her head, she glanced at the roasted duck leg she held, noticing two bite marks upon it, one belonging to her and the other to Mufan. Bai Yue tilted her head in puzzlement, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief pause, she leaned in and gently took a bite. The duck leg yielded to her teeth, releasing its savory juices. Her lips, tinted a vibrant red, appeared as if coated with a layer of translucent amber, gleaming enticingly. After a few chews, she swallowed the succulent meat, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she mused. "The part Mufan bit tastes so good." 20 minutes later, the dinner concluded. During the process of tidying up, Xiao Zhou engaged in light conversation with Mufan, predominantly discussing Bai Yue. He learned that she had acquired skills in laundry and cooking and had even developed a habit of journaling. The weight upon Xiao Zhou's heart gradually lifted. With a flick of his lighter, Xiao Zhou lit a cigarette, gazing up at the thick, dark clouds outside. "Mufan," he confessed, "to be honest, I was quite worried when you took Bai Yue away. I feared you might do something to her." Pausing, he offered a bitter smile. "Perhaps it is a professional habit. I am sensitive to everything around me. Thankfully, my concerns were unfounded. I feel at ease in trusting Bai Yue's care to you." Exhaling a plume of smoke, a serious glint crossed Xiao Zhou's eyes as he continued, "I still wish to invite you to work at the station. When it comes time to choose partners, I promise I will be the first to step forward. We are comrades and friends, with countless topics to discuss daily. It would be wonderful." A tumult of emotions stirred within Mufan. He hesitated to outright reject Xiao Zhou's invitation and gestured toward Bai Yue. "Why don't you ask her?" Xiao Zhou turned to look at Bai Yue, who was standing by the kitchen sink, twisting the faucet. Though he could not see her face directly, the memory of dinner lingered in his mind, serving Mufan but neglecting to serve herself. It was evident that her gaze was solely on Mufan. If Mufan were to become his partner, working long hours and even responding to calls in the dead of night, would Bai Yue not vent all her frustrations upon him? The thought of her loneliness worsening sent a shiver down Xiao Zhou's spine, clearing his throat to mask his unease. He remarked, "Cough, cough. Mufan, you should take care of Bai Yue for now. After graduation, have her take the adult college entrance examination and apply to the police academy. Once she obtains her diploma, she can join us. Our station currently lacks female officers." Mufan's mind buzzed. Why did Xiao Zhou incessantly urge him to apply for a police position? Not wishing to delve deeper into work-related discussions, he lightheartedly interjected, "Becoming a female police officer is quite simple, isn't it? Just go home, boot up your computer, and summon the champion from the Summoner's Rift. There's a female officer from Piltover in the bot lane." Initially, Xiao Zhou felt a spark of excitement, but upon realizing Mufan was referring to a video game, his enthusiasm was doused. "You rascal, I genuinely want to take you in for questioning and hang you up in handcuffs." As darkness enveloped the sky, the distant skyscrapers illuminated with neon signs, heralding the onset of a vibrant nightlife filled with the aroma of barbecue. After sipping a few cups of tea, Xiao Zhou rose to bid farewell. Just as he stepped outside, he paused, turning back with a complex expression directed at Bai Yue nearby. Mufan, he asked with concern. I have a friend who is a doctor. Should we consult him to see if he can check on Bai Yue? Mufan promptly declined. Xiao Zhou frowned slightly, his worry evident. Autism, also known as Asperger's syndrome, is a serious mental condition. I recall you need medication to manage it. Mufan's gaze dimmed at the mention of Bai Yue's past trauma. He would never forget the immense psychological scars inflicted upon her by her aunt, which included the stench of antiseptic from Sinister Clinic. Had she not escaped, she might have been subjected to unspeakable horrors. Bai Yue had only just begun to emerge from the shadows of despair. Taking her to the hospital now would undoubtedly revive her trauma, a conclusion that Mufan dreaded. There's a saying that goes, as long as one avoids the hospital, one remains unaware of their ailments. While it may be a jest, it carries a kernel of truth. A person's condition can fluctuate with their mood, as long as one maintains a cheerful disposition. Mild symptoms can often heal on their own. Mufan? Why the silence? Xiao Zhou's voice pulled Mufan back to reality. Regaining his composure, Mufan replied with a gentle smile, Bai Yue's autism is not overtly pronounced. At present, it seems she simply craves love and companionship. Furthermore, medication can be terrifying for a young woman just stepping into adulthood. Taking numerous pills daily can induce anxiety, even if she is not ill. Thus, I prefer to let things unfold naturally. After pondering Mufan's words, Xiao Zhou found them reasonable. After a brief moment of silence, he turned and said, All right, I will defer to your judgment. Mufan, if you need assistance, feel free to call me. With a soft patter of footsteps, Xiao Zhou's presence faded into the brisk evening air. As Mufan prepared to close the door, he was suddenly halted by a hand resting on the doorframe. Xiao Zhou leaned in, a mischievous glint in his eye. Mufan, I thought about it. If you genuinely wish to court Bai Yue, it is not entirely out of the question. A 6-year age gap is not substantial. My parents have an 8-year difference, if we were to measure it. My father was in high school when my mother was still in 2nd grade. Mufan, if you agree, just nod. I will see if I can transfer Bai Yue's household registration information to facilitate future matters. Mufan's mouth fell open in surprise, feeling somewhat lost. Clenching his fist against his lips, he coughed. To transfer residency, one would need to purchase a home in the registration area. If her mother were to find out, it would certainly create complications. Let us not rush. We could discuss this later. After seeing Xiao Zhou off, Mufan closed the door. Once assured that no footsteps lingered outside, he exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, it was merely a dinner. Why has Officer Zhou suddenly become so peculiar? Could he be fishing for information to use against me? Lost in thought, Mufan felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Mufan turned his head in response. At that moment, Bai Yue was standing beside him. Her chestnut-colored eyes, illuminated by the bright light, shimmered with a delicate halo. Mufan, he has departed. We can share a kiss now. A kiss today, another tomorrow. For every day that follows. I yearn for your kisses, Mufan. Chapter 75. The exchange of kisses, startling words escaped Mufan's lips, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. His gaze towards Bai Yue grew increasingly complex. Her brilliant almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an extraordinary radiance. Perhaps it was the humidity in the air that made her bright pupils shimmer with a flickering brilliance. Bai Yue. She seemed to have changed in some subtle way. Clearing his throat softly, Mufan stated nonchalantly, Wei, have you tasted the grapes yet? Fruits are best enjoyed when fresh. Their flavor is at its peak. If left for too long, the skin of the grape will wrinkle and the flesh will turn sour. After a brief pause, he turned his head towards the coffee table, where a plastic basket overflowed with freshly washed green grapes. This variety was known as Sunshine Rose, notable not just for its size, but also for its sweetness. Its soft, glutinous texture was exceptionally delightful. Wei, consuming fruit after a meal not only aids digestion, but also alleviates greasiness. Most importantly, it replenishes vitamins. Allow me to fetch some grapes for you to try. As Mufan turned to approach the table, Bai Yue suddenly reached out, clutching the hem of his shirt. Despite the taut tug of the fabric against her fingers, she did not release her grip. Raising her tranquil gaze, a hint of vulnerability tinged her voice as she whispered, Mufan, why? Won't you answer me? Don't you wish to share a kiss with me? Mufan lifted his head, gently tapping Bai Yue on the forehead. Silly girl. First, let us enjoy the grapes. We can discuss kisses later. A cool evening breeze swept through, rustling the air. As it passed the balcony, it brushed against the closed glass door, producing a subtle, mournful sound. Leaning back on the sofa, Mufan pinched the skin of his forehead with his fingers, watching the girl beside him as she indulged in the grapes. Due to the angle, he could only see the back of Bai Wei, clad in a soft white cotton nightgown. Her silky black hair cascaded naturally down her back, faintly carrying the fragrance of white peach oolong. This girl, she smells so delightful. While each person has their unique scent, is it not rather extraordinary for her to exude the aroma of white peach oolong? Wei Wei, did she truly not use a separate shampoo? Driven by curiosity, Mufan reached out, lifting the ends of her hair. In a whimsical moment, he leaned closer to inhale her fragrance. However, just as he was about to do so, Bai Wei unexpectedly turned her head. The suddenness of her action startled Mufan, leaving him at a loss for words. He opened his mouth to explain, but in the next instant, her hair, displaced by the movement, swept across his cheek. A few strands even brushed against his eyes. Ouch! He gasped, instinctively closing his eyes and raising his hand to shield himself. Although he protected his eyes, his wrist inadvertently pressed down on Bai Wei's hair. Confused, Bai Wei tilted her head slightly, feeling a tight tug on her scalp. From her perspective, it appeared as though Mufan was grasping her hair, seemingly attempting to stuff it into his mouth. Staring at him with wide, puzzled eyes, she asked, Mufan, do you enjoy eating my hair? Mufan was utterly bewildered. Suppressing the discomfort in his eyes, he slowly opened them, only to find his pinky finger entangled in Bai Wei's long hair. He hastily released his grip, awkwardly explaining, no. I accidentally pressed down on it. Bai Wei nodded, seemingly understanding, but then her gaze fell upon the tears welling in the corners of Mufan's eyes. Mufan, are you crying? She murmured softly. A profound sense of loss, mingling with negative emotions, began to spread within her heart. With a gentle motion, Bai Wei extended her soft arms and embraced Mufan's waist. Her fair fingers ascended along his shoulder until they brushed against the corner of his eye, where she delicately wiped away a tear. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Mufan, don't cry. If something makes you unhappy, just tell me. I will share your sadness. As her words hung in the air, Bai Wei leaned her head against Mufan's chest, her cheek turned slightly, and her dim eyes reflected an oppressive emotion. She listened quietly to the rhythmic beating of his heart. Mufan, you must be all right. You're all I have left. Mufan sat in a daze on the sofa, allowing Bai Wei to snuggle close, her gentle reassurances enveloping him. The cold evening wind slipped through the gap in the glass door, swirling softly around them. Bai Wei's hair, suspended in the air, swayed gently. Mufan stared blankly at the girl seated on his lap, a medley of emotions swirling within him. Bai Wei. Her nature was inherently sensitive. Even the slightest disturbance could send her into a spiral of anxious thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Mufan tenderly stroked Bai Wei's head, his voice imbued with a warm gentleness that infused the chilly room with a semblance of comfort. Silly girl, I'm not crying. The tears came on their own. Bai Wei lifted her head, her sorrowful expression strikingly poignant. Why? Do tears flow on their own? Mufan contemplated telling the truth, but hesitated. If Bai Wei were to learn that it was her hair that had caused the tears, it would undoubtedly distress her. After a moment's thought, a smile graced Mufan's lips as he continued, Silly girl, the reason for my tears is that I wanted to see you more clearly. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Wei was momentarily stunned, he reached out, pinching her soft cheek, and gently chided, Wei Wei, do not always envision the worst outcomes, understand? Bai Wei nodded, the earlier gloom seemingly dissipating like mist at dawn. Suddenly, she leaped off Mufan's lap and turned to the coffee table, lifting the plastic bowl to present it to him. Inside, the bowl still contained the grapes, but now each grape had been peeled. The pale green flesh resembled glistening jade, even revealing the delicate threads within. Mufan's heart skipped a beat, a mix of surprise and delight washing over him. Wei Wei, did you really peel all the grapes in such a short time? Bai Wei nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Because you said the grapes are very sweet. I wanted to give you the sweetest things. Mufan's heart swelled with emotion. He pushed the plastic basket back towards her, humbly insisting, "Silly girl, the grapes were bought for you. Please eat them all." Bai Yue shook her head, pushing the basket back toward Mufan once more. With a soft, pleading tone, she declared, "Mufan, I want to eat. I want to exchange them." Confused, Mufan asked, "Exchange for what?" With her lips parted, Bai Yue replied, "Exchange for a kiss." Chapter 76. Midnight Confession, huh? Mufan's expression darkened. After circling around the subject, he still could not evade the matter of a kiss. Ever since this girl had tasted the sweetness of a kiss once before the bathroom, she had become insatiable. Lost in thought, Mufan suddenly felt a gentle touch on his wrist. Bai Yue had already handed him a plastic basket brimming with grapes. Not only that, but her body also leaned slightly forward, pressing against his chest. In her tea-brown eyes, anticipation and longing shimmered. Perhaps it was the closeness that intensified the fragrance of white peach oolong emanating from her. Mufan's heart fluttered. Bai Yue appeared delicate and charming. A sweet girl constantly burrowing into his embrace. Who could resist that? Well, as long as Officer Zhou was oblivious, perhaps another secret kiss wound he hurt. Mufan hesitantly parted his lips, conflicted. Wei Wei, since you desire a kiss, let us indulge once more. As soon as he spoke, he quickly added, "However, you must remember, this kiss is our little secret. Do not tell anyone, especially Officer Zhou. Explaining it to him would be quite troublesome. Wei Wei, you wouldn't want me to be handcuffed, grasping cold iron bars and singing mournful tunes all day long, would you?" Bai Yue shook her head, her voice softening. "Mufan, I won tea." Mufan silently exhaled, yet still glanced around nervously. After confirming no one was watching, he leaned closer. "Wei Wei, let us begin." Just then, Bai Yue suddenly leaned forward, boldly pressing her soft, rosy lips against Mufan's forehead without hesitation. The force of the kiss produced a subtle sound as the skin made contact and then separated. "What the?" Mufan was taken aback. Although Bai Yue had already withdrawn her lips, he could still feel the lingering chill on his forehead. Had he just been forcefully kissed by Bai Yue? His gaze shifted slowly to her, where he found her eyes shimmering with affection and happiness. Mufan's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, his cheeks flushed a visible crimson, the shyness creeping like roots, extending to the nape of his neck. Throughout, Bai Yue's gaze remained fixed on him, her heart racing like a wild deer, causing her own heartbeat to become erratic. The warmth from her lips was faintly discernible, and the occasional tremor in her nerves brought her comfort as she murmured, "I kissed Mufan." The atmosphere around them turned peculiar, the living room unusually silent. One could almost sense the rhythm of their heartbeats echoing in the stillness. Clearing his throat, Mufan rose, attempting to dispel the awkwardness. "Wei Wei, I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go get a glass of water from the kitchen. You, enjoy the grapes." As Mufan turned to leave, Bai Yue instinctively reached out, clutching the hem of his shirt. Mufan turned back, surprised. "Wei Wei, I'm just going to the kitchen for some water. Why do you look so strange? Why are your eyes red? Please don't cry." Suddenly, Bai Yue leaped up and launched herself at Mufan's chest. The abrupt action left him at a loss. Instinctively, he tried to evade her, but he was no match for her speed. Bang! Mufan felt an overwhelming force against his chest, sending him crashing uncontrollably onto the sofa. "What the?" He rubbed the back of his head, slightly dazed. "Wei Wei, what are you doing?" "Ouch!" Bai Yue's bewildering behavior did not cease. Taking advantage of Mufan lying down, she pounced on him again, pressing her body against his. Her soft arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her head nuzzling against his chest like a playful drum. "Mufan, I really like you. I truly like you." Bai Yue's voice quivered with emotion. She opened her arms, clutching the fabric of his shirt tightly, wrinkling it. "Mufan, I think I understand what it means to be in love. Please, don't leave me. Not today, and not ever. In this world, just the two of us is enough." Perhaps overwhelmed by her emotions, Bai Yue's body trembled slightly, her soft sobs rising and falling. Mufan, mustering his strength, managed to free his arms from her embrace. He gently stroked her head, offering comfort. "Silly girl, why are you thinking such things? From the day I brought you home, I never considered abandoning you. Today, tomorrow, and in the future, it will always be the same." Mufan's eyes reflected a depth of sincerity as he revealed his heartfelt thoughts. Wei Wei. Haven T, you notice that since you joined, this home has become more organized? The clutter that once filled the bedroom is now neatly arranged. The bathroom floor is often damp, indicating frequent use and a sense of liveliness. And those two rabbits have brought us so much joy. In fact, it is I who should be worried. If that day you hadn't tugged on my shirt, urging me to bring you home, or if you had run away in fear of the dark instead of coming to my room, perhaps our lives would have lacked the warmth of freshly dried clothes and the daily meals shared with our rabbits. Instead, it would have been filled with nothing but cigarettes and the hollow shell of a man sitting alone on the sofa, staring vacantly at family photos. With a deep sigh, Mufan opened his heart. So, the one who should be grateful is me. After expressing his innermost feelings, Mufan's emotions became even more complex. Men rarely enjoy venting their frustrations. Even when troubled, they tend to swallow it all, proving their maturity with the remnants of self-reliance. In truth, it was merely a fade. If one were to share their troubles, it would only be because they considered the other person significant. Mufan stroked by Youwei's head repeatedly, softly murmuring, Wei Wei, to be honest, I'm not entirely certain how our relationship will evolve in the future. Friends? Lovers? Family? It seems none of those fit perfectly. Yet it resembles a blend of all three. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mufan opened his mouth, his determined gaze sparkling with resolve. However, I can assure you that your worries are unfounded. I would trade for anything. As the cool evening breeze brushed by, Mufan instinctively adjusted by Youwei's collar. Wei Wei, get up now. Lying there will make you catch cold. However, he received no response. Wei Wei. Mufan lowered his head in confusion and gently nudged her. Bai Yue rolled over like a soft sponge, shifting to the side. Her eyes gently closed, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, her breath steady and continuous. Mufan was left in a state of utter confusion. The emotions he had painstakingly cultivated evaporated in an instant. She fell asleep? Goodness, I just spoke so much for nothing. Chapter 77. The desire for a reward. 5 minutes later, Mufan gently placed Bai Yue onto the bed and tucked her in. Mufan. Mary, Bai Yue murmured dreamily, turning over. Mufan couldn't help but chuckle at her words. He playfully pinched her cheek, teasing, silly girl. It's been so long, and you still remember what Grandpa Dong said? A casual glance caught Mufan's eye, drawing his attention to the rabbit plush toy resting on the bedside table. The gray rabbit was adorned with various patches, its long ears slightly bent and drooping at the sides of its face, its shaped eyes staring blankly ahead. Mufan's thoughts drifted back to his childhood, recalling how he used to keep it by his pillow at night. However, as he grew older, his fondness for toys had faded considerably. Approaching the bedside table, Mufan picked up the rabbit plushie and softly murmured, Little rabbit, you have watched me grow up while lying next to my pillow. Now, I entrust you with a task. He paused, glancing at the sleeping Bai Yue before gently placing the rabbit beside her pillow, smiling as he said now. You accompany this child as she grows. As the night deepened, Mufan felt the weight of drowsiness settle in. Yawning, he made his way to the other side of the bed and lay down. Wei Wei, good night. Sweet dreams. With a soft click, Mufan turned off the light, plunging the bedroom into a thick darkness, save for the faint glow of the tungsten filament in the lamp. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds pierced the stillness, rousing Mufan from his slumber. His eyelids fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. What was that noise? Sitting up in bed, he looked around in confusion. The empty bed revealed no sign of Bai Yue, only the rabbit plushie on the pillow, its eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The noise returned, a mix of discordant notes. Instinctively, Mufan turned his head towards the open bedroom door. From his vantage point, he could see part of the kitchen, where a girl in an apron was busily working at the stove. Due to her height, she was unable to reach the buttons of the range hood, so she had resorted to standing on a small stool. Wei Wei is making breakfast? A flicker of surprise crossed Mufan's eyes. His hand fumbled on the bed until he found his phone beneath the pillow. Sliding the screen open, he saw the time, 5:20. This girl, up so early? Mufan was perplexed. Lacking the pressures of school or work, he remained in a state of drowsiness, sinking back into the embrace of sleep, the image of Bai Yue lingering in his mind. How wonderful it is to have a girl at home who can cook. Mufan. A soft voice called out, drifting into his consciousness. In his hazy state, Mufan felt something tugging at his arm. Opening his eyes, he was met with the blinding sunlight streaming through the window, causing him discomfort. Narrowing his gaze, he looked at Bai Yue. Wait, what's the matter? Upon seeing Mufan awake, Bai Yue ceased her gentle shaking. She lifted a plate from the bedside table and presented it to him. Mufan, breakfast is ready. Mufan glanced at the plate, which held 3 perfectly cooked poached eggs. Bai Yue's culinary skills were remarkable. The eggs were round and plump, their outer layer crisp to perfection. The faint aroma of aged vinegar wafted through the air. Mufan's appetite was instantly piqued. He shot up, eyes wide with astonishment. Wei, did you make these poached eggs? Bai Yue nodded, a warm smile gracing her lips as she answered with a soft, endearing tone. Mufan was taken aback, his perception of Bai Yue shifting anew. She had never made poached eggs before, yet her first attempt was nearly flawless. Her talent surpassed that of many of her peers. Wei, wait for me a moment. I need to brush my teeth. I'll try them soon. With that, Mufan swiftly rolled out of bed, hastily dressing while searching for his shoes with his toes. He hurried into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Mufan emerged from the bathroom to find Bai Yue had placed the plate on the coffee table and was sitting on the sofa, waiting. He immediately approached, picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and brought a poached egg to his lips. As he bit down, the golden yolk flowed onto his tongue, and the sweet taste of sugar combined with the tangy flavor of vinegar spread throughout his mouth. Mufan's taste buds awakened, and he inhaled sharply as different sensations danced in his mind. This poached egg seemed to possess a powerful essence, rich and flavorful, cooked slowly over low heat before being finished with a high flame. The melted yolk was soft and gooey, more akin to drinking than eating. With just 2 ingredients, sugar and vinegar, Bai Yue had created a delicate balance that enhanced the egg's exquisite flavor. Wow! Mufan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, transforming into a culinary critic. Simply marvelous. Elated by Mufan's praise, Bai Yue's heart soared. Clenching her fists against her chest, her warm brown eyes sparkled with anticipation. Mufan, do you like it? Amen. Mufan took a large bite of the poached egg, chewing thoughtfully, his voice muffled. Of course, I love it. With that, Bai Yue dove into Mufan's embrace, her soft arms wrapping around his waist. She tilted her gaze upward, her tone filled with yearning. Mufan, I want a reward. Mufan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that whenever Bai Yue did something that pleased him and received affirmation, she eagerly sought a reward in return. Enlightened, he murmured softly, no wonder you were busy in the kitchen at dawn. So that's it. Even though Mufan didn't endorse the notion of performing for rewards, he couldn't bear to dampen her spirits, especially given the care she had put into making the poached eggs. Thus, he acquiesced, setting the plate back on the coffee table. He wiped his mouth with a napkin before reaching out to gently pat Bai Yue's head, smiling as he said, Wei, you've worked hard. I reward you with a head pat. However, Bai Yue's expression was not one of the joy he had anticipated. Mufan was taken aback. Wei, don't you like it? Bai Yue shook her head, her clear eyes shimmering with a hint of glow. I like head pats, but I want to kiss even more. Chapter 78. The sensation of a kiss. What? Mufan's pupils widened in shock. He instinctively took a step back, his gaze towards Bai Yue becoming laden with significance. This girl, has she already reached her threshold? Just a few days have passed, and the reward of a gentle pat on the head no longer suffices? Must he now engage in a more intimate manner to connect with Bai Yue? What if, in the future, even kisses become commonplace? The mere thought sent shivers down Mufan's spine. He dared not dwell further on the implications and quickly picked up the unfinished fried egg. Wei, you've been busy since 5 o'clock. You must not have eaten anything yet. The fried egg is quite delicious. Try while it's warm. However, his attempt to change the subject proved futile. Bai Yue stepped forward, naturally wrapping her arms around Mufan's waist, resting her head against his warm chest, her melodious voice rising softly. Having eaten my egg, you owe me a kiss. What? Mufan's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to sense an undercurrent of threat. Glancing at the half-eaten fried egg on the plate, he shook his head, a wry smile crossing his face. Indeed, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. With a silent sigh, he placed his hand back on Bai Yue's head and gently inquired, "So, a kiss?" Bai Yue lifted her gaze, her deep hazel eyes resembling a starry sea, reflecting a mottled silver glow. She nodded vigorously, a soft, muffled hum escaping her lips. Mm. The morning breeze was tinged with the earthy scent of soil. The rain from the previous night had cleansed the air, diminishing its murky essence. The fresh air, mixed with dew, flowed through the open windows. The sunshade swayed gently, causing the glass door to rattle softly. Mufan stood captivated, watching the serene girl nestled in his embrace, allowing the tranquil atmosphere to envelop him. Bai Yue resembled a gentle orange cat, nuzzling against him affectionately. A tingling sensation coursed through Mufan's heart. His gaze inevitably wandered to Bai Yue's cheeks, soft and plump, akin to smooth jade wrapped in cotton candy. He could even discern a faint blush radiating from her skin, a delicate pink that was utterly charming. Why not? Try kissing her cheek today, Mufan murmured to himself. He leaned forward slightly, closing the distance to Bai Yue's cheek. Perhaps due to the softness of her skin, he distinctly felt his lips sink into it. Warm breath enveloped them. His heart raced. Startled, he quickly withdrew, regaining his posture. Bai Yue's elastic cheeks jiggled like jelly, producing a soft smacking sound. Overwhelmed with nervousness, Mufan felt parched. He turned abruptly, staggering into the kitchen. After gulping down a glass of cool water, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. What on earth am I doing kissing her cheek? I hope Bai Yue doesn't mind. Resting his arm on the back of a chair, he casually turned his head. At that moment, Bai Yue stood still, seemingly entranced. Only her hazel eyes, peeking from beneath her bangs, blinked rhythmically, sparkling with clarity. Mufan felt a wave of apprehension wash over him as he nervously asked, "Wei Wei, are you all right?" Bai Yue did not respond, but calmly turned away, walking slowly into the bedroom. With a soft click, the door closed, enveloping the living room in silence. Mufan's heart sank, his expression turning incredulous. This girl, she wouldn't be writing her notebook again, would she? As it turned out, Mufan's intuition was correct. 10 minutes later, Bai Yue re-emerged from the bedroom, cradling a charming little notebook, presenting it to Mufan with shining eyes, as if showcasing a precious treasure. Mufan here. Mufan understood all too well that Bai Yue had a habit of documenting their shared moments in her notebook. He reached out, opening it to the last page. Today, she made him a fried egg, which he relished, earning him a kiss as a reward. However, the place of the kiss was different from yesterday. When she kissed him on the cheek, she felt Mufan's warm breath. She adored the sensation of the kiss. In Bai Yue's eyes, there was nothing but Mufan. Mufan was left in stunned silence, his jaw nearly dropping. He felt as though he was melting into a puddle, staring blankly at the ceiling, muttering in regret, "Indeed, has the threshold been raised again? From now on, a kiss on the forehead won't suffice. It must be on the cheek. What else can I kiss in the future?" He pinched the bridge of his nose, a heavy cloud of anxiety hovering above him, refusing to dissipate. "Mufan, have you had enough to eat?" Bai Yue's gentle voice pulled him back to reality. Mufan instinctively nodded. I'm full." Bai Yue nodded lightly, turning to approach the coffee table. The fried egg on the plate still radiated warmth. Bai Yue picked up her chopsticks, preparing to grab the fried egg. But soon, the chopsticks hovered in midair. The plate held 2 fried eggs, one whole and the other half-eaten by Mufan. Bai Yue tilted her head slightly, pondering. After a moment, she swiftly picked up the half-fried egg and popped it in her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Once she swallowed, a sigh of warmth escaped her lips, and her crescent-shaped eyes beamed with uncontainable joy. "Mufan, it's delicious. Wei Wei really likes it." Throughout, Mufan sat nearby at the dining table, his elbow resting on the surface, his hand supporting his cheek. A slight smile graced his lips. This girl, even while eating, is adorably clumsy. How fortunate it is to have a sweet girl to cohabit with, sharing kisses from time to time. Suddenly, Mufan realized something was amiss. He swallowed hard, bewildered, as if questioning himself. Why have all my thoughts been consumed by Yue lately? And why am I always thinking of kisses? Wait, could I be addicted to? 10 minutes later, Yue finished every last bit of the fried egg. Noticing some residual vinegar and undissolved sugar in the plate, she leaned forward, extending her tongue to lick the remnants clean. Just then, Mufan's fingers sliced through the air, tapping her forehead gently. Silly girl, you can't eat condiments directly. If you're still hungry, we can go out and get something more. With that, Mufan handed her the white backpack he had been clutching, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Wei, it's almost time. I should take you to school. Chapter 79. You are the landlady on the moist soil. Unknown flowers blossom. Dewdrops, gathered into beads, cling to the pale green stems and leaves. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the flowers to sway gracefully. As they tremble, the dew also shifts, cascading swiftly along the veins of the leaves. With a soft plop, a drop lands squarely on the head of a frog resting by the roots. The frog extends its suction like forearms, rubs its head, and crawls to the other side of the roots. The entire scene is captured in the gaze of a young girl squatting nearby. Yue blinks her clear eyes and softly inquires, "Does it hurt?" "Goo ribbit," responds the frog, puffing out its cheeks. Yue tilts her head in confusion, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Soon, she notices a withered leaf. She picks it up and gently places it over the frog as a makeshift shield. The frog squints at her with a rather bemused expression, then pushes the leaf aside with its forearm and disappears into the grass, vanishing without a trace. Yue stands there, momentarily dazed, whispering it ran away. Plop! A pair of feet clad in mesh sneakers halts beside Yue. Mufan lightly taps her head and gently scolds, "Fool! What are you doing squatting here? We must set off soon." Yue obediently nods, extending her delicate hand to clasp Mufan's outstretched one. Rising to her feet, she walks with him toward the exit of the community. Other residents from the nearby buildings are also emerging, most of whom are elderly women, their elbows hooked around woven bamboo baskets. Given the scene, they are likely heading to the farmer's market to buy groceries. "Mufan," Yue's soft voice ripples gently. She tightly grips Mufan's fingers, her chestnut brown eyes filled with curiosity. "Where's our car?" A frown crosses Mufan's face, and a wry smile touches his lips. "I knew you would ask. The storm yesterday was so sudden that I parked my bicycle under someone else's eaves. On the way back, I was too busy holding an umbrella for you and forgot about the bike." Yue nods, somewhat understanding. After a moment, she raises her gaze, fixing her eyes on Mufan's dark irises, and softly murmurs, "Mufan. Don't forget Wei." Mufan is at a loss for words, chuckling helplessly. "Why do you always bring the conversation back to yourself? Wei, are you silly?" Yue does not grasp that this is a jest. Shaking her head earnestly, she replies, "I am not silly. I know the way home, and I can find you." Mufan is left speechless, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. One speaks of the city gate tower, while the other speaks of the hip bone axis. It is a chaotic exchange indeed. Mufan clears his throat, attempting to steer the conversation towards more engaging topics. In a casual glance, he notices a toppled triangular sign beside the iron gate of the community. Perhaps the wind from last night was rather fierce, as the area in front of the house is littered with debris. "Darn it, I just painted the house." "Don't mess it up," Mufan mutters, hastening his steps toward it. He extends his fingertip and gently brushes against the wall. It feels dry to the touch, with no sticky residue. With a sigh of relief, Mufan expresses his gratitude. "Fortunately, I bought quick-drying materials. The wind last night likely blew away most of the formaldehyde. I'll buy some decorations tomorrow, and we can officially open for business." Standing in the center of the small house, Mufan surveys the walls, contemplating the future layout. Yue steps into the small abode, and the azure walls strike her with a profound visual impact. She stands transfixed, exhaling in a slow, serene tone the blue walls. Hearing the commotion, Mufan turns his head. Noticing Yue's captivated expression, he shrugs with a hint of pride in his eyes. "Wei, this is the color of the sea. Do you like it?" "The sea," Yue murmurs to herself. Her thoughts drift back to her former home, recalling the days when she was locked in a small dark room, feeling utterly suffocated. The only sound she could hear were her heartbeat and the noises from outside. Once, she overheard her siblings speaking of the sea, describing it as a shimmering expanse of blue. They said that standing beside the sea allows one to feel the greatness of nature. They also mentioned that the sea is boundless, with no one knowing what lies beyond its shores. A tightly locked wooden door stood as a dividing line. The brightly lit living room was filled with the aroma of food and joyful laughter, while she could only huddle against the cold wall, hugging her knees, burying her head deep within. Reflecting on her past, Bayowe's nose tingles with emotion. She lifts her gaze to the wall, letting her eyes shimmer with tears. I have seen the sea too. Bayowe's sudden shift in demeanor leaves Mufan bewildered. He hurriedly pulls out a tissue from his pocket, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and anxiously asks, Wei, do you not like these walls? Swish, Bayowe opens her arms and tightly embraces Mufan's waist, her heart beating faster. Mufan, thank you. Mufan is taken aback. Fool, what are you thanking me for? Bayowe sniffles, her voice quivering delicately. You brought me to see the sea. The sea is truly blue. So beautiful. I love it. Mufan is momentarily stunned. He can sense that Bayowe's past may hold some untold stories. Thus, when she beheld the sea, the grievances buried deep within her heart erupted in an instant. Mufan quietly observes the girl in his embrace, allowing her to quietly sob against his chest. After a few moments, he gently strokes her head, hoping to convey a sliver of warmth. Silly girl, don't always cry. You must stay happy and keep smiling, all right? There will be many days ahead when you can see the sea. He retrieves the tissue once more, wiping away the tear from Bayowe's eye, and adds, because this room is our emotional general store. We can officially open for business starting tomorrow. I'm a boss. And you are, Mufan hesitates, his thoughts swirling in confusion, struggling to find the right words to define Bayowe's role. Noticing Mufan's prolonged silence, Bayowe slowly lifts her gaze, her still wet pupils filled with curiosity. What am I? Mufan clears his throat, ultimately voicing the term he had been pondering. You are the landlady. You have the authority over every item in our emotional general store. The landlady? Bayowe tilts her head in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she gazes into Mufan's bright eyes and softly asks, does that include you as well? Chapter 80. The strange woman. Bayowe's words were astonishing, leaving Mufan's pupils wide with shock. He raised a finger and lightly tapped her forehead, shifting the tone to a teasing remark. Fool, how could I possibly resemble a product? Bayowe seemed to realize that her previous statement was somewhat inappropriate. She gently wrapped her arms around Mufan's waist, leaning her head against him, softly correcting, Mufan is not a product. Mufan belongs solely to Wei. Mufan stood frozen in place, opting not to offer any futile explanations, tacitly accepting her words. All right. Impressive. 10 minutes later, Mufan found his parked bicycle under the awning of a convenience store. He took out a tissue, first wiping the rainwater off the seat, then scanning his surroundings. He noticed a stack of cardboard boxes against a nearby wall. He promptly approached, tearing off a few pieces and placing them on the rear seat of the bicycle. Wei, it rained last night, and the back seat is wet. Sitting directly on it would be uncomfortable. A piece of cardboard will make it much better. Mufan explained with a gentle smile, extending his arm around Bayowe's waist. With a firm lift, he hoisted her up, her feet dangling in the air. Straining with all his might, he carefully placed Bayowe on the rear seat. After completing this act, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself, has this girl gained weight? At that moment, Bayowe was seated on the rear seat, her gaze lowered in curiosity at the cardboard beneath her. Previously, she had always sat directly on the metal frame. Today, however, it felt different, and she found it somewhat unstable. She shifted her position slightly, seeking a more comfortable stance. However, this movement caused the cardboard to shift. Coupled with the plastic covering, now slick from the rain, it made her unable to maintain her balance. Wei, be careful, Mufan exclaimed, startled, rushing forward with outstretched arms. With a soft thud, Bayowe fell squarely into Mufan's embrace. After holding her, Mufan sighed in relief, his heart racing as he remarked, fortunately, I caught you. Wei, get up, he urged, attempting to lift her. Yet at that moment, as his palm firmly grasped. He felt a peculiar softness akin to that of a gummy candy. What is this? Mufan instinctively glanced down, though he was holding by Yue. The suddenness of her fall had caused him to overlook where his hand had landed. At that moment, his palm rested precisely on her chest. A flush of crimson crept up Mufan's neck. He coughed awkwardly, withdrawing his hand, his tone somewhat strained. Wei, are you all right? Bai Yue nodded. I'm fine, really. Mufan replied then. Let us set you back up. But this time, we want to use the cardboard. I'll borrow a cloth and wipe the rear seat dry. Time ticked away. Mufan rode slowly along a tranquil path with Bai Yue seated behind him. His mind replayed the earlier awkward moment, sending shivers down his spine. He thought to himself, thankfully, Wei doesn't understand what that gesture implied. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. However, he mused, always riding a bicycle isn't ideal. Perhaps once the grocery store stabilizes, he should consider purchasing a small car. Meanwhile, Bai Yue was also filled with questions. Quietly sitting on the rear seat, her gaze cast downwards, she extended a finger to gently press against her chest. There was no unusual sensation. Her confusion deepened. Staring blankly at Mufan's back, she asked in a soft, lingering tone, Mufan, do you like it here? Creaking to a stop, Mufan firmly gripped the handbrake, bringing the bicycle to a halt in front of the educational institution. Although there were still minutes before class began, they were not late. As Bai Yue dismounted, Mufan helped her sling her white backpack over her shoulder, waving goodbye. Wei, be careful on your way to class. Watch your step. Got it, Bai Yue obediently replied. After running a short distance, she seemed to recall something, turning back to Mufan. With a sudden rush, Bai Yue dove into Mufan's embrace, rubbing her head against his chest, playfully murmuring, Mufan, I'll wait for you to take me home. A warm sensation washed over Mufan's heart. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. He reached out to gently stroke Bai Yue's forehead, smiling. All right, wait for me after school. Perhaps Mufan's palm was too warm, prompting Bai Yue to unconsciously rise on her toes, savoring the tenderness of his affection. Even her squinted eyes radiated a soft glow. Mufan, so warm. I like it so much. Bai Yue's heart fluttered. Suddenly, she puckered her rosy lips and kissed Mufan's cheek. Her action came without warning, and as their skin made contact, Mufan's eyes widened, and his pupils involuntarily constricted to mere pinpoints. Wei, what are you doing? His mind went blank. Bai Yue offered no further explanation. She lowered her heels, tilting her head slightly, her crescent-shaped eyes brimming with an irresistible, sweet smile. Mufan, I'll wait for you. With that, she turned and jogged toward the classroom, glancing back at Mufan several times as she distanced herself. Throughout this, Mufan stood like a statue, utterly dazed and lost in thought, until Bai Yue's figure disappeared around the corner of the hallway. Only then did Mufan come to his senses. He hesitantly reached up to touch his cheek, feeling the lingering warmth of the kiss, along with a faint scent of white peach oolong. He swallowed hard, incredulously murmuring, "This girl is truly becoming more and more whimsical." As Mufan pedaled along the roadside, a sudden, urgent ringtone pierced the air. He stopped the bicycle, retrieving his phone from his pocket. The screen displayed Gao Fei's number. Mufan answered, and before he could speak, a timid voice came through. Mugo, I remember you were quite friendly with a police officer at the farmer's market. Are you friends? Mufan nodded, puzzled. Are you referring to Officer Zhou? Gao Fei's voice dropped, filled with urgency. Can you give me his number? I want to report something. There has been a woman loitering outside my door every night. Muye. I'm so scared. Chapter 81. Cartoon Shark Mufan was utterly perplexed. What is there to fear when someone returns home after work through the corridor? The unit where Gao Fei resided was not among the first batch of constructed residential buildings. Both its exterior and interior designs conformed to modern architectural aesthetics. Consequently, most of the residents on his floor were young tenants. Young people, burdened by work pressures, often found themselves working late, unwittingly drifting into the late hours of the night. Returning home in the early morning seemed quite reasonable, didn't it? Had Gao Fei done something wrong? Who else would loiter at my doorstep after work? As Mufan peered through the peephole, the woman outside suddenly turned her head. Brother Mu, I can sense that this woman is behaving quite strangely. Mufan was filled with doubts. He knew well of Gao Fei's situation, single, living alone, and financially troubled, with hardly any remarkable qualities. Even if someone were to follow him, there would be no apparent reason for it. Nevertheless, Mufan maintained a cautious demeanor and inquired carefully, how long has that woman been lingering at your door? Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Fei replied, it's been 2 days now, always around midnight. Moreover, she constantly covers one eye with her hand. After a brief pause, he swallowed hard, fear evident in his voice. Brother Mu, could she be searching for a lost eyeball? Mufan's expression darkened. How absurd. Gao Fei continued, agitated. Brother Mu, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, come over tonight at midnight. No, better come at 11:30, and we'll keep watch together. Also, remember to bring by Yue. Mufan was taken aback. Why bring by Yue? On the other end of the line, there was a silence for a few seconds. Then Gao Fei responded, Brother Mu, you wouldn't feel comfortable leaving by Yue alone at home, would you? It's settled then. Tonight we must meet. Before Mufan could respond, Gao Fei hastily ended the call. Listening to the beeping sound from his phone, Mufan felt a whirlwind of thoughts. It was all too hasty, too theatrical, and utterly bewildering. He placed his phone back into his pocket and continued pedaling his bicycle, moving forward in silence, accompanied by the whistling wind on either side. Mufan's mind flickered with thoughts. He suddenly realized the inconsistencies in Gao Fei's conversation. If he truly encountered an harassment incident, he could have simply reported it to the police, capturing the perpetrator red-handed. There was no need to wait until now to call and ask for Officer Zhou's contact information. As he pondered this, Mufan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The insistence on bringing by Yue was troubling. Was Gao Fei harboring intentions towards Weiwei? A chilling thought indeed. Squinting, Mufan pedaled his bicycle more vigorously, whispering to himself, Tonight, not only will I not bring by Yue, but I shall not go either. Gao Fei, you're on your own. Upon returning to the community, Mufan did not head straight home. Instead, he twisted the handlebars of his bicycle and took a different path, heading straight for the grocery store. Entering the small shop, he gazed at the azure walls surrounding him. In his mind, the image of Bai Yue embracing him surfaced involuntarily. Whenever he thought of her captivating eyes and her gentle, melodious voice, his mood brightened. This girl is truly delightful. I wonder how she's doing at school. Mufan pulled out his phone, locating Bai Yue's contact in his address book, and began composing a message. Weiwei, how is the atmosphere in class today? Moments later, his phone vibrated. A message from Bai Yue slowly flickered on the screen. Not great. Mufan replied, What do you mean not great? Are you even paying attention in class? Mufan, Bai Yue, I don't want to listen. Without Mufan, I'm not happy. Bai Yue, Mufan, I miss you so much. Bai Yue, I want lots of kisses. Bai Yue, winky face, reading the flurry of texts, Mufan felt overwhelmed. What on earth was this girl thinking all day? He began drafting a stern response, channeling a fatherly tone to admonish Bai Yue. However, just as his finger was about to press send, Mufan hesitated. He inhaled sharply, pinching his chin and muttering to himself, this serious lecturing tone would be unbearable even for me. What if Bai Yue enters a rebellious phase? That could be troublesome. After much contemplation, he deleted the drafted message and retyped. Silly girl, just focus on class and their essay reward. You can choose between a head pat or a kiss. Bai Yue, I want a kiss. Bai Yue. Mufan stared at the immediate reply, standing frozen like a statue. After what felt like an eternity, he sighed, reflecting she didn't even consider, just made her choice. Placing his phone back into his pocket, he shook his head with a wry smile. This girl's spirited personality is becoming increasingly lively. Well, I must put in more effort myself. Taking advantage of today, I will cover the entire wall with marine fish wallpaper. Then, I'll fill the mood shop with goods. As time flowed by, the foxtail grass growing in the landscaped areas of the community swayed gently in the breeze. The droplets resting on the leaves had quietly evaporated. Only the piercing sunlight breaking through the clouds streamed through the gaps in the bushes, casting mottled spots of light on the gathered tufts of fluff. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sound of a bicycle bell resonated through the air. Around the corner of the community, a youth appeared riding his bike. His warm, bright eyes surveyed the surroundings. In his bicycle basket lay several bundles of posters tied with ribbons. Through the azure background and the glimpses of fish fins, it was clear they depicted aquatic life. Creak! Mufan squeezed the brakes, halting his bicycle before the small shop. He then picked up the posters and strong adhesive from the basket and entered the small room. Half an hour later, wiping the sweat from his forehead, Mufan surveyed his surroundings with admiration. The azure walls displayed an array of fish schools. The most striking of all was a cartoon shark beside the window, grinning widely with its big white teeth, exuding an aura of healing. As he gazed at it, Mufan couldn't help but smile. The corners of his mouth lifted, a warm smile gracing his face. Wei Wei will surely be captivated by this oceanic scene after school. Perhaps it will even elicit a sweet smile from her. I can hardly wait. Chapter 82. Happy Birthday. The sky was adorned with a resplendent orange-red glow. In the distance, the mountains appeared hazy under this radiant light. Inside the quaint little shop, an array of goods had been neatly stacked. Snacks such as spicy strips, candies, cookies, and chocolates were all meticulously arranged on the wooden table. On the side shelf, everyday necessities like sanitary napkins, tissues, and Band-Aids were displayed. The rear shelf housed an assortment of kitchen condiments in various bottles and jars. A 2-meter-high refrigerator stood against the wall by the entrance, filled with beverages like cola, Sprite, and mineral water. A neon sign, embedded with iron nails beside the eaves, emitted a faint, gentle glow under the golden rays of the setting sun. The conspicuous inscription read Mood Grocery Store. Mufan stood before the shop, exhaling contentedly. It is truly taking shape. It was time to fetch Wei Wei. With a swift kick, Mufan folded the bicycle stand and settled onto the seat, pedaling leisurely towards the school. When routine becomes second nature, one can always execute tasks with remarkable precision. Just as Mufan parked his bicycle in front of the educational institution, a hurried bell echoed throughout the campus. Accompanied by a cacophony of chatter, a throng of students poured out from the corner of the teaching building. Mufan quickly scanned the faces, searching for a familiar figure. Suddenly, he spotted a girl clutching a bunny plush toy and wearing a white backpack. The moment their eyes met, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in her chestnut brown eyes, partially obscured by her bangs. She hurriedly approached Mufan, and with a leap, she launched herself towards his chest. Mufan was prepared. As Wei Wei soared towards him, he swiftly extended his arms, catching her under her armpits with precision. Utilizing the momentum of her leap, he spun around with her in his embrace. Once she had expended her energy, he gently set her down and playfully tapped her head. Silly girl, don't run so fast next time. If you trip, you'll end up in the hospital. Leaning forward, Wei Wei pressed her cheek against Mufan's warm chest, her voice soft and sweet as syrup. Mufan, I missed you so much. Mufan smiled gently, stroking her head. Silly girl, let us head home first. As he released her and prepared to kick the bicycle stand, he caught a glimpse of Wei Wei, on tiptoe, inching closer to him. Before he could comprehend the situation, her cool lips brushed against his cheek. A soft sound echoed as his cheek indented slightly from the kiss, then quickly returned to its original form. What? Mufan's eyes widened in shock. He took a half-step back, his gaze filled with astonishment. Wei Wei, what are you doing? Wei Wei wrapped her arms around Mufan, akin to a gentle orange cat, nuzzling her head against his neck, her crescent-shaped eyes brimming with warmth and joy. Mufan, I love kissing you. Mufan's heart skipped a beat. Could this girl be becoming addicted to kissing? A gentle breeze swept past, and pedestrians continued to pass by. Perhaps public displays of affection at the school gate were uncommon, as those exiting the campus couldn't help but direct their attention towards Mufan and Wei Wei. The gazes varied, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Mufan gently tapped Wei Wei's shoulder, softly advising, Wei Wei, this is a public place. It's not good to hug like this all the time. Let go for now. Wei Wei shook her head, reluctant. I don't care about the impact. I only care about you. Mufan sighed helplessly. This girl was indeed becoming more clingy. Hey, in broad daylight, hugging in front of the entire school. Mufan, I never imagined you to be such a scheming guy. A familiar voice rang out. Mufan turned to see Shun Xin, holding her phone, aiming the camera at them. Approaching with a mischievous grin, she declared, "I'm going to capture evidence of your lovey-dovey moments and expose you." Mufan was utterly bewildered. How did I become a scheming guy again? Shin Xin retracted her phone, revealing a knowing expression, and proceeded to elaborate her theory. Wei Wei has been in school for a while now. While she is at school, you're stuck at home. 8 hours of long-distance love has made you anxious. You worry that Wei Wei might receive confessions from others or be bothered by some rascally boys. Thus, you taught her the kissing technique. You calculated that when you come to pick her up, she would rush over to hug you and kiss you. In this way, everyone would witness your shining moment. The entire school has silently acknowledged that Wei Wei has a boyfriend, allowing you to possess the sweet little girl without worry. Shin Xin formed a shape with her fingers, resting her chin on them, striking a pose. The truth is clear. You are the possessive boyfriend. As punishment for your deliberate concealment of this persona, take Wei Wei to my house for dinner right now. During the meal, the ice cream deity will punish you. Shin Xin spoke rapidly, jumping from one topic to another. Mufan stood dumbfounded, silently observing the exuberant girl before him, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. His mind filled with a herd of alpacas. After all that, she simply wanted to invite him and Wei Wei for dinner at her place? Furrowing his brow, Mufan hesitated. For Shin Xin's behavior had always been abstract and perplexing. Clearing his throat, he tentatively asked, Shin Xin, if there is nothing else, I'll be taking Wei Wei home now. Suddenly, Shin Xin stood tall, saluting with her hand over her ear. Drink more water, read more newspapers, eat fewer snacks, and sleep well. Have a safe journey. Mufan. With a soft kick, Mufan dismissed the stand. Once Wei Wei was seated on the back of the bicycle, he began to pedal slowly towards home. Shin Xin maintained her salute, watching as Mufan rode away, until the silhouette of the bicycle grew smaller, becoming a mere black dot before vanishing into the dimming lights. Only then did Shin Xin return to her normal stance. She lifted her hand, adjusting her slipping backpack strap. After a brief pause, she slowly turned and walked in the opposite direction. The sunset cast a long shadow of solitude behind her. She gazed at the dark silhouette reflected on the ground, a fleeting sadness flickering in her eyes beneath her smile. Shin Xin. Happy birthday. Chapter 83. The memo recording strange things. Ding, ding, ding. Mufan pedaled his bicycle slowly along the roadside, observing the pedestrians who disregarded traffic rules and crossed the street haphazardly. Occasionally, he would squeeze the bell, its clear sound serving as a gentle reminder. The end of school brought a notable crowd. How bustling it is. Mufan murmured, his focus sharpening. Bai Yue remained seated on the rear seat of the bicycle, but today she had opted to sit sideways. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the dark strands of hair beside her cheek to sway delicately. She lowered her head, gazing at her neatly aligned feet. The polished, round-toed Mary Janes, accentuated by her white knee-high socks, were particularly delightful to behold. Bai Yue swayed her ankles as if she were treading water. Suddenly, she turned her head and gently grasped the hem of Mufan's shirt. Mufan. Mufan turned his cheek slightly, glancing at Bai Yue from the corner of his eye. What is it? Bai Yue blinked her tea-brown eyes, her clear pupils revealing a hint of confusion. Birthday. What does it mean? Mufan was taken aback. Recently, when Officer Zhou had handed him a copy of Bai Yue's information, he had noted her date of birth. There were still 5 months and 20 days until her birthday. Why was she suddenly inquiring about this? Mufan smiled gently. With a tilt of her head, Bai Yue leaned softly against Mufan's warm back, gazing dreamily at the passing flowers and grass, murmuring, I want to know. Observing this, Mufan chose not to elaborate further. He mentally organized his thoughts and patiently explained. The day a person first arrives in this world is called their birthday. After a brief pause, he continued. It is also referred to as the day of a mother's suffering. For 10 months, she endures the burden of carrying life, making even the simplest tasks inconvenient. Especially before giving birth, the movements of the baby inside can be quite distressing for the mother. Therefore, while celebrating birthdays with friends, one should not forget the greatness of maternal love. In his words and demeanor, Mufan's eyes flickered with complexity, for he spoke of the situation that applied to most people. Bai Yue, however, was an abandoned child. Although her mother had also endured 10 months of pregnancy and the pain of labor, to be born and not raised did not warrant the title of greatness. Noticing that Bai Yue had yet to respond, Mufan quietly observed her expression. Fortunately, she did not display any sorrowful emotions, as if she were not contemplating her own circumstances. Wei, what are you thinking? Mufan inquired. Bai Yue turned her head, her tone imbued with innocence. Shin Xin is a friend. Should we celebrate her birthday? Mufan nodded, responding without hesitation. Of course. Celebrating a birthday with good friends. Sharing joy brings happiness to all, does it not? Wait, Shen Xin She Botai? Bai Yue nodded and continued. Yes, teacher sure told me. Mufan frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. Why would teacher sure mention something related to Shun Xin to Bai Yue? Could it be that teacher sure knew Bai Yue was the closest person to Shin Xin? Hence, she wanted Bai Yue to help celebrate her birthday? Mufan found himself perplexed. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Shin Xin had also mentioned inviting both him and Bai Yue to visit her home. Although somewhat vague, it seemed she had this intention. Mufan pieced together all the details and swiftly concluded. Shin Xin was eager to celebrate her birthday with friends, but, for some reason, hesitated to extend a direct invitation. Shin Xin typically presented herself as carefree and boisterous. Why, then, did she become hesitant at such a critical moment? Mufan murmured softly, squeezing the brakes. Creak. The bicycle tires left dark lines on the ground as it slowed abruptly. Due to the sudden deceleration, Bai Yue's head gently bumped against Mufan's back. She rubbed her nose and looked up. Mufan, what's wrong? Mufan turned his head, his determined gaze mixed with seriousness. Wei, do you know where Shin Xin lives? Let us go help her celebrate her birthday. Bai Yue removed her backpack and set it in front of her. Then, she extended her fair fingers and gently unzipped the innermost compartment. After retrieving her phone, she diligently searched through it. Moments later, she handed the phone to Mufan. Here. Mufan accepted the phone. The open app displayed a note, revealing a string of text. I am Shin Xin, an art student living at number 18, Donyang District, with a savings of 420,000, and my bank card password is 12,138. Swish. Mufan's thoughts were instantly pulled back to the scene when he first encountered Shin Xin during the registration with Bai Yue. At that time, Shin Xin had licked her ice cream, producing an ungraceful sound. He had thought she was in trouble and wanted to assist her. Embarrassing memories surged through Mufan's body like a tidal wave. He curled his toes, nearly digging a 3-bedroom apartment into the cement floor. Mufan closed the note and prepared to return the phone. Suddenly, he realized the app had not closed but had returned to the homepage. The notes were densely packed. Curiosity piqued, Mufan casually opened a note. Wei, pay attention. This is sugar, and this is salt. Their granule sizes are different. Be careful not to mix them up while cooking. Huh. Mufan was left utterly puzzled. He returned to the homepage and clicked on another note. Wei. When showering, pay attention to details. Elbows, knees, armpits, any crevice can harbor dirt. Remember to scrub well with a washcloth, and don't forget to wash your backside. Fool, why are you hugging me again? It's time for bed. Oh, don't lean so close. You're messing up my hair. Mufan felt a shiver run down his spine. He exited the notes and looked at Bai Yue with astonishment. Wei, why have you recorded everything I've said in the past? Splash. Bai Yue suddenly hugged Mufan tightly, pressing her head against his chest. Her soft voice resembling melted strawberry candy, exuding a fruity fragrance. I was worried I would forget. So, I wrote it all down. I have to read it every day. Mufan scratched his head, utterly bewildered. He stuffed the phone into Bai Yue's backpack, zipped it up, and gently tapped her head. Silly girl, always doing such strange things. Bai Yue remained silent, burying her head in Mufan's chest, emitting soft, whimpering sounds. Mufan lifted his head and surveyed the surroundings. Soon, his gaze settled on a nearby boutique, and a warm smile graced his lips. Wei, today, I relinquish all control to you. Choose a suitable birthday gift for Shun Xin based on her preferences. What do you say? Chapter 84. Love you. Mom Bai Yue obediently nodded. After Mufan parked the bicycle by the roadside, Bai Yue reached out her fingertips, gently tugging at the hem of his shirt. They strolled across the zebra crossing, slowly making their way towards the boutique store. The Danyang district boasts a vibrant commercial street, where vendors wield spatulas, stir-frying noodles over flames on sizzling iron plates. Nearby, there are small carts selling barbecued and fried skewers. The mingling aromas of Sichuan pepper and chili powder waft through the entire street. The pedestrian street, during dusk, is always bustling with activity. Shin Xen navigated through the throngs of people, walking alone. Achu! The spiciness of the food was overwhelming, causing Shun Xin to involuntarily sneeze. Before she realized it, she had arrived at the staircase entrance plastered with various advertisements and food signs. The rusted handrail accompanied a few cement steps, serving as the only passage to the second floor. Shin Xin raised her head. The circular black-framed glasses, refracted by the orange twilight, emanated a dim halo, casting a faint glow upon her dark eyes. The murky glass windows on the second floor were stained with dark grime, a testament to the accumulated grease from the food street over the years. Shin Xin had once cleaned the glass, but soon discovered that within days, the windows would be clouded again. Thus, she opted to keep the curtains drawn, preferring not to see the mess. Taking a deep breath, Shin Xin managed a small smile. Today is your birthday. Shin Xin, don't dwell on sadness. Look forward to tomorrow. Then you can once again frolic with Bai Yue. With a light-hearted chuckle, she turned around, preparing to ascend the steps. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a snowman figure standing in front of the milk tea shop across the street. The snowman was shaking its body, performing a quirky dance, and appeared quite amusing. Shin Xin couldn't help but giggle, her gaze drifting to the advertisement behind the snowman. Original ice cream, special price, 2 yuan. The vividly illustrated ice cream made Shun Xion's heart flutter with desire. She reached into her pocket and soon pulled out a crumpled stack of bills. Just over 60 yuan remained. She wondered if it would last through the week. Biting her lip, she fell into contemplation. After a moment's pause, she exhaled deeply and walked towards the milk tea shop, murmuring her relief. After all, this money was meant for Mufan and Bai Yue. Since they have no plans for dinner, I can save the money. I could buy 2 ice creams at once. Yay! I feel as if the ice cream deity is beckoning me. 5 minutes later, Shun Xin held 2 ice creams, carefully unlocking the door with her key. With a click, she pulled the rope beside the door. The old-fashioned light bulb, hanging from the beam, emitted a faint glow, although not very bright. The flickering orange light provided Shin Xin with a measure of comfort. The room was small, lacking even a toilet. For convenience, one had to rely on a spittoon. The wooden bed, barely sufficient for one person, was pressed tightly against the wall. Despite the windows and curtains being drawn tightly shut, the mingled sense of spices from the food street still managed to seep in. However, Shun Xin was unfazed. She was accustomed to it. Before enrolling in school, she had viewed various rental rooms around the educational institution. They were either too expensive or located in remote areas. In comparison, the heavily polluted food street felt like a paradise for rentals. The monthly rent was only 300 yuan, and the landlady, seeing her as a student, waived 3 months' rent. For the first 3 months, she only needed to pay for utilities. Drip, thick, milky liquid began to trickle down the ice cream cone, spilling over Shun Xion's fingers. Oh no! Noticing the mess, Shin Xion instinctively lowered her head. In the next moment, she erupted in a fit of exasperation. I haven't even tasted it yet. It's already melting. Cursed ice cream deity, how dare you conspire against me? Watch how I devour you today. With a slurp, Shun Xion leaned in, her tongue tracing around the ice cream. Finally, she sucked the melted ice cream from her hand into her mouth. Seeing the melting slow down, she then sat on a small wooden stool, holding an ice cream in each hand. She gazed intently at her reflection in the vanity mirror, full of energy. Shun Xin, you must finish both ice creams within a minute. Time starts now. As soon as she spoke, Shin Xion opened her mouth and leaned towards the ice cream on her left side, quickly licking it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the performance of Shun Xion number 1. But what about Shun Xion number 2? Her ice cream remains absolutely still. What would she be doing? Is she letting Shun Xian number 1 go ahead? With a flourish, Shun Xian paused her licking of the left ice cream and turned her attention to the right one, continuing her commentary. Ah, indeed, Shun Xian number 2 is now accelerating. Her speed surpassing that of Shun Xian number 1. Goodness, Shun Xian number 2 has taken the lead. Is she about to triumph over Shun Xian no 1 and claim the championship? 3 minutes later, Shun Xian finished both ice creams. She took out a tissue to wipe her mouth, discarding it into the trash bin. However, the excitement that had once filled her face was replaced by a sense of melancholy. Removing her glasses, Shun Xian stared blankly at the dim light bulb hanging from the eaves, letting her gaze blur and lose focus. Self-entertainment was not as enjoyable as it seemed. Ding ding ding. The hurried ring of the phone interrupted Shun Xian's thoughts. Seeing the caller ID, it was her mother. Shun Xian's heart skipped a beat. She quickly put her glasses back on and swiped to answer, her voice instantly brightening. Hey Mom, have you missed me? Yes, it's my birthday today. I'm so happy. Of course I have friends. I'm quite the social butterfly, you know. Even renowned painters from the Art Academy are my good friends. What? You don't believe me? Wait, I'll call them over to say hi. Shun Xian pressed the phone tightly against her chest and called out toward the door. Mufan, by the way, stop cutting that cake and come say hello to my mom. Huh? The ice cream cake must be cut immediately or it will melt. Wow, okay. Then you two cut it carefully while I chat with my mom. After speaking, Shun Xian resumed her conversation, boasting, Mom, you know what? My friends are so indulgent. They're worried about the ice cream cake melting, so they even used a mold to shape it. They've even been so busy, haha. Yes, I understand. You and Dad take care of yourselves too. Oh, no need to send money. I'm fine. Please, I'm attending a prestigious art academy. Once I graduate, a single painting could sell for millions. Why become a great artist and earn loads of money? I'll get Dad a golden prosthetic limb that will make everyone in the village envious. Oh, I'm just joking. Yes, okay. Love you, Mom. See you next time. The beeping from the phone echoed in the quiet room, leaving Shun Xian sitting dazed on the wooden chair, her emotions still in turmoil. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Suddenly, tears welled up at the corners of her eyes, shimmering like dewdrops. Mother. In truth, I have not been accepted into the art academy. However, Teacher Sure from the educational institution said, as long as I diligently pursue painting, there's a chance to reapply. Shun Xian clenched her fists, vigorously swinging them at the air. Therefore, I will certainly strive with all my might. The invincible Shun Xian, bestowed with the title of High Priestess by the ice cream deity, shall never falter. Top top, footsteps echoed softly. Simultaneously, a voice as sweet and soft as cotton candy floated through the air. Mufan. Shun Xian is not here. With a thud, accompanied by the sound of fingers tapping against her forehead, Mufan's gentle reprimand suddenly rang out. Silly girl. Didn't you hear Shun Xian's loud voice just now? She must be nearby. What is this? There's a corridor behind the partition. The sound of the metal barrier being pushed was deafening. Shun Xian stood in a daze, desperately searching for a place to hide. Yet, there was nowhere to conceal herself. In a moment of panic, she quickly closed the door and pressed her back firmly against it. Her heart raced, feeling as if it had leaped into her throat. Mufan, by the way, why have they suddenly come here? Chapter 85. The pain of bleeding with a swift motion. Mufan pushed aside the iron panel, a deep blue sheet as thin as a cicada's wing. Its edges were sharp, resembling a blade, and a moment's inattention could result in a grievous cut. Mufan inhaled sharply, murmuring to himself, is this metal meant as a windbreak? Goodness, it appears rather perilous. Suddenly, Bai Yue stepped forward, extending her delicate hand to gently rest upon the iron surface. With a forceful push, the panel emitted a deafening clang. Due to her excessive strength, it pressed tightly against the wall, crumpling into an odd shape. Confused, Mufan asked, Wei, what are you doing? Bai Yue turned her head, her chestnut eyes radiating a serene calmness. Mufan, you mentioned in the kitchen that thinner metal is sharper. Thus, one must be cautious with a kitchen knife. This metal, too, could inflict harm upon the body. After a brief pause, she slowly shook her head, her tone consistently measured. I do not wish for you to be hurt. Mufan was taken aback, a warm sensation swelling within him. Bai Yue was indeed a girl of great attention to detail. Whenever she encountered topics of educational significance, she would meticulously record them in her notebook or on her phone. He released his arm, which was burdened with a birthday cake and gifts, and affectionately ruffled her hair, a faint smile gracing his lips. Silly girl, I'm not so easily injured. Besides, why are you pushing so hard? Your hand is turning pale. Let go. Bai Yue shook her head again, her demeanor becoming more earnest. Bleeding, it hurts. I do not want Mufan to suffer. If Mufan suffers, Wei Wei will also be saddened. A shiver coursed through Mufan as he gazed at the girl standing before him. Her eyes cast downwards. Though the corridor was narrow, avoiding the iron panel was a simple task. Was she perhaps too sensitive? He placed the cake and gifts on the floor, gently patting her tense palm. Wei Wei, please loosen your grip. I'll move this metal out of the way. Bai Yue nodded and released her hand. With a sudden clatter, the compressed iron panel sprang back to its original form. Observing Bai Yue, who stood lost in thought, Mufan playfully inquired, Wei Wei, if I accidentally cut myself on this metal, what would you do? The moment the words left his lips, an unusual glimmer sparkled in Bai Yue's pupils. Her chestnut eyes, partially obscured by her bangs, darkened with a hint of coldness. If it harms Mufan, then let it vanish. A chilling gust swept through, an inexplicable aura quickly spreading around them. Mufan shuddered, tapping her gently on the head. You silly goose. Refrain from uttering such strange things. Perhaps the tap had stung a bit. Bai Yue cradled her head, a look of utter dismay adorning her face. She seemed to realize she had provoked him. Mufan sighed inwardly, turning away. He slightly bent his fingers, grasping the corner of the iron panel as he proceeded down the corridor, tilting his head to observe the nearby rooms. 3 doors lined the hallway. 2 of them were thickly coated in dust, suggesting they had been long unoccupied. However, the innermost room exuded a palpable sense of life, with a brand new padlock hanging from the doorknob, evidently replaced not long ago. 2 potted plants adorned the floor, vibrant flowers blooming within, reminiscent of those flourishing in the school-esque grove. Mufan quickly deduced, behind this closed wooden door resides Shun Xian. Carefully, he placed the iron panel flat against the corner, his mind swirling with questions. Didn't Shun Xian mention she had 420,000 in savings? Why is she living here? Though puzzled, Mufan refrained from pondering further. After all, Shun Xian was an art student, and many renowned artists throughout history had disregarded their living conditions. Perhaps she, too, was a seeker of the soul. He knocked gently on the door. Yet silence ensued. How strange. Just moments ago, she had been discussing ice cream flavors, and now there was no response. Mufan muttered softly as he approached the window, peering inside. The light bulb hanging from the beam flickered with a lingering orange glow, clearly having been turned off not long ago. Frustrated, Mufan frowned. It was clear she was inside, yet chose to remain silent. The situation had escalated to this point, and he could surmise the reason. Shun Xian likely resided here not out of a pursuit of art, but due to some special circumstance. Her reluctance to engage might stem from the simplicity of her accommodation, fearing to be looked down upon. Mufan understood well. A fruit forced from the vine is never sweet. Since Shun Xian was unwilling to meet, he saw no reason to intrude. Let us go. Wei Wei. Shun Xian is not home. Oh. Bai Yue nodded, her understanding vague, silently following Mufan. Throughout the exchange, Shun Xian had been standing behind the door, listening intently to the commotion in the corridor. Seeing Mufan and Bai Yue preparing to leave, she felt a surge of urgency and called out, Wait a moment. Startled, Mufan and Bai Yue turned simultaneously. Shun Xian's heart raced, her gaze filled with anxiety. Are you here to celebrate my sister's birthday? Mufan was taken aback, incredulous at her words. What on earth was she up to? Though puzzled, he adhered to the principle of respect, playing along. Are you her sister? From behind the closed door, Shun Xian's hurried voice responded, Yes, I am her sister. My name is Shun Fei. Thank you for coming to celebrate my sister's birthday. But she has already left and won't be back for quite some time. Mufan nodded, continuing the conversation. Since you're home, I'll just leave the birthday cake and gifts here in the corridor. When Shun Xin returns, you can pass them to her. Oh, and please convey our wishes. Happy birthday to her. Shun Xion's body trembled suddenly, as if her heart had momentarily stopped. Her thoughts drifted back to high school. As an art student, she also needed to study cultural subjects. To secure a place in her desired university, she devoted all her time and energy to her studies. Coupled with inexplicable isolation from her roommates, she had scarcely formed any heartfelt friendships throughout her high school years. The notion of someone celebrating her birthday felt utterly foreign. Slowly, Shin Xin turned around. Unbeknownst to Mufan, whether intentional or not, he had perfectly positioned the cake and gifts where they could be seen through the crack of the wooden door. Within the transparent, tied plastic box lay a cream cake adorned with a smiling face. Suddenly, Shin Xin felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Someone had celebrated my birthday. Mufan's voice continued to resonate. Shun Fei. We'll take our leave now. With that, he took Bai Yue's hand, departing at a leisurely pace akin to a snail. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded into the distance, Shun Xion's sense of panic intensified. No, I cannot allow this. I have only just made friends. Mufan, Bai Yue. They cannot leave. Chapter 86. Bearing 100 children, Shin Xion wiped away her tears with a heavy hand and forcefully opened the wooden door. Simultaneously, Mufan and Bai Yue turned to face her, their gazes locking with hers. Shin Xion felt her throat constrict. She had intended to nervously jest and point at Mufan, saying something along the lines of, I never claimed to have a sister named Shin Fei. You've all been deceived by me. However, the tumult of guilt and self-reproach within her stifled any such playful words. After a prolonged moment of gathering her thoughts, she remained uncertain about what to say. Ultimately, she closed her eyes, filled with trepidation, and admitted, Fine, I concede, the truth is exactly as you see it. I do not possess 420,000 yuan in savings. Rather, I am quite impoverished, residing in a dilapidated rental. You're free to mock me as you wish. Her body trembled slightly from her anxiety, and she braced herself for a barrage of derogatory remarks. Yet, after a lengthy pause, no insults were hurled her way. Shun Xion slowly opened her eyes to find Mufan and Bai Yue standing before her. However, they did not utter a word. Instead, they silently lifted the birthday cake and gifts and stepped into the room, placing their offerings on the wooden table. Shin Xion remained rooted to the spot, bewildered. You aren't going to ridicule me? Mufan shrugged, perplexed. Why would he mock you? Mock me for being broke and pretending otherwise, for living in such a poor place, she replied. Mufan earnestly unfastened the straps binding the cake box, not bothering to look back as he said, But you did invite Bai Yue and me to enjoy a bowl of iron bull beef noodles that cost 28 yuan each. Besides, you didn't deceive us on purpose. You merely wished to make friends, did you not? Boom! A thunderclap echoed in Shun Xin's mind. She stared intently at Mufan, suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to weep. In her past attempts at friendship, she had always maintained a sincere heart. Yet, when others learned of her rural upbringing, her father's disability, and her family's struggles, they often distanced themselves. A scant few were indifferent to such matters. But whenever they suggested dining out and splitting the bill, she would decline with various excuses, fearful of the exorbitant costs. Gradually, those around her faded away. But Mufan appeared to be different. Even upon witnessing the truth, his expression betrayed no contempt. Reflecting on her past actions filled Shun Xin with profound regret. She approached Mufan, lowering her head. I'm sorry. A flicker of complexity crossed Mufan's eyes as he contemplated how to offer comfort without overstepping boundaries. Just then, a hand clutching a plush toy swept past him and came to rest before Shun Xin. Bai Yue shook the toy, her clear eyes resembling a pristine lake. Mufan taught me not to develop a habit of apologizing, for it makes one vulnerable to malice. So, I shall teach you as well. Shun Xin, no need to say you're sorry. If you feel unhappy, just hug it. Your favorite ice cream. With that, Bai Yue stuffed the plush toy into Shun Xin's arms. Shin gazed blankly at the toy, which bore two round, bulging eyes on its earth-brown fabric. Its expression was rather vacant. Although it resembled ice cream, it was, in fact, a piece of excrement. Seeing Shin gradually turn to stone, Mufan helplessly spread his hands, stifling a laugh as he explained, I already told Wei Wei while choosing gifts, but she insisted that you would like this. I couldn't persuade her otherwise and had to buy it. Warm images flooded Shin's mind. Bai Yu Wei and Mufan, resembling animated figures, stood beside the shelves in a boutique. As Bai Yu Wei selected gifts, Mufan jumped around like a monkey, his face flushed from argument. Yet, regardless of what he said, Bai Yu Wei's expression remained unchanged. In the end, clutching the excrement plush toy, she extended her arm toward Mufan, her voice vacant as she declared, I want this. With a laugh, Shin broke into a smile. She held the plush toy tightly, embracing Bai Yu Wei with uncontainable joy. Thank you both. I truly adore this gift. Mufan, Bai Yu Wei, you are my dearest friends. With a flick of the lighter, Mufan ignited the flame, illuminating all the candles atop the cake. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow in the eyes of the three. Clasping her hands together, Shin faced the cake and whispered with sincerity, May the winds of adversity be gentle, and may I live without worries, forever in happiness. Also, I wish to witness the wedding of Bai Yu Wei and Mufan, and I hope they have 100 children. I want to be the godmother to all 100 of them. Her unexpected words sent a buzz through Mufan's head. He stared wide-eyed, utterly speechless. Bai Yu Wei tilted her head, curiosity piqued. What is a godmother? Shin smiled, explaining, it's a second mother for the child, a title typically reserved for one's closest friend. Bai Yu Wei nodded, somewhat understanding, and continued. 100 children. How will that happen? Shin, taken aback, retorted, Didn't you always say at school that you sleep holding Mufan? You two haven't done anything? As the conversation grew increasingly explicit, Mufan coughed awkwardly, hastily interrupting, Wei, didn't I say? We shouldn't share our matters with others? Bai Yu Wei pouted, looking slightly aggrieved. I didn't tell anyone else. I only told Shin. In our class. There's no one called others. What? Mufan was dumbfounded. After all this time, Bai Yu Wei had been interpreting others as a name? Goodness. This is something Officer Zhou must never learn. Suddenly, Mufan noticed that Shin and Bai Yu Wei had leaned closely together, seemingly engrossed in conversation. He focused his gaze on Shin, who was making peculiar gestures, one hand clenched into a fist while the other extended a finger. Alarmed, Mufan broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly stood up and gently knocked the heads of both girls. Hey, you two, it's time to blow out the birthday candles and eat cake. Chapter 87. 15 seconds the night was eerily quiet. A thin veil of wispy clouds enveloped the entire city, while the dark curtain of the sky loomed like a gaping abyss, consuming all in its shadow. Only a handful of distant stars flickered, offering a faint glimmer of light. A chilling wind howled through the air, causing the chandelier hanging precariously above to sway. Within the crowded room, the creaking of old wood echoed softly. Bai Yu Wei reminisced. Those were truly delightful times. I remember the last time by the river. I picked up a stone and with a swift flick, sent it skipping across the surface dozens of times. Oh, and speaking of skipping stones, it reminds me of cream puffs, those soft, pillowy pastries filled with luscious, milky cream. One bite, and it's a delightful mess, the sweetness lingering on my tongue. And my favorite pastime? I love mimicking Shin-chan. Have you heard of the butt dance? Shin rambled on enthusiastically about her various interests. Bai Yu Wei sat on a wooden bench, her clear eyes wide with rapt attention. Despite being unable to interject, she found Shin-chan's enthusiasm infectious. The more Shin-chan spoke, the more animated she became. Throughout, Mufan sat quietly at the edge of the bed, leaning gently against the wooden rail, silently observing the two. Shin could really talk. Mufan couldn't help but think of the cartoon nonsense and unhappiness. He shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, the sound of oil splattering broke the atmosphere. Boss, another 10 skewers of grilled squid. After months away from home, upon returning last night, Mufan noticed his girlfriend had gained a noticeable belly. Initially, he thought she was unwell. However, after a visit to the hospital, they discovered she was pregnant. She mentioned that she had been indulging in the deep-fried snacks from this very stall. Your fried snacks are so delectable they made her pregnant. Accompanied by the clattering of the spatula against the iron plate, the boss's hearty laughter rang out. Haha, if they taste good, eat more. I'll buy you a couple of bottles of beer, the green ones. Mufan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is that commotion? He turned and gently parted the curtains. The grimy window, coated in a layer of dark grime, came into view. He reached out, cautiously touching the glass. The sticky sensation akin to melted candy spread across his fingertip. Furrowing his brows, he felt a growing cloud of unease. He understood that this filth was the result of years of oily smoke accumulation, the culprit being the fried food stall below. He turned to glance at Shun Exan. Concern etched in his gaze. The risk of cancer from inhaling such cooking fumes was greater than that of secondhand smoke. Did Shun Exan not realize this? The thought flickered briefly in Mufan's mind before dissipating. He shook his head, feeling a mix of emotions. No, Shun Exan must be aware. She just felt powerless to change her circumstances. Living alone, women often found themselves vulnerable. With a heavy sigh, Mufan murmured, "This is troubling." Suddenly, he stood up with newfound determination shining in his eyes. Shin Xian, the little figurine you received from Bai Yue, it's a gift for you. Our belongings should not be mixed. Now, I have a gift for you as well. Shin Xian trembled slightly, sensing a change in Mufan. His resolute gaze radiated a unique charm, instilling a sense of security within her. As she opened her mouth to inquire about his intentions, a casual glance revealed the curtain behind him was slightly parted. It was evident he had noticed the greasy stains, connecting Mufan's expression to the situation. She quickly deduced his intent. Mufan was going downstairs to confront the vendor. Panic surged within her, and she rushed forward, waving her hands insistently. Mufan, that is not a good idea. Don't be fooled by the boss's friendly demeanor. He can be quite fierce. I've confronted him before, but was always met with scorn, especially when he glares at me with those bloodshot eyes, wielding his spatula. It feels like he could strike at any moment. Mufan scoffed, unfazed. There's a law entitled justifiable defense. If he dares to wield a knife, the one lying on the ground tonight will certainly be him. As Mufan turned to leave, Shun Xian's heart raced. Was this what it felt like to be protected by a man? No. What was she thinking? If a friend got hurt, it would only result in a bruised and battered friend. She couldn't let Mufan take that risk. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed out the door, calling Mufan, "Wait." The sound of her footsteps echoed into the distance. Bai Yue stood frozen, staring vacantly at the empty corridor. Mufan mentioned a knife. Bai Yue murmured softly, the tea-brown light casting a serene glow, gradually flowing towards the wooden table. A half-eaten cake bore the gleam of a steel fruit knife. In the moonlight, it shimmered with a muted silver sheen. With a swift motion, Bai Yue grasped the knife's handle and followed suit. The food street radiated with bright lights. Moths fluttered around the radiant glow, spiraling endlessly until they grew weary, losing their way, ultimately colliding with the incandescent filament of a bulb, their lives extinguished by the searing glass. Come on, brother, let's play a game. Rock, paper, scissors. Loser has to cry. I choose truth. My crush's socks that she tossed from the balcony were actually collected by me and used as tea bags. Laughter, cheers, and drunken shouts filled the air. Mufan walked through the outdoor tables with an impassive expression. Soon, he noticed a small cart parked on street, where a plump vendor stood, gripping a spatula tightly against the squid sizzling on the iron plate. Flames licked the squid, causing it to sizzle and release droplets of oil. Wisps of white smoke mingled with dark mist, rising and wafting directly towards the second-floor window, Shun Xian's room. Mufan frowned slightly and approached. Noticing a customer, the vendor immediately donned a cheerful facade. What can I get for you? Mufan rapped on the cart's metal frame, signaling the vendor to look up. The smoke from your stall is drifting into the second-floor window. The vendor stared, puzzled, scrutinizing Mufan to discern his identity. At that moment, Shin Xian arrived beside Mufan, gently tugging at his shirt, her expression fraught with anxiety. Recognizing her, the vendor suddenly understood. This girl had confronted him before, but had been dismissed. Now, she had brought her boyfriend for support? Oomph. A naive student without a shred of worldly experience. How much courage could they possess? A few harsh words would surely send them running. Upon realizing their intentions, the vendor offered no kindness, chuckling disdainfully, "If you think the smoke will stain your window, then just move out. This food street is sanctioned by the authorities. My stall alone brings in 2,000 yuan every night. If your actions result in the stagnation of the city's economic development, do you comprehend the consequences?" The boss, emphasizing his point, menaced. "You will face imprisonment, a decade behind bars, with no hope of release. You two should leave at once. Do not obstruct my business." Mufan stood his ground, unfazed. His slightly narrowed eyes exuded a chilling aura. "I grant you 15 seconds to propose a reasonable solution. Otherwise, do not expect to continue operating this stall." Chapter 88. Financial ruin and imprisonment with a resounding force and an aura of invincibility. The boss's body shook violently. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he cast a complex glance towards Mufan. How could this young man appear so self-assured? He hardly resembled a student. Could it be that he truly held some incriminating evidence against me? The boss furrowed his brow, preparing to further speculate about Mufan's identity. Just then, a girl clad in a JK uniform with a distinctive hairstyle approached Mufan. Upon noticing the fruit knife in her hand, the boss suddenly came to a realization. A smirk of disdain crept onto his lips, and his expression grew increasingly contemptuous. "I was under the impression that you possessed considerable capability. It turns out you simply intend to intimidate with a flimsy knife?" With a scornful tone, the boss, wielding his spatula, slammed it onto the iron plate, declaring, "Back when I was navigating the underworld, you were likely still in diapers. Don't bring your childish antics from school into the real world. Just now, you mentioned wanting to shut down my stall, correct? I'm eager to see just how capable you truly are. If you want to play hardball, then let us see what you've got." His obstinacy and atrocious attitude drew the attention of nearby diners, who began to watch the escalating confrontation. Some even took out their phones to record the spectacle. Mufan, no longer wasting words, decisively retrieved his phone and pressed the dial button. The stall owner was taken aback, scoffing. "Are you planning to call the police? Let me tell you, you're standing in a commercial food street, devoid of any residents. Months ago, the authorities issued a policy. The residents of these 2 rows of buildings have been compensated and relocated. If you're here getting smoked out, it's your own fault. If you have the means, go pay a premium to rent somewhere better. Isn't it ludicrous to expect comfort without the funds?" The coarse words of the stall owner struck Shin Xin's heart like a merciless blade, planting seeds of self-doubt within her. Grasping Mufan's arm gently, her tone tinged with sadness and devoid of any confidence, "Mufan, let us go." Mufan waved his hand, signaling Shun Xin to remain calm. With his phone in hand, a cold smile graced his lips. "Who said I intended to call the police?" The stall owner, brimming with disdain, retorted, "What else? Do you want to imitate those street thugs and give me a beating? Well, then we'll all end up in prison." Beep, the line connected, and a sweet female voice answered. "Hello, this is employee number 12138 at your service. This call is being recorded." Without hesitation, Mufan stated, "Is this the business administration office? There are unlicensed stalls operating in the food street, lacking health permits. The thawed seafood is left exposed on the ground, and contaminated bamboo skewers are scattered around, severely affecting both the city's appearance and consumer health. I hope the Market Regulation Department can collaborate with the Urban Management Enforcement Bureau for a rectification investigation." In just 3 brief sentences, he spoke fluidly, without a hint of hesitation. Each technical term he used was articulated with precision, betraying no sign of being an amateur. He sounded more like an undercover enforcement officer. The stall owner was rendered speechless, his hand holding the spatula suspended in midair. His lips trembled uncontrollably as he stammered, You're calling the business administration office again?" Mufan, not immediately comprehending, proceeded to provide the operator with more detailed location information. After hanging up, Mufan returned his phone to his pocket and shrugged. The shelf life of squid is a mere 3 days. The pile of squid at your feet has a greenish hue, and the vacuum bag is leaking. Casting a cold glance at the chili powder on the iron plate, Mufan remarked, "Do you really think adding more seasoning can mask the stench of decay?" With just a few words, Mufan had stripped away the last layer of the stall owner's pretense. Cold sweat began to trickle down the boss's forehead. He longed to rebut, yet found himself at a loss for words, because everything this man said was undeniably true. If he were merely chased by the urban management, it would be so bad. At worst, his food cart would be confiscated, and he'd face a fine. However, if the business administration office intervened, he would be thoroughly investigated. Should any food safety issues arise, imprisonment would be inevitable. Damn it, is this man intent on ruining me? The stall owner was devoid of any desire to continue grilling squid. Pointing an accusatory finger at Mufan, he shouted, "Today, as students truly lack any sense of decency. Everyone trying to earn a living is simply striving to support their families. You think it's easy to make a report? Do you have any idea what the consequences are for me? Do you want to see me lose everything?" With an impassive expression, Mufan added, "Selling seafood of unknown origin that leads to mass food poisoning and diarrhea can result in a prison sentence of 3 to 7 years. This means not only will you face financial ruin, but you will also find yourself incarcerated." Incarceration? The stall owner was struck dumb, a wave of fear washing over him. His eyes bore into Mufan's, filled with a desire to tear him apart. Yet reason prevailed, advising him against such actions. The only recourse left was to plead for mercy. Clang! The stall owner dropped the spatula and, pulling out a cigarette, approached Mufan with a servile demeanor. "Apologizing. Young man, I was wrong earlier. I sincerely apologize. Please call the business administration office again and say it was just a misunderstanding among friends after a few drinks." Mufan, refusing to engage with the stall owner's obsequiousness, firmly held on to shun Xian and Bai Wei, stepping back to shield them from potential danger. His instincts proved correct. After his pleas fell on deaf ears, the stall owner's true nature emerged. He clenched the cigarette box tightly and hurled it at Mufan, gritting his teeth. "Just wait. I won't forget you." After uttering his threats, the stall owner hastily moved to his food cart, preparing to flee. Mufan had anticipated this, darting forward like an arrow to secure his grip on the cart. Despite the stall owner's desperate attempts, the cart remained immovable. "Let go." The stall owner turned, his face contorted with rage. No matter how fiercely he threatened, Mufan refused to relent. The commotion escalated, drawing an ever-growing crowd, blocking all exits. "Make way! Make way! Market Regulatory Bureau, Public Security Bureau, Urban Administrative Enforcement Bureau. Here are our credentials." A commanding voice resonated through the crowd as uniformed enforcement officers began to close in. The stall owner trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. On the verge of despair. It's over. This is the end. Chapter 89. A sudden disinclination to share calamari for the next several minutes. The stall owner found himself under investigation. He admitted that the squid was procured at a low cost from the neighboring country's waters, containing a significant amount of radioactive contaminants. Given the gravity of the situation, the authorities quickly dispersed, warning those around the outdoor tables. All seafood purchased from the Sakura squid stall was strictly prohibited from consumption. Ultimately, the stall owner was handcuffed and escorted into a police vehicle. "How could you sell such hazardous products to us? Do you have no conscience? People like you deserve to be cast into the depths of hell. Have you sacrificed your family for profit? Such ill-gotten gains cannot be acquired so easily." The crowd gathered around, hurling curses, especially those who had consumed several skewers of squid, their bloodshot eyes filled with rage, wishing to rush the police vehicle and exact violent retribution upon the offender. As the police car gradually drove away, the crowd slowly dispersed. Just then, a hand rested on Mufan's shoulder. He turned to find himself face to face with Officer Zhou. "Officer Zhou, what brings you here?" Mufan inquired, surprised. Zhou forced a smile and settled onto a plastic stool, lighting a cigarette with a sigh. Someone reported an incident. "This line of work is no easy feat. Whenever there is a report, we must respond, take statements, and write receipts. Sometimes I'm nestled in bed, enjoying a deep sleep when suddenly my phone rings. and I must leap up to get dressed. Whether it's a family dispute or a lost pet, every call demands our attention. Mufan, do you know what the most absurd case is? The one from your community. A man insists that every dawn, a woman stands at his doorstep, claiming he fears encountering a female ghost and wants us to stay at his place to catch her. Can you believe it? This man must be unwell. Even if he is afraid to open the door, he could at least speak up and inquire. Instead, he hides in silence, paralyzed by fear. Mufan's expression darkened. Surely, the man Zhou was complaining about couldn't be Gao Fei. However, he didn't pursue that line of conversation, instead chuckling awkwardly and asking, "What punishment will the stall owner face?" Zhou pondered briefly before responding gravely. It's unclear at the moment, but the recent inspection by the regulatory agency revealed a substantial amount of radioactive substances in the squid. The potential harm is considerable, and he knowingly broke the law. He is likely looking at a sentence of no less than 7 years. Mufan nodded, realizing that the green glow on the squid's surface was not due to spoilage, but rather emanated from harmful substances. Just the thought sent chills down his spine. He shook his head. The state of seafood these days is truly unsettling. I was actually planning to buy a few skewers of squid to try. Zhou chuckled. Then just stick to squid from domestic waters. Honestly, I'd like to taste some myself. Fresh squid indeed. At that moment, a vendor's call rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Not far away, a barbecue stand displayed succulent squid on the grill. To prevent the smoke from disturbing the nearby residents, a large canopy was installed above the grill. Wisps of smoke gently rose, drifting towards the canopy before dissipating. Mufan instinctively looked up. The second-floor walls showed no signs of contamination. They were pristine white. Leaning in closer, Mufan peered inside the shop. Certificates were prominently displayed, including health permits, safety licenses, and even the invoice for the squid, all affixed to the wall. The interior was immaculate, providing a comforting ambience. Intrigued, Mufan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Shall we indulge in some squid?" Throughout the scene, Bai Wei had been a silent observer, noting the joy that flickered across Mufan's face, which brought a smile to her own. Turning her gaze towards the golden squid sizzling on the grill, she thought, Mufan wants to eat squid. I should buy some for him. Quietly murmuring to herself, she turned and headed towards the barbecue stall. "Where are you going, Wei Wei?" Mufan called after her. "To get you something to eat," Bai Wei replied softly. At that moment, the barbecue vendor was busy grilling squid on bamboo skewers. Upon seeing Bai Wei approach, he immediately broke into a smile. "Oh, it's you. Thanks to you, that culprit disrupting market prices has been apprehended. I told you, the wholesale cost of squid is 5 yuan, yet he was selling 3 skewers for 10. Obviously a loss. Turns out, he was using inferior squid. Serves him right to be imprisoned." The vendor vented his accumulated frustration. Bai Wei remained impassive. Approaching the grill, she abruptly raised her arm, holding a gleaming fruit knife. The vendor recoiled in fright, exclaiming, "Wait, little sister, the squid I sell is all locally sourced, tender, and flavorful. It's guaranteed quality. Please don't harm me." Mufan, witnessing this unfold from a distance, felt his heart race as he hurried towards Bai Wei. However, Bai Wei had already brought down her arm. The blade, glinting ominously, sliced through the air with a thunderous ferocity, as if it were an unstoppable force. "Oh no, I'm done for," the vendor thought, shutting his eyes in terror. With a dull thud, the knife pierced the succulent squid. "What the heck?" The vendor gasped, his mouth agape. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Bai Wei. Holding the squid impaled on the blade, she tilted her head and asked, "How much?" After a long pause, the vendor finally regained his composure. He waved his hand, still trembling. "This skewer is on me. No charge. Just take it." "Thank you," Bai Wei said politely, turning away. Just then, Mufan playfully tapped her on the head, his tone a mix of gentle reproach and affectionate teasing. "Wei Wei, you silly goose, don't wave a knife around to scare people." Bai Wei pouted, feeling a bit wronged. "Mufan, you're scolding Wei Wei." Suddenly, she felt a surge of reluctance to share the squid with him. Chapter 90. The foolish Mufan stood in a daze, his gaze fixated on the young girl before him, astonished. Over the past few weeks, He had come to understand that Bai Yue was a reserved and somewhat insecure girl. In moments of decision, her first instinct was to follow the directives of others, rarely engaging in independent thought. Yet now, she boldly declared that she did not wish to give herself squid. This stark shift in her demeanor left Mufan momentarily flustered, causing even his heart to race in disarray. He swallowed hard, surprise flickering in his eyes. Wei Wei, is that truly how you feel? Bai Yue lifted her head, her chestnut eyes intently fixed on Mufan. Without a moment's hesitation, her gentle voice flowed slowly. No. Mufan wants to eat. I will certainly give Mufan some. With a flourish, Bai Yue extended her arm, presenting the steaming squid to Mufan's lips. Mufan, here. The corners of Mufan's mouth twitched involuntarily as a wave of joy surged within him, only to be doused by a sudden chill. He sighed quietly, tenderly stroking Bai Yue's head, and said, Wei Wei, let us go. Okay. Bai Yue nodded obediently. Clutching a fruit knife, she focused intently on the squid skewered on its blade. Her chestnut eyes, partially hidden by her bangs, revealed a hint of confusion. Mufan, how strange. Why do I suddenly feel disappointed? Is it because I don't like squid? After a prolonged contemplation, Bai Yue found no answers. Instead, she raised her gaze, staring blankly at Mufan's profile. Meanwhile, Mufan's heart was undergoing a tumultuous transformation. Bai Yue was so compliant that she adhered to his every request without question. Lacking any banter to spice their relationship, it remained at a constant, unvarying temperature. However, her recent peculiar behavior introduced a subtle fluctuation to this equilibrium. In that fleeting moment, Mufan realized why he often struggled to articulate the nature of his relationship with Bai Yue. It was neither akin to friendship nor familial ties, and certainly not romantic, as there had been no emotional turbulence. To put plainly, it was too mundane, too ordinary to be engaging. Perhaps due to his overthinking, Mufan failed to notice the stone ahead. Ouch, he exclaimed, stumbling forward and nearly losing his balance. Once steadied, he refrained from looking back at the culprit that had tripped him and instead focused on Bai Yue's movements. Her expression was devoid of any emotion. Perhaps noticing Mufan's gaze, she tilted her head in curiosity and asked Mufan, What's wrong? After a moment of hesitation, Mufan posed a question. Wei Wei, why didn't you smile just now? Why should I smile? Bai Yue blinked her clear eyes. Because I almost fell. It was quite comical. With that, Bai Yue spread her arms wide and embraced Mufan's waist, resting her head against his chest and nuzzling softly, her voice like melted strawberry candy. Wei Wei, would he laugh at Mufan? Because Mufan is very warm. Huh. Mufan was left bewildered. Undeterred, he continued to probe. Wei Wei, try scolding me just once? Bai Yue shook her head, her luminous eyes reflecting a tinge of sorrow. No. I grant you the privilege to scold me just by calling me foolish. Please don't. Don't worry, Mufan reassured her. Just then, a series of soft claps reached Mufan's ears. He looked up to see Xiao Zhou approaching, clapping his hands, a knowing expression on his face. All right, Mufan, so you're not pretending anymore, are you? Do you understand the nature of this behavior? A jolt ran through Mufan's body as he realized he had been so engrossed in encouraging Bai Yue to express her rebellion that he had completely forgotten about Xiao Zhou's presence. With an awkward smile, he explained, Officer Zhou, it's not as you think. Xiao Zhou raised a finger, lightly poking Mufan's heart. I'm in uniform and can't linger, so I'll be on my way. Behave yourself. If I catch you causing trouble for that young girl, I'll take you back and give you a good splash with a wet towel. A wry smile crossed Mufan's lips, fully aware that Bai Yue was entrusted to him under Officer Zhou's watchful eye. If anything went awry, he would be held responsible. Thus, his tone grew slightly more serious as he assured, Rest assured, I'm a person of utmost propriety. As Xiao Zhou's figure faded into the distance, the red and blue lights on his shoulders disappearing amidst the crowd, Mufan turned back to Bai Yue, gently patting her head. Do you remember that person? Consider him a villain from now on. If you have anything to say, do not speak in his presence. We'll discuss it at home. Bai Yue nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a dragonfly skimming the water. Remember, her adorable gesture of raising both arms brought a sense of delight to Mufan. Unable to resist, he inquired, Wei, do you want a kiss? Upon hearing the word kiss, Bai Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She lifted her head, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Yes. Mufan raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you want a kiss on the forehead or a kiss on the cheek? Bai Wei extended a finger, tapping her lips as she pondered. After a moment, she softly replied, her tone as gentle as a soothing breeze, Mufan. I want both. With the atmosphere perfectly primed, Mufan brazenly made another request, then scold me once, let me hear it. Please don't. Just one word. Say foolish Mufan. Bai Wei pressed her lips together, her fingers fidgeting nervously. After a fierce internal struggle, she finally muttered in a voice softer than a mosquito's buzz, Fool. Foolish Mufan. A shiver ran through Mufan's heart once more. Yet he noted that it lacked the charm of her earlier declaration. I don't want to give you squid. He sighed quietly, shaking his head with a wry smile. Indeed, a forced fruit remains unripe. Suddenly, Mufan felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment. Bai Wei gazed up at him with expectant eyes. He reached out, gently pinching her soft cheek, and smiled, Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise. You will receive both kisses. Now, let us start with the forehead. As he leaned forward, ready to plant a kiss on Bai Wei's forehead, a woman's voice echoed from behind, Mufan, Bai Wei. Mufan trembled in fear, promptly restoring his composure. At that moment, Shun Xian stood frozen, clutching 3 ice creams, her expression one of bewilderment. A faint flush of warmth spread across her cheeks, turning her face slightly. She anxiously gazed at the cracks in the tiled pavement, fidgeting as she asked, Am I interrupting you? Chapter 91. The Slippery Punishment. Mufan hesitated, words unspoken. The atmosphere among the three was palpably awkward. After a brief pause, Mufan cleared his throat twice and redirected the conversation. Wei, you should go back to the room with Shun Xian. I'll join you shortly. Bai Wei lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a crystalline glow, exuding an enchanting charm. Mufan felt a shiver run through him. He was acutely aware that their tender moment had been abruptly interrupted, causing a stir of emotions within Bai Wei. Hurriedly, he reached out, gently pressing his palm against her head, offering a patient consolation. Silly girl, don't overthink. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Bai Wei buried herself into Mufan's chest, her soft arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Under the dual illumination of the street lamps and the moonlight, her chestnut eyes flickered between dimness and brilliance. Particularly, the sweet smile gracing her lips seemed to possess an enchanting power reminiscent of melting snow. Mufan, I'm not overthinking. It's too noisy here during our kisses. I can hardly feel your warmth. Thus, we should find a quieter place to kiss. Here, that's the squid for you. I'll head upstairs and wait obediently for your return. Boom! Mufan stood there, as if turned to stone, utterly dumbfounded. Even the dark orbs in his eyes abruptly shrank into pinpoints. How had this girl changed so drastically? In his daze, Bai Wei released him and skipped lightly up the steps. She slowly turned her profile, casting a sidelong glance at Mufan. At the same time, she raised her fair arm, tucking the stray strands of hair behind her ear. Her voice, soft and fluffy like cotton candy, rippled gently, Mufan, make sure to come back early. With that, Bai Wei ascended the staircase, soon vanishing around the corner of the platform. Mufan, holding the squid that had pierced the fruit knife, stared blankly at the empty corridor. He felt his heart, a blazing ball of warmth, thump gently as if struck by a small mallet. A wondrous sensation, indescribable in words, surged through every cell in his body. In the past, Bai Wei would never have acted this way. True to her nature, she would usually cling to him, persistently questioning him upon hearing he would be away for a while. Yet now, she asked no further questions. This intimate yet respectful distance between them stirred Mufan's heart. He swallowed hard and glanced at Shun Xian, his eyes filled with disbelief. Did you teach her? The unexpected inquiry jolted Shun Xian. She raised her arm, her head shaking like a rattle. No. It wasn't me. I only taught her to write in her diary, to record life, and such. I have no idea how Bai Wei suddenly became so flirtatious. Mufan was unconvinced. His narrowed eyes scrutinized Shin Xen incessantly. Shin Xen struggled to gather her thoughts, attempting to defend herself. However, Mufan's interrogative gaze was overwhelmingly pressing. Unable to bear the internal pressure any longer, Shin Xen confessed, "All right, I admit it. Last week, I sent by Yue some videos. Yes, the kind you're thinking of, with plots, performances, and emotional fluctuations." Seeing Mufan's expression darken further, she quickly corrected herself. "Oh dear, Mufan, it's not as terrible as you think. At least by Yue learned how to make a man's heart race with just a glance, right? Fine, I made a mistake. I'll go find by Yue now and delete all those videos. Here, take this ice cream." Feeling guilty, Shenxin avoid Mufan show. She pressed the ice cream cone into his hand and darted towards the stairs. As she descended, she turned her head to observe Mufan's reaction. Seeing him standing there, frozen in place, her heart sank. Shin Xin clasped her head with both hands, shaking her body desperately, falling into a state of crisis. What am I doing? I merely wanted by Yue to learn how to cultivate her feelings with Mufan. One day when they're tipsy, they can embrace from the balcony to the living room, then to the bedroom. Once the rice is cooked, Bai Yue will be pregnant. I could become the true matchmaker. Then they would be grateful to me, trust me, and see me as a lifelong friend. But it seems I've messed it all up. Will Mufan think I'm an indecent girl, preventing Bai Yue from hanging out with me? What should I do? What should I do? Oh my goodness. The cold night breeze howled through the corridor. Empty beverage bottles, devoid of any liquid, tumbled about, producing mocking clattering sounds. At this moment, Mufan remained rooted in place. After an eternity, he finally took a lick of the melting ice cream, murmuring with a furrowed brow, "That Shin Xen truly is a mango girl." 15 minutes later, Mufan returned to the second floor and pushed open the wooden door. An antiquated, musty odor wafted through the air. He glanced at the corner. Bai Yue and Shin Xin sat upright on a wooden stool, resembling two children caught in wrongdoing, utterly still. From their sheepish expressions, Mufan understood. These two lively spirits had already reflected on their actions. With a soft thud, Mufan placed a fruit knife on the dining table. Simultaneously, he set down the bag he had been holding. Noticing that Bai Yue and Shin Xin remained motionless, merely casting their gazes in his direction, Mufan chose silence, quietly reaching into the bag and feeling around. Before long, he pulled out a bar of soap. The moment Shin Xin spotted the soap, she jolted. She hurriedly leaned towards Bai Yue and whispered, "It's over, it's over. Mufan is indeed angry. He is going to enact this slippery punishment on us." Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion. "What is this slippery punishment?" Shin Xin, her face filled with tension, embellished the explanation. "It's a particularly cruel form of punishment. First, the bathroom is coated with soap, ensuring not a single corner is left untouched. Then, all the clothes of the offenders are stripped away, and their bodies are slathered in soap before being forcefully pushed into the bathroom. With the double application of soap, there is virtually no friction, causing the offenders to collide repeatedly on the bathroom floor for over half an hour without stopping. It's utterly torturous." Bai Yue blinked her clear eyes, her imagination conjuring vivid scenes. In a soap-laden bathroom, she envisioned a cartoonish version of herself and Shin Xin, devoid of clothing, their bodies rolling about on the tiles like bumper cars, emitting various plaintive sounds of distress. Her chestnut eyes reflected a hint of anticipation. It seems. Fun? Suddenly, a cartoonish image of Mufan appeared in the vivid imagination, hovering above Bai Yue's head. With two heavy thuds, the scene abruptly darkened, and classic starry effects of being reprimanded emerged. Cartoon Bai Yue and cartoon Shin Xin, with puffy heads emitting wisps of smoke, listened despondently to cartoon Mufan's scolding. "Hey, don't let your imagination run wild. Soap is meant for cleaning. The unruly street vendors have been apprehended. With a thorough cleanup, the grease and smoke can be completely eradicated. You too, don't just sit there idly. Come and lend a hand." Chapter 92. Do not press me. A subtle sound echoed as objects were placed upon the wooden table, a continuous rhythm. Soon, Mufan had extracted all the items from the packaging bag, in addition to soap, laundry powder, and caustic soda. There were several pristine rags and a bundle of wallpaper secured with ties. Mufan surveyed his surroundings and noticed a plastic basin in the corner. Without hesitation, he approached it and placed the laundry powder and caustic soda inside. Next, he picked up a small knife and sliced the soap, crushing it into a fine powder before adding it to the basin. He then lifted the basin and turned on the faucet. The sound of water splashing against the bottom of the basin was relentless, creating a frothy layer of white bubbles. Squatting down, Mufan stirred the liquid in the plastic basin with a rag, striving for a more uniform dissolution of the grease-fighting agents. "Mufan, are you doing laundry?" A soft and sticky voice inquired. Preoccupied with the froth, Mufan replied earnestly, "No, I'm planning a thorough household cleaning. The glass windows have long been smeared with grime, blocking out the light. Over time, a musty odor will permeate the room. Living in an airless environment can easily lead to illness." Mufan raised his wrist to gently wipe his forehead, preparing to explain the detailed steps to Bai Yue. However, at the moment he turned his head, he was taken aback. Bai Yue's soft, fair hands rested on her knees, her body slightly bent forward. Her inquisitive, bright eyes were fixed on the bubbles forming in the basin. Mufan's gaze inadvertently wandered to Bai Yue's chest, which, due to her posture, had slightly sagged under the pull of gravity, revealing a stunning view from his perspective. "Oh my!" Mufan exclaimed, inhaling sharply as he quickly averted his gaze. Stammering, "Wei, if someone is crouching in front of you, please don't bend over." Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion, her little tuft of hair bobbing slightly. "Why?" Mufan's emotions were complex, and his mind raced with a flurry of wild thoughts. Bai Yue was small and adorably naive, easily evoking protective instincts in others. She was the epitome of purity, untouched by the world's filth. Clearing his throat, Mufan was about to gently remind Bai Yue to maintain her decorum when he suddenly felt a hand touch his cheek. The icy sensation of the palm contrasted sharply with the warmth of his face, producing an unexpected reaction that sent shivers down his spine. He whipped his head around, astonished. Wei, what are you doing?" Bai Yue did not respond. Instead, she leaned slightly forward, resting her body against Mufan's back. The soft, mousse-like sensation enveloped him, spreading warmth across his skin. "Oh my!" Mufan gasped again, the flush on his cheeks visibly extending to his neck. Bai Yue blinked her pure, chestnut eyes, intently observing Mufan's reddening face. Then, she reached out to gently caress his cheek, attempting to cool his heated demeanor. "Mufan, your face is so hot. Let me help you cool down." Pouting, Bai Yue blew softly on Mufan's cheek, trying to alleviate his warmth. The gentle breeze wafted over him, dispersing like smoke upon contact. Boom! Mufan's mind went blank. His hand, suspended in midair, forgot to turn off the faucet. The sound of rushing water continued unabated. Eventually, the plastic basin overflowed with the cold liquid, which cascaded over the white foam and spilled over the edges. Mufan's shoes were splattered with the froth. "Oh no! It's spilling over. Wei, please get up. Don't press on me," Mufan exclaimed, frantically trying to turn off the faucet. However, this very motion caused him to lean forward, and coupled with the slippery soap water on the soles of his shoes, he lost his footing and fell heavily. Bang! Bang! With two dull thuds, Mufan and Bai Yue ended up entangled in a heap, much like a game of Jenga. This entire scene was witnessed by Shun Exen, who gasped in shock, clutching her head and stamping her feet anxiously. "Mufan, Bai Yue, are you all right? I swear, this was not my teaching." Half an hour later, the entire room had been cleaned. The damp floor was suffused with a refreshing scent of lemony soap, quite delightful. The smoke-stained glass windows sparkled after being wiped clean. The silvery moonlight streamed through the glass, casting an unerring reflection upon the frilly pillow on the bed. Influenced by the moisture, one could even discern the misty trajectory of the light. It created an ethereal ambience. Shin Xian's eyes widened as she gazed at every ornament in the room. The patches of green mold on the walls had all been scraped away. Furthermore, Mufan had adorned the walls with pink wallpaper, embellished with numerous illustrations of ice cream. If the former room resembled a dilapidated attic, the current space transformed into a pink castle straight out of a fairy tale. Shun Xen delicately touched the wall with her fingertips, walking slowly as an unprecedented sense of grievance washed over her. This was what it felt like to be cherished by friends. So warm, so comforting. She was no longer alone. With a sudden turn, Shun Xin enveloped Bai Yue in a tight embrace. Bai Yue, Mufan, you are truly my best friends. Bai Zui Bulinget, Guieli Observing Shen Xin. She could sense the murky sadness that had accumulated in Shun Xin's heart gradually dissipating, while a faint glimmer of light began to twine like roots, illuminating every cell within her body. Bai Yue's lips curled into a gentle, sweet smile. We are friends. For a lifetime. At that moment, Mufan sat at the wooden table, lifting the plastic cover to eat the remaining cake. Upon seeing Bai Yue's smile, a warm sensation coursed through him, and he murmured contentedly, having a confidant means that Wei Wei has someone to look out for her at school. As long as Shun Xin doesn't teach her any more strange things, we'll be fine. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a hurried phone call interrupted the moment. Mufan retrieved his phone. The dimly lit screen displayed a call from Gao Fei. He swiped to answer, but before he could speak, Gao Fei's frantic voice echoed from the other end. Mu Ye. I've been bitten by that female ghost. Hurry, come save me. Chapter 93. Sharing a bed. Mufan wore an expression of helplessness. Fei Zi, what on earth are you doing? Gao Fei, his voice trembling, replied, Mugo. I only opened the door because I listened to you. But before I could say anything, she bit my hand and ran off. Mu Ye. I gonna turn into a zombie? The more he spoke, the more absurd it became. Mufan sighed silently, his emotions tangled. The food street was quite a distance from the neighborhood, and the absence of a bicycle headlight made returning in the dark perilous. After deliberation, Mufan decided to call Officer Zhou for assistance. Clearing his throat, he reassured, Fei Zi, I'm not able to return right away. You should head back to your room first. I'll contact Officer Zhou for you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mufan found Xiao Zhou's number in his contacts and dialed. Moments later, a puzzled voice came through the phone. Mufan, why are you calling so late? Mufan forced a laugh, momentarily at a loss for words, and settled for, Officer Zhou, are you still awake? Xiao Zhou responded, just got into bed. What's up? Mufan continued. Do you remember the man who reported seeing a female ghost? He just said he was bitten by the ghost. If you have time, could you go check on him? Xiao Zhou replied. Is that man your friend? Oh, right, I just remembered. I saw him at the farmer's market before. No wonder he looked familiar. All right, since I can't sleep anyway, I'll consider it as a field visit and take a walk. After a few more words, they ended the call. Mufan put his phone away, shaking his head with a bitter smile. How come Gao Fei always encounters such strange things? But biting someone is indeed a bit excessive. I hope it's just a misunderstanding. As the night grew deeper, Mufan approached the window and glanced outside. The lively atmosphere of the food street had dissipated. Most barbecue stalls had closed, leaving only a few drunken youths, cigarettes in hand, swaying as they walked. Wei Wei, it's getting late. We should head home. We've got school tomorrow, Mufan said, tapping Bai Yue on the shoulder to signal her to leave. Oh! Bai Yue nodded obediently and silently followed. Seeing them about to leave, Shun Xin trembled slightly. She hurriedly stepped forward, blocking their path. Mufan, Bai Yue. You can't go. Mufan was taken aback. Why not? Because. Shun Xin struggled to find a reason to keep them there. Her thoughts tangled. However, her mind suddenly short-circuited. Stuttering for a long while, she couldn't articulate a single coherent thought. Damn it. She couldn't just say she wanted them to stay overnight, secretly helping Bai Yue and successfully making things happen. Shen Xin. Mufan's questioning tone snapped her back to reality. She immediately waved her hands, frantically explaining, because it's very late now. There are no street lights nearby, and riding your bikes back could be dangerous. If something were to happen, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. Shin Xin's concerns were quite valid. Seeing that she was merely worried about their safety, Mufan couldn't help but smile warmly. I ride steadily, don't worry. I'll be home in about half an hour. Shin Xin, make sure to get some rest. With that, Mufan bypassed Shin Xin and reached for the doorknob. Shin Xin realized that if she didn't act quickly, Mufan and Bai Yue would indeed leave. This was a rare opportunity to play matchmaker. And she couldn't let it slip away. Turning her gaze toward Bai Yue, Shun Xian's eyes brimmed with affection. Then, clenching her fists, she erupted into a thunderous scream. Awe. The sudden outburst startled Mufan, causing him to turn sharply, his expression one of bewilderment. "What are you doing?" Shun Xian bit her lip, stammering, I'm not used to sleeping in unfamiliar environments." Mufan looked around, bewildered. "Isn't this your home?" Realizing she had exposed a flaw in her argument, Shun Xian quickly rectified. "Yes, it is my home. But right now the whole place is spotless. And even the walls are adorned with pink wallpaper. To me, this feels like an unfamiliar environment. Alright, there's a term in psychology called a bebe, isn't there? It refers to a fetish, a dependence on past experiences. Just like some people need to hug a stuffed animal to sleep. Otherwise, they can't rest." Shun Xian rambled on. Mufan listened, utterly stunned. He furrowed his brow, gazing at Shun Xian with increasing incredulity. "So, your bebe is the moldy wall paint? Without it, you feel like you're in an unfamiliar place and can't sleep?" "Sen si not det entusiasti." "Yes, that's about the gist of it. But there's another kind of a bebe that can help me sleep." With that, Shun Xian suddenly reached out, grabbing Bai Yue's arm and pulling her close. "Bai Yue, she's my bebe. Mufan, can you let her stay and sleep with me?" Boom! Mufan felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his mind. He stood frozen in disbelief, utterly at a loss. Shun Xian was acting very strangely today. She was spouting nonsensical words that left everyone confused and had pulled Bai Yue close. Want to sleep together? What was Shun Xian trying to do? Wait, could it be? Shen si no. Mufan shivered, unwilling to delve further into that thought. He swallowed hard, fixating on Shun Xian's grip on Bai Yue's arm, his mind racing to devise a way to rescue Bai Yue from this predicament. At that moment, Shun Xian's voice broke through again. "Mufan, I know this is sudden and overwhelming, but I truly dislike the feeling of insomnia. Just let me borrow Bai Yue for one night. Once I'm accustomed to this environment, I'll return her." After a brief pause, determination flickered in Shun Xian's eyes as she added, "However, if you're concerned about leaving Bai Yue alone, you can stay too. We can all sleep together. I'll take one end, and you and Bai Yue can take the other." Mufan's eyes widened in shock, his mind buzzing. 3 people sleeping together? He turned to the bed against the wall. The old-fashioned single wooden bed, resembling a traditional Chinese bed, had a canopy meant for hanging curtains. While aesthetically pleasing, the 1-meter-wide space felt incredibly cramped. 2 people lying side by side would struggle to turn, let alone accommodate 3. Mufan's gaze returned to Shun Xian's face, noticing a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. All the elaborate excuses she had concocted were mere ruses. Shun Xian's true intention was to trick both him and Bai Yue into sharing the bed, hoping to spark some subtle chemistry. Mufan couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Has Shun Xian lost her mind? Try to play matchmaker? Chapter 94. Sleeping against the wall, the delicate sound of fabric brushing against itself pulled Mufan's thoughts back to reality. Following the sound, he found himself locking eyes with Bai Yue. Bai Yue grasped Mufan's warm wrist and gently shook it, saying, "Mufan, I want to be your bebe." She leaned forward, resting her head against Mufan's chest. As she slightly lifted her gaze, her chestnut eyes, illuminated by the dim light of the yellowed chandelier, shimmered with a soft, misty glow. "Mufan, you've worked hard all day. Relax, let us rest." Mufan was taken aback, staring blankly at the girl nestled in his embrace. His heart surged with an indescribable emotion, akin to roaring waves. Gently, he lifted his hand and pressed it against Bai Yue's head, a tender smile gracing his lips. "Silly child, why are you always so concerned about others?" Bai Yue shook her head, her voice soft and sweet like strawberry cotton candy. "Mufan is not just anyone. Mufan is the most important person to Wei Wei. Mufan must also grow up healthy." Mufan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He could only convey his feelings through the gentle caress of Bai Yue's right hand, allowing his warmth to envelop her entire being. Perhaps the atmosphere was just right, or perhaps the warmth of his palm was rising, Bai Yue could distinctly feel a surge of warmth accumulating in her mind, like numerous intertwined streams flowing together, ultimately converging into a deep, hidden abyss within her heart, gradually transforming into a vast ocean. Suddenly, Bai Yue raised her arm and pressed it firmly against Mufan's hand. Attempting to tighten her grip, she squinted her eyes, fully absorbed in the sense of security that his touch provided. Wei Wei is so happy. Mufan, come closer. A little closer. Mufan, oh. Shun Xen. Amidst the affectionate atmosphere, a tangy scent of lemon wafted through the air. Shun Xen clenched her fists tightly, her body shaking with overwhelming excitement. With her eyes shut, she longed to shout but dared not make too much noise. Yes. Oh yes. Love. This is love. I knew it. As long as Mufan and Bai Yue are alone together, the chances of something happening would soar. Shin Xian cautiously opened her eyes for a quick glance. Though Mufan had ceased stroking Bai Yue's head, she remained in her embrace, her cheek pressed against his chest. Shun Xian immediately shut her eyes again, her excitement causing her to stomp her feet. Ah, is this the legendary boyfriend head pat? I'm so envious. So envious. Though, I really dislike seeing others flaunting their affection in front of me. But the feeling of being showered with dog food is truly delightful. With a flourish, Shun Xian spread her arms wide, each at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. She tilted her head back, contorting her neck in a strange manner, almost catching sight of her own back. O great deity of ice cream, let this delightful yet painful feeling come more frequently. Suddenly, Shun Xian sensed something amiss. It felt as if something was watching her. Instantly, she straightened her posture, gazing at Mufan with trepidation. Mufan, wearing a perplexed expression, exclaimed, "What on earth are you shouting about in the middle of the night?" Bai Yue blinked, staring blankly at the panicked Shun Xian. Gradually, she shifted her gaze to Mufan's face, observing his expression. Bai Yue suddenly clenched her fists, her tense body trembling slightly. With a forced frown, she mimicked Mufan's tone, awkwardly repeating, "What are you shouting about in the middle of the night?" 20 minutes later, the three of them had finished washing up and stood in a daze by the wooden bed. The narrow bed, just 1 meter wide, could only accommodate one person comfortably. If two were to lie side by side, their shoulders would brush against one another, making it difficult to turn over. Thus, it was inevitable that one person would have to sleep at the foot of the bed. Mufan stroked his chin, deep in thought. There seem to be several possible arrangements. Bai Yue sleeps against the wall, while I take the edge? No, that won't do. Then Shun Xian's feet would extend between us. How about I sleep against the wall, Shun Xian at the edge, and let Bai Yue stretch her feet over? No. That won't work. How could I share a side with Shun Xian? What if I sleep at the foot of the bed and let them sleep at the head? Just as his thoughts settled, Mufan slapped his forehead in exasperation, muttering, "Wouldn't that mean 4 feet are resting near my head?" No matter how Mufan contemplated, he could not conjure a perfect solution. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation and waved his hand, saying, "This bed is too small. 3 people simply can't sleep here. I might as well take Wei Wei to find a nearby hotel for the night." Mufan took hold of Bai Yue's wrist, preparing to leave. Shin Xian gasped in alarm. "No, if you both leave, how will I watch my little happiness?" Mufan was left utterly confused. What little happiness? Realizing she had let something slip, Shin Xian hastily waved her arms to clarify. I didn't mean happiness. I meant misfortune, as in the end of misfortune, the boundary of misfortune, right? What I meant to say was, staying at a hotel costs money, and if we spend recklessly, the balance in our pockets will vanish like flowing water. Due to the shock, Mufan's features contorted in disbelief. He had heard of those who confuse misfortune and happiness, but this was the first time encountering someone who mixed up misfortune and nothing. What on earth was Shun Xian trying to convey? Seeing Mufan ensnared by her binding spell, Shun Xian quickly pulled Bai Yue beside her, pointing at the wooden bed. "Bai Yue, how about we try sleeping in a parallelogram formation?" Without waiting for Bai Yue to inquire, Shun Xian reached out and supported Bai Yue's waist. With a sudden shift, Shun Xian's arm exerted strength, causing Bai Yue to tilt at a 45-degree angle, standing in place. Shun Xan rushed to the edge of the bed, gesturing. See, if we lie at an angle like this, we create more compressed space. With a thud, Shun Xin removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed, positioning herself horizontally with her head dangling over the edge while extending her long leg against the wall, tilting her head back. If you don't want to sleep at an angle, we can always rest our legs against the wall. Bai Yue, come up. Let's play together. Bai Yue obediently nodded. She crouched down slowly, took off her shoes, and quietly climbed onto the bed. Following Shun Xian's lead, she lay sideways at the edge, resting her legs against the wall. With a gentle pat, Bai Yue extended her small hand, softly tapping the empty space beside her, tilting her head back. Mufan, hurry up and join us. Tonight, we shall sleep against the wall. Chapter 95. Wei Wei, the sole concubine of Mufan, gazed ahead at the two young maidens, their legs casually draped over the wall as they whispered secrets to one another. A thick cloud of unease loomed in his heart. Such an odd posture for slumber. Come morning, he feared his legs would be too stiff to lift. Yet, there was no better lodging available, and with fatigue overtaking him, he reluctantly shed his shoes and climbed into bed. Good night, Wei Wei. He added, Shin Xian, do sleep early as well. After exchanging evening pleasantries, Mufan turned his head, striving to maintain a comfortable position as he forced himself to slumber. The creaking of the ancient single bed echoed with each minor shift. The aged would protesting as he drifted into a drowsy state. In a semi-conscious haze, he sensed two warm breaths fanning across his cheeks. What is this warmth? Mufan rubbed his face vigorously and opened his eyes. The outlines of two heads were intently focused on him. Goodness! Mufan jolted upright in shock, sleep entirely vanishing. What are you two doing? Bai Yue blinked her clear eyes earnestly and replied. Shin Xian asked me if you snore while sleeping. I said no, but she insisted you do. Thus, we made a wager. Mufan was astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Shun Xian, his face a mask of exasperation. Why engage in such a frivolous game at this hour? Before Shin Xian could respond, Bai Yue shook her head and explained. Shun Xian said the game isn't boring. It has stakes. Mufan furrowed his brow. Stakes? What did you wager? Suddenly, Bai Yue spread her arms and nestled her head against Mufan's chest. Nighttime is when the body's metabolism is most active, and after being bundled in the blankets for too long, she emanated a unique fragrance of hormones, mingling with the familiar scent of white peach oolong, a delightful aroma. Mufan found himself gently stroking Bai Yue's hair, murmuring, her scent truly is reminiscent of white peach oolong. Just as he pondered this, Bai Yue's soft voice interrupted his thoughts. He lowered his gaze, tenderly brushing aside her bangs, and gazed affectionately into her warm, amber eyes, emitting a soft, questioning sound. Bai Yue blinked slowly and said, our wager involves kisses. If you snore, you must kiss Wei Wei. If you do not, Wei Wei must kiss you. Mufan was bewildered. Aren't both stakes essentially the same? He looked toward Shun Xian, ready to reprimand her. But then Bai Yue's tranquil explanation rippled through the air once more. It's different. Mufan kissing Wei Wei is a reward. Wei Wei kissing Mufan is voluntary. Mufan was at a loss. His gaze instinctively shifted to Shun Xian, who was perched at the foot of the bed, her hands tightly clasped under her chin, her body swaying with excitement, her feet kicking eagerly. The wooden floor creaked under her movements. Mufan held Bai Yue close, his heart pounding fervently. It was not only her articulate words that warmed him, but also the complexity of her cautious pursuit of security. His inner turmoil deepened. Bai Yue had entrusted him with her entire faith. Did she truly harbor no fear of his darker nature? Kiss, kiss. The unvoiced murmurs echoed gently. And at that moment, Shun Xian covered her mouth, her eyes glinting with the thrill of witnessing a budding romance. Her whispered commentary grew increasingly animated. Mufan found himself at a loss for words. Shin Xian's enthusiasm for their tender moments was perplexing. Could she possibly possess a masochistic streak? He glanced out the window. The streetlights of the food district were extinguished. Only the crescent moon hung in the heavens, casting a gentle glow through the wispy clouds. Gently, Mufan patted Bai Yue on the head, whispering, silly girl, It's already 2:30 in the morning. If you don't sleep, you'll be drained tomorrow." As he prepared to lay down, he suddenly noticed a shift in by Yoei's gaze. Her warm brown eyes dimmed, radiating a sense of disappointment. In a flash, Mufan remembered his unfulfilled promise from earlier that day. He smacked his forehead, berating himself. "No wonder I felt an empty sensation. I promised by Yue 2 kisses at the food district, and I haven't delivered yet." With a wry smile, he felt a twinge of guilt. Wei, did I snore just now?" "No." Bai Yue gently shook her head. Mufan nodded, continuing, "Then, according to your and Shun Xian's wager, don't you owe me a kiss?" Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she lifted her head, gazing at him in awe. "Is it allowed?" Mufan ruffled her hair, smiling warmly. "Silly girl, haven't I told you? You could do anything you wish. Besides, our frequency of kisses has increased recently. Adding one more or taking one away makes little difference." A wave of warmth washed over Bai Yue. Initially, she had feared that her unreasonable request might anger Mufan, but it seemed her worries were unfounded. Shen Xian was right. Mufan was remarkably accommodating, able to embrace her every whim. With a radiant smile gracing her lips, Bai Yue drew her hands onto the bedspread, carefully maneuvering on the narrow wooden bed. Soon, she turned to face Mufan, her back now toward him. Mufan, puzzled, inquired, Wei, what are you doing?" "Kiss," Bai Yue replied without turning around. Mufan was taken aback. "Huh? What?" Just as he grappled with her unexpected behavior, he realized the situation was unfolding quite differently than he had anticipated. With the sound of knees and elbows brushing against the bedding, Bai Yue swiftly crawled over to Shun Xian, lifted the covers, and tucked herself under. Almost immediately, she pivoted back towards Mufan, her movement resembling that of a curious caterpillar inching toward the inviting warmth of the blankets. In no time, she emerged from the cocoon, gently resting her head on Mufan's chest. Confounded, Mufan asked Wei, "What are you doing?" Bai Yue blinked her innocent eyes and articulated. Shen Xian said that in ancient times, when an emperor desired to summon his concubine, she had to crawl over from his feet. Mufan is the emperor who belongs solely to Wei, and Wei is the concubine who belongs entirely to Mufan. After a brief pause, Bai Yue's gaze drifted toward Mufan's lips, her soft voice resuming. "Today, may we change the place for our kiss?" Shen Xian remarked that the tongue can also partake in kisses. Chapter 96. Good morning. My girl Mufan's heart momentarily ceased its rhythm. Ah. Shen Xian could no longer contain her overwhelming excitement. Her hands clasped tightly over her mouth, erupting into a piercing scream. The scenarios from romantic dramas had finally materialized before me. How bittersweet. How delightful. I can hardly contain myself. I feel as if my body no longer belongs to me. A radiant smile of pure joy illuminated Shun Xian's face. She excitedly kicked her legs, rolling back and forth on the bed. The 1-meter-wide wooden bed, already at its limit with the weight of 3 individuals, creaked under the pressure. Shun Xian's frantic movements caused the already groaning floorboards to emit even more sorrowful sounds. Faintly, one could even hear the subtle cracking of the wood. Mufan, startled, shuddered. He quickly extended his arms, one arm cradled by Yue's head, while the other clutched the wooden railing of the bed, exclaiming, "Shun Xian, are you out of your mind? The bed is going to collapse." However, Shun Xian had already lost herself, immersed in the fantastical world of shipping her favorite couple. Her legs swung faster and faster, even leaving behind traces in the air. The bed shook incessantly under this tremor. At that moment, Bai Yue lay atop Mufan's chest, and the vibrations affected her, causing her body to sway uncontrollably. Mufan felt the same way. The peculiar sight of their intertwined forms made his face flush with embarrassment. He knew all too well that if Shun Xian's antics continued, the bed would surely give way. Summoning all his strength, Mufan abruptly sat up, causing the bed's center of gravity to shift. Crack! The wooden board beneath him emitted a sound of impending fracture. Bang! Clatter! Accompanied by a heavy thud, the entire bed collapsed into a triangular shape, raising clouds of dust. They all tumbled down the sloped sides into the sudden dip. 3 heads collided together with a soft thud. Coming to his senses, Mufan raised his finger and lightly tapped each girl on the head, scolding, "You crazy spendthrifts. The bed is down. You might as well sleep standing." Exhausted, Mufan turned away, leaning against the tilted half of the bed, resting his cheek on his palm, and closed his eyes for a nap. Bai Yue and Shun Xin exchanged glances, holding their heads. Bai Yue lamented, "I originally had 3 kisses, but now I have none." Shun Xin replied, "My bed is gone." Bai Yue, Shun Xin, winky face Bai Yue, Shun Xin. The chirping of sparrows filled the air. Mufan's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. Outside the window, the day was bright and bustling. An elderly man, pushing a tricycle, stood under the streetlight in the food street, selling roasted sweet potatoes. A few students with backpacks approached, inquiring about the price of the sweet potatoes before departing. Occasionally, a suited office worker passed by, purchasing a sweet potato to eat on the go. Mufan rubbed his throbbing temples, murmuring, "I feel a bit unrest." As he prepared to rise, he suddenly realized something was covering his chest. Looking down, he saw a blanket, the corner of which was grasped by a delicate wrist. The curled fingers tightly clutched the blanket, pulling it up to prevent it from slipping down under the force of gravity. A wave of warmth surged through Mufan. He quickly turned his head. Just as he suspected, Bai Yue was leaning against the tilted bedboard, close to him. From her closed eyes and the rhythmic sound of her breathing, it was evident that she was sound asleep. Mufan gasped in astonishment. This girl, how can she maintain such a grip on the blanket while sleeping? Hasn't her hand grown weary after holding it all night? He gently pulled his arm from beneath the blanket and grasped Bai Yue's wrist. Having remained in the same position throughout the night, her fingers had become stiff. The icy touch sent a pang of pain through his heart. Perhaps her fingers were hurt, for Bai Yue's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and she let out a soft sound. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her chestnut irises sparkling with warmth. "Mufan, you're awake?" Mufan enveloped her cold little hand with his heart aching. "Holding the blanket all night. Wei, are you foolish?" Bai Yue's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Mufan, you were coughing at night. I wanted to keep you warm." After a brief pause, she rested her head on Mufan's shoulder, sleepily closing her eyes. If Mufan thinks it's silly, then Wei will gladly remain foolish. The brisk morning wind swept through the corridor, flowing in through the cracks of the wooden door, filling the room. Although this chill brushed against Mufan's cheek, he felt no discomfort, only the warmth of a gentle sun enveloping his heart, illuminated by the soft glow emanating from Bai Yue, warming every cell in his being. Fan, marry me." A muffled, tender dream murmur floated in the air. Mufan gazed at the girl resting against his shoulder, her long eyelashes fluttering softly, his heart swelling with warmth. Unable to resist, he leaned in and kissed Bai Yue's soft, fair cheek. "Good morning, my girl." Mufan emzat Bai Zui, gently shifting her to lean against the wall. Then, he took the corner of the blanket and draped it over her shoulders, ensuring it would not slip away. With a knowing smile, he said, "Silly girl, sleep a little longer. I'll go downstairs to get some breakfast." With that, Mufan turned to leave. After taking only a couple of steps, his ankle collided with something. He stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. What was that? Mufan turned in astonishment. At that moment, Shin Xin lay sprawled on the floor in a curious position, deep in slumber. A wave of complexity washed over Mufan. Isn't she afraid of catching a cold sleeping like that? Adhering to his principle of helping others, and given that Shun Xin was a good friend, he could not simply ignore her. He glanced around, grabbed a pillow, and placed it over her abdomen, reasoning that as long as her navel was covered, she wouldn't catch a cold. Content with his efforts, Mufan nodded at the still sleeping girls. He lifted his leg and stepped over Shun Xin, pushing open the old wooden door. Creak! As the door swung open and then closed, the sunlight from outside illuminated Shun Xion's face, casting shadows and highlights. Suddenly, a bubble of snot popped from her nose. She sprang up, looking around in a panic. Seeing Bai Yue alone in the room, Shun Xian rushed over, shaking her arm anxiously. "Bai Yue, wake up. Mufan is missing. He must have run away because of what happened last night." Chapter 97. A splash to the eyes by Yue tilted her head in confusion, her sleepy gaze wandering around the narrow room. The sudden absence of someone rendered the space a touch desolate. However, there was no hint of concern on by Yoe's face. She was acutely aware that she had just been in a state of half-sleep, during which Mufan had covered her with a blanket and mentioned that he was going out to buy breakfast. Gently, Bai Yue swatted away Shan Xian's hand from her wrist and murmured as she turned over, "Mufan will be back soon." Shan Xian was taken aback. Holding her head in distress, she stomped her feet in panic. Bai Yue, do not be misled by his feigned gestures. When I first woke up, I found a pillow resting on my stomach. Upon witnessing this, one might think, what a considerate man. He must have gone downstairs to fetch breakfast. When we awaken, we shall feast on steaming meat buns and sweet, delightful soy milk. Suddenly, Shun Xin raised one hand, slicing through the air with vigor. But these are merely the thoughts of an ordinary person. As a girl who has long cherished ice cream, and has been ordained as the high priestess by the deity of ice cream, I can see through Mufan's trickery. He merely wishes to catch us off guard, granting him more time to escape. By the time we realize it, he will have purchased train tickets, headed to the airport, and left the country. Bai Yue did not respond. The small tuft of hair atop her head swayed gently before she closed her eyes again, seeing that her words had gone unheard. Shan Xian felt increasingly despondent. She collapsed to the ground, her body resembling that of melting ice cream, clutching her head more tightly as she lamented. On the first day Mufan visited my home, I ruined the bed. I have bestowed upon him an unforgettable negative experience. Mufan, you must be angry with me. Thud. Shun Xin, utterly heartbroken, lay prostrate on the floor. A dark, gloomy cloud of inertia began to hover above her. With her head drooped, she surrendered to the weight of despair, lamenting the loss of a dear friend, as well as the fact that Bai Yue might lose a cherished boyfriend. I am a sinner throughout the ages. The deity of ice cream shall never forgive me. Boo-hoo. At that moment, Mufan entered, carrying a steaming breakfast. Pushing open the wooden door, just as he was about to step inside, he was startled by Shun Xin, who was sprawled on the ground, mimicking a turtle pose. Hiss. Mufan inhaled sharply, a serious expression crossing his brow. Is this some form of yoga? While pondering this, Shun Xin turned her head, locking eyes with Mufan. In an instant, the gloom on her face dissipated, replaced by a radiant brilliance. She sprang to her feet, rushing towards Mufan with an intensity reminiscent of a bullfighter. Mufan, alarmed, took a step back, instinctively preparing to defend himself. Just as Shun Xin approached within a mere step, she halted abruptly, kneeling on one knee. Clenching her right fist against the ground, she spoke with gravity. Mufan, I understand now. Your departure for those 15 minutes was merely to impart a small lesson upon me. Although you said nothing before leaving, deep down you were thinking. Shun Xin, you wouldn't want to lose me as a friend, would you? And now, your silence speaks volumes, indicating. Shun Xin, if you wish to apologize, you must demonstrate sincerity. Mufan, I have reflected deeply. I have decided to contract with you. From this moment forth, I shall be your unwavering support. You say one, I shall never say two. You direct me east, I shall never go west. Suddenly, Shun Xin raised her head, her hands clasped in reverence, her sharp eyes glimmering with fervor. We may not share the same year, month, or day of birth, but we shall share the same year, month, and day of death. Brother, accept my homage. Mufan. Shun Xion's display left Mufan utterly petrified. He stood there, clutching the breakfast with a complex expression, muttering to himself. This girl has just spent the night on the floor sleeping, caught a chill, and muddled her thoughts. Seeing that Shin Xian had no intention of rising, Mufan approached her, clearing his throat. Please get up. All right, brother. Shin Xian responded as she stood. Why did you suddenly call me brother? With unwavering determination, Shin Xian declared, I have unilaterally contracted with you. Henceforth, you are my brother, and I shall be your lifelong bodyguard. Whoever dares to bully my brother shall face my wrath, and I shall punish them with song and dance while dribbling a basketball. Mufan. With a resigned sigh, Mufan understood that the middle schooler before him was once again concocting bizarre new scenarios in her imagination. He chose not to engage further with Shun Xen, striding into the room. Mufan intended to place the breakfast on the table, and then roused by Yu Wei. However, the aroma of the steaming soup dumplings wafted through the air, igniting within him a mischievous impulse. It was said that the scent of food could awaken a person's appetite. Why not give it a try with Wei Wei? Tap tap. Mufan set the plastic bag containing the food on the table, then opened one of the containers. Carefully picking up a warm soup dumpling with chopsticks and approaching Bai Yue. Bai Yue murmured indistinctly in her sleep, still immersed in her dreams. Mufan brought the dumpling close to her nose. As the food neared, Bai Yue's nostrils twitched. He moved the dumpling to her left side. Swish! A small tuft of hair atop Bai Yue's head tilted to the left. Mufan then shifted the dumpling to her right side, watching intently as the little tuft of hair swayed to the right in response. A flicker of surprise crossed Mufan's eyes as he mused. It has this function. Why hadn't I noticed before? As if he had stumbled upon an uncharted territory, his curiosity intensified. Just as he pondered whether the tuft of hair would also twirl if he spun the dumpling, Bai Yue suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, she opened her mouth and took a bite of the dumpling. At the moment her teeth pressed against the skin of the dumpling, the filling burst forth, splattering a viscous liquid glistening with pork fat into the air. Upon witnessing the trajectory of the splattered broth, Mufan's eyes widened in alarm. He hastily turned away, attempting to evade the onslaught. However, Mufan's reaction was a moment too late. The next second, a portion of the soup splashed squarely onto his face. Mufan immediately covered his eyes, discomfort washing over him as he exclaimed, Wei Wei, you got soup in my eyes. Chapter 98. No exposing the belly at this moment, Bai Yue found herself in a state of half-sleep, savoring a soup dumpling. Upon hearing Mufan's voice, she instantly awoke, realizing her misstep. In a flurry, she retrieved a tissue from her pocket and gently dabbed at the tears pooling at the corners of Mufan's eyes. Did I make you cry? She asked, biting her lip, guilt washing over her. Silly, it's just a reflex when there's something in your eye. Your body forces tears to cleanse it, Mufan explained patiently. As he rubbed his eyes, the image of Bai Yue biting into a soup dumpling played in his mind like a scene from a film. Reflecting on his own blunder, Mufan shook his head, a wry smile of self-deprecation crossing his lips. What a ridiculous joke I made. It was a case of harming others without benefiting myself. In the end, I only ended up hurting myself. Meanwhile, Bai Yue continued to wipe the smudges from Mufan's face, the delightful flavor of the soup dumpling lingering in her mouth. A taste to be savored. Suddenly, she ceased her ministrations, lifting her head. Her chestnut-brown eyes, partially obscured by bangs, radiated a soft glow as they fixated intently on the broth splattered across Mufan's cheek. Wait, what's wrong? Mufan inquired. Bai Yue, extending her tongue to delicately lick the corner of her mouth, cautiously asked, Mufan, may I help you by licking off the broth from your face? Mufan's eyes widened in shock as he raised his arm, delivering a playful chop to her head, exclaiming, Silly, never say such strange things again, and refrain from licking your lips like that. You might be mistaken for a pervert. Bai Yue, pouting and cradling her head, replied with a hint of grievance, I understand. 15 minutes later, the three of them sat around a small wooden table, having finished their breakfast. Sated, Shun Xine slumped in her chair, exposing her full stomach as she stared blankly at the ceiling. Bai Zui Mimi Sen Sinsha Posta. But just as she was about to lift her shirt to reveal her own belly, the image of Mufan's playful chop flashed in her mind. Mufan had said, no exposing the belly. Tilting her head, Bai Yue fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, she shifted her position, leaning over the chair and slightly lifting her shirt to reveal her back. Then I shall expose my back instead. Mufan, oblivious to Bai Yue's ungraceful action, stood beside the wooden bed, deep in thought. The bed, boasting a vintage charm, featured a mortise and tenon structure. This method, devoid of any iron nails, involved shaping the wood into specific forms and assembling it like a puzzle. If one piece were to be damaged or removed, the entire structure would collapse. Bending down, Mufan picked up an L-shaped piece of wood, weighing it in his hand, muttering resignedly, it seems. This bed is beyond repair. With a clatter, Mufan dropped the wood to the ground and stood up, addressing Shan Exine. You can only call the landlord now to discuss compensation. Compensation? Shan Xin et Golim, sitting up abruptly, her stomach churning with anxiety. How much will it cost? Mufan pulled out his phone, searching for information about the vintage bed as he approached Shan Exine. This bed is quite old, practically a collector's item, considering its rarity and value. It may cost over 10,000 yuan. As he spoke, Mufan extended his hand, grasping by You's shirt where it hung open at the back, giving it a firm tug downwards. 10,000 or more. Shin Xian's eyes widened in shock, her face paling, overwhelmed with fear. Beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Such a sum was beyond her means. What on earth was she to do? Noticing Shan Xian's complexion growing increasingly pale, Mufan felt a pang of guilt. After all, he bore some responsibility for the bed's collapse. 3 individuals had been too much for a single bed to bear. When something breaks, compensation is a principle. Having participated, he must also shoulder the burden of responsibility. Furrowing his brow, Mufan pondered. Shin Xian was still a student, already burdened by her studies. Taking on a part-time job would only exhaust her further. Even if she earned some money, she'd be worn out. Perhaps a glimmer of inspiration crossed Mufan's eyes, and he proposed, Shin Xian, I've recently opened a convenience store in the neighborhood. Would you be interested in a part-time position? It could alleviate some of your financial struggles. And it's close to my home. If you ever feel bored, you could come and play with Weiwei. It's a win-win. Shin Xian's body suddenly trembled with excitement. Her round, sparkling eyes turned to Mufan, filled with admiration. Having broken the bed and caused trouble for her friend, brother, and protector Mufan, he and Bai Wei had neither blamed her nor scolded her, but instead offered a solution. True friendship shines in times of adversity. This kindness was truly precious. Feeling a swell of emotion, Shin Xian wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, exclaiming joyfully, Yea, yes, long live my brother. Shen Xin shall be your lifelong bodyguard, keeping all the bad elements at bay. Mufan, covering his forehead in exasperation, thought to himself, this girl has started again. Mufan rode his bicycle, escorting Bai Wei and Shan Xian to the school gates. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they waved goodbye, watching the girls, one holding a rabbit plush and the other a poop plush, laughing as they made their way to class. The heavy weight in Mufan's heart finally lifted. He mounted his bicycle, pedaling along the roadside, allowing the warm breeze, infused with sunlight, to caress his face. A smile graced his lips as he thought. Shin Xian's worries have been alleviated. Bai Wei's burdens have also been lifted. They are now more vibrant and cheerful than before, and their friendship has deepened significantly. May life continue to improve for them. Gazing up at the clouds floating in the azure sky, Mufan felt a sense of delight. I wish I could return home to enjoy a relaxing hot bath. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone interrupted his thoughts. Mufan squeezed the brakes, bringing his bicycle to a halt as he noticed the caller ID displayed Haifei's name. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Before Mufan could speak, the exuberant voice of Haifei erupted from the other end. Mugu, the issue has been resolved. That woman is neither a ghost nor a villain. It's all just a hilarious misunderstanding. Mufan chuckled awkwardly. That's good to hear, congratulations. Just as he intended to hang up, Haifei's excited voice rang out again. Mugu, I have another piece of good news. Haifei, am getting a girlfriend. Chapter 99. 8 unread messages. Mufan was perplexed, his mind swirling with questions. Could it be that Gao Fei had developed a peculiar affection for the female ghost? While the situation possessed a touch of dark humor, the world was indeed vast and filled with wonders. In ancient times, people became acquainted through conflict. In modernity, love often blossomed from seemingly innocuous interactions. Mufan soon accepted this strange reality, smiling gently as he remarked, Fizi, congratulations on finding love. Do treat the young lady with kindness. Gao Fei beamed, unable to contain his delight. Brother Mu, rest assured, a devoted man like me will surely be favored. Mufan felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew Gao Fei all too well. If this conversation continued, it would stray into endless territory. stretching on for the entire day. Clearing his throat and rubbing his aching temples, he interjected, Feezy, I didn't sleep well last night. If there's nothing else, I think I'll head back for a nap. There was a brief pause before Gao Fei's voice, tinged with disappointment, came through the line. What? I was hoping to treat you to breakfast and introduce you to my girlfriend. Mufan, unaccustomed to being a third wheel, awkwardly chuckled, I'm busy today. Let's talk about it another time. Gao Fei hurriedly protested. Don't say that, Brother Mu. I want you to be my wingman. If we wait too long, the opportunity will pass. Mufan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Didn't you say she's already your girlfriend? Gao Fei, using his neck to hold the phone, scratched an itch between his toes, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Not quite yet, but I feel like she likes me. It's hard to explain over the phone. I'm treating tonight for hot pot. I'll invite her over, and we could chat while eating. You must come. Brother Mu, I'm begging you. His eager voice caused the phone to vibrate intensely. Mufan rubbed his ears, exasperation evident on his face. All right. I can't argue with you. After hanging up, Mufan let out a heavy sigh, silently praying for Gao Fei. Please, don't become a lovesick fool. Time slipped away, seconds ticking by. The brilliant sunlight pierced through the thick white clouds, casting a soft glow on Mufan's face, accentuating the misty patterns. Clutching the blanket, he turned over and slowly opened his eyes. Instinctively, he raised his head to glance at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 2:30 p.m. Mufan rubbed his heavy head and sat up slowly, feeling as if his body had come apart at the seams. He instinctively pressed a hand against his lower back, leaning forward to alleviate the discomfort. Despite sleeping so long, the fatigue remained. It seemed he needed to pay more attention to the quality of his nightly rest. Was it due to age? Am I already at the age of soaking goji berries in a thermos? Lost in thought, Mufan was suddenly struck by a strong urge to relieve himself. He rolled out of bed, searching for his slippers. As he slipped them on, he glanced down, and the melancholy on his face vanished, replaced by a meaningful smile. What am I worried about? I'm still young. It was probably just the result of staying up too late last night. A few days of rest would certainly alleviate the aches. 1 minute later, the sound of the toilet flushing echoed from the bathroom. Mufan returned to his bedroom and lay back down on the bed, then picked up his phone from the bedside. Unread messages by Yue 8. Missed calls by Yue 1. Unread messages. Shun XN 172. Missed calls. Shun XN 114. What the? Mufan's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat trickling down his back. He wasted no time reading the messages and directly dialed by Yue's number. Beep. Beep. At that moment, the entire room was eerily silent. He could almost hear the chaotic beating of his own heart. We're sorry, but the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. A chill swept through Mufan's heart. Knowing by Yue, she would undoubtedly answer the call. Could it be? Something has happened to her? A wave of urgency surged through his body, akin to a leaf drifting down to the lake's surface, soaked by the chilling currents until it sank into the depths, lost in the mud below. Mufan quickly opened the messages sent by Yue. A flurry of texts appeared before him. Bai Zui, Mufan. Remember to feed the rabbit family when you get home, and watch over them for a bit so they feel secure. Bai Yue, Mufan, are you asleep? Bai Yue. Shinxin says that drinking coffee can keep you awake forever. There's some for sale at school. Should I bring you back a pack? Bai Zui, Mufan. I paid attention in class and got many math problems right. Bai Yue, Mufan. The teacher said there's a physical fitness test today. We have to run 800 meters. Bai Yue, Mufan. Please don't ignore me. Bai Yue, Mufan, I miss you so much. Bai Zui, Mufan. My phone says the battery is running low. Realizing that Bai Yue was not in danger, Mufan's taut nerves began to ease slightly. He then opened Shun Xion's messages. The repetitive nature of her texts made Mufan's scalp tingle. Her messages conveyed a sense of concern about why he hadn't responded to Bai Yue, indicating that she was feeling quite low. The word brother had been repeated over 100 times, and, at times, she even misspelled it as Gidge. Mufan closed the messages. The time displayed on his phone read 2:40 p.m. He turned his head to look out the window, where 2 sparrows were hopping on the windowsill. A gentle, warm breeze swept through, causing the leaves resting there to dance away. The two sparrows spread their wings and vanished into the azure sky. I remember, today's physical education class is at 3 o'clock. There are still 20 minutes. I should make it in time. After feeding the rabbits, I'll head to school. Mufan walked toward the kitchen, clutching half a fresh cabbage, making his way to the rabbit cage. At the educational institution, on a field covered in artificial turf, a group of students stood in formation. To the left, look. With a swish, the students turned their heads to the left, adjusting their stance with small, precise steps. To the front, look. With another swish, they all turned their heads in unison, their alignment as impeccable as that of a well-disciplined army. The physical education teacher, stopwatch in one hand and a printed list in the other, explained, although our school is an educational institution, the administration emphasizes the importance of physical fitness alongside academics. Moreover, you, the correspondence class, are around 20 years old, the prime of youth. Thus, the school has decided to cultivate your athletic abilities, transforming the institution into a vibrant and dynamic playground, not merely a place of study. With a rustle, the teacher shook the printed paper, preparing to conduct the long-distance running test according to the list. Suddenly, he noticed a gap in the formation of standing students, as if someone were missing. Only a single, curly lock of hair bobbed gently in the breeze. What on earth? The physical education teacher furrowed his brow in confusion, rising onto his tiptoes to peer inside, and pointed towards the center of the formation, inquiring, "What is the reason for that vacant spot? Who is squatting there?" Chapter 100, Fractured Memories. With a swift motion, the classmates' gazes converged towards the center. They instinctively retreated to either side, clearing a path. There were no obstructions in sight. A girl clad in a JK uniform, adorned with a deep blue plaid skirt and knee-high black stockings, suddenly emerged before the crowd. Bai Wei was oblivious to the intentions of the physical education teacher. She tilted her head in confusion, her bangs swaying gently above. The teacher, at a loss, scrutinized the list, attempting to deduce her name based on height. However, the list merely displayed the class, names, and genders, withholding any further personal information. In exasperation, the teacher gestured for the students to arrange themselves, boys in one line and girls in another. The sound of light footsteps echoed once more as they fell into formation. Before long, the gendered lines were assembled. The teacher held the list and reiterated the rules. The boys would run 1,000 meters, while the girls would run 800 meters. After a brief pause, the teacher approached the track, smoothing out the rubber surface with her foot. "Students whose names I call, gather here." 30 seconds later, the boys called upon stepped forward to the track. At the teacher's command, they surged forward like untamed stallions. Throughout the entire event, Bai Wei stood to the side, observing the proceedings with curiosity. She had never run before and could not fathom the allure of this game. Instead, she quietly committed the teacher's words to memory. Running, could it truly enhance one's health? Bai Wei settled onto the soft grass, allowing an unidentifiable insect to crawl up her leg, reaching the delicate flesh of her thigh, slightly constricted by her stockings. Despite the prickling sensation of the creature's movement, she remained still, her clear eyes lost in thoughts of Mufan. Exercising would promote health. If Wei Wei were healthy, Mufan would be happy. And if Mufan were happy, so too would Wei Wei be. A gentle smile graced her lips. Hee. At that moment, a small hand gently rested atop her head. Mufan? Bai Wei was momentarily stunned and turned her head, only to meet the gaze of Shun Xian. Shun Xian was playfully tousling Bai Wei's hair, her squinted eyes forming a mischievous grin. Bai Wei, you're becoming quite the lovesick girl. The person before her was not Mufan. Bai Wei's eyes drooped, revealing a hint of disappointment. Suddenly, she bowed her head, adopting able rush posture, and nudged Shun Xian with her forehead. Shun Xian was taken aback for a few seconds. A moment later, she regained her composure, attempting to dodge. But it was too late. In the next instant, Bai Wei's head collided squarely with Shun Xian's chest. Whoa! San Sin's tumbeo bakwat? Losing her balance and plopping down onto the soft grass, she clutched her chest, bewildered. Bai Wei, what was that for? Hey! Bai Wei brushed her disheveled hair aside and adjusted her bangs, looking quite pitiful. No one is allowed to touch my head. Huh. Shen Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? Bai Yue explained earnestly, because only Mufan is allowed to touch my head. Shen Xian was taken aback. Then why did you bump into me? Bai Yue blinked and replied seriously. Mufan said that if anyone touches me, I should hit their hand. But since you are my friend, I don't want to hit you. Shen Xian's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes widened, wanting to say something, yet the words caught in her throat, unable to escape. Just then, the students running nearby passed by, stirring up a cloud of dust that wafted into the air. The chaotic swirl of dirt enveloped Shen Xian without dispersing the sour, lemony scent of her feelings, intensifying her turmoil. Suddenly, Shen Xian dropped to the ground in a turtle-like pose, pounding the grass with her arms. The thick clouds swirling above her grew denser, suffocating her spirit. Why? Why does only my brother possess such special privileges? I have blended into this circle. Why do I feel like an outsider? I too long to touch. That soft, delicate head. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The physical education teacher had stopped the stopwatch and was recording the students' times. She then continued calling names. Bai Yue, 800-meter physical test. Lost in thought, Bai Yue noticed the other girls responding to their names, and with measured steps, she followed suit. Perhaps due to her first experience in a competitive event, Bai Yue felt a twinge of anxiety. Position yourselves. Ready, go. The teacher issued the command, simultaneously pressing the stopwatch. The classmates beside her shot forward like arrows, while Bai Yue remained rooted in place, overwhelmed. Don't waste time. The stopwatch is counting down. Bai Yue, run. The teacher's urging echoed in her ears. Nearby classmates cast puzzled glances in her direction. Bai Yue's mind remained frozen, the ambient noise fading into a haunting silence, as if she were trapped in a nightmarish dream. Accompanied by a deafening ringing in her ears, her body trembled uncontrollably. Those fragmented memories buried deep within her consciousness crashed over her like merciless waves, battering her already shattered state. Run, run fast. Bai Yue. Run now. Images of a grayish scene flooded her mind. She crouched in a dim, damp room, despondently clutching her legs. Suddenly, the door burst open. Blinding light pierced her vision, rendering her momentarily blind. In the haze, she glimpsed a blurry figure at the door, shouting with a piercing voice, Bai Yue, run. The gray memories intertwined chaotically. The agonizing pain compelled Bai Yue to clutch her head. As sunlight illuminated her, glistening beads of perspiration trickled down her pallid cheeks. Bai Yue gasped for breath, filled with unease. Who are you? Who are you really? Who are you? Chapter 101. Emergency contact Bai Yue. What is wrong? Do you need me to help you to the infirmary? Brother, I will call him right away. Shan Xin Guzat Bai Zui Shihin, uttering soothing words in an attempt to keep her calm. However, just as she was about to take out her phone to call Mufan, Bai Yue suddenly broke free from her grasp and ran off into the distance. Bai Yue, where are you going? Shan Xin Saudet An Si Oli. Seeing no response, she reluctantly set the phone aside and chased after Bai Yue. Overwhelmed by fear, Bai Yue ran swiftly, fragmented memories swirling chaotically in her mind, devoid of logic. Unable to bear the sudden influx of pressure, hot tears cascaded down her cheeks, just as darkness threatened to engulf her. A brilliant light cleaved through the suffocating gloom in her mind. Mufan's figure drew nearer, radiating a warm golden glow that accentuated the warmth at the corners of his mouth. Bai Yue bit her lip, her voice tinged with sorrow and a hint of helplessness. Mufan, where are you? I miss you so much. The panic within her, compounded by her frantic exertion, rendered Bai Yue weak. She gasped for breath as the scene before her grew increasingly blurred until she ultimately lost consciousness. Her body fell limply to the ground, just half an inch away from sharp stone. Suddenly, a large hand swooped down, gently cradling her head. Simultaneously, another arm wrapped around her delicate waist, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. Thud, thud, Shen Xian's footsteps drew closer. Exhausted from sprinting, she bent over, her hands on her knees, breathlessly exclaiming, Mufan, Bai Yue. Before she could finish, Mufan turned around, his brow furrowed under a veil of dark clouds, and a heavy look passed through his star-like eyes, To the infirmary. 5 minutes later, Bai Yue lay on the infirmary bed, covered with a pristine white sheet. Though the sweat on her face had been wiped away, her pallid cheeks bore no trace of color. "Doctor, how is she?" "Bai Yue is my best friend. She cannot die." "In truth, you are a returning cultivator in the city, with a formidable master and remarkable medical skills, are you not? Divine physician, I implore you, do not conceal your true identity any longer. Quickly, take out the silver needles and use your techniques to help Bai Yue regain consciousness." The doctor shot Shun Xine a glance, then removed his fingers from Bai Yue's wrist and turned to Mufan. Her pulse is rapid and weak, likely due to fright. Otherwise, there seem to be no significant issues. I will prescribe some calming herbs for her recovery. With that, the divine physician picked up a pen and began writing on a blank sheet of paper. He then retrieved several pieces of brown craft paper and approached the traditional medicine cabinet. Throughout, Mufan remained silent, anxiously fidgeting with a tin box filled with strawberry candies. Occasionally, he would open the box, take out a piece of candy, and chew it nervously. This was the anxiety that had arisen since his parents' tragic accident. "Huff!" Mufan gasped, the discomfort in his lungs intensifying. He longed for a cigarette to alleviate his mounting frustration. Yet, he clearly remembered his promise to Bai Yue to quit smoking for good. A promise to Bai Yue must be kept. Clank. Mufan rattled the tin box filled with candies. He tremblingly opened the lid, grabbed a handful of candy, and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. MMM. Soft sounds of distress began to escape him. Bai Yue's eyelids fluttered, and she weakly opened her eyes. The moment she saw Mufan, a smile gradually spread across her lips, tinged with sweetness. "Mufan, can I have a kiss?" Mufan's emotions were a tangled mess. He extended his hand, gently caressing Bai Yue's head, teasingly scolding her. "Silly girl, even at a time like this, you're thinking about kisses?" Bai Yue chuckled, her smile brightening. "Wei Wei, is Mufan's silly girl alone? Silly Wei Wei wants Mufan's kiss." Her soft tone, amidst the quiet atmosphere of the infirmary, sounded even more fragile. Mufan gazed intently into her warm, chestnut eyes, a wave of guilt surging within him. He leaned down, slowly moving towards Bai Yue's cheek. As their lips made contact, he lingered for a moment, savoring the closeness. Due to the pressure, Bai Yue's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. The kiss left a mark that seemed to possess a magical quality, as if roots of a plant were spreading outward, turning her entire face a radiant red, restoring her complexion. Mufan let out a long sigh, once more brushing Bai Yue's hair, his tone tinged with regret. "Wei Wei, I accidentally fell asleep on my way home today. That is why I didn't respond to your message in time." Mufan swallowed hard, intending to say "I am sorry." However, Bai Yue seemed to sense his thoughts. Without waiting for him to speak, she gently placed her hand on his lips, her eyes filled with remorse. "Mufan, I disturbed your sleep. I'm sorry." Mufan was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he lifted Bai Yue, resting her head on his shoulder, his gaze shimmering with scattered light. He retrieved his phone and found Bai Yue's number in his contacts. After a moment of fiddling, a star symbol appeared next to her name. "Wei Wei, I have set you as my emergency contact. From now on, whenever you call, even if my phone is on silent, it will automatically turn the volume to maximum." Mufan raised his hand and gently brushed Bai Yue's nose. "When it rings 3 times, I will answer." Bai Yue blinked, a look of confusion in her eyes. "Why 3 rings?" Mufan raised an eyebrow, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Playfully mysterious. "That's a secret for now. I will tell you later." With a clatter, Mufan shook the tin box in his hand. He held up a plump strawberry candy near Bai Yue's mouth and smiled. "Wei Wei, would you like some candy?" Bai Yue did not respond, but opened her mouth and playfully bit down towards Mufan's fingers. "Ah, MMM." The abruptness of her action not only captured the strawberry candy, but half of Mufan's finger as well. Mufan gasped, his eyes wide with shock. "Wei Wei, don't bite my finger. Hey, don't bite down so hard. Silly girl, hurry up and savor the candy." Chapter 102. Schizophrenia. 10 minutes later, Mufan, carrying the traditional Chinese medicine packed by the doctor, walked out of the infirmary alongside Bai Yue and others. As they made their way to class, Mufan discreetly observed Bai Yue's demeanor. Just as the doctor had mentioned, she had only been startled. After resting in the infirmary, her physical state had already recovered. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered in Mufan's heart. He was convinced, this girl, she must be recalling memories from the past. In an absent-minded glance, Mufan caught sight of Shun Xen standing beside him, flailing her arms as if she had something to say. "What's wrong?" Mufan inquired, puzzled. Shun Xen pouted, glancing between Bai Yue and Mufan, her face a portrait of conflict. Mufan realized that Shun Xen had some secretive words to share, but discussing them in front of Bai Yue might provoke unnecessary suspicion due to her sensitive nature. Clearing his throat, Mufan gestured, Shun Xen, if you have something to say, feel free to just say it. Shun Xen vigorously shook her hands, desperately dissuading him. Brother, you can't say that. If Bai Yue finds out she has schizophrenia, she will completely lose her mind. With a resigned sigh, Mufan understood. Shun Xen's adolescent whimsy had resurfaced. He waved dismissively. All right, I get it. Suddenly, Shun Xen reached out, gripping Mufan's arm tightly, compelling him a halt. Brother, I'm serious. I swear on my character. If what I say today is a lie, every ice cream I eat from now on will be made from toilet refuse. Mufan's brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at Shun Xen with increasing skepticism. Ice cream was her favorite treat. Such a cruel oath was unexpected. Could it be Shun Xen was actually serious? Yet this girl had a penchant for bizarre statements almost daily. The sudden mention of schizophrenia left him conflicted about whether to believe her or not. Lost in thought, Shun Xen abruptly raised her arm and covered her mouth, then gently pulled it to the sides, revealing a toothy grin. Following this, she spread her arms wide and flapped them vigorously, circling around Mufan as if taking flight several times before landing back in front of him. Mufan stood, momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, he finally posed a question. Shun Xen, are you imitating the little yellow duck from Tom and Jerry that lives on the telephone pole? Shun Xen shook her head, speaking in a disjointed manner. No anyway. Before Bai Yue fainted, she was acting strangely. She clutched her head, repeatedly asking, Who are you? Who are you? It was terrifying, almost like she was possessed. Brother, please trust me. A jolt of alarm shot through Mufan. He suddenly noticed the darkness in Shun Xen's pupils, swirling as if she might cry at any moment. This symptom indicated an emotional upheaval, a response that could not be feigned unless one was a master of psychology. Mufan instinctively glanced at Bai Yue, who was now walking slowly ahead, perhaps sensing the void beside her. She abruptly halted, her brown eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Mufan? Bai Yue blinked her clear eyes, looking adorably perplexed, seemingly oblivious to their earlier conversation. Mufan sighed inwardly with relief. He decided to steer clear of the topic of schizophrenia and quickly approached her, grasping her chilly wrist in a tentative manner, initiating a light-hearted conversation. Wei, how do you feel about the atmosphere at school lately? Bai Yue tilted her head in confusion. Atmosphere? Mufan rephrased his inquiry. How has your mood been? Have you encountered any troubles or anything that made you sad? Bai Yue rested her finger against her lips, lost in thought. After a moment, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Mufan, resting her head against him. Her affectionate nuzzle reminiscent of a gentle orange cat. As long as Mufan is by my side, there are no troubles. Nor is there anything to be sad about. Mufan was taken aback. But what if I'm not around? Bai Yue nuzzled him more frequently. If Mufan isn't here, Wei will just wait for Mufan to come back. A sudden wave of realization washed over Mufan, his head buzzing. What had started as a serious inquiry had taken a dramatic turn. He cleared his throat, eager to continue the conversation. But upon seeing the squinting eyes and the blush blooming on Bai Yue's cheeks, he recognized that pursuing the matter further would yield no fruitful answers. He opted to drop it instead. 10 minutes later, Mufan accompanied Bai Yue to the classroom door. He reached out, gently patting her head. Silly girl. While you're at school, remember to take good care of yourself. There's just one more class until school ends, and I'll come and pick you up. He added, tonight, someone is treating us to hot pot. The term hot pot was entirely foreign to Bai Yue. She gazed at Mufan, her expression a mix of confusion and anticipation. Hot pot. What is that? Mufan explained in simple terms. It's a method of cooking where you can place any ingredients you like into the pot to cook. Bai Yue nodded. though her understanding seemed vague, and she posed an innocent question. Then can we put Mufan in the pot too? Smack! Mufan raised his arm and unhesitatingly delivered a playful slap to her head, exclaiming, "Silly girl. How many times must I tell you to refrain from saying such strange things? If you turn into a Yandera in the future, my daily life will be filled with dread." Bai Yue tilted her head, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "What is a Yandera?" Never mind," Mufan replied, dismissing the topic. He then pulled out a tin filled with strawberry candies from his pocket, giving it a gentle shake. The candies clinked against the tin, producing a pleasant sound. He placed the tin in Bai Yue's palm, smiling. "These candies are new at the shop I passed by. The owner said they taste like fruit juice. If you ever feel down, just eat a strawberry candy. All your troubles will vanish." Bai Yue nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "Got it. When I think of Mufan, I'll eat a strawberry candy. That way, I'll think of Mufan even more." Mufan was left speechless. This girl, where on earth did she pick up such flirtatious remarks? Clearing his throat, he added, "I'll step out for a bit and return to pick you up in 45 minutes. After a brief exchange, Mufan turned to leave. Before parting, he glanced back at the corner of the classroom. Bai Yue's seat remained in the last row, but the cleanliness of the area had notably improved. There were no longer any sticky stains, and even the trash can have been replaced with a new model. A wave of warmth filled Mufan's heart as he felt a sense of joy while walking toward the end of the corridor. Soon, Mufan reached the school gate. Just as he was about to step outside, a figure suddenly leaped out from the nearby bushes. The piercing shriek of a woman resonates deafeningly. Dementia, Chapter 103. Tonight, victory is certain. A vast cloud of smoke billowed outward, resembling a thick haze, enveloping the surroundings and surging upwards into the sky. Coughing, Mufan struggled to breathe, waving his wrist as he retreated, attempting to dispel the dust before him. After a few moments, a human silhouette emerged from the fog. As the figure stepped forward, Mufan finally recognized her. None other than the eccentric girl, Shun Xian. Mufan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you habitually carry cement with you?" Shun Xian's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to regale him with her astounding entrance. However, she inhaled a mouthful of the dust, choking and coughing uncontrollably. "Brother, save me. I'm going to choke to death." Clutching her throat in distress, her face flushed crimson, Shun Xian gasped for air. Alarmed, Mufan glanced around in search of a remedy. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a nearby fountain. Although the spout had ceased to flow, stagnant water still gathered in the stone basin, accompanied by a few floating dead leaves. Adopting a dead horse as a living horse doctor mentality, Mufan swiftly grasped Shun Xian by the nape and lifted her as if she were a small dog, heading towards the fountain. 5 minutes later, glug glug, Shun Xian leaned over the fountain's edge, gulping down the water from the stone basin. Tilting her head back, she swished the water in her mouth before suddenly transforming into a human fountain, spraying the mouthwash onto the stone sculpture. Panting, she wiped the remnants from her lips. "Brother, you saved my life again." Mufan's thoughts were in disarray. Unwilling to waste time on trivial matters, he turned towards the school gate. "I have something to attend to. You should return to class. Also, please refrain from playing such silly pranks in the future." However, before he could take several steps, Shun Xian swiftly blocked his path. "Brother, you're planning to go to the mall, aren't you?" Mufan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, he had intended to go shopping. Bai Yue, her condition had been quite poor today. She had suddenly fainted on the playground, and the doctor had informed him that her ailment stemmed from inner turmoil. Bai Yue had endured unspeakable tragedies, rendering her temperament far more sensitive than most. Although she often wore a smile, it was usually a facade to mask her fragile heart. Some individuals heal their lives with warm childhood memories, while others require a lifetime to recover from painful pasts. No one can entirely let go of their past, and Mufan lacked the ability to erase memories. What he could offer was greater care for Bai Yue, helping to soften the sting of her past. Even if memories surfaced inadvertently, they would elicit only a faint smile, devoid of emotional turmoil. Noticing Mufan's silence, Shun Xian became increasingly convinced of her suspicions. Clenching her fists and bouncing with excitement, she exclaimed, "Brother, can I go with you? Even if it's on your dime. I want to pick out a gift for Bai Yue." Oh, please. I'll work part-time at your convenience store when I'm not in class. I don't need a salary. I just want some snacks. Pouting playfully, she continued to plead. Mufan could only sigh in resignation, observing the girl before him. Chirping like a sparrow, even breaking into song. All right, but make sure you don't buy anything ridiculous for Yue. 30 minutes later, Mufan emerged from the mall, carrying 2 plastic bags. One contained a rabbit keychain, a music box, and wind chimes, healing gifts for Yue. The other held cigarettes and beer, intended as a visiting gift for Gao Fei. Walking alongside him, Shun Xen eagerly rummaged through the purchased items. With a click, she activated a small device, which immediately buzzed with a vibrating sound. She pressed the device against her arm, feeling a wave of tingling sensations course through her body. Her eyes narrowed in delight as she murmured, "So comfortable." Mufan chose to ignore her. However, the ominous cloud hovering over him thickened, and the buzzing noise became incessant, akin to a persistent fly. Unable to bear it any longer, he shot Shun Xen an exasperated glance and admonished, "Hey, Shun Xen, stop playing with that massage gun." With a click, Shun Xen switched off the device and tucked it back into the plastic bag. "Oh, I was just testing it for Yue. This massage gun can relieve fatigue and eliminate lactic acid. Almost every girl has one. If you engage in strenuous exercise and your muscles ache, you can use it to massage for a while." A momentary pause ensued as a hint of mystery crossed Shun Xen's face. She raised her eyebrows and added, "It's affordable and has multiple uses." Mufan remained silent, turning towards the crosswalk leading back to school. Ding ding. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket, merging the 2 plastic bags into one hand. He pulled out his phone and answered the call. "Hey, Mugo, when are you coming?" Gao Fei inquired. "Almost there. I'm about to pick up Yue. We're at the hot pot restaurant." Mufan replied, "What? I don't have the means for that. I'm currently washing vegetables and happen to have some leftover spicy base." Gao Fei continued, "Besides, eating hot pot at home is convenient if someone gets drunk, right?" Mufan was about to respond when Shun Xen began bouncing around, incessantly chattering. "Brother, who are you on the phone with? Are you taking Yue for hot pot? Can I come too?" Her barrage of questions left Mufan bewildered. Before he could reply, Gao Fei's astonished voice came through the phone. "What? Mugu, did I just hear someone call you brother? You didn't pick up another girl on the street, did you? Where did you find her?" Feeling a chill run down his spine, Mufan quickly clarified, "No. She's Weiwei's friend." After hearing the explanation, the envy in Gao Fei's eyes gradually dissipated. Moments later, he patted his chest and said, "If you want hot pot, let us all go together. The more, the merrier. My chances of confessing successfully will only increase. Tonight, victory is certain." Chapter 104. The Woman in Red. 20 minutes later, Mufan returned to the community with Yue and Shun Xen. He placed Yue's exclusive healing gift into the grocery store and locked the door behind him. Subsequently, he walked into the hallway and knocked on Gao Fei's door. With a soft sound, the iron door creaked open, revealing Gao Fei peeking out with a furtive expression. Upon realizing that the visitor was not the female tenant but Mufan, a hint of disappointment crossed his face. However, he quickly adjusted his demeanor, welcoming them with a smile. "Mugu by Erwei, come in." Mufan playfully nudged Gao Fei's backside with his foot, correcting him. "Her name is Yue." Realizing his blunder, Gao Fei's face flushed with embarrassment as he rubbed his rear. Right, Yue. But Mugu, you can't blame me. You've only brought her here once. Besides, you keep calling her Wei, so I haven't heard her full name that many times." Suddenly, Gao Fei's voice trailed off as he noticed another girl standing beside Mufan and Yue. She was clad in a fitted school uniform, her ponytail, secured with a white bow, cascading gracefully. Her chestnut-hued hair fell softly over her shoulders, framing her face, particularly accentuated by the round glasses perched on her nose, through which her deep black eyes radiated a gentle innocence. She appeared to be a refined girl, fond of tranquil settings. Gao Fei gasped, pulling Mufan aside with urgency, and in a hushed tone asked, "Mugu, who is that girl?" Mufan glanced back, puzzled. "Are you referring to Shun Xen?" Gao Fei nodded vigorously, continuing his inquiry. "Does Shun Xen have a boyfriend?" Mufan's heart skipped a beat as a vague realization dawned upon him. Gao Fei's old habit of falling for every girl he encountered had resurfaced. Not wanting Shen Xin to be bothered, Mufan raised his fist and lightly punched Gao Fei's chest, quelling his fantasies. Shen Xin's boyfriend not only looks handsome and possesses an 8-pack, but he also drives a sports car. You, my friend, might as well forget it. Gao Fei, caught off guard by the implication, retorted, "Hey, am I not handsome?" Mufan cast a sideways glance at Gao Fei's protruding belly, choosing to remain silent, his expression conveying a silent blow. Gao Fei's competitive spirit flared up. He pinched his belly, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Mugu, I've been working out every night. Don't judge me by my current state. I assure you, within half a year, I will have an 8-pack. Then, I'll flaunt it every day. I'll even open a laundry shop where customers can use my abs as a washboard. Such an innovative laundering method will surely attract a plethora of clients. Once I've made enough money, I'll buy a sports car and take you for joyrides." His increasingly absurd aspirations made Mufan pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation. His gaze wandered to the dining table, which was laden with an assortment of ingredients: eggs, tofu, baby bok choy, bacon, beef rolls, luncheon meat, and quail eggs, all essential components for a hot pot. Nearby, an induction cooker simmered with steaming water. Soon, Mufan's attention fell upon the unopened package of spicy broth base sitting beside the cooker. It was evident that Gao Fei had not rushed to prepare the broth as the important guest had yet to arrive. Mufan intended to steer the conversation elsewhere to pass the time. Just then, he felt a tug on his shirt. He instinctively turned to find Bai Youwei's tea-brown eyes gazing up at him. At that moment, she had taken out a rabbit plushie from her backpack and was hugging it to her chest, her gentle eyes shimmering with a hint of yearning. "Mufan, can I sit with Shen Xin for a while?" The unexpected request left Mufan momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly understood the situation. The phrase he often told Bai Youwei, "You can do anything at home," echoed in his mind, while currently they were in Gao Fei's living room. Thus, a sense of restraint emerged within her. Mufan reached out, gently ruffling Bai Youwei's hair in reassurance. "Silly girl, Fizi is my close friend. Treat this place like your own home. No need to be shy." Despite his comforting words, Bai Youwei's expression remained troubled, her eyes dimming with a hint of sadness. Startled, Mufan quickly asked, "Weiwei, what's wrong?" Bai Youwei bit her lip, looking woefully at him. "Mufan, when I slept with Shen Xin last night, we made a promise." Mufan, utterly perplexed, asked, "Promise about what?" With a soft thud, Bai Youwei buried her face into Mufan's embrace. A slight whimper escaping her lips. "Weiwei is only Mufan's consort. A consort can only have one. Don't call anyone else a consort." Mufan. Gao Fei. Everyone froze in place. After a long 30 seconds, Gao Fei hesitantly raised his hand, his expression devoid of emotion. "Mugu, are you really flaunting your affection right on my doorstep?" Moments later, Mufan struggled to explain the difference between consort and fees to Bai Youwei. Despite his earnest attempts, she remained dejected, her head hanging low. Finally, Mufan placed his palm on her head, surrendering with a smile. "There's no helping you. Weiwei, from now on, I'll just call him Gao Fei. The title of consort is uniquely yours." His voice, rich and soothing, enveloped Bai Youwei like a sweet, fragrant candy, and her lips curled into a radiant smile. With a gentle tiptoe, Bai Youwei wrapped her soft arms around Mufan's warm neck. Her tone sweet and soft. "Mufan, I want to kiss you." Despite the presence of others, Mufan did not shy away. He curled his fingers and lightly pinched her cheek before leaning in, their lips meeting. The jelly-like softness of her cheek yielded gently to his kiss. Though the sound of the kiss was subtle, under Shen Xin and Gao Fei's watchful eyes, it resonated loudly. In Shen Xin's eyes, two bright yellow lemons seemed to appear. She waved her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Oh, it's nothing special." Gao Fei, trembling, raised his thumb, his eyes misty. "You're amazing. So lofty. You've called him Fizi for 7 whole years, and now you change it for a girl. The legendary 7-year itch. It feels like cold rain crashing down on me. Mugu, you've robbed me of love." The explosive scene left Mufan's scalp tingling, utterly dumbfounded. "Hey, You two drama queens, can we act normal? Suddenly, the creaking sound of the iron door being pushed open shattered the amicable atmosphere. A woman in a long red dress stood before them, her hands clasped together. A hint of apology gracing her smile. Am I late? Chapter 105. A question for you. Gao Fei turned his head instinctively. The moment he locked eyes with the woman in red, his heart blossomed with the fragrance of spring. To his surprise, she had taken the time to bathe before visiting. Typically, when a man wishes to meet someone significant, he would wash his hair beforehand. But for a woman to bathe, could it signify that he was indeed the one she longed to see? He must seize this opportunity. Gao Fei murmured with excitement. Clenching his fists, he rushed towards the woman in red, exclaiming, "Oh dear, with such a strong wind outside, do not linger here. You might catch a chill, and it would be dreadful to fall ill tomorrow. Please, come in and warm yourself." He extended his arm in a gentlemanly gesture and invited her inside. The woman in red nodded graciously and replied, "I shall not be rude then." Gao Fei closed the door and promptly introduced her, saying, "This is Yang Wanting, a 26-year-old tenant living upstairs." After introducing the woman in red, he quickly presented the others. "This is Mufan, my reliable university roommate. And this is Bai Yue, Mufan's, girlfriend?" Bai Yue shook her head, her calm voice resonating slowly. "I am his concubine." Coughing slightly, Gao Fei corrected himself. "Yes, Mufan's concubine." As he spoke, Gao Fei gestured towards Shun Xin, continuing with the introductions. "This is Lung Xin." Shun Xin shuddered. With a frown, she approached Gao Fei, raising her arm at a 45-degree angle. Just as Gao Fei looked on in confusion, Shun Xin suddenly swung her arm and slapped his backside, exclaiming, "I'll give you a good smack. How dare you? Listen well, I am Shun Xin, empowered by the ice cream deity. Because I consume 2 ice creams daily, I have also been granted the title of High Priestess." Shun Xin. Gao Fei stood bewildered before the girl, who was shaking her fists and stomping her feet. However, not wanting to offend anyone, he could only smile apologetically and repeat, all right, I remember it, Shun Xin." After this interlude, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Noticing the silence, Mufan took on the role of host, declaring, "Now that everyone is here, let's prepare a hot pot." With a flourish, Mufan pulled out a chair next to Gao Fei, playing the role of a wingman. "Yang Wanting, come sit down. This morning, Gao Fei told me he was inviting an important guest for dinner. He has been busy preparing these dishes all day." Pausing for effect, Mufan pointed to the vegetables, slightly glistening with droplets of water, and praised cabbage, mustard greens, hollow heart greens, and oil wheat greens, all freshly harvested from the greenhouse. He added, "And the meat is equally delectable." Mufan patted Gao Fei on the shoulder, sincerely stating, "Gao Fei, you truly are a wonderful household man." The flattery made Gao Fei's heart race. Gratitude filled his gaze as he whispered, "Mu, I adore you, sob sob." Perhaps it was due to her unfamiliarity with the setting, compounded by the recent incident where she mistook Gao Fei for a creep and bit him. Yang Wanting found herself at a loss, standing there with a silly grin. Her eyes flitted from one person to another. However, upon locking eyes with Bai Yue, an unnatural stillness enveloped her. An unprecedented sense of loathing surged through her. Yang Wanting furrowed her brow, the friendly demeanor in her eyes evaporating instantaneously, replaced by a cold glare. Bai Yue's expression shifted dramatically. She averted her gaze, yet the suffocating aura of threat still bore down on her, making her breath quicken. As the scene before her began to blur, Bai Yue felt as if dark spots were encroaching upon her vision. "Wei, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Mufan's deep, soothing voice cut through the fog enveloping Bai Yue. She snapped back to reality, extending her pale fingers to clutch tightly at Mufan's clothing, causing it to crumple with her fierce grip. "Mufan, let us go home." Mufan stared in bewilderment, gazing deeply into Bai Yue's eyes. In the depths of her tea-brown pupils lay fear and unease. It was evident that Bai Yue had encountered something she deemed terrifying. Raising his gaze towards the dining table, he noticed the electromagnetic stove steadily heating, the pot of red liquid bubbling vigorously, producing a frothy white layer atop. Gao Fei, wielding a slotted spoon, diligently skimmed off the foam. The living room filled with the pungent scent of chili, a bit overwhelming. Mufan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, could it be that Bai Yue dislikes the smell of chili? This thought flickered momentarily in Mufan's mind before dissipating into nothingness. After nearly a month of companionship, he knew Bai Yue's character well. She had no aversions to food and would never display such a timid expression. Since the issue was not with the food, Mufan's gaze deepened. He shifted his focus back to Yang Wanting, who was now holding a small bowl, intently fixated on the slotted spoon skimming the foam. As Gao Fei lifted the foam, she swiftly presented her bowl to catch it. Their synchronized movements were flawless, yet Yang Wanting's expression betrayed her concentration, as if she were evading something. Connecting the dots of this odd behavior, Mufan swiftly surmised. Yang Wanting knew Bai Yue. The harrowing scene of Bai Yue being beaten resurfaced in Mufan's mind, flooding him with a mix of anger and heartache. Chill. Mufan gently pressed Bai Yue's head down, whispering comfortingly, Wei Wei, do not fear. With me here, no one can harm you. Please, sit on the sofa for a moment while I speak with Yang Wanting. He gently nudged her to sit a little further away. However, Bai Yue did not budge. She clung tightly to Mufan's clothing, a heap of soft clay, resting her head against his chest, weakly murmuring, Mufan, I do not want to stay here. Mufan sighed silently. He turned around, shielding Bai Yue behind him, his sharp gaze gleaming with a frigid light as he addressed Yang Wanting. I have something to ask you. Yang Wanting turned her head, staring blankly at Mufan. After a few breaths, she tilted her head slightly, puzzled. What? Do you want to ask me? Chapter 106. Aversion within the genes, the familiar tilt of the head caused Mufan's heart to skip a beat. Even the pupils, radiating sharp light, instinctively constricted into a singular black dot. A gentle breeze, imbued with the scent of earth, seeped through the crevices of the windowsill, caressing Yang Wanting's cheek. Her dark tresses swayed softly in the air. For a fleeting moment, Mufan perceived a shadow of Bai Yue within Yang Wanting. Could it be a connection between them? Mugu, if you have any questions, feel free to sit down and ask, Yang Wanting urged. Come, taste this beef. I've heard it comes from cows basking in the sun and listening to music year-round. Delicious and unforgettable. And this quail egg? The owner claims he personally scaled cliffs to retrieve it from a bird's nest. It's incredibly fresh. Gao Fei's face radiated with an uncontainable smile. He transformed into a server, preparing condiments while inviting everyone to take their seats. Unbeknownst to him, he occasionally stole glances at Yang Wanting, his eyes brimming with affection, almost shimmering. Mufan was reluctant to disrupt the ambience of this courtship dinner. Sighing silently within, he gently stroked Bai Yue's head, leaning down to whisper in her ear, Wei Wei, I will pack some food and take you home, all right? Bai Yue nodded, her pallid complexion revealing a hint of frailty. Okay. Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of nausea surged within her stomach. Wow, she exclaimed, expelling a small amount of viscous saliva. What the? Mufan gasped, quickly raising his arm to pat her back, attempting to soothe her discomfort. Shen Exen anxiously approached, grasping her wrist and rubbing it repeatedly. Bai Yue, did you catch a chill? Oh dear, it's my fault for breaking the bed yesterday, which kept you from resting well. Would you like some warm water? Or should I take you to the hospital? Bai Yue, my Bai Yue. In the midst of their conversation, Gao Fei approached, holding out a glass of water. Mugu, here is some water. Without hesitation, Mufan accepted the glass, first taking a gentle sip to ensure the liquid was warm before offering it to Bai Yue. Wei Wei, drink some water. Bai Yue hesitantly parted her lips, slowly sipping. After half a glass, her complexion improved slightly. Mufan placed the cup back on the table, cradling Bai Yue's body and lifting her into a princess carry. Gao Fei, Bai Yue isn't feeling well. I'll take her home. Gao Fei swallowed hard, wanting to insist she stay, but recognizing Bai Yue's condition, he nodded reluctantly. Mugu, you take her home first. I still need to entertain the guests. So I want to see you off. As he watched the group grow distant, Gao Fei felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He sighed repeatedly, lamenting. What was supposed to be a delightful hot pot gathering has turned into a somber affair. How disheartening. Gao Fei despondently closed the door, preparing to attend to Yang Wanting. However, upon turning, He found the dining table completely empty. No one remained. What? Yang Wanting hasn't left too, has she? Panic surged, and he frantically searched around. Suddenly, he noticed a figure in a red dress by the kitchen sink, the sound of running water indicating she was washing her hands. Gao Fei's tense demeanor gradually relaxed. He pulled out a chair and sat down, forcing a smile. It seems we are left to enjoy dinner for two. Yang Wanting, please come and take a seat. With a splash, Yang Wanting spat out mouthwash into the sink, the mixture swirling around the drain. She did not rush to turn off the tap. Instead, she cupped her hands to catch some fresh water, rinsing her slightly reddened eyes. A wave of discomfort struck her stomach again, prompting her to grimace and expel more saliva into the sink. Nausea. It was not merely the physical sensation of dizziness. It was a deep-seated aversion coursing through her very genes. Yang Wanting scooped some clean water and rinsed her mouth again, though they had never met. The moment she laid eyes on Bai Yue, she felt an intense revulsion. After several breaths, Yang Wanting turned off the faucet, wiping her hands with a cloth. Her brows furrowed in contemplation. Who exactly is she? Yang Wanting, come on. The pot is boiling. I'll turn off the heat. Gao Fei's voice called out again. Yang Wanting turned her head, calmly gazing at him. The reason she had agreed to dinner with Gao Fei was to atone for unintentionally biting him previously. Initially, she intended to dine at a small restaurant, but Gao Fei insisted on inviting her to his home, claiming it would save money. Fresh ingredients and flattery were evident. He was clearly trying to win her over. Yang Wanting chuckled softly, a hint of playful mockery glimmering in her eyes. He was still too young, lacking any sophistication. A bit of warmth from her side might extract all the information she sought. As she observed the man diligently managing the heat for the tripe, Yang Wanting stepped forward. With a gentle tap, she placed her finger on Gao Fei's wrist where he held the chopsticks. The moment their skin made contact, a jolt of electricity surged through Gao Fei's mind. Like a bashful boy, he stared at her elegantly manicured fingers, his heart racing faster. Yang Wanting's lips curved into a sweet smile, her gaze fixated on the tripe as she explained. I've heard that tripe should be cooked 7 up and 8 down for the best flavor. Just like this. As she spoke, she deftly moved her wrist. Following her lead, Gao Fei awkwardly mimicked her motions, repeating the action 7 times before Yang Wanting swiftly seized the chopsticks, placing the tripe into Gao Fei's mouth, smiling. Is it crunchy? Gao Fei chewed, nodding vigorously. Yes, it's crunchy. With a flourish, Yang Wanting pulled out a chair beside him and sat down, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her fair arms. She propped her elbows on the table, resting her chin on her hands, gazing intently into Gao Fei's eyes, her clear orbs reflecting a thirst for knowledge, reminiscent of an innocent admirer. Gao Fei, could you tell me about Mufan and Bai Yue? Gao Fei swallowed, puzzled. What is there to say about them? Yang Wanting offered an awkward smile, explaining, since they are your friends and live in the same neighborhood. As a tenant unfamiliar with the area, it would be beneficial to know a few more acquaintances. With her hands clasped together, her eyes sparkling with a soft glow, she implored, please be a good neighbor. Chapter 107. A daughter is born with a creak. Mufan extracted a key from his pocket and pushed open the heavy door. He gently placed the frightened Bai Yue onto the sofa. Perhaps due to the intense fright she had just experienced, tiny beads of sweat gathered on her forehead, and her hair clung damply to her skin. Mufan reached out, carefully brushing aside her hair. Without the obstruction of bangs, her tea-brown eyes, imbued with a soft glow, appeared even more radiant. Yue, rest for a moment while I fetch you a glass of water, Mufan suggested as he stood up, preparing to head to the kitchen. Suddenly, Bai Yue grasped his wrist anxiously. Mufan, don't go. I want a hug. Her serene voice resonated as always. Mufan's gaze softened with concern. This child, she must have been terribly frightened. All right, a hug it is. He tossed a cushion aside and sat down, gently cradling Bai Yue's waist, allowing her to lean against his chest. Perhaps it was the closeness that intensified the sweet aroma of white peach oolong emanating from her. Mufan rested his chin on her head, tightening his embrace. Words were spare, and their eyes did not meet. Only the warmth of their bodies spoke volumes. After a prolonged pause, Mufan broke the silence. Yue, are you feeling better? She nodded, responding with a soft, melodic hum. Have you seen Yang Wanting before? He inquired. Bai Yue shook her head and whispered, no, seeing her makes me feel nauseous. I don't like her. Throughout this exchange, Shin Xian had been standing nearby, her round, dark eyes brimming with curiosity. Upon hearing Bai Yue mention feeling nauseous, she gasped and quickly squatted beside the sofa, excitement bubbling within her. Nauseous? Yue, are you sure? Bai Yue nodded earnestly, confirming her discomfort. Shin Xian's mind suddenly conjured up images of blooming flowers, her pupils shimmering with delight. She sprang to her feet, tugging at Mufan's arm, exclaiming, Brother, you are simply amazing. Mufan, puzzled, replied, What do you mean? Shin Xian, wearing an expression of disbelief, educated him. Oh dear, with your age, how can you not know anything about pregnancy? Women become extraordinarily sensitive during this time, especially to stimulating scents. Just now, at Gao Fei's house, we encountered a lot of spicy air. Thus, Bai Yue's body reacted adversely, wanting to vomit. Brother, how could you not know about Yue as pregnancy? With such clumsiness, how will you ever become a good husband? With her arms spread wide like a fluttering butterfly, she continued, Oh dear, brother, you really must learn to cherish her. Quickly, take your wife to bed. Hurry. With a heavy thud, the living room fell into a profound silence once more. Mufan steadied Bai Yue by her shoulders, turning her to face him as they embraced. She cherished this position, slightly lifting her gaze through her bangs to observe the steadfastness in Mufan's eyes. In that moment, she could almost feel the warmth of his breath against her face, the unmistakable scent of masculine pheromones enveloping her. Her heart raced. She grasped the fabric of his shirt, clutching it tightly, then nestled her head against him, murmuring, Mufan, I feel safe, so comfortable. From now on, let us not visit others. Let us stay in our room and live together forever. A flicker of complexity crossed Mufan's eyes. He understood that Bai Yue's loneliness had resurfaced. While their small sanctuary was indeed comforting, it distanced them from the world. Are you hungry? He asked, attempting to shift the conversation. Bai Yue nodded and whimsically replied, Hungry. Mufan turned to gaze out the window. The dim sky no longer radiated any light, and a rift seemed to tear apart the clouds. Yue, I remember there's a vendor selling layered pancakes outside the community at this hour. Would you like some? Upon hearing layered pancakes, Bai Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She lifted her head, fixating on Mufan, her little tuft of hair bobbing gently. I want to eat. Her playful demeanor was utterly endearing. Mufan couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek, smiling as he said, Then I shall find someone to buy them for us. Turning his gaze to the corner of the sofa, he noticed Shin Xian with her back to them, a large bump on her head emitting a cloud of frustration. Shin Xian, are you hungry? Mufan inquired. With her cheeks puffed out in irritation, she retorted, Not hungry, not at all. The high priestess of the ice cream deity does not require sustenance. Just then, an unrefined gurgle emanated from her stomach. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, I was just. The growling of her stomach became unbearable. She leapt up, extending her hand towards Mufan. What are you doing? He asked, bewildered. With an air of defiance, Shin Xian declared, Give me money. Bai Yue wants to eat, and you looked at me, which means you want me to go buy dinner. She added, But I must warn you, my delivery fee is quite steep. I not only want 2 servings of layered pancakes, but also 2 double-scoop ice creams. You hit me on the head earlier. It hurts so much. Mufan, exasperated, replied, If I hadn't tea, you wouldn't learn your lesson with your incessant chatter. Shin Xian, undeterred, insisted, I'm going. Hurry up and give me the money, or I want tea by dinner. I'll let you all starve. Realizing she had slightly overstepped, she quickly clarified, No. Bai Yue can't starve. I'll just let you go hungry. The clamor of her words buzzed in Mufan's ears. He hastily pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. Quickly, go and return. Wait, Shin Xian exclaimed, turning on her heel. I've changed my mind. I want 3 double-scoop ice creams. As he watched Shin Xian's figure fade into the distance, Mufan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Scratching his head, he glanced down at the sleeping Bai Yue in his arms, murmuring to himself, Why does it feel as though we just had a daughter? Chapter 108. Mufan. Wei Wei has arrived 15 minutes later. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Bang, bang, bang. Shun Xion's abrupt knocking resounded. Brother. Open the door quickly. Mufan trembled in fright, hastily covering by Yue Wei's ears. Noticing the slight flutter of her eyelids, he finally exhaled in relief. Slipping on his slippers, he opened the door. What met his eyes was a startling visual assault. Every finger of Shun Xion was encased in plastic bags, each filled with steaming food. Mufan cast a cursory glance and noted a variety of snacks, including layered pancakes and crispy potato bites. Moreover, Shun Xion was clutching 3 double-scoop ice creams. In utter astonishment, Mufan exclaimed, "Why didn't you bring a card?" Shun Xion, flustered, replied, "If I had the strength, I would have." "Oh dear. Brother, please help me. I can barely hold on." This is all for Bai Yue Wei. She adores those crispy potatoes. Upon hearing this, Mufan ceased to observe the spectacle and hurriedly accepted the crispy potatoes from Shun Xion's hands. Just a few steps away, Shun Xion's urgent voice called out again, "And there's ice cream. She loves that too." Mufan returned to Shun Xion's side to take the ice cream, and the layered pancakes, and fish balls, and odin, and spicy dried fish. 2 minutes later, Mufan placed all the delectable treats on the dining table, exasperatedly stating, "You could have just said they were all for Bai Yue Wei." Shun Xion plopped down onto a small stool, popped a fish ball into her mouth, and retorted, "You didn't ask me. Also, brother, I was wrong." Mufan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What?" With a guilty expression, Shun Xion turned her head and confessed, "I accidentally spent all the money and only have some loose change left." She rummaged through her pocket and placed the coins on the coffee table, continuing, "Just now, at the entrance of the community, I saw your grocery store. The working environment seems quite nice. How about I sign a contract of servitude and work for you forever without pay? Just for food?" Mufan was left speechless. After a few moments, he waved his hand and replied decisively, "All right, after dinner, I'll get you some paper and a pen, and you can write a contract for me." Boom! Shun Xion's head buzzed. Her mouth fell open in disbelief. "Wait, are you really making me write a contract of servitude?" Mufan, confused, asked, "Wasn't that your own suggestion?" Shun Xion was left dumbfounded. Initially, she thought Mufan would show gentlemanly grace and forgive her this time. To her surprise, Shun Xion, you silly fool. You've fallen into your own trap." Stammering, Shun Xion tried to defend herself. Suddenly, she noticed Bai Yue Wei had already sat up, appearing drowsy as if just awakened. Shun Xion seized the opportunity, pointing towards Bai Yue Wei. "Brother, what if today Bai Yue Wei spent 100 yuan? Would you make her sign a contract?" Mufan's response was immediate. "Of course not." Shun Xion was petrified. "Why not?" Mufan shrugged, teasingly replied, "I enjoy spending money on Wei Wei. Why would you care?" Boom! Like a thunderclap, his words struck Shun Xion's mind. A cloud of despair seemed to escape her mouth. Drifting away, Shun Xion stood frozen, like a statue, utterly stunned. How heart-wrenching! A gentle breeze wafted through. Mufan suddenly caught a whiff of delicious food. In that moment of distraction, 2 pale fingers clutching the crispy potatoes slowly approached. Bai Yue Wei's soft, melodic voice filled the air. "Mufan, at school, Shun Xion often took me to eat crispy potatoes. They're so delicious. The first bite is for you." Perhaps still half asleep, each word Bai Yue Wei uttered felt sticky and sweet. Mufan's heart fluttered, akin to being tickled by a cat's paw. With a gentle smile, Mufan accepted Bai Yue Wei's kind gesture. "All right, I'll have a taste." Yet, just as Mufan's hand was about to touch the crispy potato, Bai Yue Wei suddenly withdrew her fingers. Confused, Mufan exclaimed, "Wei Wei?" At this moment, Bai Yue Wei remained in a sleepy daze, perhaps due to lying on the couch. Her cheeks were flushed. Mufan was taken aback. Wei Wei, are you tired?" Bai Yue Wei shook her head, her voice muffled. "Mufan, I'm not tired. I want you to eat the crispy potatoes, just like you fed me oranges." Her voice was soft, yet Mufan heard her clearly, his thoughts drifting back to a memory. He recalled the first day Bai Yue Wei came to school, buying an orange in the cafeteria. Though the orange was green and sour, she savored it with delight. Warm memories surged through Mufan, enveloping him in comfort. No wonder this girl often sleepwalks. She has been yearning to feed me oranges. A tender smile graced Mufan's lips. All right, Wei Wei, today. I'll allow you to feed me something. With that, Mufan leaned forward, opening his mouth. Bai Wei, with her thumb and index finger, wobbled the crispy potato, raising her hand slowly towards his mouth. The pace was excruciatingly slow. Mufan recognized Bai Wei was in a trance, so he did not rush her, but patiently awaited her movements. The surrounding air was eerily quiet, save for the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall. Shen Xen sat on her small stool, eyes wide and head tilted back, hardly daring to breathe, fixated on the slowly moving crispy potato. Just as the crispy potato was about to touch Mufan's lips, Bai Wei suddenly withdrew her wrist, bringing the potato to her own mouth and biting off half. Then, she leaned forward abruptly, bringing the remaining half towards Mufan's lips. The remaining piece found its way into Mufan's mouth. Their lips pressed tightly together. Mufan's eyes widened, wanting to speak, but the pressure on his lips silenced him, only allowing him to utter muffled sounds. Wei, what are you doing? Wait. Feeling breathless, Mufan gently pushed against Bai Wei's chest, attempting to catch his breath. Yet the next second, Bai Wei's icy hands firmly cupped Mufan's face. Mufan struggled, yet he discovered that he was utterly unable to break free from his constraints. Due to the excessive swaying, Mufan lost his balance, becoming firmly pinned to the sofa by Bai Wei. The sounds of kisses filled the air. After a few moments, Bai Wei withdrew her lips, lightly resting her hand on Mufan's chest, breathing rapidly as she inhaled the fresh air. Her crescent-shaped eyes glimmered with profound happiness. Mufan. Wei, I have kissed you. Chapter 109. You bit me. Hooray. I knew that the meticulously prepared spiritual wolf fong potato breakthrough, flash moonlight spiral dance roar zero style, would prove invaluable. Today shall be etched in history. This is the triumph of love. Yes. Bai Wei, you are simply amazing. A sharp, excited shriek suddenly pierced the air. Shen Xien bounced about like a monkey, chattering incessantly with a stream of bizarre words. Yet, Mufan absorbed none of it. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate, thoughts gradually dulled. Only his eyes, tinged with surprise, remained fixed on Bai Wei. Mufan could hardly fathom that Bai Wei would initiate a kiss. The lingering taste of white peach oolong tea had yet to fade. Recalling the cool sensation of her lips, a faint blush crept up Mufan's neck. Unable to restrain himself, he turned his head aside, saying, Wei, could you please come down? Bai Wei nodded obediently, slowly climbing onto the sofa in a duck-like sitting posture, her clear eyes fixated on Mufan. Unbound by constraints, Mufan sat up, rubbing his heavy head, yearning for a sip of water. He quickly scanned the surroundings, only to find no drinking water in sight. Resolutely, he stood up, snatched an ice cream from Shen Xien's hands, and began to lick it silently. Noticing that Mufan's expression had shifted, Shen Xien realized she had gone too far. She quietly approached Bai Wei, gently clutching her sleeve, whispering anxiously, Oh no. Bai Wei, I think we might have done something wrong. Brother hasn't said a word or shown any expression. Is he angry? Shen Xien's face was filled with sorrow as she feigned tears. Woo. I think I can guess what is going on. I remember reading somewhere that different regions have different customs. In some places, people attach great importance to their first kiss. It can only be given on the wedding day. Could it be that there's a similar custom in my brother's hometown? The more she thought, the more frightened she became. She gripped Bai Wei's arm, shaking her fervently. What should we do? What if brother gets angry and grabs me by the neck? Throwing me off the balcony? Then realizing that I wouldn't die from the fall, he brings me back to throw me again? What if he keeps repeating this for 100 years as punishment? Bai Wei, I'm so scared. Just then, Shen Xien suddenly turned her head. Her body trembled violently, and her heart seemed to cease, as if sentenced to death. However, there were no harsh rebukes as she had imagined. Instead, a gentle voice, laced with a magnetic timbre, reached her ears. What are you staring at? Come on, let us have dinner. Shen Xien doubted her senses. She opened her eyes cautiously and asked, Brother, you're not angry? Mufan offered no reply. He reached out, grabbing a handful of wolf fong potatoes, and slowly moved to Shen Xien's side. Shen Xien gasped in shock. Brother, what are you going to do? With a swift motion, Mufan shoved the wolf fong potatoes into Shun Xian's mouth, darkly stating, "You think it's okay to disturb class and play with Wei Wei? I want to ensure you both look out for each other. You don't teach her about studying, but only these bizarre tricks, right? Eat. You must eat. I have to give you a little punishment today." Shun Xian was on the verge of tears. She turned her head, attempting to flee, but was swiftly caught by Mufan. Pleading with a distressed expression, she cried, "Brother, I was wrong. I swear I won't teach any more strange love tips. If I must teach, let it be something more straightforward. Oh no, my mouth. It can't hold any more." Throughout the ordeal, Bai Yu Wei remained seated on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Mufan as he stuffed wolf fong potatoes into Shun Xian's mouth. She pouted with a displeased frown, not out of sympathy for Shun Xian, but because her beloved wolf fong potatoes were dwindling. The wolf fong potatoes were being devoured. Bai Yu Wei's voice was tiny yet distinctly reached Mufan's ears. He set Shun Xian aside and approached Bai Yu Wei directly. Leaning down, he drew closer, and just as his lips were about to touch her cheek, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on her fair, jelly-like face. "Ah!" Bai Yu Wei cried out in pain, raising her eyes to Mufan with a hint of grievance. "Mufan, you bit me." "Oh!" Mufan's bite left a noticeable mark. He gently wiped away the drool next to the bite mark, teasingly saying, "I bit you, Wei Wei. Remember, today, you were bitten by someone named Mufan. The reason is..." After a brief pause, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Mufan's eyes as he enunciated, "I like you." Bai Yu Wei's eyes widened. Her chestnut-colored irises shimmered under the bright lights, radiating a soft glow. A sweet smile graced her lips as she tilted her head slightly, as if the air was infused with the delightful fragrance of strawberry candy. "Mufan, Wei Wei likes you too. Hee." A gentle breeze swept through, and the radiant moonlight filtered through the delicate veil of clouds, casting a silvery sheen upon the coffee table. Through the glass reflection, it perfectly illuminated Bai Yu Wei's chest, resting over her heart. Bai Yu Wei extended her fair hand, gently placing it upon her chest, her heart swelling with uncontainable joy. "Mufan, with you by my side, my heart beats even more fiercely." Bai Yu Wei's innocent smile was utterly adorable. Mufan gently pressed down on her head, presenting her with the remaining half-box of wolf fong potatoes. "Silly girl, eat." Bai Yu Wei accepted the paper box, her slightly raised eyes sparkling with understanding. "Mufan, let's eat together." 15 minutes later, everyone was sated. Bai Yu Wei and Shun Xian crouched in the corner of the balcony, their eyes glued to the rabbit family. Mufan sat on the sofa, incessantly fiddling with a tin full of candies. Due to the motion, the candies clinked against the tin's walls, creating a series of delightful sounds. With a decisive clatter, Mufan set the tin on the coffee table and took out his phone. After locating Gao Fei's number in his contacts, he dialed without hesitation. A few rings later, a weary voice came from the other end. "Mugu, what is up?" Mufan replied, "Nothing much. Just wanted to ask if Yang Wanting has left yet." Gao Fei responded, "She left a while ago. I was just about to sleep. I'm so tired." Mufan instinctively glanced at Bai Yu Wei, his mood heavy as he said, "Don't sleep just yet. Come over here. I need to talk to you." After a moment's pause, his voice lowered, tinged with seriousness. "Remember, be quiet. Don't make sound while walking. Even if one were to leave the apartment building, it would still be futile." Chapter 110. If that woman bullies you, just tell me. The night was eerily quiet, enveloping the entire city in a veil of dark. Thin clouds. The subtle sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Moments later, they came to a halt before the door. A soft glow flickered on the screen of a mobile phone resting on the coffee table, illuminating an unread message from Gao Fei. "Mugu, I'm at the door. Hurry and open up." With a sudden rush, Mufan sprang to his feet and hurried to the door, turning the handle with urgency. The silhouette of Gao Fei emerged, his face contorted with frustration as he lamented, "Mugu, why did you call me over at this hour? What's the matter?" Before he could finish, Mufan swiftly extended his arm, gripping Gao Fei's collar and yanking him into the living room. With a decisive slam of the Mufan seized Gao Fei's arm, twisting it behind his back. Gao Fei bent over in pain, wailing, "Mugu, it hurts." Without a word, Mufan lifted his leg and playfully nudged Gao Fei's backside. Gao Fei stumbled forward, exclaiming, Oh, come on, what are you doing, Muga? Mufan settled into a chair, nonchalantly asking, what did Yang Wanting ask you? Upon hearing her name, surprise flickered in Gao Fei's eyes. Why was Mugu suddenly inquiring about her? Had Yang Wanting divulged their dinner conversation? If only he hadn't shared all those embarrassing college stories. Using a good friend's dark past to amuse another friend was a grave mistake. What if Mugu decided to retaliate? As he pondered, fear gripped Gao Fei, and he glanced up, only to collide with Mufan's unyielding gaze. Though Mufan remained silent, the penetrating sharpness of his eyes sent a chill down Gao Fei's spine. In a state of panic, Gao Fei pleaded, Mugu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have shared that time when you lost your takeaway, only to find it had been taken by a stray dog, and you had to wrest it back from its mouth before sitting on the steps to eat, sharing some food with the dog. Though it made Yang Wanting laugh uncontrollably, I felt guilty. How could I betray my brother just to please a girl? Suddenly, Gao Fei raised his arm and lightly slapped his own cheek, exclaiming, I'm not human. I'm simply not human. Mufan was taken aback by Gao Fei's absurdity. Clearing his throat, he intended to address the matter at hand. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of two figures nearby. He quickly turned to see Shun Xian standing a short distance away, a mischievous smile on her face. While Bai Yue blinked her bright eyes at Shun Xian before mimicking a bad smile and parroting, taken by a stray dog, sat down to eat with it. Suddenly, Bai Yue's playful demeanor faded as she pondered aloud. Wei Wei, seems like I was also a stray brought home. At that moment, around the small dining table, three distinct scenes unfolded. Gao Fei was a mess of tears and snot, mumbling various confessions. Shun Xian raised her arms, babbling nonsensically about dog agent team, carving dog head fortresses. Meanwhile, Bai Yue's smile radiated happiness as she cradled her chin, dreaming aloud. I'm so happy to be brought home by Mufan. Mufan felt as if he had stumbled into a zoo, surrounded by a cacophony of voices. Rubbing his sore ears, he pinched the bridge of his nose and declared, Shun Xian, stay here and take care, Wei Wei. Gao Fei, you guard the door. I need to step out. Upon hearing this, everyone snapped back to reality. Why am I the only one stuck at the door? You can't leave two blooming young ladies alone at home. Do you want to become a minotaur or something? Mufan, I want to go with you. Three voices echoed in unison. Mufan turned to face the 6 pairs of eyes, each filled with different expressions, crashing over him like a wave. Once again, he felt the strange sensation of having adopted 3 little ones. After a brief pause, Mufan approached Bai Yue, gently placing his hand on her little head, leaning slightly down with a tender smile. Wei Wei, I'll be back soon. After I return, I'll tell you a bedtime story. Be good. Bai Yue looked up, her brown eyes sparkling like the moonlight. Although Mufan's smile radiated warmth, she could still sense a hint of melancholy behind it. Suddenly, Bai Yue opened her arms, burying her head in Mufan's chest, her soft voice like a gentle breeze. Mufan, if that woman bullies, you just tell me, I'll help you bully her. To Mufan's heart skipped a beat, and he regarded Bai Yue with newfound complexity in his gaze. It wasn't he, just as she saw through his thoughts. Her adorable yet fierce tone was endearing. Unable to resist, he pinched her soft, jelly-like cheek, feeling a surge of joy. Silly girl, who besides you could ever bully me? As he gazed at her face, he found her increasingly charming. Unable to contain his feelings, he leaned in and kissed her cheek. Mwah. The moment lingered for 5 seconds. Gao Fei abruptly crouched down, his lemon-shaped eyes sparkling with laughter. Mugu, you called me over in the dead of night, without saying a word. You just wanted to show off, didn't you? Ha ha. Shun Xian clutched her head, swaying like a soft snake and shrieking. Ah, this is so painfully delightful. It's haunting my dreams. Bang. Mufan closed the door, and the noisy world fell silent. Only the howling wind in the corridor remained, whispering a sorrowful tune. Mufan stepped out of the hallway, heading towards another building.